The tale of a resurrected master of potions and a platinum aristocrat, entwined in love and crowned with glory. In this life and the next, cherished friends, the stars and moon sing in harmony, enveloped in the fragrance of roses. Chapter 72, Adulthood. In the blink of an eye, it was Severus's birthday, January 9th. This morning, Severus felt a powerful surge of magical energy coursing through his body. This is a harbinger of the maturation of the magical core. The age of maturity for young wizards differs from that in the Muggle world. In the Muggle realm, the age of adulthood for ordinary individuals is 18. However, in the wizarding world, young witches and wizards come of age on their 17th birthday. On their birthday, the magical core within young wizards and their magical circulation fully matures. The traces of magic within their wands also vanish at the moment their magical core and circulation reach maturity. The ability to wield magic and maintain a stable flow of power without restraint signifies a wizard's coming of age. Most students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry graduate at this age, stepping into the wizarding world as adults ready to support themselves. Upon awakening, Severus felt a heat radiating from his body, and in a daze, he hurried to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water before immediately sinking into it. He had read in a treasured tome of the Prince family that wizards awakening their magical creature lineage would transform into the form of that creature on the day of their awakening in adulthood. The form of a siren is most comfortable when submerged in water. Lucius, clad in his black silk pajamas, followed Severus into the bathroom without changing. He needed to care for Severus. Lucius was aware that Severus had awakened his magical creature lineage, for Severus had never concealed this from him. However, it is likely that the Prince family, wary of the romantic tendencies inherent to their lineage, had established a magical contract mandating the heir to keep certain secrets. Thus, Severus, bound by the contract, could only disclose the fact of his awakened lineage, not the reason behind it. Lucius did not inquire further. He had his suspicions, guessing that Severus's awakening might be due to something treasured by the Prince family. Such an item was likely a potion. As the carefully cultivated heir of a pure-blood family, Lucius had encountered numerous stringent contracts demanding secrecy. Did he not also harbor certain top-secret matters of the Malfoy family that he could not divulge to Severus? The contracts he had signed, refined through generations of Malfoy family heads, were notably harsh, with dire consequences for breaches. The Prince family is equally ancient. Their contracts surely could not be so lenient as to permit a wizard to breach them at will. Lucius respected the secrets of the Prince family, just as Severus would not pry into the secrets of the Malfoy family. Furthermore, Lucius found great joy in this situation. Over the years, he had diligently studied potions in order to cultivate shared interests with Severus. After becoming an assistant professor of potions at Hogwarts, he had grown increasingly proficient in the art. Consequently, he was now able to comprehend some of Severus's advanced experiments. When Severus encountered a bottleneck in researching a potion to dissolve the dark mark, he would occasionally divert himself to explore other projects. Among these research endeavors was the purification of wizarding bloodlines, focusing on those of forest elves, ancient succubi, and the primordial platinum dragons. These creatures were all noted in the Malfoy family tree as potential ancestors. Family secrets were off-limits to outsiders, so Severus personally developed new potions for him, which naturally brought Lucius immense happiness. Who does not relish being held dear by another? Children like Severus, who had never tasted sugar, and Lucius, who lost his father at a young age and had to shoulder the family legacy, would particularly cherish such feelings to the point of becoming addicted to them. They may indeed be resilient trees, unafraid of storms and tempests, yet if someone could offer them shelter from the rain, allowing them to drift into sweet dreams, they would feel a sense of stability and freedom in this world. In the bath, Lucius held an ice pack against Severus's skin while gently massaging his back to provide him with comfort. Severus allowed him to tend to him, furrowing his brow as he endured the peculiar tingling sensations coursing through his body. It was an odd feeling, neither painful nor soothing, and yet was far from pleasant. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He could feel his magical power surging rapidly, his blood boiling with heat. Upon noticing Severus's legs gradually transforming into a tail and his hair beginning to grow wildly, Lucius quickly produced a vial of magical growth potion and a vitality elixir to administer to Severus. His waist was entwined by a massive fishtail, the smooth, shimmering scales cool to the touch, offering no discomfort. Severus's movements were gentle, and Lucius inexplicably sensed his lover's signals of reassurance. Severus felt a searing heat enveloping him. According to magical tomes, on the day of adulthood, a wizard awakening siren lineage would shamefully experience the stirrings of desire. Associating such animalistic behavior with his humanity filled Severus with embarrassment. Fortunately, humans and magical creatures are entirely distinct. Aside from this day of adulthood, Severus would not endure such awkward experiences again. Cognizant of the peculiarity of his tale, Severus's face flushed with shame, and tears began to escape from the corners of his eyes. Lucius's heart ached for him, and he immediately leaned in to kiss the small pearl of tear at Severus's eye. This act only caused Severus's face to redden further, his entire upper body blushing pink, and the tears flowed more freely. Lucius had seldom witnessed Severus cry. Seeing him shed tears now left him somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, Severus began to sing a haunting melody. It was the song of a siren courting. Lucius, who loved him deeply, found himself entranced by the enchanting quality of the song, his gaze growing dreamy. He abruptly pinched his thigh, a patch of purple appearing abruptly. Severus noticed this and looked at him with concern, his eyes clearly questioning his actions. Lucius was enduring, resisting the alluring pull of his lover's siren magic as he awaited Severus's magical core and circulation to reach perfection. Severus contemplated this and surprisingly managed to suppress his instinct, controlling himself from singing. "It's all right, if you feel the urge to sing, do so, just don't bite your lip." Lucius beamed. "I love to hear it. Once this day passes, I won't have the chance to hear this song again." Severus found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Feeling the rhythm of his magical circulation, he calculated the time and realized that his magical core and circulation were on the verge of complete maturation. Thus, he ceased to hold back, allowing instinct to guide him as he began to sing, albeit softly. At last, as Severus's tail entwined around Lucius's waist shimmered with light, his magical core and circulation finally reached full maturity. Lucius sighed in relief and offered Severus another vial of vitality elixir. Watching him drink it, he could no longer suppress his desires and directly press down on a particular scale of the tail. Severus's eyes glistened, his lips appearing particularly luscious under the rising steam. Yet his expression remained austere, reminiscent of a verdant pine tree after a snowfall. This contrast, his gray-blue eyes surged like the tumultuous sea, platinum hair entwined with dark locks. Lucius gently caressed the butterfly bone at Severus's back, eliciting an involuntary moan. Lucius kissed Severus's cheek, neck, and lips, their breaths mingling as he felt a tide of emotions swell within him. What a marvelous dream this was, and how irresistibly tender was this haven of warmth. Severus relaxed his body, surrendering to Lucius's ministrations, as moisture steadily evaporated from him, while Lucius continued to feed him potions and honey water throughout the process. When they returned from the bathroom to the bedroom, they found they had celebrated the entirety of the birthday. Throughout this process, Lucius and Severus remained ensconced in bed, save for the essential physiological actions of sustenance, their bodies intertwined in tender and passionate kisses, as if their very souls were merging into one. The following day, as the tides of passion receded, Severus finally savored his belated birthday cake. He had recuperated remarkably well, his complexion radiant, and the magical power coursing through him had more than doubled, perhaps a fortunate side effect of awakening his magical creature lineage. However, he lamented, "Lucius, my back is about to break. Are you avenging the days when I punished you?" That insufferable peacock had dared to indulge repeatedly, so much so that he had lost count. No wonder that recently, this peacock had exhibited such an ascetic demeanor. He was evidently awaiting this very day. Lucius took a sip of his red tea and replied, "How could that be, Severus?" It was merely an overwhelming surge of passion, an insatiable desire. In the face of Siren Severus's overt advances, who among the virtuous could possibly resist? As for the prior efforts to conserve energy, The tomes of the Prince family explicitly state that the needs of a wizard awakening their siren lineage might be particularly great on the day of their maturity. If he did not conserve his strength, he would surely suffer great embarrassment should he fail to satisfy his partner. As a Malfoy, how could he possibly commit such a disgraceful act? He pressed a gentle kiss to Severus's cheek, his eyes filled with a pleading expression. Very well, Severus conceded, pushing his face away, a hint of shyness coloring his words. I suppose I hold a modicum of affection as well. Lucius's heart soared with joy as he cheerfully set down his teacup and approached Severus to share the strawberry cake sent by Abraxas. Ah, the flavor of this strawberry is truly delightful.
Chapter 73. Preparations for the Banquet and the Mastery of Potions Examination. After his 17th birthday, Severus felt an overwhelming surge of magical power coursing through his veins. His magical capabilities had reached the level of a 25-year-old in his previous life, and the magical factors in his blood were exceptionally vibrant, instilling in him a profound sense of security. Following Severus's birthday, Lucius commenced the arrangements for his coming-of-age banquet, now situated at a Muggle estate on the outskirts of London. The magical array required fortification. The furnishings within the estate needed to be polished to a dazzling sheen by house elves, and all soft furnishings were to be replaced with new ones. Lucius had already dispatched orders via owl to various shops in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. Silver green curtains, plush tablecloths, gold and silver cutlery, crystal goblets, plaster statues, and magical lamps were among the essentials. Furthermore, the house elves of the Prince family had meticulously prepared the ingredients, complemented by the Malfoy family's exquisite vintages. These items formed the fundamental material basis for the banquet. Abraxas had engaged the renowned wizarding band, Free Wind, for Severus's celebration and pinned invitations on the custom-made stationery featuring the Prince family crest, which Lucius had ordered from a literary establishment. Having spent several years at Hogwarts, Severus and Lucius possessed a profound understanding of the pureblood wizards from the four houses and the talented youths from various professions. Hence, Abraxas took it upon himself to manage the invitation writing. Different individuals harbor distinct experiences and preferences. Therefore, the wording on the invitations could not be uniform. This task was particularly suited to Abraxas, who was exceptionally experienced and regarded as a veteran in this realm. Once the elder Malfoy and young Malfoy took charge, the protagonist of the banquet found himself with ample leisure. After attending to Muggle affairs, Severus found himself with nothing to do, and when he offered to assist Lucius, he was promptly directed to prepare for the Mastery of Potions examination. Sev, the Mastery of Potions examination is a mere formality for you, but the application process is quite cumbersome, requiring letters of introduction and verification of qualifications. If you find yourself with free time, focus on gathering these materials. I and your father can manage the banquet preparations, Lucius stated, well aware that Severus neither excelled in nor relished the orchestration of banquets, and thus wished to shield him from such tasks. Severus did not press the issue. He was acutely self-aware of his limitations and had no intention of learning such things. Firstly, he lacked a genuine desire or need to host banquets. Secondly, once he and Lucius became a family, any future celebrations could easily be entrusted to Lucius's capable hands. The Malfoy wizards were accustomed to opulence, relishing extravagance, and organizing banquets was a task they found rather effortless, with Lucius being no exception. Thus, Severus set aside the banquet preparations and turned his attention to compiling the documentation necessary for the Mastery of Potions examination. In the international wizarding community, a wizard must have published at least 5 papers in authoritative potion journals, possess a minimum of 10 research achievements, and secure letters of recommendation from 3 potion masters to qualify for the examination. Severus had published countless papers over the years and improved and invented numerous potions. He could easily gather the first 2 requirements from his past works, after printing and binding the original papers and experimental reports of his potion research. Severus wrote letters to a few of his closest potion masters, requesting their recommendations. The recipients included Madame Pomfrey, the esteemed president of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association, and a distinguished potion master from France. Had Professor Slughorn not absconded, Severus would have certainly sought his assistance. For these eminent potion masters, the success of a young wizard they recommended reflected well upon them. The accolades of new potion inventions, published papers, and awards were topics of competition among these venerable potion masters, nothing compared to the pride of showcasing their ability to recognize and nurture talent. Behold, I was superior in my youth, and even in my twilight years, I can discern talent better than you. Or perhaps, I may have been less skilled in my youth. But look at my protege, so talented and capable. I dare say he surpasses even you. The recipients of such praise could only endure in silence. For their own protégés might not measure up, and they could hardly afford to quibble with the younger generation, lest their reputations suffer. Suppressing the advancements of newcomers would be an exceedingly disgraceful reputation in any nation's potion community. Alas, Slughorn's departure had robbed Severus of the opportunity to revel in such a boastful moment. Severus mused that the old walrus, fond of candied jackfruit, would surely feel a tinge of regret for losing this chance to brag, but when compared to escaping the throes of war, this matter was trivial. Madame Pomfrey and others held great admiration for Severus's talents and were quite pleased to learn of his intention to pursue the mastery of potions. Given Severus Prince's aptitude, the title would undoubtedly be within his grasp. After Severus submitted the remaining materials, the three esteemed mentors sent their letters of recommendation to the International Potions Conference. Severus expressed his gratitude in return and sent them some rare varieties of tea. The International Potions Conference swiftly approved Severus's application and sent him an invitation to participate in the examination at the England branch. This invitation served as a one-time key to the International Potions Conference's premises in England. Upon receiving this key, Severus informed Lucius of his destination through a two-way mirror and activated the key resembling the invitation. The England branch of the International Potions Conference was not situated in the bustling heart of London, but rather in the picturesque seaside town of Dartmouth, Devon. The local streets twisted and turned, adorned with quaint architecture, while steam trains whistled melodiously, accompanied by the cries of beautiful seabirds and the sight of sails gliding across the azure sea. The building of the England branch of the International Potions Conference was perched upon the hills surrounding the beach, cloaked in muggle-repelling charms, rendering it visible only to wizards. As Severus arrived using the key, he inhaled the briny scent of the sea and beheld the stunning scenery, with hills blanketed in pine trees, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. He presented his invitation at the security checkpoint and stepped into the charming red building. Upon entering, Severus noted the fresh and natural decor within. A chandelier adorned with crystal pendants carved into green ferns hung from the ceiling, while the walls were draped in soft blue brocade wallpaper, and the floor was covered with a thick, white carpet that felt like walking on clouds. Thanks to the automatic cleaning charm woven into the carpet, it remained pristine despite foot traffic. The hall was lined with towering bookshelves filled with documents and books, reaching up to the ceiling. Severus could even detect the fragrant aroma of herbs mingling with the faint scents of parchment and ink. The room also featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, through which Severus could gaze upon the endless blue ocean, witness the crashing waves against rocky shores, and observe the fluffy clouds alongside the sails dancing in the breeze. Just as Severus was lost in admiration of the view, a staff member from the International Potions Conference's England branch hurried over, inquiring, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Prince? Here to sit for the Mastery of Potions examination?" The receptionist had already seen Severus's photograph beforehand. Her inquiry now was merely a polite formality. "Yes, I am," he replied. "Could you kindly escort me to the examination venue?" "Certainly, Mr. Prince. We have prepared the assessment area in advance, and we are merely awaiting your arrival. Please follow me. The examination is on the 3rd floor. "Thank you for your assistance, madam. You are too kind. It is our duty," she responded graciously. Chapter 74. Master of Potions. Severus followed the receptionist as she led him into the interior of the building, where the staircase was crafted from walnut, painted white, and the handrails polished to a remarkable smoothness. The balustrade was intricately carved with motifs of hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs, exuding a charming elegance. Severus mused that Lucius might appreciate such a staircase, and its style would be quite fitting for the wine cellar in their Muggle villa in London. After completing the assessment, he might inquire with the staff regarding the company responsible for the staircase's design. Upon reaching the potions laboratory, the receptionist halted her advance, assisting Severus in opening the door. He was aware that it was the protocol of the International Potioneers Conference that non-potion masters were not permitted entry into the laboratory, so he found it unsurprising. After nodding to the receptionist, he stepped inside. This potions laboratory bore a striking resemblance to his previous abode. It was dimly lit, much like the laboratory he had arranged in the Slytherin dungeons, and a pristine white mist filled the air. Shelves lined against the walls were stocked with an array of bottles and jars, each containing colorful liquids and peculiar herbs. In the center stood a grand marble workbench, adorned with various sizes of cauldrons, crystal vials, stirring rods, and herbs, along with an assortment of advanced alchemical instruments that pulsed with magical energy. These sophisticated apparatuses would not be found in any magical school's curriculum. They belonged solely to master potion makers, or rather, they could only be comprehended by those of masterful caliber. The room was chilly and dry, the floor laid with a resilient blue stone, intricately engraved with complex magical runes. The air was infused with a sharp herbal aroma, and a magical scale rested before the workbench. Severus had encountered this very scale during his previous examination for the title of Master of Potions. It was the same device used by the Prince family to assess exam papers and alchemical creations, differing only in form. Unlike wizards, alchemical items bore no emotions or vested interests, making them far more impartial in evaluating a candidate's potion-making prowess. Severus wholeheartedly believed that had the examiner been a wizard rather than this scale, he would never have attained the title of Master of Potions, especially given the post-war context and the shadow of suspicion surrounding him as a Death Eater. With a sense of nostalgia, Severus gently patted the magical scale before turning to the marble workbench. He tapped the gem inscribed with the word paper on the workbench with his wand, and 5 parchment recipes materialized, each detailing a distinct and challenging potion. Simultaneously, a magical clock mounted on the wall emitted a glimmer of gold light. After 3 seconds of melodious chimes, the countdown officially commenced. Severus glanced at the recipes. He had successfully brewed these potions in his past life, so he felt no urgency. With a calm demeanor, he approached the shelves against the wall to procure the necessary ingredients. Not long after, a gurgling sound emanated from the large cauldron on the workbench, bubbles rising and releasing a medley of peculiar scents. Meanwhile, Severus donned a transparent bubble invented by Lucius to protect his hair and wore gloves woven from unicorn hair, diligently preparing the herbs he would soon utilize. Outside, the higher-ups of the International Potioneers Conference England Division had gathered. Previously, they had refrained from greeting Severus to adhere to the conference regulations, avoiding interaction with candidates before their examinations. Now that Severus had entered the laboratory, they naturally approached. Word had spread that Severus Prince, the last scion of the Prince family, possessed extraordinary talent. The Masters of the Extraordinary Potion Society claimed he could pass the Master of Potions examination with his eyes closed. They held no doubts regarding his abilities. The Bloodline Purification Potion, designed to prevent false negatives, required the unique techniques and magic of the Prince family to ensure success. Thus, Severus's ability to brew such a potion did not guarantee he would pass the Master of Potions examination. After all, he was still quite young. However, the potions of Icebound and Dragonpox prevention could indeed serve as proof of Severus Prince's prowess. Therefore, they had come to witness history, the emergence of the youngest Master of Potions in the wizarding world. In the potions laboratory, Severus placed the final vial of pale green potion on the magical scale. 5 minutes later, the scale emitted a gentle white light for the 5th time. Then, it quivered slightly, and a beautifully crafted Master of Potions medal appeared on the scale's tray. The magical clock had yet to chime. He had completed his examination ahead of schedule. Severus picked up the shield-shaped medal, its base color a rich brown symbolizing the earth. The medal was adorned with a golden ribbon that divided it into 4 sections, each engraved with representations of a cauldron, crystal vial, stirring rod, and herbs. With 3 lines of golden text inscribed at the top, International Potioneers Conference, Master of Potions, and his own name, Severus Prince. Feeling a pang of nostalgia, Severus gently touched the medal before retrieving a velvet box from his ring and placing the medal inside. As Severus exited the potions laboratory, he was greeted by a gathering of individuals outside the door, seemingly the higher-ups from the England division. Congratulations, Mr. Prince. Truly, you are a worthy heir of the Prince family. Congratulations on becoming a Master of Potions. A chorus of enthusiastic accolades erupted. Just moments ago, a flash of white light had illuminated the door of the potions laboratory, clearly indicating that the candidate inside had successfully passed the examination. The president of the England division, upon witnessing the chaotic scene, shot a few sharp glares at his subordinates. Once silence fell over the group, he stepped forward to shake Severus's hand. Congratulations on your achievement as a Master of Potions. Severus returned the handshake and replied, "Thank you for your kind words. I have some matters to attend to at home. May I take my leave?" Masters of Potions traditionally preferred to avoid social engagements, and the Prince family was particularly averse to such interactions. Upon hearing Severus's request, the president of the England division displayed understanding. "Of course, Mr. Prince. The employees of the England division are quite considerate and would never burden a scholar with social obligations and trivial matters." Feigning a shy demeanor, Severus responded, "That is splendid. Mr. President, when the international conference convenes, I shall certainly relay my feedback to the esteemed chairman so that the leaders of other countries' divisions may learn from our advanced practices here in Great Britain." The president of the England division, beaming with joy, offered Severus the stipend for Masters of Potions, stating, "Next month, we will send your stipend to your home via owl. As for other social niceties and miscellaneous affairs, leave them to us. We will ensure everything is taken care of." Severus accepted the bag, nodding in gratitude to the division head before preparing to depart for home. The affable division head, of course, escorted the young master of potions to the communal fireplace within the building before returning to his office. Upon returning to the office, the head of the England division mused that the young master of potions, Severus Prince, did not appear to be as innocent as he had once imagined. However, this was hardly surprising, for the members of the Prince family were not as naive and pure as the wizarding media would have one believe. He had encountered old Edward in his youth, and the resemblance between the generations was striking. The very next day, news of Severus Prince's formal ascension to the title of Master of Potions graced the front page. Yet, both Voldemort and Dumbledore were too preoccupied with their own conflicts to concern themselves with the affairs of this young wizard. Just the day before Severus was to undertake his mastery assessment, Voldemort and Dumbledore had unexpectedly crossed paths in Little Hangleton. Voldemort, in a foul mood, eschewed their customary verbal sparring and instead resorted to physical confrontation. Dumbledore, having been tainted by dark magic, needed a considerable amount of time to purge the darkness from his body. Voldemort, on the other hand, had sustained significant injuries from Dumbledore's light magic and soul attacks and required a period of quiet to recuperate. This time, they had indeed left each other equally wounded. As for Severus, he finally savored a taste of good fortune, enjoying a moment of respite. Chapter 75, The Coming-of-Age Celebration. Before the commencement of the new academic year, Severus's coming-of-age celebration was officially held. The atmosphere in the manor was quite relaxed, as the event was exclusively attended by the youth. The band hired by Abraxas and the delectable fare prepared by Lucius's house elves were both impeccable, much to the delight of the guests. The opening dance featured Severus and Veladon performing together. Prior to Voldemort's downfall, Severus and Lucius were unable to publicly disclose their engagement. Lucius was merely safeguarding him, a fact Severus understood well. As the scholarly head of the Prince family, Severus could remain aloof from political entanglements. However, if he were to become the unwed partner of the Malfoy heir, he could hardly ignore the Death Eaters. Lucius's dance partner was Narcissa. Their business dealings had fostered a cordial partnership, making this a suitable moment to request assistance in maintaining a facade. During their dance, Narcissa teased Lucius. Perhaps love truly has the power to transform a person? How so, you ask? I recall your youth, around 7 or 8 years old, when you could charm the young girls into blushing. Now, so many young ladies vie for your attention, yet you shun them. No, you prefer wizards. Yet, there are certainly boys here who secretly admire you, and you feign the role of a saint. The Malfoy family is hardly known for its chaste abstinence, so you must be guarding your virtue for our charming Mr. Prince. Ah, Narcissa, you are quite biased, Lucius replied with a hint of resignation. I am the dashing Malfoy, while Severus is merely the enchanting Mr. Prince. Severus had provided so much assistance to Rael and was a master of potions in his own right. In terms of talent and wealth, what was not appealing about him? Admittedly, he might lack in appearance compared to Lucius. Yet young ladies may not always seek a husband more handsome than themselves. Look at Severus, stern and imposing. He exudes a sense of reliability. Those pure-blooded young witches are quite taken with him. Lucius cast a glance at the blushing young witches in the ballroom, offering a polite smile. Forgive me, Narcissa. I must seek out Severus. Narcissa waved him off. Go on, quickly. Severus has already completed 2 dances with Veladon. It is only courteous for him to pause and not continue dancing. Therefore, I shall send the peacock of the Malfoy family to find his beloved, lest he delay my opportunity to dance with the youthful handsome lads. However, she was careful not to choose those from overly prestigious families, as it would complicate matters should one of those young wizards wish to marry her. She made her way to the champagne tower, retrieving a glass and gracefully approaching a refined and handsome young gentleman. The youngest son of the Rael family had graduated 3 years prior and was now an editor at a publishing company, rumored to be somewhat of a dreamer. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that Jem Rael possessed a charm that made her feel at ease. Narcissa smiled as she clinked glasses with Jem. Cheers, Mr. Rael. Miss Black, Jem replied, somewhat surprised, before habitually complimenting her. You look radiant tonight, like the beautiful stars in the sky. You flatter me, Mr. Rael. Perhaps I may call you Jem? Narcissa said, her smile enchanting, her honeyed eyes captivating the young wizard. A daffodil, which had originally adorned Narcissa's hair, found its way into Jem's lapel pocket. I trust you would be delighted to escort me home? It would be my honor, the beautiful Miss Black, the young wizard, struck by Cupid's arrow, dreamily responded to Narcissa's inquiry, as if walking on clouds as he took her hand, leading her into the dance floor. Lucius, navigating through the throng, eventually found Severus. Once Severus had finished his current dance, Lucius offered an apologetic smile to Veladon. I beg your pardon, miss, but I must borrow your partner for a moment. Not at all. I too am feeling somewhat fatigued, Veladon replied understandingly. She was not truly Severus's partner. She had merely come to assist him, so she would not refuse such a minor request. Miss Dorn, do enjoy yourself. Feel free to seek out the house elf, Bobo. Should you need anything. Veladon nodded with a smile, and, after Severus and Lucius departed, she scurried to a corner. I'm so hungry. So hungry. So hungry. Her mother had warned her not to bring shame to her benefactor at the ball, so she had only nibbled on a few biscuits before coming. After all, a lady's gown truly accentuates the belly, and even the slightest indulgence could be noticeable. Now that the dance had concluded, she knew Severus Prince had little patience for dancing. With his departure, Severus would undoubtedly not continue to dance. She herself would absolutely not return to the dance floor. Merlin, she was famished. She needed a large slice of chocolate cake. As Severus and Lucius walked side by side, moving to a less crowded area, Severus observed Lucius's less than enthusiastic demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you? Did you have a tiff with Narcissa?" Narcissa made some offhand remarks, claiming your popularity incited her jealousy, prompting her to abandon me for a young wizard. Lucius lamented dramatically, trailing after Severus. And this young wizard? Is he handsome? From which family? Severus queried, skeptical that Lucius's heart could be so easily swayed by Narcissa's teasing. Lucius was clearly just seeking an excuse to seek him out. Severus felt a sense of amusement at the thought. Narcissa was merely facilitating their interactions. Nonetheless, he was genuinely curious about this fortunate young man. Gemrail, the quarry of our illustrious huntress, Miss Narcissa Black. Lucius satisfied Severus's curiosity, pulling him aside to hide behind an ornate curtain, stealing a gentle kiss before reluctantly releasing him. Alas, Severus is the host of the soiree. He must mingle and cannot leave any marks. Such a pity. James Potter and Sirius Black had also received invitations from Lucius. Logically, Sirius had been disowned by the Black family, making their invitation entirely unnecessary. However, Lucius wished to showcase Severus's moment of glory to them. The former quartet, now high and mighty, looked down upon Severus, wielding their power to oppress a less fortunate student, utterly devoid of shame. In this life, the wheel of fortune turns. Severus is the young head of the Prince family, the youngest master of potions in the wizarding world. Meanwhile, the infamous quartet consists of the disgraced Lupin, the outcast Black, the timid Pettigrew, and Potter, whose status plummeted following his father's demise. In his previous life, after his father's death, he exhausted all his efforts to preserve the Malfoy family's foundation. As for Potter, he, unable to swallow his pride and seek Dumbledore's assistance, ultimately sold off the family's shampoo business at a pittance. Merely worthless debris. For individuals like James Potter and Sirius Black, there is nothing more disconcerting than witnessing their disliked rivals thrive. Their discomfort brings pleasure to Lucius. Upon receiving the invitation, James and Sirius initially had no desire to attend the Prince family soiree. The Slytherin prince, inseparable from the cunning and loathsome Lucius, resembled a venomous serpent. They could not forget the humiliations they endured at the hands of the princes over the years, and had no intention of witnessing their splendor. However, Doria Black Potter insisted that James attend the banquet. The Prince family now holds a neutral political stance, extending invitations to young wizards from pure-blood families across all four houses and talented youths from various professions. Following the unfortunate passing of your father, the Potter family stands on shaky ground. Should you choose not to attend, the air will be rife with gossip. For instance, they would say that without old Potter, the Potter family's status has drastically declined. Imagine the implications. The prince's coming-of-age banquet did not include an invitation for the Potters. Those eager to feast upon the remnants of the Potter family would utter the most disparaging remarks. Doria is well aware of this. She was once a lady of the Black family and has spent many years as Mrs. Potter. Surely she understands these matters. Rumors can wield power, and the Potter family's affiliated houses might choose to betray them due to such slander. While other elite families may exclude the Potters from their social circles because of these whispers, the decline of a family often begins here. When others attend significant banquets and yours does not, what does that signify? It signifies that your family has fallen behind, no longer on the same level as other heads of families. Thus, James Potter decided to attend. With James present, Sirius Black naturally followed suit. Even though Sirius knew that attending a banquet filled with pure-blood Slytherin wizards, after being disowned by the Black family, would render him an outcast, he still came. The two endured several excruciating hours. They watched the detestable prince adorned in a magnificent robe, embellished with the prestigious Merlin and Master of Potions medals. The medals shimmered brilliantly under the light, piercing James Potter's eyes. His mother and Dumbledore admired this loathsome prince. Even Lily held him in esteem. Why should this be so? Things ought not to be this way. James Potter was resolute in his disdain for the Slytherin prince. Yet what could he do? Rally his friends to confront him? That was clearly impossible. Lupin was exposed and wandering, while Pettigrew had not received an invitation. He and Sirius were no match for the prince, especially with a throng of supporters surrounding him, all comrades of the prince. After sharing a secret kiss behind the curtains, Severus and Lucius emerged, flanked by a group of admirers. Following some convivial exchanges with his friends and members of the Progress Society, Severus was escorted by Avery and Zabini toward the podium. Lucius, meanwhile, had ventured to the other side to retrieve Narcissa, who was flirting with Gemerald, taking her to collect portraits. Shortly thereafter, Lucius and Narcissa ascended the podium, each bearing small portraits of Edward Prince and Laxus Prince, while Avery and Zabini produced a ring box and the family scepter containing Severus's wand. The music in the hall ceased, and all eyes turned to the podium. In the portrait Lucius held, Edward Prince smiled and proclaimed, "I announce that my beloved grandson, Severus Prince, shall officially become the head of the Prince family today." Avery opened the ring box for his friend. Severus placed the family ring upon his slender, pale fingers and took the scepter from Zabini. Lucius gazed proudly and with satisfaction at his beloved. His Severus was being crowned. The cheers and applause surged like a thunderous wave, and James and Sirius yearned to flee. Their minds screamed that this was not how it should be. Yet everything unfolded before them with stark reality. They were but mere mortals, while Severus Prince wielded the scepter, walking among the clouds. This night, he was the king, a resplendent sun. Chapter 76, The Diary Horcrux. Ultimately, the Diary Horcrux found its way into the hands of the Malfoy family. Lucius and Abraxas exploited Lupin's werewolf identity to undermine Dumbledore's authority, transforming Hogwarts into a sieve. This act by the Malfoy family greatly pleased Voldemort. Thus, after bestowing Hufflepuff's cup upon Bellatrix, he entrusted the diary to Abraxas for safekeeping. "Father, did you not say that man tested you multiple times? It seems he does not fully trust the Malfoy family. Moreover, you are a powerful adult wizard. How could he feel secure in trusting such an important artifact to you?" In his previous life, Voldemort's decision to hand the Diary Horcrux to Lucius stemmed not from trust in Lucius or the Malfoy family, but rather from his belief that Lucius Malfoy, fearing the Dark Lord's authority, would never dare neglect the treasures he was instructed to safeguard. To Voldemort, Lucius Malfoy's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Like his father, he placed family and kin above all else. However, unlike his father Abraxas, Lucius lacked formidable magical prowess. Insufficient strength, such was the original sin. Voldemort believed that even should he err, the fragment of soul within the Horcrux could easily dominate the young Malfoy wizard. Lucius was acutely aware of Voldemort's motives in entrusting the diary to him. He would never entertain the notion that an ambitious man would place trust in his subordinates. Ultimately, this brilliant heir of Slytherin handed him the artifact because he deemed Lucius Malfoy incapable of outmaneuvering him. Yet, his father was different. In Voldemort's eyes, his father was a wizard deserving of both wariness and respect, a cunning fox capable of betrayal at any moment. Logically, Voldemort ought not to have entrusted such artifacts to his father. Tom always believed himself omnipotent. After a battle of wits with Voldemort, Abraxas, weary to the point of not wanting to lift a finger, languidly reclined in his armchair. Therefore, even if he does not trust me, remains vigilant. He would not believe I could genuinely harm him. He even thinks he can conquer death. What hubris! Even in caution, he does not fear us subordinates. Coupled with the Malfoy family's actions regarding Lupin, which were wholly to his liking, he thus rewarded them with this object. Such was the honor. Abraxas scoffed. Did not Bellatrix receive the cup bestowed by the Lord? Moreover, the Lord himself is unaware that we know this diary is a Horcrux. After placing the diary into the empty chamber prepared by the house elf, which was adorned with a magical array designed to bind and obscure, Abraxas felt secure enough to speak. Although Lucius's prophetic dream suggested that there was no connection between the Dark Lord's Horcrux and his primary soul, who could ascertain the veracity of such claims? It is always prudent to exercise caution. Father, you must be vigilant. Do not allow anyone near that Horcrux. That individual is most adept at ensnaring hearts. Why are you worrying unnecessarily? Do I not know his nature better than you? I have concealed the item in the innermost chamber of the basement. Its walls forged from steel, utterly seamless. There is not a single living creature in proximity. Not even the house elves are permitted near that space. Surrounding the Diary Horcrux, I have also established multiple layers of protective enchantments. Abraxas continued confidently. If the Lord were to visit the Malfoy estate to inspect that item, I would assert that these defenses were implemented solely to prevent anyone from absconding with the Lord's treasured gift to the Malfoy family. This all reflects my unwavering loyalty and respect for my master. Who would dare cast doubt on that? Lucius applauded with admiration. Father, your skills are truly unparalleled. Who are you calling old? I am still quite youthful and equally popular in social circles, am I not? A man in his 40s is still quite the catch. My apologies, Father, I misspoke. You are, of course, the most sought after. Abraxas nodded at Lucius. The married wizards do possess a certain distinction. Young Lucius had always relished in comparing his popularity with his father's. Now, however, Lucius, perhaps, only wished to be favored by Severus. Very well. You should return to Hogwarts. The tempest outside renders the school a safer haven. You bear no dark mark upon your arm, and for that reason, Dumbledore will not lay a hand on you. Understood, Father. Please be sure to keep safe yourself. Rest assured, I am diligently safeguarding the alchemical items you and Severus sent, as well as the Malfoy family's treasured defenses. The utmost priority is self-preservation. I have long held this adage close to my heart. You and Severus must also remember this. As long as we endure, what does it matter if we lose everything? Our talents and capabilities will enable us to rise again in no time. And do take care of those muggle weapons. Father, wizards may not comprehend their utility, yet they could yield unexpected advantages. Understood, I will heed your counsel. You can rest easy, my little Lucius. Lucius felt a twinge of embarrassment at the moniker as he activated the door key to escape. Abraxas smiled tenderly. Lucius and Severus were indeed considerate children. He then rose to his study, meticulously organizing the accounts and recent reports concerning Voldemort's assets. The Lord's trust in him to safeguard precious relics was a testament to his faith in the Malfoy family. As the head of the Malfoys, it was only fitting to promptly curry favor with his master to express his loyalty. To act otherwise would be entirely unbecoming of the Malfoy lineage. As the new term commenced, Lily Evans found herself in a rather dismal mood. Initially, she had been thrilled to join the Order of the Phoenix through her boyfriend James Potter's introduction, earning the admiration of the esteemed Dumbledore. However, circumstances took a sharp downturn during the winter break. During the holidays, Lily brought James home to meet her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Evans, who received him with remarkable warmth. Up until that point, everything had proceeded smoothly. However, things changed when Petunia returned home with her boyfriend. That fellow, Vernon Dursley, harbored a deep-seated fear of the unknown and exhibited strong aversion towards wizards. Lily could sense her sister's boyfriend's disdain for her, and even more so for James. Indeed, Vernon Dursley was a quintessentially conventional man from the British middle class. He disapproved of his wife's sister's boyfriend's peculiar attire and carefree demeanor. Particularly vexing was the fact that James had joined an informal organization within their strange world, one that was at the forefront of the war in the wizarding realm. What respectable family would wish to marry their daughter to someone in such perilous circumstances? Vernon believed James should seek employment in the Muggle world, where it would be both safe and respectable, allowing him to accompany them in caring for the elderly. After all, the Evans couple had 2 daughters, and should Lily abandon them for the wizarding world, the burden of caring for her parents would fall entirely upon Petunia. If Mr. and Mrs. Evans favored Petunia, Vernon would not find Lily's departure so unacceptable. However, after observing the dynamics in the Evans household for a couple of days, Vernon realized that Lily was the favored child. This revelation left him feeling quite disgruntled. He was well aware of Petunia's flaws, such as her occasional vanity and penchant for lecturing. Yet, he believed Lily was not markedly superior, aside from being slightly more attractive and more tactful in her speech. She exhibited the same shortcomings as Petunia. Why, then, was she treated with greater favor? Was it merely because she was the elder sister? Adding to this was Vernon's own tendency towards snobbery. In his eyes, James Potter was not the sole heir of the ancient Potter lineage, but merely an eccentric individual. All these factors combined led to Vernon's less than amiable demeanor towards James and Lily. James, for his part, was a hot-headed young man who was not one to tolerate disrespect. Moreover, he had just witnessed the grandeur of Severus's coming-of-age celebration, which had left him brimming with pent-up frustration. Yet, Lily remained oblivious to this, unaware of James's foul mood. Although Severus no longer harbored feelings for Lily, James perceived him as a rival due to Lily's additional attention towards Severus. Given James's temperament, how could he possibly extol the virtues of a rival in front of the girl he adored? In a nutshell, when Vernon criticized James for wearing strange clothing that would embarrass them and adamantly dismissed the notion that riding a broomstick could enable flight as a ludicrous lie, James could no longer contain his anger. A simple spell caused boils to erupt on Vernon's face. Petunia screamed, "Damn it! Lily, what is your boyfriend doing? Are you trying to make my life miserable?" Lily's face flushed red, her eyes brimming with tears as she shouted, "James, what are you doing? Change Mr. Dursley back." Reluctantly, James cast the counter curse, restoring Vernon to his original state. Petunia, furious, dragged Vernon away from the dining room without uttering another word to them. Throughout the remainder of the winter break, Petunia did not return home, nor did she make a single phone call. The Evans couple was engulfed in gloom, and Lily felt increasingly uneasy. How could James treat her family in such a manner? While Vernon had been excessive, how could James use a prank spell against a muggle who had not attacked him? Lily was furious, and upon returning to school, her attitude towards James was decidedly frosty. However, after James offered a sincere apology, she eventually forgave him. Yet, a lingering discomfort remained deep within her. Severus, of course, was completely unaware of these events. He had long ceased to concern himself with whether Lily and James would become romantically involved or marry. Nor did he know about the intense quarrel that had erupted between the Gryffindor couple and the Evans sisters along with Vernon Dursley. At this moment, he was being adorned with alchemical items by Lucius, who had just returned from Malfoy Manor. From earrings and pendants to bracelets, brooches, and even the gems embedded in his belt, all were alchemical treasures brought back by Lucius. My father had once advised me to prioritize self-preservation above all else. Safety is paramount. Never disdain the troubles that come with it, Lucius stated gravely, except for the family's treasured alchemical items imbued with ancient magic. All other alchemical artifacts have been replaced with new versions developed in our research facility. You must don these for me to ensure your safety. Have you changed yet? Severus asked, seated at the table, his gaze fixed on Lucius, who was replacing the defensive gems on his belt. Not yet. I was waiting for your assistance. Would you be willing to help, dear Mr. Prince? Of course, my dear Mr. Malfoy. Chapter 77, The Era of War. Through Dumbledore's tireless efforts, the Ministry of Magic ultimately leaned decisively towards Dumbledore under the leadership of Millicent Bagnold, a formidable minister. Millicent could not be a mere puppet of pure-blood aristocrats or Death Eaters like her predecessor, Minister McNair. Driven by ambition, she naturally chose to collaborate with Dumbledore, who could tether all her aspirations. Even if she harbored disdain for the benevolent and great white wizard, and even if Dumbledore himself did not favor her ambitious Ravenclaw persona, Millicent ascended to the minister's position a few years earlier than in the original timeline. The previous minister, Hardwin McKinnon, had a remarkably amicable rapport with Dumbledore. Thus, when the Lupin incident first surfaced, McKinnon publicly endorsed Dumbledore in the Daily Prophet, asserting his belief that the Great White Wizard would never permit werewolves to enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He was soon proven wrong. Millicent learned from this experience that politicians have no personal affairs and must refrain from expressing their positions before conclusions are drawn. As the most promising candidate to succeed McKinnon, Millicent seized the opportunity presented by McKinnon's blunder, leveraging public opinion to unseat him and claim her position. However, once in power, she finally understood why McKinnon had been so eager to curry favor with Dumbledore. The hardliners within the Ministry of Magic, who rose to power under the banner of protecting wizarding civilians, had done so by stepping over McNair's withering political life. Gaining support from pure-blood aristocrats was exceedingly difficult for them, and securing political donations and resources from these elites was even more elusive. Without these advantages, they could only rely on popular opinion to solidify their ministerial positions. Presently, public sentiment favored anti-war stability. Millicent recognized that the Dark Lord sought to unify purebloods through an unprecedented wave of cleansing, instigating a transformation among wizards. Regardless of right or wrong, the civilian wizards would find it hard to accept, as they were the direct victims of this upheaval. Millicent herself aspired to become the most powerful witch in the wizarding world overnight, envisioning a spell that would bring Dumbledore and Voldemort to their knees before her, ushering in an era of peace and prosperity under her leadership. Yet, she was acutely aware of her limited magical talents. Such lofty aspirations were mere illusions, unattainable dreams. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately leaned towards Dumbledore. Even though her ascension to the new Minister of Magic was predicated on her lack of ties to the high-ranking officials of both the Light and Dark Wizards, she had even been at odds with Dumbledore during Hagrid's case involving the Acromantula. In the political realm, it was never about one's stance but rather the balance of interests, and Millicent was a master of this art. At Hogwarts, as the tension surrounding the impending OWL's and Newt's exams permeated the atmosphere, overshadowing the war's gloom, Lucius, adept at winning hearts, naturally adhered to Professor Slughorn's tradition of tutoring Slytherin students. Severus, as the president of the male students, took on his responsibilities for the first time, offering assistance to non-Slytherin students. In this process, he could identify suitable talents and extend offers to them. The library was crowded with 7th and 5th year students. The 7th years, in particular, were grappling with the pressures of impending life and work, many returning from internships to prepare for exams. Young wizards with substantial inheritances need not worry about their livelihoods, yet they could not neglect the Newt exams. Poor performance could jeopardize their futures and tarnish their family's reputation. Thus, aside from those already abandoned by their families, the remaining young wizards, despite their wealth, could not afford to neglect their exam preparations. Finally, the time for the Newt exams arrived, and Severus was exempted from the potions exam. Who in their right mind would subject a potions master to take the Newts and potions? An automatic O. The content and subjects of the Newt exams mirrored those of the OWLs, albeit with significantly greater difficulty. Severus spent around 10 days on the exams, with the process mirroring that of the OWLs, proving to be remarkably smooth and seamless. Perhaps Voldemort harbored deep-seated feelings for Hogwarts, as he did not intend to incite war during the examinations of its young wizards. While Severus and his peers were taking their exams, the Death Eaters remained eerily tranquil. However, just 2 days after Severus received his Allo results, the Dark Lord officially sounded the war horn. Although there had been small-scale conflicts, beheadings, and various assassinations that had never ceased, along with ongoing infiltration of key departments within the Ministry of Magic, the current all-out assault on the Ministry was unprecedented. Millicent was the first department head to fully align with Dumbledore. Even the usually reticent head of St. Mungo's, the Bohun family, had not taken such a bold stance, provoking the Dark Lord's wrath and leading to an assault on the Ministry. Lucius scoffed, remarking that Mrs. Bagnold, ambitious as she was, would never be content to be anyone's hound. She must have seen Dumbledore's aversion to power as a strategic opportunity. Severus recalled the younger version of Millicent Bagnold he had encountered at the Merlin Medal banquet, feeling a sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, after the Dark Lord's first demise, Mrs. Bagnold had indeed reveled in her success, serving 2 consecutive terms as minister. However, she was precisely the type of individual that Dumbledore held in disdain. Her ambition overshadowed all else, with power being her foremost concern. Severus, well-versed in Muggle literature, understood that she was an ardent proponent of social Darwinism. Consequently, in the post-Voldemort era, the rift between Mrs. Bagnold and Dumbledore would prove profound. They had often engaged in covert duels, ultimately with Mrs. Bagnold emerging as the loser. The successor who replaced her was not one she had nurtured, nor a political heir to extend her legacy. After painstakingly using young Barty and public opinion to derail old Barty Crouch's path to the ministerial position, she had unwittingly crafted a garment for another. Cornelius Fudge ascended to the ministership with Dumbledore's support. The loathed Umbridge, whom young Potter and his friends despised, was nothing more than Fudge's sycophant. One might consider this a darkly comedic irony. Perhaps Millicent Bagnold's easier victory over McKinnon in this timeline bred overconfidence, leading her to underestimate the prowess of the world's heroes. Otherwise, how could she believe that news of her dealings with Dumbledore would never leak? How could she presume to deceive the Dark Lord? The onset of a formal war in the magical realm came with such swiftness that it left everyone astounded. Shortly after receiving his Newt results, Severus acquired his diploma through a backdoor courtesy of the newly appointed head of Slytherin, who then sent him back home. Hogwarts could not offer the same level of security as Prince Manor, a place seldom visited by others. Thus, after sealing the manor, Severus could attain the utmost safety. Both Abraxas and Lucius intended for Severus to take refuge within the confines of Prince Manor. Should circumstances take a dire turn, Severus, untainted and unscathed, could serve as a fallback for both the Malfoy and Prince families. Severus was acutely aware that Uncle Abraxas might be contemplating an escape route, while Lucius was merely driven by selfish motives, wishing for him to evade the tumult of war and live a life of purity. He patted Lucius's hand, reminding him to heed Uncle Abraxas's words. Self-preservation must come first. Lucius embraced him reluctantly, murmuring, I know. Millicent had not anticipated that her choice would yield such dire consequences. Merely a short time after reaching an accord with Dumbledore, Death Eaters clad in dark robes and bearing cold white masks stormed the Ministry of Magic, igniting a protracted conflict. This unexpected turn of events caught her completely off guard. Among the Death Eaters were not only formidable dark wizards concealing their true identities behind masks, but also werewolves, vampires, giants, and even some sentient magical creatures. Yet, the only individuals at the Ministry who could resist them were the Aurors. Later, Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix arrived to assist the Aurors, but they were still no match for the onslaught of the Death Eaters. Blood was everywhere, a grotesque sight as the dark soil soaked in crimson, creating a nauseating blackish-red hue. Both sides suffered losses, but the casualties among the Ministry's Aurors and the Order of the Phoenix were particularly devastating. The Ministry fell. With the removal of the influential forces of Voldemort and Dumbledore, neither the Ministry nor the Order could contend with the currently ascendant Death Eaters. The extremists were fervently bloodthirsty, eager to eradicate every obstacle in their master's path. Moreover, not all within the Ministry were united in opposition. For numerous pure-blood wizards, it mattered little who ruled them. Thus, when war broke out, many fled without hesitation. Lucius, as an insider for the Dark Lord, naturally aligned himself with the external Death Eaters. Millicent had such a subordinate under her command, and her defeat was indeed well-deserved. Within just 3 days, the Ministry had completely changed hands, with Millicent, Barnold, and Barty Crouch fleeing to the Order of the Phoenix's stronghold. Recently graduated from Hogwarts, James Potter, Sirius Black, Lily Evans, along with Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew, who had been expelled for lack of protection, officially joined the fight. Chapter 78, The Aftermath of War. Following the Death Eaters' takeover of the Ministry, The dynamics within the wizarding world underwent a seismic shift. The expansion of Death Eater influence accelerated daily, while the remnants of the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix struggled to regain their footing, creating an illusion of vibrant prosperity. In the council chamber, Abraxas lowered his eyelashes contemplatively. Despite the apparent glory, it was ultimately a fire stoked by oil. He observed with a cold gaze. Aside from the increasingly unhinged lord, the extremists within the Death Eaters were far from compliant, showing no inclination towards stabilizing the wizarding world, but instead perpetually inciting terror. There were even some Death Eaters emerging from the shadows, engaging in widespread pillaging and violence, causing Abraxas to feel a profound shame in being associated with them. Who had invited such filth into their ranks? If Voldemort were still the calm and astute Tom Riddle of yore, he would never tolerate such dirty and foolish subordinates. The Dark Lord was no longer the Tom Riddle of old. Abraxas did not perceive any intention from the Dark Lord to restrain these lunatic or foolish followers. Perhaps madmen preferred the company of other madmen? Abraxas felt a stark dissonance between himself and them. However, brutality is only suitable in times of battle. Employing such methods in governance is utterly misguided. Water can support a boat, but it can also capsize it. Although Abraxas did not understand Chinese, he grasped this principle well. As a ruler, one cannot afford to disregard the well-being of their subjects. Otherwise, their reign shall not endure. Voldemort, following the severing of his Horcruxes, exhibited a capricious nature, oscillating between extreme suspicion, violent rage, and at times, profound calmness. In moments of lucidity, he recognized the chaos surrounding him. Consequently, he summoned Abraxas and assigned him a significant task: to take full charge of consolidating the Death Eaters' rule, restoring normal economic operations in newly acquired territories. Informing Lucius to infiltrate the Hogwarts administration with all the necessary spies, monitoring Dumbledore and other professors, and safeguarding the young Slytherins. Though cunning, Malfoy was adept at managing internal affairs and revitalizing the economy, skills that even Lucius could not surpass. Abraxas accepted the Dark Lord's new task amid the envious glances of Bellatrix and others. This assignment suited him well, no need for direct confrontation, yet a chance to clandestinely maneuver for his own advantage. He devoted all his energy to this mission, leading a dreadfully monotonous life of waking, eating, reviewing documents, and sleeping. Those sent to surveil him, seeking to catch him in error, soon found themselves reassigned by their exasperated superiors. It was evident that Abraxas Malfoy had become aware of their presence. Such behavior served as a silent warning. If they did not withdraw, matters would escalate. Bellatrix not, and the others gritted their teeth in secret. Abraxas, the cunning old fox, relished reporting to the Lord. Severus sealed off Prince Manor, leaving only a small room in the basement accessible via a specially crafted one-way key. The room was adorned with magical wards designed to repel attacks, alongside arcane weapons developed from research on Muggle technology. Severus programmed the new weapons with an automated system. Should anyone other than himself, Lucius, or Abraxas enter, the weapons would initiate an assault. The research on the potion to dissolve the Dark Mark had reached a conclusion. However, the whereabouts of the Dark Snow which remained elusive. Thus, to store additional vials of the potion, they could only dispatch unfamiliar faces to the Russian Ministry of Magic for procurement. After graduation, Severus's activities were largely confined to discreetly attending to various matters in the Muggle world or diligently residing in the sealed Prince Manor, accumulating magical power and refining spells or researching new potion projects. This included the long-delayed project to develop a pure-blood potion tailored to the Malfoy lineage and the enhancement of the fertility potion. Notably, the enhancement of the fertility potion needed to ensure a 100% success rate while minimizing production risks. Adding benefits for both the infant and the mother would be even more desirable. The year was 1978, and Draco was born in 1980. Although in a past life, as a ghost, he had witnessed Draco ultimately leading a relatively fulfilling life, with Lucius supporting his son through the final stages. The regrets they harbored were not insignificant. However, the absence of numerous regrets did not equate to the absence of any at all. If possible, Severus still hoped that they could welcome another child into the world on June 5, 1980, naming him Draco Malfoy. Given the tumultuous times of war, Lucius, as the scion of the Malfoy family and the head of Slytherin, had to remain in the fray, leading Severus to conclude that it would be best for him to bear this Malfoy child himself. Once the war was over, he would enlist Lucius's assistance in fathering an heir for the Prince family. Severus had meticulously planned that once he became pregnant, he would take a flight to either America or Asia for the birth. He and Lucius possessed substantial assets abroad, which would allow them to escape the perils of the Wizarding War in Europe. Furthermore, they had preemptively relocated their orphanage, research institute, and the top-tier wizards they had gathered at Hogwarts, unencumbered by political affiliations, overseas. These loyal subordinates would be able to care for him at that time. While Severus diligently immersed himself in potion research, the marriage announcement of James Potter and Lily Evans graced the front page of the Daily Prophet. Although Severus typically eschewed worldly affairs, his house elf would procure books and newspapers during monthly errands, and Lucius would clandestinely visit him in the dead of night. After Lucius's departure, he resided alone in the Slytherin dormitory, often summoned by Dumbledore for heartfelt discussions, leading to a rather desolate existence. His only remnant of joy was his monthly excursions to see Severus and his father, Albus. Consequently, Severus first learned of Lily and Potter's impending nuptials through the newspaper, followed by insider information from Lucius. After an exchange of fervent passion, during a moment of casual conversation, Lucius mentioned this development. Perhaps it was due to Potter's numerous blunders throughout his life, first offending Severus in his early years, then later exposing Remus's werewolf scandal in his later years, that the once heroic figure of Potter appeared rather diminished. Thus, Doria Black Potter harbored reservations about him and did not follow the same tragic path as in her previous life, where she took her own life after losing her husband. In his past life, Potter earned his hero's title by saving Severus's life. This accolade, under Dumbledore's endorsement and promotion, became a potent weapon for Potter as he led the younger wizards of the Order of the Phoenix, particularly the Gryffindor students. Yet this time around, Potter was no hero. He was merely the protector of werewolves, a privileged young man who escaped Azkaban due to his family's wealth. These titles, deeply ingrained in public consciousness, were undoubtedly bolstered by Lucius's covert machinations. With Charles Potter gone, the Potter family had become a tempting target, akin to the Malfoy family after the demise of his father. Mrs. Potter sought to marry her son to a suitably matched pureblood witch for support, but James Potter opposed this notion. Dumbledore aided Potter and Lily, did he not? Severus asserted with unwavering certainty. Indeed, my Severus is quite astute. Dumbledore had indeed lent his support to the young couple, and Mrs. Potter, though reluctant, had no choice but to concede, for the sustenance of the Potter family's core enterprises relied heavily on Dumbledore's protection. Next month, Lily Evans and James Potter were to wed, and Dumbledore had entrusted him with delivering an invitation. The Prince Manor was sealed off, rendering Owl Post unfeasible. However, given the present enmity between the Death Eaters and the Order, Dumbledore's request to deliver the message seemed rather peculiar. What scheme were they concocting? Regardless, Severus resolved not to attend. You didn't bring the invitation with you, did you? Of course not. Who knows what mischief they might wreak upon it? If you choose not to go, I shall incinerate that invitation upon my return to Hogwarts. Well, perhaps I shall return it to Dumbledore, claiming I could not reach you. They were all aware of his close friendship with Severus, having resided in his home. If even he could not find Severus, they would undoubtedly assume he had fled abroad to escape the war, ensuring his safety. Severus kissed Lucius's cheek. Thank you for your concern, my dear Lucius. Chapter 79. The Grief of Black. Cries, maniacal laughter, screams, and the youthful, astonished visage of Sirius. Oleron jolted upright in bed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his neck and back. The wound on his chest throbbed painfully, compelling him to cough. He had been roused from a nightmare. During a raid against the Order of the Phoenix, Oleron had encountered his eldest son, Sirius Black. His fellow Death Eaters had also laid eyes on Sirius Black. The concept of Sirius joining the Order and fighting against Death Eaters was fundamentally different from their previous encounters. Oleron could already envision the aftermath of this battle. His comrades would undoubtedly report to the Dark Lord, and he would inevitably face retribution for Sirius's perceived transgressions. In a moment of distraction caused by Sirius's presence, a young wizard from the Order seized the opportunity to attack him. The light of the slicing curse sped toward him like a bolt of lightning, unerringly aimed at Oleron's chest. The impact struck him, causing him to stagger forward, his arms hanging limply as blood gushed from his wound, leaving him paler than a vampire. He gazed at his son. The emotions in Sirius's eyes shifted rapidly, from shock and disbelief to anguished struggle, ultimately settling into a void. Yet his son did not return to his side. Instead, he resolutely lifted his wand and unleashed a torrent of fury upon the Death Eaters, excluding Oleron. Oleron was both astonished and resentful, but with battle imminent, life and death hanging in the balance, what else could he do besides cast a healing charm on himself and rejoin the fray? The wizards of the Order showed no mercy, their focus solely on Oleron. After all, an injured Oleron represented the ideal vulnerability through which to breach the Death Eater defenses. When the battle concluded, both Death Eaters and Order wizards suffered heavy casualties. And as Oleron had surmised, he faced punishment. The Dark Lord's grievances against the Black family were manifold. Doria Black had married into the defiant Gryffindor family, the Potters. Andromeda had wed a foolish muggle. Sirius Black had allied with the Order. All of this was akin to dancing on the Dark Lord's last nerve. Ultimately, Oleron bore the brunt of the consequences alone. No, perhaps Regulus too. Had it not been for Abraxas's inexplicable act of mercy in sheltering Regulus, this year's Regulus, having joined the Death Eaters, would also have suffered the repercussions of his brother's actions. Oleron fell gravely ill. As the injuries sustained on the battlefield and the post-war repercussions awakened all the latent ailments within him, he collapsed suddenly. Narcissa approached with warm water and a cloth, intending to wipe Oleron's face, but he hoarsely declined. Let the house elf tend to me. Sissy, you mustn't trouble yourself. There are more pressing matters for you to attend to. The Black family cannot do without you. Over the years, Narcissa had gradually assumed control of the majority of the Black family's enterprises, managing them exceptionally well. Oleron was astonished to discover his niece possessed such remarkable talent. Thus, amidst the turmoil engulfing the Black family, a strong young woman like Narcissa should be out there steering the ship, not here caring for an old relic like him. Narcissa had never witnessed Oleron in such a state of despair. Her heart ached as she wrung out the cloth and gently wiped Oleron's face. It's no trouble at all. I shall be off to work shortly. Oleron nodded wearily, his eyes fluttering shut in exhaustion. Olean has fallen, and Walburga's heart feels as though it has been ruthlessly slashed by a sharp blade. This intense anguish leaves the proud Lady Black gasping for breath. She has tenderly cared for her husband and cousin, a beloved companion since childhood. The Lady Black, who has always prided herself on her appearance and attire, now finds herself indifferent to the creases on her face and the dark circles under her eyes. As she gazes upon Olean's body, deteriorating day by day, her heart swells with profound despair. Is her husband, her other half, the love of her heart, truly departing from her in this manner? Walburga cannot fathom such a cruel reality. The man who has weathered countless storms by her side is now set to leave her. What a heart-wrenching tale this is. Olean's spirit wanes with each passing day, while Walburga's migraines and neuroses intensify. The atmosphere in the grand residence at number 12 Grimald Place is thick with sorrow, and Regulus and Narcissa pray to Merlin morning, noon, and night. Olean, her father, is merely a middle-aged wizard, with at least another 4 or 5 decades before a natural death should occur. If Merlin were to favor the Blacks, might he spare his life and shield him from the scythe of death? Yet, their prayers bear no fruit. Despite the piety of Walburga and Narcissa, Olean still departs this world. Walburga touches Olean's cold body, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, as if her very soul has fled. Suddenly, she lets out a piercing scream, her voice hauntingly reminiscent of a mother wolf mourning her lost mate or cubs. Narcissa and Regulus are deeply concerned. Even the cold-hearted Bellatrix cannot bear to witness Walburga's despair. Bellatrix has never seen Walburga in such a disheveled state. Her once lustrous dark hair is now streaked with gray. The lines on her face have become more pronounced, her eyes are bloodshot, and her gait has turned unsteady. The ravages of time have suddenly manifested upon this lady. It seems as though her vitality has ebbed away along with Olean. After Olean's body is prepared for burial, Walburga collapses, unable to endure any longer. Regulus immediately rushes forward to carry the fainted Walburga back to her bedroom for rest. Once Regulus departs with Walburga, Bellatrix turns to Narcissa and inquires, "Why has Sirius not returned? Is he unaware of Uncle Olean's passing?" Narcissa replies, "I cannot locate the Order's headquarters, nor do I know Sirius's current whereabouts, so sending a message is impossible. However, the notice of Uncle's death has been dispatched and published in the newspapers." With a soft sigh, Narcissa continues, "Sirius should have seen it by now, yet he remains absent. Let him be, he can do as he pleases." Narcissa has long ceased to harbor any expectations of Sirius. In her youth, Bellatrix adored her brother Sirius, but hearing Narcissa's words ignites her anger. "I was truly blind to have misjudged him. How can Sirius be so heartless as to miss his father's final moments?" At the Order's headquarters, Sirius, burning with fever, awakens from a nightmare. Alarmed, he exclaims, "The pitchfork! I dreamt that something happened to my father." Peter hands him a potion for his fever, saying, "James is out on business. He instructed me to look after you. Wormtail, I must go home. I dreamt that my father is in trouble, but you are now a member of the Order. Returning home would be to walk into a trap. If your family betrays you to the Dark Lord to prove their loyalty, what then? You are ill, with insufficient magic to handle any emergencies. If you truly wish to return, it is best to wait until you recover." As Peter attempts to persuade Sirius to rest and refrain from rash actions, he inwardly curses James Potter and the other Order members. With Olean Black deceased, the Order has decided to keep the news from Sirius for the time being, prioritizing his safety, fearing that he might be handed over to the Dark Lord by the Black family. Peter can ascertain that at least James and the other young wizards think this way. However, being of a dubious character himself, Peter is not above suspecting the worst of everyone else's intentions. He ponders whether they simply do not trust Sirius, fearing that upon returning home, He might betray the order and divulge its secrets. Regardless of their motivations, why must he be the one tasked with misleading Sirius? When he eventually learns of his father's death, will he not loathe Peter for this? They look down upon him for his meager magical prowess and timid nature. Yet they assign him this undesirable role. It is truly infuriating. But under the eaves, one must bow their head. The mysterious figure who once bribed him to expose Lupin's identity has vanished without a trace. He failed to secure his position and, due to Lupin's involvement, did not obtain his diploma from Hogwarts. Thus, apart from relying on the Order's protection to safeguard his own life, Peter sees no other options. Fortunately, the betrayal of Lupin earned him a tidy sum, which not only helped his mother recover from her illness, but also enabled them to purchase a house in a Muggle village far from the wizarding world and save for retirement. This is not so bad. At least he has no worries now. If Sirius cannot tolerate him, he can simply transform into a rat and escape. Alternatively, he could seek refuge among the Death Eaters. After all, they are indeed thriving at present. It is uncertain whether they would accept such an average wizard as himself. The fever-reducing potion given to Sirius contained a sleep aid, and he quickly fell back into slumber. Yet in his dreams, he finds himself once more on the battlefield. Witnessing his father's astonished eyes, Sirius is drenched in cold sweat, but Peter shows no inclination to assist him. He is preoccupied with contemplating his own future, having no time to tend to the one who has always looked down upon him, treating him as mere dirt beneath his feet. During the days when Sirius is kept in the dark about the news of his father's death, the Blacks hold an extravagant funeral. The Dark Lord and the heads of various pureblood families attend. The Dark Lord presents a pristine white marguerite rose at Olean Black's gravestone and publicly expresses his satisfaction with Regulus Black, praising him as a good boy who will undoubtedly excel as the new head of the Black family, upholding its legacy. Regulus displays a countenance of both sorrow and joy, bowing respectfully at Abraxas's prompting, thanking the great Lord for his generosity towards the Black family. With the Dark Lord's few words, those ambitious individuals eyeing the Black family fortune dare not act too recklessly. As long as he and his sister Narcissa navigate the situation carefully, they should be able to preserve the family's heritage and foundation. Voldemort's favor towards the Black family chiefly stems from Olean's death occurring after he had been punished. Thus, he grants the Blacks some benefits as a form of consolation. Although it is well understood that Olean's demise was not solely the result of one or two heart-wrenching punishments, who among them has not suffered such? Olean has indeed endured considerable harm while undertaking missions for the Death Eaters, and due to Andromeda and Sirius, he has faced numerous penalties. Olean's illness, worsening suddenly, cannot escape these two causes. Furthermore, Bellatrix held a profound affection for the Black family, and Voldemort had recently placed significant importance upon her, thus granting her a measure of respect. The funeral concluded, and Aurelian was laid to rest in the Black family cemetery. After Aurelian's departure, Walburga often found herself in a state of mental disarray. She harbored an unsettling belief that Aurelian had not truly perished. Her heart felt as though it had been torn into countless fragments, each imbued with her longing and affection for him. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, and Walburga reminisced about the cherished moments they had shared, their laughter, their deliberations, their embraces, the warmth they exuded, the sweet words exchanged, and the vows of loyalty that had now dissolved into unattainable illusions. Following Aurelian's departure, Walburga was struck by an overwhelming darkness and chill that enveloped the night. She was at a loss as to how to navigate the life ahead of her, and even more so about the path that lay before her. Yet, on the following day, as she faced the outside world clad in a long, black morning gown, Walburga donned a mask of cold indifference, employing harsh words and a biting demeanor to thwart the probing inquiries of those with ulterior motives. Although Narcissa and Regulus possessed some talent and cunning, they were far too young to contend with the predators lurking outside. The two children and the Black family required her fortitude, and she knew she had to summon her strength, at the very least, until she could reunite with Aurelian in the realm of death. She must safeguard the honor of the Black family. Meanwhile, Regulus penned a lengthy letter of gratitude to Severus. He was acutely aware that the relationship between their family and the Malfoy family was one of mutual benefit, devoid of any deep personal ties. Abraxas and Lucius were assisting him solely due to their connection with Severus. However, currently ensnared in his own plight, he could only defer any means of repaying his mentor for a later time. This letter of thanks would be entrusted to Lucius Malfoy. His sister had mentioned that Lucius Malfoy and Severus were secret lovers, with the tacit approval of Mr. Malfoy. Their discretion was merely a protective measure in these tumultuous times to ensure Severus's safety. Thus, even if the outside world believed Severus had fled to seek refuge abroad, Lucius Malfoy would likely still possess a means of contacting him. He and his sister Narcissa would strive to preserve the integrity of the Black family amidst this turmoil. Chapter 80. The child-making potion. On the day of Aurelian's funeral, the sky was overcast, and the air was thick with dampness, creating a stifling late spring atmosphere. As if the weather itself mourned his departure. Sirius learned of Aurelian's death during the sweltering summer. The August sun blazed like a relentless flame, mercilessly scorching the earth, as if intending to melt everything in its path. Yet, Sirius felt not an ounce of warmth. He was engulfed in an icy chill, as though an invisible wind had penetrated to his very marrow. A splitting headache assailed him, and his chest felt heavy with an unbearable weight, leaving him in profound distress. He felt akin to a fish washed ashore, lying there helplessly, gasping for air, yet still unable to breathe. He was drifting further from the water. Peter Pettigrew wished desperately to hide within the shadows, forever avoiding confrontation with Sirius. Just moments ago, upon hearing the news of Aurelian's passing, Sirius had unleashed his fury upon him. What a stroke of bad luck. Ultimately, the decision to conceal Aurelian Black's death from Sirius was a collective agreement among the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Did Peter, as an unofficial member, have any say in this matter? For Sirius's safety, had not James also endorsed the idea of keeping this revelation from him? So why was he the only one to suffer the consequences? Witnessing Sirius in such torment, James, after a moment of contemplation, impulsively stated, "Sirius, I'm sorry. This is all our fault. If you wish, we can visit the Black family cemetery to pay our respects to your father." No, that would be far too dangerous. Dumbledore would never allow you to do that. Remus Lupin had been dispatched by Dumbledore to rally the moderate werewolves, and at this juncture, only Peter could prevent James's reckless actions. In truth, Peter had no desire to meddle in James's affairs. However, given that this was a task entrusted to him by Dumbledore, he could not simply feign ignorance. Sirius shot Peter a fierce glare, rendering him speechless with fear. Yet, he timidly added, "What if the Black family sacrifices you to the Dark Lord? You could die? Regulus and Narcissa would never do that. But what about Mrs. Black? And while the Black Miss and Master may not betray Sirius, what of James? It's fine. I have an invisibility cloak. They won't notice me and my large feet. Better safe than sorry," murmured Peter as he crouched in the corner. Sirius scoffed, seizing James's invisibility cloak when he was distracted and disapparating away. With his current level of magical prowess, Sirius was not yet capable of directly apparating to the Black family cemetery. However, after 2 instances of apparition, he would likely arrive there. James gazed vacantly at the dust particles floating in the air, for the first time feeling a sense of foreboding. "Sirius, James, you and Sirius are not the same. Regardless, Sirius is still a member of the Black family, while you are a Potter. If you pursue him and are captured by the Black family, you could die." Peter grasped James's arm, attempting to deter him. "To hell with that, Peter, get out of the way. I've made a mistake, and I must rectify it." He shook off Peter's grip, delivering a stunning spell that incapacitated him, and then pursued after Sirius, disapparating away. Prince Manor. Severus shook the crystal vial containing the pale pink liquid, his face flushed with warmth. He had perfected the child-making potion, intending to utilize it on August 5th, with Draco's birthday being June 5th, 1980, a mere 10 months hence. Prior to this, Severus had immersed himself in the research of the improved potion, subsequently reveling in the idea of having a child of his own, one who would carry both his and Lucius's bloodline. At this moment, he retrieved a two-way mirror, intending to summon Lucius to assist him in completing the most pivotal step in the creation of life. It was then that he fully emerged from the intoxicating haze of his emotions. He suddenly became acutely aware of his embarrassment. How then? Should he broach the subject with Lucius? Severus envisioned Lucius's countenance and pondered whether he should simply say, "Hurry back, I want to bear you an heir." Merlin. How utterly mortifying. He could already imagine the smug satisfaction on Lucius's face upon hearing those words. Yet, remaining silent was not an option. Today was August 5th, and 10 months later would be June 5th. Severus had an unshakable feeling that their child could only be born on June 5th, thereby making him the Draco of this timeline. Though Severus had witnessed Draco attain honor and happiness in his previous life, he would still feel a sense of regret if this lifetime did not bring forth a Slytherin wizard named Draco. Lucius cherished family deeply, and he would likely feel even more regret than Severus. Yet, Lucius would never show it. With this thought in mind, Severus felt considerably less anxious. However, he remained uncertain about how to express this without it becoming awkward. He truly could not fathom how to communicate this matter to Lucius. Their intimate encounters had always been spontaneous, leading them straight to the bed. There had never been a formal notification to say, "Hurry back. We need to make love and have a child at a specific time and place." Severus pondered that regardless of how he articulated the matter to Lucius, there seemed to be an inherent implication of seduction. This only deepened his embarrassment. He closed his eyes and, with a resolve akin to embracing death, activated the two-way mirror to reach Lucius, who was still at Hogwarts. The daylight illuminated the bedroom, filling the air with a delicate scent of greenery, creating an atmosphere of exceptional comfort. Clad in a gray taffeta dressing gown, Severus fidgeted with the edge of a potion bottle. It wasn't long before Lucius's visage appeared in the mirror. "My dear Severus, what prompts you to seek my company today? Do you long for me?" Lucius exclaimed, his voice imbued with delight and surprise. Severus rarely initiated contact via the mirror. Upon witnessing Lucius's joy, Severus's heart softened, and the embarrassment he felt suddenly seemed trivial. "Lucius," he began earnestly, but the awkwardness lingered. It was genuinely difficult for Severus to convey to Lucius, "Hurry back, for I wish to bear your child." He stammered. Lucius, concerned, inquired, "What troubles you, Severus? Are you unwell?" "Indeed," Severus mumbled, his voice barely audible. Lucius strained to discern his words, but Severus's whisper was too faint to comprehend. "Apologies, Severus, I did not catch that. Could you repeat it?" Severus's face flushed with embarrassment, and he shot Lucius a furious glare, indignantly retorting, "The experiment to enhance the childbirth potion has succeeded. Now hurry back. You imbecile, do you not desire a little Malfoy?" The moment the words escaped his lips, Severus wished he could vanish into thin air. He felt the heat radiating from his face, eyes cast down, unable to meet Lucius's gaze. Turning away, he feigned nonchalance. "Well, we have come to a delightful decision. You must come to Prince Manor tonight. I shall await your arrival. Indeed, we have decided thus. If your mind retains even a semblance of rationality, you should grasp the simplicity of my words. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you longer. Farewell, Lucius." Before Lucius could respond, Severus severed the connection, burying his face in his hands. Merlin, what nonsensical declarations had he just uttered? If only it were possible, he would escape to another world, far removed from this one. Chapter 81. I do not believe in divine support. Hogwarts, Slytherin dormitory. Lucius deactivated the two-way mirror, stowing it within the pocket of his robes. An inexplicable wave of emotion surged within him, and his heart began to race, as if threatening to leap from his chest. "Severus," he sighed, feeling as though his heart was enveloped in cotton candy, soft and tender. Leaning back in his chair, he waved his wand gently, casting a time-related spell. August 5th, 1979. 10 months hence would be precisely June 5th, 1980. Did Severus toil to perfect the childbirth potion to spare him any regrets? Did he overcome his embarrassment and shame to extend such an invitation? In that moment, Lucius felt as if his heart were steeped in warm water. Donning his invisibility cloak, he departed Hogwarts through the hidden passage that Severus had discovered, leading him to the library of Salazar Slytherin. Upon exiting Hogwarts, Lucius activated the door key, which transported him to Prince Manor. He traversed the herb garden and the flower beds, crossed the courtyard and corridors, and entered the hall. Shedding his invisibility cloak as he inquired of the house elf, Comey, who had come to open the door, "Where is Severus?" "Master Malfoy, the master is in the bedroom." Lucius tucked away his invisibility cloak within his ring and made his way swiftly to the master bedroom on the second floor. Yet halfway there, he recalled his purpose for returning. "Comey, esteemed Master Malfoy, how may I serve you? I wish to bathe. Please inform Severus of my return. I shall join him shortly." "At your command, Master Malfoy." With that, Lucius continued upstairs. He casually opened a door and stepped into the bathroom to cleanse himself of the day's grime. Afterward, he expressionlessly consumed a glorifying potion, preparing himself meticulously before donning a black silk nightgown. Severus favored him in this attire. As Lucius approached Severus's bedroom, upon entering the main chamber of Prince Manor, he beheld Severus clad solely in a gray silk shirt. His beloved Severus lay upon the bed, his cheeks slightly flushed. Utterly endearing. The golden-hued drapes were splendid, and the deep green bedding was soft and inviting. Everything radiated beauty. In Severus's hand rested a petite crystal vial filled with a pale pink potion. Lucius recognized it instantly as the meticulously refined childbirth potion crafted by Severus. Brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, draping the room in a golden veil. Severus watched in tranquil anticipation as Lucius approached, illuminated by the gilded rays. An inexplicable sense of ease washed over Severus, dissipating all prior embarrassment in an instant. Indeed, he cherished Lucius Malfoy deeply. Bearing a child for Lucius was not an unwelcome endeavor. They would form a blissful family with their child. Lucius would undoubtedly be a wonderful father, and Severus would not resemble Tobias or Eileen in any regard. Moreover, this was a plan they had mutually agreed upon. In time, Lucius would also bear him a little prince. Thus, there was no need for him to feel awkward, was there? Severus completely convinced himself of this. To speak truthfully, upon receiving Severus's two-way mirror communication at Hogwarts, Lucius was profoundly moved. No wizard could remain indifferent to the prospect of their partner wishing to conceive. This sentiment reached its zenith upon witnessing Severus lounging in a soft nightgown, awaiting his return home. No male wizard could withstand such a test, nor could any witch. Lucius waved his hand, and with silent magic, the curtains gracefully parted, revealing the exquisite three-layered embroidered drapes and sheer white curtains that concealed the expansive glass windows, blocking the encroaching sunlight. He approached the bed and embraced Severus, whispering, "Thank you, Severus." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lucius lowered his lips to Severus's rosy mouth. Severus pressed his head down, nibbling at the corner of Lucius's lips. Soon, the gentle kiss escalated into a fervent embrace. Love ignited. Lucius's pale, elongated hand slipped beneath the gray silk shirt, tenderly caressing Severus's slender back. He reverently kissed a trail from Severus's forehead to his nose, lips, chin, neck, and chest. His tenderness was profound, yet his soul pulsed with fervor, urging him onward. Go on, love him. You yearn to entwine with him completely. Lucius's mind swirled with a cacophony of thoughts. As his hand ventured downward, it was halted by Severus's firm grip. Lucius, allow me to drink the potion first. Lucius relinquished his hold, slightly lifting his body while keeping his arms encircled around Severus's waist. He watched as Severus consumed the entirety of the pale pink potion, and his heart melted into a puddle of affection. Severus's sacrifice stemmed solely from his love for him. Lucius knelt upon the bed, loosening the belt of his nightgown. After Severus finished that vial of potion, Lucius cradled him upon his lap. Severus gazed into Lucius's eyes, perceiving what seemed like flames dancing within the depths of his gray-blue gaze. The tranquil sea around them surged, bubbling with an intensity both radiant and resplendent. Thus, he leaned in, kissing Lucius's eyes and pressing his lips to his scarlet ones. A delicate line of blood was drawn from Severus's bite upon Lucius's tender lips. Their love was thus woven from threads of tenderness and desire. They were so intricate, having never known a moment of pure innocence. Nor would they ever descend into the abyss of darkness. Lucius, Severus tilted back his neck, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, as waves upon waves crashed upon them. Severus involuntarily called out Lucius's name. I love you, Sev. Lucius's voice surprisingly carried a quiver of emotion. Severus extended his somewhat weary arms, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of Lucius's eyes. I love you too, Luke. Their passionate embrace on the bed lasted for several hours, until Severus's consciousness began to blur. He could only remember Lucius feeding him sustenance and water, along with the hazy recollection of Lucius tending to his ablutions. Although Lucius harbored a deep yearning for Severus to be enveloped in his essence, a worthy lover must never allow their partner to feel discomfort. As the crescent moon rose, Lucius carried the already slumbering Severus into the bathroom. The house elf had prepared the water in advance. After testing the temperature and finding it suitable, Lucius gently placed the sleeping Severus into the tub. He stepped into the bath, picking up a soft towel to cleanse Severus's body. His slender fingers and the pristine towel glided over every inch of Severus's skin, and amidst the enveloping steam and fragrance, Lucius felt an extraordinary tranquility settle within his heart. After their cleansing ritual, Lucius adorned both himself and Severus in fresh silk nightgowns before returning to the bedroom. He reverently kissed Severus's forehead. I do not believe in deities to lean upon, but I am certain you are my divinity. Severus, I shall never betray your trust. We shall find happiness. I will be your loyal lover and the finest father to our children. I will provide you with a home. Chapter 82, The Prophecy of the Savior. The improved childbirth potion developed by Severus proved remarkably effective. He was pregnant. Upon learning this news, Abraxas was overjoyed. Were it not for the necessity of ensuring Severus's safety, he might have already commenced preparations for the wedding of Lucius and Severus. Abraxas gathered countless precious supplements and various pregnancy care manuals, handing them over to Lucius to deliver to the Prince Manor. In truth, Abraxas yearned to indulge in shopping for maternity supplies, just as he had done before Lucius's birth. However, to avoid drawing attention to the Malfoy family's unusual circumstances, he suppressed his eager impulses. Each night, Lucius slipped away from Hogwarts through secret passages to the Prince Manor. Eventually, he realized this was impractical. He did not wish to be discovered while venturing out at night. Yet, visiting the Prince Manor at such hours meant he could not attend to Severus, who would be fast asleep by then. In deep contemplation, he finally recalled a splendid solution from his memory, the vanishing cabinet from Borgin and Burke's. Disguised, he made a trip to Nocturne Alley and acquired the vanishing cabinet from Borgin and Burke's. The counterpart to this cabinet resided in the Room of Requirement. Lucius retrieved that cabinet as well. Having frequented the Room of Requirement over the past few years, his act of taking the cabinet did not raise any suspicions. Dumbledore indeed held a cautious wariness towards Lucius. Abraxas Malfoy and Tom Riddle had been close during their student years, and Dumbledore was well aware of this. Yet, He could not expel Lucius from Hogwarts, just as the pureblood Slytherin governors could not do so. The staff's employment contracts were with Hogwarts itself. Only Hogwarts and the wizard who signed the magical contract could dissolve it. Lucius Malfoy bore no dark mark upon his arm and was not a Death Eater. His opportunity to become the head of Slytherin arose from the Lupin incident. Dumbledore understood that expelling Lucius would provoke suspicions of personal retribution. Thus, Lucius remained securely within the walls of Hogwarts. After toiling for half a month in his dormitory, he finally repaired the vanishing cabinet. Following this, he began using the cabinet to return to Prince Manor, tending to his pregnant partner. Lily Evans was also with child. After her pregnancy began, Lily withdrew from the front lines of the Order of the Phoenix. She returned to the Potter residence in Godric's Hollow to recuperate. Doria Potter tended to her pregnant daughter-in-law at home. In truth, Doria harbored a deep wish for James to return home and refrain from mingling in the perilous affairs outside. Charles had already passed away. If James were to meet a similar fate, what hope would remain for her? Yet, James was unwilling, and Lily supported him. While Dumbledore's insistence left Doria with no choice but to stifle her thoughts. Her relationship with Lily was not particularly amiable. She disapproved of Lily's authoritative manner towards James. However, with Lily pregnant, Doria could only endure her grievances and care for her daughter-in-law. As early winter approached, the Death Eater's reign gradually stabilized, transitioning from fierce battles to a state of standoff. James began returning home more frequently, his injuries becoming fewer. Doria Potter felt her spirit easing considerably. Once, she had longed for many things: a loving marriage, a perfect family, and a vault overflowing with galleons. But now, all she wished for was the safety of her family. Unfortunately, the fleeting peace was shattered by the emergence of the Savior prophecy, obliterating Doria's illusions. The one capable of defeating the Dark Lord entered the world. Born into a family that had resisted him thrice, arriving at the end of July. When Sybil Trelawney uttered this prophecy in the Hogshead Inn, the temporary stalemate in the wizarding world was shattered once more. So, without me, the Dark Lord still learned of the prophecy? Severus delicately plucked a plump apricot from the box, a sense of melancholy washing over him as he addressed Lucius. Indeed, and much like the last time, the Dark Lord is still only aware of half the prophecy. Ah, I see. It was as he had surmised, regardless of his existence. The Dark Lord would have come to know Sybil Trelawney's prophecy. The full prophecy was, the one capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord would enter the world. Born at the end of July to a family that had thrice defied him, the Dark Lord would mark him as his equal. Yet he would possess a power unknown to the Dark Lord. One of the two must perish at the hands of the other. For neither can live while the other survives. The one destined to conquer the Dark Lord would be born at the end of July. Thus, fate did not designate the true savior. For this individual would be marked by the Dark Lord himself. Without the Dark Lord's mark, how could the savior unexpectedly become an unknown Horcrux to the Dark Lord, wielding a power unknown to him? Who is the informant? Severus inquired softly. Lucius, while gently massaging Severus's somewhat swollen calves, chuckled softly. An administrative assistant of Slytherin descent within the Hogwarts administration fortuitously encountered Dumbledore at the Hogshead Inn, where he was conducting an interview with Trelawney. Upon overhearing the prophecy, he promptly reported the information to the Dark Lord. Coincidence? Was it truly mere coincidence? Severus pondered drowsily, eventually succumbing to sleep as he leaned against the sofa. Lucius delicately retrieved the box of dried fruits from Severus's grasp and placed it upon the coffee table before lifting him and laying him gently onto the bed. After covering Severus with a thick woolen blanket, Lucius tenderly kissed the face of his beloved, who had labored to bear their offspring, and then discreetly concealed the box of dried fruits. These dried fruits were excessively sour, and overindulgence would be detrimental to one's health. If Severus truly desired them, he could partake tomorrow. Today, he must abstain. Lucius clasped his hands together in earnest prayer. If Merlin could hear his words, he implored the Venerable One to safeguard both Severus and their child. The Christmas season was approaching swiftly, and on Christmas Day, a grand banquet would be held at Malfoy Manor. It would also serve as the opportune moment for Severus to depart from England. Once Severus arrived in America, Lucius could arrange for his friend Talia Avery to accompany him. Talia, not belonging to the main branch of the Avery family and having lost his father early on, was not among the most gifted young wizards. Therefore, as long as he did not seek them out himself, the Death Eaters would show little interest in recruiting him. Influenced by Severus, Avery had long lost interest in both the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix, having previously fled to America on the coattails of Severus, who had facilitated the escape of orphans from the wizarding orphanage. With a friend by his side during his time in America, Severus's spirits would not plummet too low. Lucius had already contacted a Muggle subordinate of the PM Corporation to procure a serene and elegant villa in America, and he had dispatched his most trusted house elf, Dobby, to arrange the accommodations. Severus would receive the finest care and utmost security while residing there. Though Lucius felt immense reluctance, he was compelled to make such a decision. Following the revelation of that dubious prophecy, the Dark Lord had become increasingly cruel. Lucius could not guarantee that Severus would remain untouched by the ravages of war. Severus's fellow Slytherin friend, Daniel Zabini, had been unable to flee with Avery due to his wife's pregnancy. Under Severus's careful guidance, the Zabini family had been far more cautious than in their previous life. However, Daniel nearly fell victim to a frenzied Death Eater while attending to business. Ultimately, it was only through the defensive alchemical items he bore that Daniel managed to withstand the Death Eater's assault and escape from the area shrouded in the disillusionment charm. While Prince Manor was undoubtedly secure, who could predict if a genius wizard capable of unraveling its defenses might suddenly emerge from within the ranks of the Death Eaters? Both he and Severus had been reborn, and a butterfly effect within the Death Eaters was not an implausible notion. Lucius recognized that his worries were rather absurd. However, even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of danger, he could not afford to take that gamble, nor would he wish to. For if he were to lose, he would find himself utterly alone, with nothing left. Chapter 83. A temporary parting of two birds. On the eve of Christmas, Lucius busied himself with packing Severus's belongings. He filled Severus's largest, undetectable extension charm suitcase to the brim. Severus's spell books, experimental apparatus, and potion ingredients were all to be included. According to their plan, Severus would remain abroad until Voldemort was completely vanquished. This meant that after giving birth, Severus would need to stay overseas for an extended period. During this time, Severus would not be able to conduct potion research in a laboratory, as he currently did, due to the need to protect the magical cycle for their child. All the food Severus was accustomed to and the items he favored had to accompany him, along with his beloved house elf, Dobby. Dobby had come into being because of Severus's awakened bloodline, and in Prince Manor, he was the one who attended to Severus's daily needs. Since Severus had grown accustomed to Dobby's assistance, it was only fitting that he bring him along to care for him alongside Dobby. Additionally, they packed small portraits of Edward and Laxus, Severus's two favorite elders. Their presence would surely bring Severus much joy. A variety of alchemical items were also included. Fresh from his bath, Severus grasped Lucius's arm. Surely, we don't need to bring the blankets and sheets? However, these were the very items you were accustomed to. The materials for these bed linens are made from unicorn hair, and finding such quality in America would be quite a challenge. I understand you all too well. Once in America, even if you find the bed uncomfortable, you won't want me to go through the trouble of sending you blankets. Thus, they must be packed. Well then. Severus released his grip, allowing Lucius to buzz about like a diligent bee, continuing to fill his suitcase. Severus, once in America, you must take good care of yourself. And what else? Severus looked at Lucius. Lucius felt a bit embarrassed, but insisted, and do not be easily swayed by those young wizards with ulterior motives. Severus found it somewhat amusing, but nodded gently in agreement. I have something to convey to you as well, among those young witches and wizards. Many harbor secret affections for you. You must also remember not to sow seeds of discord. Do you remember, my Lucius? It was rare for Lucius to witness Severus in such a light-hearted mood, and equally rare to hear him command that he remain steadfast. The shadows of parting that loomed in his heart were considerably lifted. Yes, I remember. I certainly won tea. There is no one in this world better than you. The following morning, while Severus still slumbered, Lucius rose to change his clothes and wipe his face. Expectant fathers require more sleep, and Lucius could not bear to rouse Severus. Once Severus was fully awake, Lucius presented him with a cup filled with warm water and a toothbrush adorned with toothpaste, while Dobby stood by with a basin, ready for Severus to rinse his mouth. Severus had already experienced the lavish care provided by Lucius and Dobby on several occasions, yet he still felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. After brushing his teeth expressionlessly, he took a warm towel to wipe away the toothpaste foam from his lips. Lucius then brought breakfast to the bedside. Such opulent service. Severus longed to shake Lucius awake and remind him that what lay beneath him were legs, not immovable wood. After breakfast, Lucius and Severus boarded a magical carriage bound for Norwich Airport in Norfolk. An invisibility charm had been cast upon the carriage, and given Norfolk's considerable distance from London, it would not attract the attention of wizards. As VIP clients at the airport, they were afforded the privilege of bidding farewell in an exclusive lounge. Just before their departure, Lucius tenderly kissed Severus's forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency to convey numerous thoughts left unspoken. Yet time was limited, so he could only succinctly express the importance of Severus taking care of himself. Severus, too, felt a sudden pang of sorrow, as if a burr had unexpectedly lodged itself within the soft flesh of his heart. Since his rebirth, such a bittersweet feeling had been rare. He recognized this sensation as sorrow, as reluctance. I understand. I will take care of myself. You must also be cautious, Lucius. Always prioritize your own safety. Severus, I know. In just over 5 months, our little one will be born. I will find a way to accompany you to America for the delivery. Severus gently patted his shoulder, saying, Draco and I will be waiting for you in America. But if the situation becomes tense, do not feel compelled to rush. I can manage on my own. Lucius silently repeated the name Draco. On August 5th, Severus had summoned himself back to Prince Manor and consumed the potion for conception. At that moment, Lucius had mused that even in this timeline, Severus did not wish for their little dragon to be absent from the Malfoy lineage. He had not misjudged Severus's intentions. After they spent a blissful night in the master bedroom of Prince Manor, Severus revealed to him his decision to name their child Draco Malfoy. Lucius was particularly astonished by this, though Severus cherished their little dragon dearly. The child ultimately belonged to him and Narcissa. Thus, even with a strong desire to name the child Draco, Lucius had refrained from mentioning it to Severus. However, Severus confessed that in his past life, as a ghost, he had witnessed Draco revitalizing the Malfoy family and leading a relatively happy life with his wife and children. Yet, Lucius had never witnessed such a scene himself. This was an irreplaceable regret. In this lifetime, they could watch Draco grow and lead a fulfilling life. Most importantly, they must not forget the Draco who had strived to mature in their previous existence. Lucius was deeply moved and fervently prayed alongside Severus. If parallel universes truly existed, he hoped that the Draco in that other realm would thrive and enjoy a smooth life. Reflecting on these memories, Lucius felt an even greater reluctance to part. Severus noticed this and, with a gentle blink, caressed Lucius's cheek, saying, Luke, are you reluctant to see me go? Lucius honestly admitted, yes, I am. He truly was. Ever since Severus had entered Hogwarts, they had seldom been apart, accompanying each other day and night, sharing sleep in each other's embrace. His life was filled with Severus. Even the air he breathed was infused with the scent of Severus's herbs. To be with Severus was his very existence. The thought of Severus leaving his sight to go to America alone for the sake of their child left Lucius feeling hollow. He loathed his own helplessness more than ever. If only he were strong enough, Severus would not need to tread so carefully. Severus suddenly wrapped his arms around Lucius's neck and gently kissed his lips. In his heart, Lucius was noble and elegant, not the disheartened figure he appeared to be now. Lucius ought to be his cherished, beautiful cat, rather than a despondent, drenched golden retriever. Seeing Lucius so sorrowful pained Severus as well. He too was immensely reluctant to part with Lucius. Though the two birds must separate for now, they will surely meet again. He recalled a phrase from a Chinese novel gifted to him by Dorn. Luke, you and I will be like those birds destined to reunite. Please do not be sad. All right. You too, Severus. Do not overthink while you are in America. I will come to see you soon. Lucius's eyes reddened as he reluctantly entrusted Severus to their trusted mute subordinate, earnestly instructing them to take good care of him. These subordinates had signed the highest level of magical contracts, and their families worked within the estates of the Prince and Malfoy families, making them more reliable than anyone else. Lucius chose to have them escort Severus to the villa in America. Additionally, Severus was accompanied by Bobo and various defensive alchemical items for protection. Bobo was fiercely loyal to Severus. For his master, Bobo would even lay down his life. With Bobo guarding Severus, Lucius felt considerably at ease. After seeing Severus to the security checkpoint and watching him board the plane, Lucius reluctantly departed from Norwich Airport, driving the key back to Malfoy Manor. After freshening up and changing clothes, he picked up his wand and stepped into the carriage. At that moment, Lucius donned his facade once more, transforming into the indomitable heir of the Malfoy family. Meanwhile, Severus gazed out at the white clouds from high above, lost in thought. He murmured, Lucius. Chapter 84, The Christmas Banquet at Voldemort's Manor. The emergence of a child capable of resisting the Dark Lord. What a ludicrous lie. The Dark Lord is omnipotent. How could he possibly be defeated by an infant? The release of such rumors by Dumbledore was merely an attempt to bolster the confidence of their opposing faction. This headmaster himself lacked the faith to conquer the great Dark Lord, let alone an unborn child. At the banquet in Voldemort's manor, Lucius concealed himself in a corner, observing the Dark Lord's crimson eyes. The current Voldemort bore a striking resemblance to the one resurrected in his past life through blood, bone, and flesh. Yet he was not as grotesque. This signified that the Dark Lord before him had attained an unprecedented level of cold-bloodedness, cruelty, and madness. Nevertheless, amidst this gathering of the wizarding elite, Voldemort maintained his requisite poise. His black silk robes floated gracefully around him as he strode, arms outstretched, holding his purple-wood wand, and delivered his speech with an air of grandeur. The Death Eater zealots gazed at their master with pride and obsession, while other Death Eaters and various guests from the wizarding community firmly believed in Voldemort's declarations. Indeed, at present, no one was inclined to trust in the abilities of this so-called savior. No one would easily believe that an unborn infant could vanquish the ascendant Voldemort. Lucius had thought likewise in his previous life, which led him to choose the Dark Lord, resulting in a complete and utter defeat. Voldemort's speech at the banquet was but a web of comforting lies. In truth, he was exceedingly concerned about this prophecy, resolutely determined to eliminate the child born in July who possessed the power to resist him. It seemed that the more powerful one's magic, the more they believed in the strength of fate. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort placed unwavering faith in this prophecy. Of course, Voldemort was only aware of half of the prophecy, which Dumbledore had intentionally released. Continue the search. Submit the list of all infants that meet the criteria. Not a single one must be overlooked. I shall personally terminate them to eradicate this evil once and for all. After the banquet, Voldemort summoned his inner circle and commanded them thus. My friends, I trust you can accomplish this. In his previous life, Lucius had advised Voldemort not to be overly concerned with this matter, as an infant could hardly stir any significant turmoil. Perhaps this was a trap set by Dumbledore. Yet Voldemort had disregarded his counsel, insisting on personally investigating the Potter family, which ultimately led to his demise. In this lifetime, Lucius concealed himself beneath his hood, following Abraxas with a submissive demeanor, embodying the image of an obedient heir. He aimed to diminish his presence. After Voldemort issued his orders, he obediently followed Abraxas, acquiescing to his every word. They then departed from Voldemort's manor to return home. Has Severus already left? Abraxas inquired softly after taking a sip of the red tea delivered by the house elf nanny, seeking to alleviate his fatigue. He boarded a Muggle plane this morning, accompanied by trustworthy subordinates, Lucius replied, taking a seat to Abraxas's left. Severus and the child are both doing well. Abraxas breathed a sigh of relief. With the child that Severus carried, even if he and Lucius were to falter, the Malfoy family would not face a crisis of succession. Have arrangements been made on the American side? Lucius nodded, yet an overwhelming sense of melancholy stirred within him. At this moment, Severus should still be in the air. Shouldn't he? Would he experience any discomfort aboard a Muggle airplane? Your plan is exceptionally well conceived. However, even with utmost caution, we cannot guarantee absolute safety on our home turf. Abraxas mused. You must accompany Severus in America around the time of his delivery, correct? Have you decided who will take the Polyjuice potion in your stead at Hogwarts? Daniel Zabini possesses considerable talent for performance. I have discreetly instructed him to study my mannerisms in advance, Lucius replied. Abraxas nodded. Do remember to procure an alchemical item from Nocturne Alley that can mask the potion's scent, as the aroma of the Polyjuice potion may reveal Zabini's true identity. Alas, the dire state of affairs. Severus, at such a tender age, is to endure this pregnancy alone in a foreign land. It is truly disquieting, Abraxas lamented, while Lucius's spirits sank even lower. After a protracted silence, the father and son gradually regained their composure, inwardly cursing Voldemort and their deranged Death Eater comrades in unison. Now, you must gather your resolve, Lucius, if only for Severus's sake. Let us discuss our next steps, Abraxas urged. Their eyes, a matching shade of slate blue, met, and the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them began to dissipate. They commenced deliberating their forthcoming strategies and arrangements. Meanwhile, in a villa nestled in California, Severus reclined comfortably on the sofa. A porcelain plate adorned with elegantly shaped apples and peaches to his left, alongside a bowl brimming with freshly washed strawberries. As he indulged in the fruit, he listened leisurely to Avery read aloud. Lucius had assumed responsibility for both the wizarding and Muggle affairs. Yet he ensured that Severus had some light tasks from the Muggle world to stave off boredom. Dolly and Popo diligently explored the pregnancy care manuals treasured by the Malfoy and Prince families, as well as a series of maternity care books Lucius had procured from the Muggle realm. They cared for Severus with remarkable attention. As for Avery, no one expected this young wizard to manage a pregnant Severus. His role was merely to accompany him in eating, drinking, playing, and conversing, as well as to provide prenatal education for Draco at Severus's request. Just as the essence of a wolf is ingrained in its blood, so too is the predatory nature of capitalism the very essence of its existence. Regardless of advancements in science and technology or the abundance of material wealth, the core of capitalism remains unchanged. The working class can only sell their labor as cheaply as machines, receiving less than half of the production value, and they possess no legal or economic means of self-defense. Avery, with a hefty copy of Das Kapital in hand, read to Severus's belly with utmost seriousness. He would swear to Merlin that he had never approached his studies at Hogwarts with such diligence. Yet, the concepts of capitalism and production value were entirely foreign to him. After each reading session, he felt like a fool, spending his evenings in the library desperately trying to decipher the meanings of these terms. Eventually, He grasped the essence of what he was reading to Severus, and he finally recognized the terrifying aspects of Muggles. Working for Muggle capitalists was indeed daunting. Compared to them, even the notoriously greedy and cunning Malfoy seemed pure and endearing. No, 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 he mustn't think this way. Lucius Malfoy was Severus's beloved, and Severus adored him enough to bear his child. How could he harbor ill thoughts about his partner in silence? What are you thinking, Avery? Dreaming about Lucius fathering your child? No, I meant you bearing Lucius's child. I assure you, I'm not contemplating such matters. Would you believe me, Severus? Severus rolled his eyes, took a bite of peach, and leisurely replied, think as you wish. With your intellect, I would not be surprised if you imagined the Dark Lord as a potential father. Merlin, how could I dare? Avery exclaimed, springing from the sofa with a look of desperation etched on his face. Then fantasize about Dumbledore, he declared, only to be met with a startled Avery collapsing back onto the sofa. Severus's melancholic thoughts, stemming from his longing for Lucius, dissipated entirely at Avery's comical antics. He understood why Lucius insisted on having Avery accompany him. With Avery around, it was challenging to dwell in sorrow. Once little Draco is born, you must allow me to be his godfather, Avery said, rubbing his lower back. With daily prenatal education, I've grown fond of little Draco. Very well, Severus considered before agreeing. Avery's lively and sunny disposition would make for an excellent godfather. Such warmth and gentleness would far surpass any qualifications for the role. Chapter 85, The Birth of Draco. Through the relentless efforts of numerous Death Eaters, the identity of the prophesied savior, destined to be born in July, was finally determined. A wizarding family that had survived 3 encounters with the Dark Lord, now with a pregnant woman due in July, could only belong to either the Gryffindor Potter family or the Longbottom family. The Dark Lord ordered the eradication of both expectant mothers to eliminate any future threats. However, upon learning of the prophecy, both families had already been safeguarded by Dumbledore. The homes of the Longbottoms and Potters were concealed under Dumbledore's Fidelius charm. Outside of the Secret Keeper, no one could disclose their addresses, and even those who once knew the Potters and Longbottoms' locations found their memories becoming hazy. Only the Secret Keeper could guide others to their homes, and those who had visited the Potters could not reveal the new addresses. After the prophecy of the Savior emerged, Lucius anonymously sent a letter to Sirius Black, the Potters' residence, under Dumbledore's protection via the Fidelius charm. Meant that Lucius had forgotten the address and could not send the letter directly to Lily and James Potter. Hence, he sent it to Sirius Black instead. The letter contained but a single warning: beware of Peter Pettigrew. Severus had once told Sirius that if the prophecy of the Savior was destined to appear, he would anonymously alert Lily Evans that Peter was untrustworthy. This was his final act for Miss Lily, a final homage to his past life. However, now that Severus was pregnant, fatigued, and prone to drowsiness, he found that Miss Lily had become utterly insignificant to him. Thus, he had since forgotten this matter. Lucius inadvertently reminded Severus of it, causing him unnecessary worry. However, he discreetly assisted Severus in addressing the issue, so that Severus would not regret it later on. As for whether Sirius, that foolish dog, heeded his warning, it was of no concern to Lucius. Even without the anonymous note from Lucius, Peter Pettigrew would never become the secret keeper of James and Lily Potter's home in this lifetime. In his past life, Sirius had suggested that James appoint Peter as secret keeper because he believed that Peter's greater ambitions would draw the attention of the Death Eaters, who would all assume he was the Potter's secret keeper. Peter, being both timid and inconspicuous, was certainly not suspected by the Death Eaters to be the secret keeper, and James placed his unwavering trust in Peter's loyalty. This is precisely why they chose him for that pivotal role. However, throughout his life, Peter concealed the news of Olymp's demise from Sirius, leading Sirius to harbor a preconceived bias against him. Upon suggesting a change in the secret keeper, Sirius vehemently rejected James's proposal to have Peter assume that position. A few months prior, upon learning of Olymp's death, Sirius, in a fit of emotion, rushed to the Black family cemetery. Fortuitously, he encountered only Kreacher, the house elf, who was there to pay his respects. Kreacher, filled with resentment, lamented to Olymp, disparaging Sirius. If it weren't for Master Sirius, the unfortunate lord would never have fallen ill and met with death. The mistress weeps daily, and Kreacher has been utterly unable to console her. Kreacher is a failure. Kreacher has failed the master. Observing Kreacher's frantic self-blame and his father's cold gravestone, Sirius could not help but feel a pang of regret. Since that moment, he had begun to distrust the members of the Order of the Phoenix, particularly loathing Peter, who had been instrumental in concealing the truth from him. Naturally, Sirius's inherently obsessive nature, which had previously led him to pick fights with Severus, manifested in his current vehement hatred for Peter, wishing nothing less than his demise, and thus, he held no trust for him whatsoever. Consequently, he would never agree to allow Peter to replace him. However, Lucius remained indifferent to their fates. His correspondence was solely motivated by Severus's interests. His primary concern now lay with Severus's impending due date. Daniel Zabini had consumed a potion infused with Lucius's heir, disguising himself as Lucius and infiltrating Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Lucius had packed a variety of gifts and maternal supplies for Severus and was en route to America aboard a Muggle airplane. In their Californian villa, Lucius carefully assisted Severus on a leisurely stroll through the willow grove. The cheerful chirping of birds filled the air, mingling with the faint scent of blossoms. Severus, placing a hand on his belly, sighed in relief. Soon, on the 5th, our little dragon shall meet us. He had awakened the siren blood within him. And though the pregnancy was arduous, it was not nearly as tormenting as it would be for an ordinary woman. Yet, the sight of a male wizard with a protruding belly was undeniably comical. However, Severus, who had never prioritized appearances, found the discomfort tolerable. He mused that Lucius, with his penchant for beauty, would likely be in utter despair when it came time to nurture their little prince, contemplating the need to hide all mirrors in the house. The doctor and midwife are already arranged. Please inform me immediately if you feel any discomfort, Lucius said, kissing Severus's forehead. With a flick of his wand, he transformed a stone beneath the willow shade into a soft, comfortable chaise lounge. We've walked quite a bit today, let's rest for a while. Lucius embraced Severus as they sat, draping a light, soft blanket over him. After reclining, Severus smiled and inquired, has Zabini's wife given birth? Indeed, she did, in April. It was a boy. That child is Blaise Zabini. I believe you might recall him, Severus. Severus pondered, recalling the demeanor of his former student. He was a clever child, albeit somewhat conceited. Yet, such traits were not unusual for Slytherin wizards and hardly constituted a flaw. Lucius caressed Severus's face. The Weasley family has also welcomed children. Merlin. Arthur Weasley certainly has a talent for procreation, he muttered with a hint of jealousy. Severus chuckled softly, patting Lucius's hand. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and his eyelids drooped. Before he could exchange more words with Lucius, he drifted off to sleep. Lucius, witnessing this, dared not speak or move, fearful of disturbing his beloved. He gazed adoringly at his slumbering partner, feeling an insatiable desire to behold him. On June 5, 1980, physicians and midwives from the American Magical Hospital were summoned by Lucius to the villa where Severus was temporarily residing. In the wizarding world, unions between male wizards or female witches were not particularly rare, so the medical professionals were well versed in the procedures for assisting male wizards during childbirth. Severus and the child were thriving, ensuring a smooth delivery process. Upon hearing the resounding cries of the newborn, Severus cast a glance at the tiny, crumpled infant before succumbing to sleep. Freshly disinfected, Lucius entered his home's surgical suite, which had been cleaned to Muggle hospital standards, and carefully carried the sleeping Severus back to their bedroom. Merlin knew how fearful he had been while waiting outside. At that moment, seeing Severus safe and sound, Lucius felt a significant weight lift from his heart. After settling Severus comfortably, he turned his attention to the small infant, freshly fed by Dolly. Cradled in swaddling clothes, Draco Malfoy. Lucius picked up the tiny bundle, gently calling his son's name, feeling a river of warmth flow through him. He could sense that Draco was in good health, and knowing Severus was also well filled him with immense gratitude. He placed Draco next to Severus, marveling at their peaceful faces, his heart ablaze with love. Severus, his Severus, thanking Merlin for their safety. He wiped away the tears from his face and summoned Dolly and Bobo to care for Severus and Draco. Stepping out of the bedroom, he retrieved the two-way mirror to contact Abraxas. Due to the time difference, it was afternoon in California while it was already evening in England. Abraxas answered promptly, having evidently been waiting by the mirror for news. Through the glass, Lucius caught sight of the family tree tapestry behind Abraxas, where next to his name, Severus's had appeared, followed by Draco's beneath theirs. Are Severus and the baby well? Father and son are safe. Both Severus and Draco are in excellent health. You've named the child Draco? That's a fine name. Let me see Severus and little Draco. Lucius quietly pushed open the bedroom door, stepping softly inside. Abraxas, through the mirror, observed the sleeping pair. Once he realized Abraxas had seen them, Lucius silently exited. Gazing upon the new generation of the Malfoy lineage, Abraxas felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Yet, he reluctantly cast a concealment charm over the family tree tapestry, obscuring Severus's and Draco's names. What a pity. It seems I won't be able to see Draco for a while, Abraxas remarked regretfully to Lucius. Take good care of Severus and the child, and you must return once Hogwarts is on break. Dumbledore 1T inquire into your thoughts without reason, but the Dark Lord will. Zabini was unable to withstand the Dark Lord's soul-taking curse. Lucius begrudgingly nodded but assured he would return to England before July, though torn between reluctance and worry. He understood the necessity of adhering to Abraxas's counsel. Before the Dark Lord's first demise, the news of Severus's partnership must remain confidential. The Malfoy family was ensnared in a web of turmoil, and the optimal way to shield Severus from the war's grasp was to avoid overtly binding him to the Malfoy cause. Thus, regardless of his reluctance and concerns, he must not allow emotions to cloud his judgment. A moment of weakness may disrupt grand plans, and Lucius understood this principle. Chapter 86, The Keeper of Secrets. When Severus awoke, it was already the following morning. Lucius sat tenderly beside him in an armchair, gazing at him with warmth. In the walnut crib lay a small infant clad in soft, snow-white garments. Severus yearned for familial affection, yet as he looked upon the delicate child, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Would he be a good father? Neither Eileen nor Tobias were exemplary parents. Would he inherit any undesirable traits? Upon seeing Severus awaken, Lucius swiftly retrieved a restorative potion and various elixirs for him to drink. Once Severus had consumed the potions, Lucius prepared to fetch breakfast. However, Severus halted Lucius's steps toward the kitchen. Lucius, I'm not hungry at all. Bring Draco to me. This was the child he had long awaited. Lucius gently lifted Draco from the crib and placed him in Severus's arms. Severus accepted the swaddled infant, feeling his softness and fragility. He dared not exert any strength, fearing he might harm his child. He had never held such a small being before, let alone one of his own blood. Yet here lay the offspring he had conceived, bound to him by lineage, belonging to me. In his past life, the sight of noisy, wailing children had made him perceive them as mere miniature giants. Yet now, cradling his own child, Severus's perspective transformed entirely. What miniature giants? This was clearly a little angel. So adorable. This was his child, belonging to him, and tied to him by blood. For the first time, he grasped this truth with clarity. All his previous fears and anxieties dissipated. He would undoubtedly become the best father. He loved his child and would ensure that his offspring received the best that the world had to offer. Lucius placed a gentle kiss on Severus's cheek. Thank you, Severus, for everything you have given me. Severus felt a flush of embarrassment. He was not one to display affection in front of the child. I'm hungry. Go fetch me breakfast. What a fickle Slytherin he was, having just claimed he wasn't hungry. Nevertheless, Lucius promptly rushed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Severus. With the aid of potions, Severus's body swiftly regained its health. These potions were remarkably effective for postpartum recovery, with no drawbacks aside from the exorbitant cost of ingredients and the complexity of their preparation. Witnessing Severus's recovery and Draco's robust health, Lucius felt a sense of relief as he prepared to leave America. Yet, relief and reluctance were two different matters. Though Lucius felt slightly reassured, he could not bear the thought of leaving. What man would willingly part from his beloved wife and young child? Their love was profound. As July swiftly approached, Lucius reluctantly departed from America. The summer break at Hogwarts was nearing, and Lucius was uncertain when the Dark Lord would summon him. Zabini would be ill-equipped to handle such a situation, so he needed to return to England before Hogwarts closed for summer. Severus, cradling Draco, gently waved his little hand at Lucius. In that moment, Lucius felt an even greater pang of reluctance. I assume you know it is already 9 o'clock. If you dally any longer, you will miss your flight, Severus said resignedly. All right, Severus, I shall miss you both. Lucius bestowed yet another affectionate kiss upon the two most cherished individuals in his life before slowly making his way out with his suitcase. As Lucius finally exited the villa, the facade of strength that Severus had constructed began to crack. His eyes reddened slightly as he tenderly kissed Draco's small hand. It's all right, Draco. We will be reunited soon, won't we? The adorable little baby cooed softly, revealing a toothless smile. Upon witnessing that smile, Severus's heart softened, and the tears that had gathered in his eyes were largely dispelled by the charm of little Draco. The nearly 1-month-old infant had grown less wrinkled since birth, now plump and rosy. His delicate cheeks bore a hue reminiscent of roses, and his platinum hair was exceedingly soft, with eyes that sparkled with clarity and innocence. Perhaps Draco's darker eyes were a result of Severus's own black ones. They would soon be reunited, Severus reassured himself. This temporary separation was merely a prelude to a brighter future encounter. Lucius arrived in England on July 2nd. He seamlessly exchanged Zabini, the impostor, from Hogwarts through the use of a vanishing cabinet, appearing punctually in the Great Hall without a hint of suspicion. 5 days later, Hogwarts closed for the summer. Lucius returned to Malfoy Manor, while Zabini utilized Muggle transportation to take his family to America. England was far too perilous. It was best to flee while one could. Previously, he had believed that even in the event of war, the Zabini family, being a neutral pure-blood in Slytherin, would remain untouched. His naivety regarding this notion was regrettable. July was filled with the sorrow of parting for Lucius. Weighing the pros and cons, he was compelled to separate from his beloved Severus and little Draco, filling his heart with profound sadness. For the Potters and the Longbottoms, July was marked by an ominous shadow. The ominous prophecy left them living in fear, their lives overshadowed by anxiety. Only the Fidelius charm outside their home provided them with a semblance of security. Doria forced a smile, attempting to comfort the melancholic Lily, silently praying that Lily would delay giving birth by a few days. There were indeed instances in the wizarding world of pregnant women who had not delivered after 10 months. While rare, such occurrences were not entirely fictitious. If Merlin could bestow a blessing, Doria hoped Lily would give birth in August. This way, the Potter child could escape the clutches of fate, free from the identity of the July savior. The Longbottoms shared similar sentiments, with the matriarch and the couple fervently praying to Merlin for Alice to give birth in August. They had no desire for their child to be labeled as the so-called savior. The enemies of a savior were formidable. No one wished for their child, still unborn, to bear such a weighty burden. Voldemort was the most powerful dark wizard in 2 centuries, one whom even Dumbledore could not defeat. How could a newborn infant possibly vanquish such a formidable Dark Lord? The Potters and Longbottoms were deeply skeptical. Yet, the realities of the world did not bend to their wishes. Dumbledore believed in the truth of the prophecy. The esteemed and widely knowledgeable headmaster compelled them to accept the prophecy's authenticity. The Dark Lord also believed in the prophecy. Not only did he believe, but he also ordered his Death Eaters to scour the wizarding world for traces of the Potter and Longbottom families, intent on eradicating them completely. Who would not be terrified under such circumstances? Regardless of James Potter's fierce disdain for evil, when faced with a pregnant wife and an aging mother, he had to temper his defiance, no longer able to act as he did during his school days. A wizard could not serve as the secret keeper for 2 locations. With Dumbledore serving as the secret keeper for the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, he could not simultaneously be the secret keeper for the Potter and Longbottom families. This reality brought immense disappointment to both the Potter and Longbottom families. In the entire realm of wizards, there exists no individual more dependable as a secret keeper than Albus Dumbledore. Should anyone else assume this role, regardless of their identity, the likelihood of being captured by Death Eaters and subsequently divulging the location of their charges remains ever present. Once a secret keeper betrays their duty, the Fidelius charm is rendered ineffective. Furthermore, should the secret keeper meet with an untimely demise, all wizards who have encountered the Potter and Longbottom households after the charm's establishment will automatically become new secret keepers. In such a cacophony of voices, the preservation of secrets becomes increasingly tenuous. Lord Voldemort, the master of manipulation, commands a legion of Death Eaters whose overwhelming influence breeds an atmosphere of mistrust. No one can be certain that their comrades today will not transform into adversaries by tomorrow. The Potters chose Sirius Black to serve as their secret keeper. Sirius, a lifelong friend of James Potter, was trusted even more than Dumbledore, despite his lineage. The Longbottoms, in contrast, entrusted this vital role to Fabian Pruitt, a steadfast member of the Order of the Phoenix and an Auror who shared a close bond with Frank Longbottom from their days at Hogwarts. Pruitt, hailing from a pure-blood Gryffindor family, held ideals and interests that aligned closely with Dumbledore's, rendering betrayal an impossibility. Protected by the Fidelius charm, the dark wizards of Voldemort's regime turned the wizarding world upside down, yet failed to uncover the locations of the Potters and Longbottoms. Given Voldemort's vast knowledge, it was inevitable that he would consider the existence of the Fidelius charm in the face of such circumstances. He was acutely aware of the prophecy's implications, sensing the threat it posed to him. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the child of the prophecy. As he pondered methods to forcibly breach the Fidelius charm, he issued new orders to his Death Eater minions. Apprehend all wizards suspected of being the secret keepers for the Potters and Longbottoms, killing those who could not be captured. Better to mistakenly slay 3,000 than to let one escape. This Dark Lord adeptly orchestrated his campaign of terror. Under the sweeping search operations, his subordinates, even if dim-witted, would surely manage to uncover the whereabouts of both the Potters and Longbottoms. How could a mere Fidelius charm possibly thwart the omnipotent Dark Lord? The only true concern for Voldemort was Dumbledore himself. Chapter 87, The Birth of Harry. Under Voldemort's command, the Death Eaters launched a comprehensive manhunt, targeting Sirius Black and the Pruitt brothers. The former was James's closest ally, having been disowned by the Black family and subsequently joining the Order of the Phoenix as a prominent pure-blood traitor. The latter, a pure-blood Auror from a Gryffindor family, had once been Frank Longbottom's roommate. During the Death Eaters' relentless pursuit, Sirius narrowly evaded capture on several occasions. In light of this peril, he and James Potter were compelled to seek another secret keeper. His life was at stake, and the danger was palpable. Yet, throughout his life, Sirius never suggested Peter Pettigrew as his replacement. First, Peter's concealment of Olymp's death had left Sirius with an abiding hatred for him, making trust impossible. Second, an enigmatic note had further fueled his suspicions about Peter. Remus, too, was deemed unsuitable. Recently, he had been elusive, spending considerable time with his werewolf companions. Although Remus claimed to be acting on Dumbledore's behalf, many werewolves were aligned with the Death Eaters, and Remus was not beyond the reach of corruption. Thus, the selection of a new secret keeper required meticulous consideration. As Sirius embarked on this quest, July drew to a close. On July 30th, Alice Longbottom gave birth to her and Frank's son, Neville, while Lily Potter welcomed her and James's son, Harry, on July 31st. Both families found themselves ensnared in the fateful month heralding the birth of the Savior. At James's invitation, Sirius became Harry's godfather. Following the birth, Lily fell into a deep melancholy. While bringing forth the fruit of her love with James should have been a joyous occasion, the looming prophecy rendered her happiness elusive. The title of Savior was one of great honor, yet Lily only wished for her child to live a life of peace. As a mother, she felt her desires conflicted with her ideals. She had no wish for her son to confront the Dark Lord. In her anguish, she lamented her own moral decline, secretly hoping that the child would be chosen by Voldemort instead. James sensed the sorrow of both his mother and wife. Yet aside from practicing combat spells and aiding in the care of baby Harry, he could offer them no assurances. As a young wizard, how could he possibly guarantee the safety of his entire family? Doria, too, was consumed by regret. Had Charles not involved himself in this turmoil, perhaps they would have escaped like those fortunate families who fled England. Her decision to marry Charles stemmed from his fervent pursuit and her own aversion to the oppressive atmosphere of Slytherin and the Black family. Now, with Charles gone, Olymp deceased, the Black family crumbling, and the Potters under threat from the Dark Lord, Doria found herself adrift, questioning whether this was truly the life she desired. Having failed to locate the secret keepers for the Potters and Longbottoms, the Death Eaters devised a new strategy. The Longbottom household, being comprised of wizards, had successfully concealed their loved ones, leaving no vulnerabilities to exploit. However, the Potters presented a different challenge. Lily Potter was a Muggle-born witch, her parents both Muggles residing in the Muggle world. Threatening the lives of the Evans couple would surely compel Mrs. Potter to act. Would she choose her parents over her son? The elderly Evans couple, frail and devoid of protection, were easily captured by Death Eaters who sought them out. Conversely, Petunia, having married Vernon Dursley, had evaded danger by virtue of changing residences multiple times due to her husband's job. Indeed, the Potters had become so preoccupied with their own safety that they neglected to send anyone to protect the elder Evans couple. They had never contemplated that the Death Eaters might venture into the Muggle realm to abduct them. Voldemort had nearly gained control over all the newspapers in the English wizarding world, and soon enough, images of the bound Evans couple alongside cackling Death Eaters appeared in print. The newspapers declared that only if Lily Potter brought her child forward would the Evans couple be spared. Across the ocean, Severus was celebrating Christmas. Dory and Bobo had prepared an extravagant feast of French cuisine, devoid of any dishes from home. Avery and the Zabini family had brought gifts to join Severus in this foreign land for the festivities. After indulging in the Christmas banquet, they lounged on the sofa, engaging in light-hearted conversation while watching Draco and Blaise play together on a soft blanket. Alas, Lucius was absent. Severus lowered his gaze, releasing a slow breath. He missed Lucius dearly, longing for his presence. As the clock struck 11, Avery and the Zabini family bid their farewells to Severus. Before leaving, Avery secretly kissed Draco's little hand, whispering, "My dear, I am your godfather. Do not be swayed by the Zabini family. Always remember to cherish me." He completely forgot about the fleeting romance he had with Daniel Zabini's mother. After their farewell, Severus lifted Draco into his arms and carried him into the bathroom. The small tub was filled with warm water, and Severus washed little Draco until he smelled delightful. Then wrapped him in a towel and dressed him in a charming little lamb-themed pajamas. After mixing an apple-flavored children's tonic into a bottle for Draco, Severus activated the two-way mirror. The other side quickly answered the call. It was the early hours in England. Knowing that Severus would send a message on Christmas Eve, Abraxas and Lucius had been waiting by the mirror. Severus, clad in soft beige loungewear, held the adorable little dragon in his arms. Lucius gazed at his partner without blinking, while Abraxas was enraptured by his precious grandson. After exchanging pleasantries, Abraxas finally relinquished the space to the young couple, though he longed to see his grandson more. Lucius missed Severus dearly. It was better to let them share some tender words. "I sent a letter to the Potters warning them about Wormtail," Lucius informed Severus. "Although you had forgotten, I took care of it to spare you any regrets." Severus paused, recalling the old matter he had vowed to remember as a tribute to the past. Yet, eventually, his heart became wholly devoted to Draco, and everything else faded from his mind. To his surprise, Lucius still remembered. Lucius was concerned about his potential future regrets. I have long since bid farewell to the past. Lucius, I care not for them. My heart belongs to you and our child. You seem to have lost weight. Have you been struggling lately? Little Draco is doing well. I just fed him the tonic. And I miss you, Lucius. After exchanging mundane conversation, Severus finally confessed his sentimental longing, his ears flushed with embarrassment. I miss you too, Sev. Lucius gazed into his lover's stark black and white eyes, wishing the mirror would transform into a portkey so he could be by his side instantly. However, it was not possible, and they both felt the sting of tears forming in their eyes. Severus tilted his head back to prevent any tears from falling, holding Draco close. He smiled through his emotions. Look at our child, Lucius. He grows ever more adorable. The platinum-haired infant, with his exquisite features, beamed at the sight of his father, cooing happily as he gently patted Severus's chest. Severus's heart melted, and Lucius was utterly captivated. The previous night at Voldemort's Christmas gathering had been fraught with peril. His and his father's responses to Voldemort's probing questions were riddled with traps, and he had managed to navigate through them with great difficulty. Yet, he still faced Voldemort's biting remarks. The Dark Lord had grown increasingly volatile. Others were not faring much better, especially Regulus, who faced greater scrutiny due to Sirius's actions. Fortunately, Regulus had shown significant improvement, managing to answer Voldemort's challenges without faltering, thus avoiding dire consequences. Nonetheless, regardless of how complex or dire the situation became, the sight of Severus, his father, and little Draco reignited Lucius's fighting spirit. His family was his everything, and he would protect them forever. Chapter 88. The Death of the Elder Evans and the Betrayal of Peter. The methods employed by the Death Eaters were heart-wrenching. They knew all too well how to drive individuals to the brink of despair, to plunge them into endless agony and hopelessness. Thus, they abducted the Elder Evans couple, intending to use the lives of these Muggle parents to coerce Lily Evans Potter into sacrificing her prophetic son, Little Potter. This plan was indeed cruel and merciless, but it would swiftly dismantle her psychological defenses. Faced with such a malevolent foe and such a harrowing choice, Lily should have been restless and heartbroken. Yet, she was blissfully unaware of the situation. She did not even know that the Elder Evans couple had been taken. After the prophecy of the Savior emerged, the Potter household was shielded by the Fidelius charm, preventing owls from delivering messages, and they ceased to subscribe to newspapers. Lily, being pregnant, confined herself to their home, no longer venturing outside. The world beyond was fraught with danger, with Death Eaters perpetually hunting for their enemies. Under such circumstances, James Potter would never consent to let Lily and her mother face any risks outside. This implied that, aside from James, the Potter family had severed all ties with the outside world. For these reasons, Lily Evans Potter was kept in the dark far better than they had managed to conceal matters from Sirius. Doria insisted on this course of action, and James did not oppose it. In this world, nothing mattered more than Lily and Harry. To risk the lives of his wife and son for the sake of his Muggle in-laws was something James Potter would never entertain. He could attempt to rescue the Elder Evans couple, for they were Lily's parents. If they were to perish, Lily would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Thus, after Lily and Harry drifted into slumber, James took up the family's heirloom invisibility cloak and stealthily made his way outside. Just as he was about to don the cloak and push open the door to the Potter residence, a familiar, icy voice called out from behind him. James, where do you think you're going? Mother? James halted, turning to face the source of the voice. There stood Doria, clad in a black silk nightgown. Return to your room, James. You are grown now. Do not act so impulsively. You have a mother, a wife, and a son, so many people depending on you. Can you truly abandon them? What if you encounter several Death Eaters on your way and find yourself outnumbered? Our family is already frail and vulnerable. How would we survive? James hesitated but ultimately turned back toward the door. The Evans couple are Lily's parents. Lily rarely speaks of her Muggle family since her marriage, James. She loves you and Harry far more than her own parents, Doria replied coldly. The greater good must prevail, James. You managed to keep matters from Sirius before. Why can you not do the same with Lily now? Ultimately, James acquiesced to his mother's counsel, choosing not to take risks but instead seek Dumbledore's assistance. However, Dumbledore, burdened with myriad responsibilities, could hardly abandon the operations of the Order of the Phoenix to focus solely on locating the Elder Evans couple. He could at most dispatch a few Order members to seek them out. Yet, the Death Eaters adopted a similar strategy to Dumbledore, placing the Fidelius charm around the location where the Elder Evans couple was hidden. Using one's own weapon against oneself, they executed their plan with remarkable efficiency. Amidst the standoff between the two sides, several suspected informants from the Potter family and the Longbottoms met unfortunate fates. Meanwhile, the Elder Evans couple waited in vain for their daughter to arrive. A month passed, then two. The Death Eaters eventually realized their plan had failed. Avada Kedavra. The green light of death erupted before the Muggle couple, claiming their lives in an instant. Upon discovering that the elder Evans couple held no further utility, the wizard responsible for their abduction received Voldemort's wrath as a reward. The heartbroken pureblood wizard dared not harbor hatred toward his master, nor did he wish to acknowledge his own folly. How could he admit to underestimating the enemy, let alone dare to defy Voldemort? He possessed only the capacity to unleash his fury upon those weaker than himself. Thus, beneath the flickering green light, the elderly Evans couple was swiftly claimed by the scythe of death. Even in such dire circumstances, this Death Eater remained unsatisfied. He deliberately cast several severing curses upon their lifeless bodies, rendering them grotesquely disfigured, blood flowing profusely. Only then did he discard the remains of the Evans couple back into their abode within the Muggle world. By the time Petunia received the grim news from the neighbors regarding the brutal home invasion and the harrowing fate of her parents, summer had arrived. Returning home to mourn, Petunia gazed upon the scars adorning her parents' bodies, an exceedingly unpleasant expression manifesting upon her pale visage. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes brimming with a tumultuous blend of rage and sorrow. In a time when the situation faced by the Order of the Phoenix was not as dire as it now stood, a newly inducted Lily had once visited the Evans household. Back then, both sisters were unmarried, and Lily occasionally bore wounds reminiscent of those on their parents. Thus, Petunia pondered, were their parents' injuries inflicted by those peculiar wizards? Had they suffered because of Lily's involvement? This realization struck Petunia with piercing clarity. Over the years, she had been incensed by her parents' indifference towards the torment inflicted upon Fenton by her future brother-in-law's magic, leading her to sever ties with her family. Apart from sending financial support to the elderly Evans couple, she had neither written them a letter nor placed a call. Yet, who could have anticipated that their reunion would occur only in death? A complex array of emotions welled within Petunia. She was engulfed in profound sadness and grief. Yet there lingered an oddly satisfying sense of vindication. This was the recompense brought forth by their beloved daughter. And ultimately, it was Fenton and herself who bore witness to their end. Was this not a bitter irony? Clad in an oversized black suit, Fenton awkwardly patted Petunia's arm in a futile attempt to console her. Truth be told, he harbored a deep disdain for his wife's biased parents and felt angered by Lily's absence from the funeral. However, with the elderly Evans now deceased, he could hardly utter harsh words at such a solemn occasion, lest he deepen Petunia's sorrow. The dead deserve reverence, he reminded himself. Petunia would eventually recover. They had Dolly to consider, and life must inevitably carry on. At the Malfoy Manor, the conversation unfolded as such. So, you claim that the secret keeper for the Potters has been replaced by that half-blood giant Hagrid, the fugitive expelled from Hogwarts due to the monstrous spider? And in your eagerness to pledge your allegiance to me, you poisoned Hagrid, and then approached me with the whereabouts of the Potters? Indeed, my lord, I assure you, your humble servant speaks not a word of falsehood. Sirius Black and James Potter both deemed Hagrid, who had vanished after his expulsion, the most suitable candidate for the role of secret keeper, believing that no one would notice the return of a figure long forgotten. By eliminating Hagrid, I would automatically assume the position and present this intelligence to you, thus pledging my loyalty. As Peter's obsequious declaration reached Voldemort's ears, the Dark Lord graciously accepted the note detailing the Potter's address, offered by Peter's trembling hands. The secret keeper of the Longbottoms, Fabian Pruitt, had been killed by Bellatrix, who was eager to prove herself and usurp Abraxas. All who had laid eyes on the Longbottoms became de facto secret keepers. While Fabian was a tough nut to crack, others were not so resilient. Under Bellatrix's relentless torture, some had already divulged the Longbottom's location. Just as Voldemort was preparing to venture forth to eliminate Neville Longbottom, a certain Gryffindor rat scurried forth to pledge his allegiance. How fortuitous. Voldemort branded Peter's arm with the Dark Mark, a mark that bore pain akin to the Cruciatus Curse. The Dark Lord would not neglect his loyal servants. Should one remain steadfast, they would wield power equal to that of the Malfoys, Lestranges, Rookwoods, and Blacks. As for Sirius Black, the very person who had tormented him countless times over the past 6 months, igniting a deep-seated hatred within him, Peter declared, "My master, I shall forever remain your loyal servant." His eyes sparkled with ambition and glee. Under Sirius's disdainful scrutiny, Peter felt the sting of mockery and derision. How could he not harbor resentment? Yet, hearing the Dark Lord's words, how could Peter not feel elation? Unbeknownst to him, the Dark Lord's gaze held a hint of scorn, a reflection of his amusement at Peter's foolishness. Chapter 89, The Curse of Love. In this life, Voldemort discovered the whereabouts of the Potter and Longbottom families much earlier than in his previous existence. In the past, he had received intelligence from the traitor just before Halloween. Yet in this timeline, before Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter had even celebrated their first birthdays, Voldemort had already obtained their address. Bellatrix and Rodolphus clamored to implore, "Esteemed Lord, allow us to follow in your footsteps and eliminate those wretched children." The Lord held great concern for the prophecy, particularly regarding the two fated children, especially the one from the Potter family. However, Bellatrix and Rodolphus believed that extinguishing the lives of two infants posed no challenge whatsoever. The Dark Lord was invincible. Hence, they were determined to secure an opportunity to assist him. Upon successful completion, they would earn his greater trust. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the Dark Lord was marching towards his own demise. Abraxas mused, a hint of color rising to his pallid skin, betraying an excitement akin to that of Bellatrix, and Rodolphus. He was accustomed to theatrics, and no one noticed that the sapphire earrings adorning his ears served as a trigger for a secret passage. While Bellatrix and the others were earnest in their intentions, they ultimately failed to accomplish their goal. Voldemort was displeased with their eagerness. His servants could not take initiative without his command. It was Abraxas, the cunning Malfoy, who always discerned his desires. One could only question the authenticity of the expression upon Abraxas's face, for this wily fox was adept at deception. Nonetheless, this time, the Dark Lord truly required the assistance of this crafty Malfoy. Charles Potter was a cornerstone of the Order, and James Potter's animosity towards the Death Eaters far exceeded that directed at the Longbottoms. This impression stemmed not only from James's hubris in front of reporters prior to the prophecy's emergence, but also from Lucius's embellishments. Lucius, of course, was venting his frustrations on behalf of Severus from a previous life. Moreover, Dumbledore's concern for the Potter family far surpassed that for the Longbottoms. Additionally, Harry Potter was a half-blood wizard. Though the Death Eaters led by Voldemort revered pure blood supremacy, and he himself had purged his Muggle blood, replacing it with that of Morphin Gaunt, he could not deny that pure bloods were often foolish. Being a half-blood himself, how could he look down upon them? The Dark Lord, brimming with pride, could never belittle his own kind. The probability of a squib arising from the union of a pureblood and a Muggle was significantly higher than that of two purebloods. However, as fate would have it, gifts from destiny often bore hidden costs. The things fate takes away are often compensated for in other forms. Thus, within the ranks of half-bloods, one frequently encounters prodigies, such as himself, and such as Dumbledore. Dumbledore's mother, Kendra, along with his father, Old Riddle, were both Muggles. Thus, how could the half-blood Potter, the prophesied child, possibly be a fool? It was imperative for Voldemort to eliminate the threat at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, the Dark Lord had succumbed to madness, his mind devoid of rationality. Abraxas could not fathom why Dumbledore and his younger colleague were so fixated on that prophecy. Yet, even if the Dark Lord had countless methods to rid himself of those two children, why must he court danger? Was it to solidify his followers' faith in him? It was absurd. Wizards branded with the Dark Mark had no other path but to follow Voldemort into darkness. Dumbledore could not possibly be ignorant of Voldemort's obsession with that prophecy, with the shrewdness of a white wizard. How could he not have laid traps outside the Potter and Longbottom residences to deal with his junior? However, Dumbledore had long since ceased to be loyal to Voldemort. Malfoy was loyal only to family and self-interest. When Voldemort's goals diverged from Malfoy's interests, they were no longer allies. Thus, he certainly would not act as the voice of reason. He would not dissuade Voldemort from making such an impulsive choice, which would inevitably lead to grave consequences. Even in Lucius's prophecy, the Dark Lord was destined to pay a heavy price for this rash decision. Abraxas, my lord, what are your commands? Abraxas bowed respectfully. You shall take a contingent to the Longbottom residence. Bellatrix, you will accompany Abraxas. The master had the audacity to place Malfoy in charge of her, and Bellatrix shot an unhappy glare at Abraxas. However, upon reflection, the master's insistence on her accompanying Malfoy could be interpreted as a means to monitor the actions of the Malfoy patriarch. Seen in this light, the master did not trust Abraxas Malfoy as much as she had imagined. Bellatrix's dark eyes gleamed with excitement as she eagerly accepted Voldemort's orders. She could hardly wait to pick apart every detail to seize leverage against Abraxas. My lord, I will accomplish this task and eliminate the Longbottom brat. Voldemort non-committally nodded. You will go to the Longbottom residence, while I, the great Dark Lord, will personally proceed to the Potter home to eliminate that ridiculous prophesied child. The hood of his cloak concealed the Dark Lord's profile, while the pale serpent Nagini coiled around him, poised to strike. Voldemort's blood-red eyes were cold and merciless. Do your jobs well. The Dark Lord shall not be ungrateful to his loyal servants. My friends, prepare yourselves. Tonight, we shall eliminate all threats. I hope to hear good news from you when I deal with the Potter brat. Abraxas, should you fail, you would not wish to know what fate Lucius would meet. And the same goes for all of you. I demand nothing less than success. Should you fail, you shall all meet death. The Dark Lord's voice was chilling, sending shivers down the spine. when he threatened you. It felt as if a venomous serpent was hissing in your ear. Under the weight of Voldemort's threat, the Death Eaters present bowed their heads. The Dark Lord could effortlessly awaken the deepest fears hidden within others, not merely through rhetoric, but due to his inherent magic that allowed him to manipulate emotions with ease. All the Death Eaters knew that their master never uttered a word in vain. If any misstep occurred in tonight's operation, they would truly face the Reaper, and their families might meet the same fate. Meanwhile, at the Potter residence in Godric's Hollow, Lily Potter's heart suddenly raced with alarm. She gazed at Harry, who lay peacefully in his walnut crib, and her unease intensified. She had last felt this way months ago, yet when she inquired of James, he reassured her that all was calm outside, with nothing amiss. Lily clenched her fists. Once more, she retrieved the parchment hidden within her vanity. The love spell. This was the means she had beseeched Dumbledore for, a way to save her child's life from the Dark Lord. The profound love, sacrifice, and the offering of one's soul could yield a formidable protective power. This protective force could manifest as a lasting talisman within Harry's very being. Lily was uncertain if she could summon the unwavering emotion that the parchment demanded. However, she was confident that this protective power had grown strong enough to render Voldemort incapable of inflicting harm upon Harry. Her green eyes brimmed with worry. Had Hagrid concealed his whereabouts well? James and Sirius had, for their safety, appointed Hagrid as their secret keeper. Meanwhile, Sirius himself was risking his life to divert the Death Eaters' attention. Should Hagrid betray them, Sirius would have undertaken a tremendous risk for naught. No, the gentle giant was kind-hearted, with no guile, and held Dumbledore in the utmost reverence. He would never betray the Order of the Phoenix. Yet if Hagrid were to fall victim to the Death Eaters, all who had seen the Potter home would automatically become secret keepers. Lily did not wish to harbor distrust towards her fellow members of the Order. However, the efficacy of the Fidelius charm was paramount, as it concerned the lives of her family, especially her son Harry. How could Lily not proceed with caution? Whether it be the shifty Peter or the notorious thief Mundungus, neither could put her mind at ease. How she wished Arthur and Molly could serve as their secret keepers. Yet Molly was once again with child, and Arthur was occupied caring for his pregnant wife and their 6 children. Lily felt it inappropriate to impose upon them. At this juncture, aside from fervently praying to Merlin, Lily could only quietly study the love spell in secret from James. Chapter 90. The Arrival of Voldemort. The night was dim, the bright moon obscured by dark clouds, rendering the scattered stars in the sky exceptionally luminous. Yet the surroundings were shrouded in utter darkness. A black cat wailed mournfully in the murky night, while the insects, as if in silent agreement, refrained from their usual chirruping, be it melodious or annoying. Within the Potter home, the initial anxiety was felt by Lily. Then it spread to Dorcas. Ultimately, even the most steadfast James began to fidget restlessly. Most often, a wizard's premonitions were not mere whims, but rather harbingers of something amiss. James Potter was acutely aware of this. Yet as the head of the family, following his father's demise, he had become the pillar of the Potter household. He had to remain strong. It was a daunting task, but one he had to undertake, even if he had yet to grow into a worthy patriarch of a pureblood family. In the presence of his mother and wife, he could not exhibit his unease. If he were to falter, who would his mother and Lily turn to for support? James sat beside the walnut crib, gently patting Harry's small form to lull him to sleep, while pondering the source of their unrest. Surely, it could not be that the Dark Lord had discovered their whereabouts? But Hagrid was well concealed, and Gideon Pruitt and Peter were still by his side to protect him. Logically, Hagrid should be safe. Little did James know, it was Peter who had betrayed them. After eavesdropping and employing underhanded tactics to uncover the secrets between him and Sirius, Peter swiftly poisoned Hagrid and Gideon Pruitt, seizing the address of the Potter residence to leverage against the Dark Lord. With the careless demeanor of James and Sirius, how could they possibly guard against the cunning of Peter? Under James's comforting presence, Lily found her spirits considerably lifted. She undoubtedly trusted James and was willing to rely upon him. Although James was not the most handsome or the most accomplished wizard, his love for her burned brighter than that of anyone else. Moreover, James was willing to heed her words and transcend his background to marry her. Lily was indeed wise in her choice of a spouse. Aside from the Potters, who seemed cursed to fall hopelessly in love, no other affluent pureblood family demonstrated such a confusing blend of love, lust, and the institution of marriage. No, there was also the princes. Their lineage frequently produced wizards who were equally unable to distinguish between these matters, as though they too were under a curse. Whenever a generation of the princes produced a normal head of the family, one or two would inevitably emerge with a propensity for grand romantic folly. In the wizarding world, only Eileen Prince was known as a love-stricken outcast from her family, primarily because the previous love-struck members were either more deranged than Eileen or possessed greater capabilities, thus escaping the annals of notoriety. As for the current head of the Prince family, One need only observe Severus's previous life, where he recklessly pursued the red-haired goddess, Miss Lily Evans, and compare it to his current demeanor towards the gray blue-eyed Mr. Potter, to realize that he too had proudly inherited the esteemed traditions of the Prince family. Returning to the point, Lily was a witch. She could neither work nor live in the Muggle world. Her only viable existence lay within the wizarding realm, and the best option for her there was to marry a Potter. Moreover, she did not dislike James's vibrant personality and his fervent adoration of her. Doria, her mother-in-law, was also relatively kind. There was no more suitable husband for her than a Potter. Yet, in the quiet hours of the night, Lily occasionally dreamt of the dark-haired, dark-eyed Slytherin, Severus Prince. After their falling out, she had almost no interaction with the heir of the potion-making family. In her daily life, she rarely pondered the scion of that lineage. However, in her dreams, she seemed to share an uncanny familiarity with this Slytherin. Yet, in due course, Lily found little time to dwell on her phantoms. The princes, like Professor Slughorn, had perfectly concealed themselves after the war began, while their family faced life-threatening peril. Under the looming threat of Voldemort, Lily had no time to reflect on her dreams. With James's reassurance, both Lily and Doria breathed a sigh of relief. Little Harry soon fell asleep, and the adults departed from the children's room, making their way to the living room downstairs. As Doria and Lily prepared coffee, a sudden flash of white light illuminated the interior, glaringly casting a glow upon the faces of James and the others. This was the brilliance of lightning conjured by a wizard's weather charm. In the hands of an ordinary wizard, a bolt of lightning could merely summon a small cloud. However, in Voldemort's grasp, such a simple flash was sufficient to splinter the robust magical barriers surrounding the Potter residence. Voldemort silently opened the door. James and the others sensed an overwhelming danger. They turned towards the entrance, their eyes wide with terror. The Dark Lord, the Death Eaters, Doria screamed, and the rogue Death Eater trailed behind the pale, snake-like face of Voldemort, letting out a sharp, maniacal laugh. The green light from Voldemort's wand shot forth. A powerful killing curse aimed directly at James Potter. It was a silent incantation, no sound accompanied it. On one side stood the Death Eaters, and on the other, the Order of the Phoenix. One was the Dark Lord, and the other was the home of the Dark Lord's prophesied nemesis, as foretold by Trelawney. There was no room for negotiation. Upon encountering one another, they engaged in immediate conflict, without the need for any superfluous dialogue. James's alchemical charm was shattered to dust by Voldemort's killing curse, and he instinctively disapparated, narrowly evading Voldemort's lethal spell. He drew forth his cherrywood wand, attacking the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters with wild fervor, shouting, "Lily, Mom, quickly take Harry and flee." But James was far too young and ill-versed in dark magic to hope to withstand Voldemort and his ruthless Death Eaters. Doria did not escape. She was acutely aware that James alone could not halt the Dark Lord. Of course, remaining would not improve her circumstances. Yet Doria stayed, if only to buy Lily a fleeting moment more to escape. It was truly absurd. An inexperienced young Potter and a noblewoman skilled only in fashion. Could they truly stand against the great Dark Lord? Voldemort cast aside Doria and her son to his Death Eater minions. His objective had always been to eliminate the prophesied child born in July. This time, due to the presence of Abraxas, Voldemort's grip on the wizarding world was more profound than before Severus and his peers had been reborn. He had many more loyal followers at his disposal. With Abraxas present, Voldemort felt more secure regarding matters involving the Longbottom family. Thus, he did not deploy all his subordinates to the Longbottoms, but brought along a few swift and ruthless Death Eaters to the Potter's home. He entrusted Doria and her son to his minions while he pursued the whereabouts of the prophesied child, Harry Potter. How could an ordinary witch like Lily hope to outrun the Dark Lord? She perceived her chance of escape as merely Voldemort's ploy to instill a false sense of hope in this flustered witch, prompting her to assist him in locating young Potter. Voldemort pursued her. Upon catching sight of him, Lily instinctively shielded her son with her body. Such was the greatness of maternal love for little Potter, this red-haired Muggle-born, which was willing to face death. Truly, what a remarkable display of maternal devotion. Voldemort spread his arms wide, his wand spinning gracefully. He gazed at Lily Evans Potter, who was clutching her child and attempting to flee, his eyes icy and his tone malicious as he addressed her. "Good evening, Mrs. Potter." He retracted his outstretched hands and, with a veneer of politeness, bowed to Lily and Harry. "I believe you have heard of my name, Mrs. Potter." The more courteous Voldemort became, the more frantic Lily felt. "Please, do not kill my child. I can die in Harry's place. He is no match for you, sir. You see, he is merely a helpless infant who cannot yet speak." No, I do not wish to discuss that with you just yet. Mrs. Potter, perhaps you would be more interested in another matter. Your father and mother, the elder Evans couple, have perished? What? You are lying. This cannot be true." Lily screamed, her anguished cries rousing the still sleeping Harry. Yet Voldemort continued to utter words that deepened her torment. My associates have released news in the papers. As long as you and young Potter present yourselves, your parents will be spared. Mrs. Potter, are you not aware of this information? I do not know. I do not know. As tears streamed down her face, Lily covered her ears. Oh, I see. Voldemort's voice, cold and biting, coiled around Lily like a serpent. Your child is the savior, while your parents are merely two old muggles. Anyone with a modicum of sense should comprehend the distinction between significance and triviality. Thus, you, the only one who might value the elder Evans, have naturally become their focal point for concealment. His voice was imbued with the essence of mental magic and enchantment. Kill him. Eliminate this wretched boy who indirectly caused the demise of your parents. Good girl, you know what you must do. And to everyone's astonishment, Lily truly extended her hand towards Harry's walnut crib. Voldemort observed with satisfaction, for it was evident that he was not the sole victim of maternal abandonment. Now, little Potter had also become one who was forsaken. Chapter 91, The Death of the Dark Lord. Just as Lily's hand was about to touch Harry's neck, clarity suddenly dawned upon her mind. The instinct of motherhood jolted her awake from Voldemort's seduction, while her mastery of the spell of love fortified her resolve to protect Harry. Upon seeing Harry's green eyes, mirroring her own, and the child's innocent utterance of Mama, Lily turned to Voldemort and declared, "What strange magic have you employed? I will not be deceived. I shall never harm my son." It was unclear which of her words incited the capricious Dark Lord's wrath, but immediately after her proclamation, Voldemort unleashed the killing curse at the helpless infant lying in the crib. Prior to casting the spell upon Harry, he had inflicted upon Lily the Cruciatus curse. Thinking to himself how troublesome this woman truly was, once he had disposed of Potter, he would take great pleasure in tormenting her further. The agony of the Cruciatus curse engulfed Lily, pushing her to the brink of despair. In that moment, thoughts of her parents flooded her mind. Had her father and mother endured such torment at the hands of Death Eaters? The pain was so excruciating that even she, a young and vigorous witch, struggled to withstand it, let alone her elderly parents, the Evans. Lily, who had always been the pride of her family, felt like a disloyal daughter whose actions had brought ruin upon her loved ones, and she was on the verge of breaking down. Yet, the instinct of a mother prevailed. Awakening her resolve, she must protect Harry, for her love for him was unwavering. Even if she chose not to shield him, the Dark Lord would show her no mercy. If she and Harry were to perish, it would be better for Harry to survive. If Trelawney's prophecy held any truth, then Harry was indeed their sole hope for vengeance. Maternal love is the greatest power in the world. Under Voldemort's torturous spell, Lily's chest and insides burned with pain. It felt as though her entire being was pierced by countless needles, a torment more severe than any torture. Yet, the instinct to protect her child revived her strength. As the green killing curse surged towards Harry Potter, Lily leapt with incredible speed to shield him within the confines of the walnut crib. The green curse struck Lily. However, she understood that her life force did not wane under the Dark Lord's formidable spell. Instead, it transformed into a brilliant golden light that surged into Harry's body, a radiance visible only to her as the sacrifice. Love is the most wondrous force in this world. The spell of love would safeguard Harry from Voldemort's malevolence. With a serene smile, Lily accepted her fate, recognizing that sacrificing her life for Harry's was not an unfair transaction. At the moment of her passing, the parchment beneath the box shattered into dust. A red light flickered in Voldemort's eyes. He felt a surge of pure white magic. Could it be Dumbledore? That old fox. Always strategizing. If Dumbledore had intervened so timely at the Potter residence, then Peter's betrayal had been a ruse. Everything he had encountered today was a trap unbeknownst to Dumbledore. Voldemort, ever wary of Dumbledore, would not be careless. Yet, after a minute of vigilance, he saw no sign of Dumbledore. Very well, if Dumbledore was absent, he need not remain cautious. The foolish red-haired mother had sacrificed herself to protect her son, but the Dark Lord would not spare the child for the sake of such a futile sentiment. He coldly observed the heart-wrenching cries of young Harry. Feeling the tempo of his own blood quicken, he raised his wand and enunciated clearly, Avada Kedavra. Voldemort eagerly beheld the walnut crib, for Harry Potter was to perish. The child was on the brink of meeting his demise. What nonsense prophecies, all mere fabrications. How could anyone be born to confront the Dark Lord? However, just as Voldemort believed his victory was assured, the green curse rebounded upon him the moment it touched Harry's skin. The spell he had cast ultimately turned upon himself. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, his body collapsed, the Grim Reaper's scythe mercilessly descending upon Voldemort. In the face of life and death, all is rendered equal. Whether wealthy or impoverished, powerful or weak, in the shadow of mortality, all stand on the same ground. Yet, due to the existence of Horcruxes, The Grim Reaper could not sever Voldemort's soul entirely. Voldemort's fragmented essence fled in a daze. Amidst the chaos of contending forces, a small piece of his soul was torn away. This fragment fell into Harry's mind, forming a dark lightning-shaped scar upon his pristine forehead. In this paradoxical manner, Harry Potter became the living Horcrux of the Dark Lord. Downstairs, James and Doria Potter invoked the ancient spells passed down through the Potter lineage, taking several Death Eaters down with them in a final stand. Only a few cunning Death Eaters managed to evade the explosion wrought by the sacrifice of the Potter's souls. Yet, before they could revel in their fortune, they felt a searing pain in their arms. The dark mark. The pain radiated precisely from where the dark mark was etched. Parkinson rolled up his sleeve, discovering that the mark had shifted from its eerie black hue to a dull gray. As the head of a pure-blood Slytherin family, Parkinson could not be ignorant of the implications of this color change. Voldemort was in peril. How could this be? Was the prophecy indeed true? The child born in July destined to vanquish the Dark Lord? Or was Dumbledore upstairs, having set a trap for Voldemort? Beyond these two possibilities, Parkinson could conceive of no other means capable of defeating such a formidable dark wizard as Voldemort. Surely, it could not be that a young witch, barely out of her teens, had overthrown a foe whom even Dumbledore could not eradicate? In a flash, Parkinson made the choice he ought to have made long ago. He activated the escape portkey. With the Dark Lord in distress, would he remain and await his doom? He had never been a faithful follower. Had it not been for the ravenous Death Eaters eager to seize his wealth and family, he would never have aligned himself with Voldemort, bearing the mark of enslavement. The other Death Eaters were similarly unfaithful. Those truly loyal had perished alongside the Potters. Now, witnessing their highest-ranking member, Parkinson, fleeing, they too followed suit. With the Dark Lord in peril, if they did not escape now, then when? Meanwhile, at the Lestrange Manor, Bellatrix was frantically torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom, demanding to know the whereabouts of the elder Longbottom and Neville. Other Death Eaters scoured the premises, desperate to locate the one-year-old Neville Longbottom, hoping to present his lifeless body as a trophy to their master. Abraxas donned a nondescript black cloak, his face obscured by an unyielding mask. Throughout the proceedings, he maintained a detached demeanor, observing their frantic efforts without intervening. When Bellatrix leveled sharp accusations at him, branding him a traitor with ulterior motives, Abraxas did not hesitate to deliver a scathing retort. I am the leader appointed by the Lord, while you are merely my subordinate. If everything necessitates my intervention as your superior, then what purpose do you serve? Mrs. Lestrange, perhaps when you have cast aside that ineffectual husband of yours and become the Lord's wife, you may issue commands to me. Your father, Cygnus Black, and your father-in-law, Old Lestrange, would never have dared to speak so to me while they were alive. What are you to me? Furious, Bellatrix seethed. Yet she lacked the formidable magic of Abraxas Malfoy and was loath to incite Rodolphus and Rabaston to join her in an assault on him, thus jeopardizing the Lord's grand designs. Consequently, she begrudgingly swallowed her pride. All her pent-up resentment was unleashed upon the Lombard couple. Just as Frank Lombard found himself on the brink of death, the Death Eaters at the Lombard estate sensed an unusual disturbance in the dark mark upon their arms. Bellatrix rolled up her sleeve, her eyes widening in disbelief as the black mark began to fade to a pallid hue. In a fit of anguish, she cried out, Lord, Malfoy, what is happening? I will no longer seek Neville Lombard. I must go to his aid. Before the word master could escape Bellatrix's lips, the sound of a gunshot echoed. A metallic bullet pierced the heart of this extreme blood purist, an ardent admirer of the Dark Lord. Utterly ignorant of the weapons of the Muggle world, had Abraxas unleashed the killing curse upon Bella, she might have sensed it. Yet, with the use of Muggle weaponry, neither her swift reflexes against spells nor the defensive alchemical items available in the wizarding world could provide protection against such arms. Bella lay dead. Abraxas had, of course, intended to eliminate Bella. Only with her demise could the first living testament to his betrayal of the Dark Lord vanish completely. Although Lucius and Severus had devised a plan to rid themselves of Tom's Horcrux, the future has always been shrouded in uncertainty. No one could guarantee that events would unfold as envisioned. What if Tom performed a miracle and returned? He must leave a way out for the Malfoy family. The Platinum Aristocrat surveyed the empty hall, his gray-blue eyes cold and detached. He picked up Bella's wand and cast a memory charm upon the Lombards. After erasing all traces of his presence, he activated the key he had concealed on his person and returned to Malfoy Manor. Chapter 92. Abraxas erases the dark mark. The destination of Abraxas's key was the Malfoy family's study. There, Lucius awaited his father's return, having prepared the dark mark dissolution potion devised by Severus. As he waited, Lucius was consumed by anxiety. Although he knew that his father had gone to the Lombard estate rather than the Potter residence, and thus should be safe. Worry not at him. Perhaps this was what they called concern leading to turmoil. However, Abraxas could not refuse the Dark Lord's command to lead his loyal Death Eaters to Lombard Manor to eliminate Neville Lombard. Any hint of reluctance on Abraxas's part would raise doubts about the Malfoys' loyalty in the eyes of the Dark Lord. They could not afford to fail, so he proceeded to the Lombard's abode. In addition to his father's safety, Lucius harbored another concern. Would the course of history change due to his and Severus's rebirth? What if the Dark Lord discovered the addresses of the Potter and Lombard families earlier than expected, leading to a scenario where he did not perish under Lily Potter's sacrificial curse? Stop overthinking, Lucius. Your father is alive. You and Severus share a profound love. And you have Draco. Moreover, Severus and Draco are in safe places. There is nothing better than that. Even if the Dark Lord survived, what of it? As long as he was with his family, all difficulties would pale in comparison. The Dark Lord had yet to suspect the Malfoy's fidelity, even if he did not perish. They could likely safeguard themselves. Lucius's trepidation dissipated entirely with the sound of the key slicing through the air. A cloaked Death Eater materialized abruptly in Malfoy Manor, his long, pale hands removing the silver mask from his face, revealing their father to Lucius. A wave of relief washed over him, and he stepped forward to inspect Abraxas's condition. Finding him unharmed, he inquired, "Father, how did it go?" The study was shrouded in heavy drapes, every window tightly covered, while layers of complex magical barriers guarded the entrance. Designed to thwart the house elves, towering mahogany bookshelves filled the room, and two silver-green sofas were positioned before a grand bay window, with an exquisitely crafted tea table nestled between them. Atop the table was not the customary steaming cup of red tea accompanied by the Malfoy family's delectable pastries, but rather a frigid silver box exuding an icy aura. Abraxas understood that this box contained the Dark Mark dissolution potion concocted by Severus. Swiftly, he shed his Death Eater cloak, discarding it along with the mask into the brass washbasin in the study, and cast several shattering spells upon them. Once the cloak and mask were reduced to dust, he turned on the tap, washing the remnants away. Have all other items related to the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord been disposed of? Abraxas inquired as he rinsed the dust. Yes, when you left today. I instructed the house elves to incinerate everything, Lucius replied. However, I do have some backups in my ring, just in case of unforeseen circumstances, such as the Dark Lord's survival. Aside from the diary Horcrux, there is nothing linked to the Dark Lord in the manor. The diary is hidden in a secret chamber underground. Even if the Ministry were to investigate the Malfoy family, they would not discover it. Furthermore, could the Ministry truly dare to investigate the Malfoy estate? Excellent, Lucius. You have done exceptionally well. Abraxas sank into the leftmost of the two sofas, and Lucius followed, opening the icy box atop the tea table. He retrieved a vial of dark potion, as black as ink, and offered it to Abraxas. This vial contained the most crucial component of the Dark Mark dissolution potion. Made from the feathers of the Dark Snow Raven, it could eradicate the soul bond the Dark Lord had inscribed upon Abraxas. Without hesitation, Abraxas accepted the vial and drank the inky potion. Shortly thereafter, a flush of crimson spread across his pallid visage. Black blood seeped from his nose and ears, and his flesh split open on his arms, oozing a gray-black fluid. The color of the blood flowing from Abraxas's arms and ears was considerably lighter than that of the gray-haired assassin during Severus's experiments with the Dark Mark dissolution potion. Perhaps this was a consequence of the Dark Lord's first death, Lucius pondered. The Dark Lord must surely be dead. Otherwise, my father would not have returned home and immediately inquired if I had disposed of everything related to the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. Even though he had gone to the Longbottoms, my father's arm bore the Dark Mark. After Voldemort's demise, the ghastly mark first becomes heated, then it fades to a lighter hue. My father must have sensed the change in the Dark Mark, leading him to ascertain Voldemort's fate. Hence, he questioned me in such a manner. Gray-black smoke billowed from Abraxas's arm, dissipating into the air as ash. Lucius promptly produced a frosty blue potion and gently administered it to Abraxas, subduing the curse that erupted with the vanishing of the Dark Mark. He then activated a magical array, placing a disc in Abraxas's hand. This disc was inscribed with the ancient purification array derived from his and Severus's calculations. The moment it touched Abraxas's palm, it radiated a brilliant white light. The light intensified, and from Abraxas's arm emerged both smoke and the sounds of lamentation. Subsequently, Lucius unveiled the potion number 73, crafted by Severus, which cleansed the scars from Abraxas's arm. Abraxas gazed wistfully at his now pristine arm, feeling his soul purify and lighten at that moment. He was utterly free. Grasping his wand, he pressed it against his arm and uttered, "Reveal the contract." Yet, nothing transpired. Lucius retrieved the detection equipment Severus had left him, and after a thorough examination, he finally relaxed. There were no soul contracts or dark magic curses, no lingering repercussions. Everything had been meticulously cleansed, Father, and there is no need for concern any longer. Abraxas offered a light-hearted smile. Severus truly deserved the title of the youngest master of potions. How fortunate that Lucius encountered such a remarkably gifted individual. Abraxas could easily envision the substantial benefits the Malfoy family would reap from his and Lucius's unblemished arms during the post-war distribution of power. Severus and the Prince family would undoubtedly gain even more. With this set of potions, the Prince family could effortlessly bring the pureblood families, whether willingly or unwillingly, aligned with the Death Eaters under their banner. This once downtrodden family, following Edward Prince's demise, was poised to reclaim its place in the arena of power, and they aimed for nothing less than the pinnacle. As an elder, Abraxas felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Lucius and Severus's bond was so intimate that they would rise and fall together. The princes would benefit, and the Malfoys would inevitably share in the spoils. Abraxas narrowed his eyes. He would ensure that the unsuitable detritus was filtered out for the children. Tom's zealous followers and those harboring thorns must be eliminated. There could be no chance of them mingling with the worthy, lest this precious potion be squandered. Years passed. Yet Lucius and the others had yet to find a new Dark Snow Lady. Each year, vast sums of galleons were expended, resulting in barely 7 potions. After utilizing this particular potion, Lucius and Severus would have only 6 remaining for their Dark Mark dissolution. 6 potions, 6 families. Ultimately, choosing whom to bring under their wing and at what cost would require meticulous deliberation and careful consideration. Chapter 93, The Boy Who Lived. James. Sirius cried out in anguish. He pounded the floor with his fists, tears streaming down his face. We should not have changed the secret keeper. Hagrid must either be a traitor or has encountered some misfortune. Otherwise, how could James and the others have been discovered by the mysterious one? And I am still here. If I had remained the secret keeper, perhaps they would not have faced such calamity. I am truly cursed. Sirius, calm down. Remus said awkwardly while cradling the swaddled baby Harry. You are this child's godfather. You must care for him, right? Sirius looked at Harry's face, seeing a miniature version of James. He longed to reach out and touch Harry's small face, only to retract his hand as if it had been scalded. The pain surged within him. James's death had shattered his heart. He pushed past Remus and dashed outside, intent on finding Hagrid. If Hagrid was the traitor, he would kill him. If another had betrayed them, he would become the new secret keeper through Hagrid's death and then expose the true traitor to Voldemort. He would find the real traitor. Sirius ran off. Yes, Harry was important, but avenging James was paramount. Remus would take care of Harry while he sought the traitor and exacted vengeance. Disapparating, Sirius left behind Remus, who held Harry in his arms. Remus was momentarily stunned, struggling to regain his composure. Earlier, he and Sirius had completed a mission for the Order of the Phoenix, and afterward, Sirius had invited him to James's home to see little Harry. Remus had found it puzzling. Wasn't Sirius the secret keeper for the Potters? Why would he invite him to a gathering at James's house? It was well known that secret keepers could not frequently enter a house protected by the Fidelius charm. However, Sirius had informed Remus that he and James had switched the secret keeper to Hagrid for the sake of secrecy. Dumbledore was aware of this matter as well. So why had he not been informed? When Remus had heard this, he felt a pang of bitterness, but now he had no time for such lamentations. Gazing at the ruins of the Potter home, witnessing the bodies of James, Lily, and Mrs. Potter, while cradling the wailing baby Harry, Remus's mind was a tumult of confusion. The Dark Lord's body had vanished, and his wand, carved from elder wood, was nowhere to be found. Upon his arrival, he had only encountered the corpses of Death Eaters, with no sign of the Dark Lord. Yet, the fact that Voldemort was missing and that Harry, the child of prophecy, still lived was sufficient proof of the prophecy's validity. Logically, he should have felt joy for the Order's triumph. Yet, why could he not muster a smile, even as good triumphed over evil? Remus could not answer that question. However, he knew he must inform Dumbledore immediately. The sudden scar on Harry's forehead, along with the funerals of James and the others, were matters far beyond the capacity of a young man who had yet to receive his Hogwarts diploma. Only Dumbledore possessed the gravitas to handle such events. Unfortunately, Remus was impoverished and could not afford something as costly as a two-way mirror. Thus, he penned a note and tied it to the leg of his shabby owl, dispatching it to Mr. Dumbledore. The owl flew away, and Remus hurriedly prepared a bottle of milk for Harry while struggling to tend to the bodies of James and the others. As for the corpses of the Death Eaters, he had never contemplated approaching them. Who knew what dark magic curses might linger upon those remains? Dumbledore received Remus's letter. Unlike in the previous life with Severus and the others, this time Dumbledore was aware of the change of secret keeper between Sirius and James. James and Sirius were willing to share this information with Dumbledore primarily because, in this life, Sirius harbored distrust towards Remus, the werewolf, and held a deep aversion for Peter. Excluding these two untrustworthy companions and the Weasley couple, James and Sirius found themselves unable to identify a new secret keeper they could trust. They had no choice but to turn to Dumbledore for assistance. Subsequently, Dumbledore provided them with several candidates for consideration. Without hesitation, James and Sirius chose Hagrid, only for Hagrid to be poisoned by Peter. Perhaps the very essence of fate bestowed upon Peter is that of a traitor. Even in this life, where Peter is no longer a keeper of secrets, he is destined to betray the highwayman. Harry's survival signifies that Lily invoked the powerful charm of love. Without it, Harry could never have withstood the Dark Lord's grasp. Albus Dumbledore, upon visiting the newborns Harry and Neville, found nothing remarkable about either child. Sybil Trelawney had foretold that the true savior would be the one chosen by the Dark Lord. As Dumbledore apparat to the ruins of the Potter residence, he gazed upon the remnants of the home and the tear-streaked face of young Harry, his heart heavy with compassion. Yet, it was not long before his eyes were drawn to the lightning-shaped scar upon Harry's forehead. Is this the mark bestowed upon the savior by the Dark Lord? What does it signify? A gentle white light flickered from Dumbledore's wand as he closed his eyes, yet his mind's eye discerned the connection behind the scar. Fragments of a soul, dark, malevolent, and slumbering. In the very moment Lily employed the charm of love to protect Harry, Voldemort's soul was rent asunder, and a fragment found its way into Harry's mind. Thus, Harry became a living Horcrux of Voldemort. Is this the power unknown to the Dark Lord? As foretold in the prophecy, Dumbledore pondered deeply. However, he soon realized that time was of the essence. They must swiftly transport Harry to a place of safety. The charm of love granted Harry a protective lineage, and he must be delivered into the care of Lily's relatives. The Horcrux remained, and Voldemort was not truly vanquished. Moreover, those zealous Death Eaters, if the Ministry of Magic failed to apprehend them all, would surely seek to claim the life of the Savior, seeking vengeance for their master. Dumbledore recalled the name of a Muggle girl who had once written to him years prior. She was Lily's sister, Petunia Evans. He cast a bloodline tracing spell upon Harry, enabling Remus Lupin, who cradled Harry, to find Petunia Evans' home. Lupin, having suffered greatly due to his identity as a werewolf and witnessed the darkness at the fringes of society, understood well that no one would welcome a relative's child unexpectedly dropped on their doorstep. Furthermore, Petunia Evans was a Muggle. Lily had once remarked that Petunia held disdain for wizards, deeming them peculiar. Thus, before departing, Lupin rummaged through the Potter household and unearthed a red velvet pouch filled with galleons. He resolved to take this money along with Harry to Petunia's residence. With this financial support, Petunia Evans would be less likely to impose undue hardship upon Harry. Gold possesses considerable purchasing power, though he wondered how it would fare in the Muggle world. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, after Abraxas had removed the dark mark from his arm, Lucius immediately produced the intercontinental portkey he had purchased with a significant sum of galleons from the Department of Mysteries. He intended to retrieve Severus and Draco from America without delay. Father's magic is formidable. With him present, no one, save for the Dark Lord and Dumbledore, could harm Severus and Draco. Now that the Dark Lord was dead, and Dumbledore had never resorted to overt aggression against other wizards, Lucius Malfoy, who bore the dark mark in a past life, had not been eradicated by Dumbledore. In this life, their family's arms were unblemished. How could Dumbledore possibly take action against them? Dumbledore would not recklessly harm innocent wizards, tarnishing his own reputation. While Lucius and Abraxas were not entirely blameless, proper propaganda could transform feigned innocence into genuine. Moreover, Severus and Draco were distinct from their father. At least in this life, they were truly unblemished. Dumbledore would not turn against an inconspicuous infant and the scion of the Prince family. Time is of the essence. Efficiency is life. The sooner Severus, the head of the Prince family, negotiates with the pure-blood families, the better. With the Dark Lord just deceased, the families of the Death Eaters were in a state of panic. This moment was ripe for the Princes and Malfoys to seize. Shortly after Dumbledore arrived at the Potter residence, Sirius Black discovered the bodies of Hagrid, Gideon Pruitt, and others, all victims of poisoning. Peter Pettigrew was nowhere to be found. Besides Sirius, other members of the Order of the Phoenix and Aurors from the Ministry arrived from another direction, also uncovering Hagrid's remains and Peter's disappearance. However, before they could utter a word, Sirius Black shouted that Peter was a traitor and that he would kill Peter immediately. An Auror from the Millicent faction urged Sirius to calm down, but Sirius, unable to restrain himself, seized the man's collar. Calm down? You want me to calm down? Let me help you calm down with a bang. In a fit of rage, Sirius struck the Auror, who fortunately managed to shield himself with armor, sustaining only minor abrasions. Sirius, however, felt no remorse. He shot a cold glance at the injured wizard before vanishing in pursuit of Peter. The Auror, surprisingly, managed to chuckle. It's all right. Black is just eager for vengeance. Besides, we all know there are issues within the Black family. He nodded knowingly. alluding to the rumors of madness coursing through the veins of the black lineage. Several wizards nodded in agreement, having witnessed Sirius's fearsome demeanor moments earlier. Shacklebolt exchanged a glance with Scrimgeour, momentarily unable to discern Scrimgeour's sincerity from his duplicity. Yet, the most pressing matter was neither Scrimgeour nor Sirius, nor even the seemingly treacherous Peter Pettigrew. It was the fact that the Dark Lord was dead, slain by the hand of the Savior. Shacklebolt, being a vital member of the Order, and Scrimgeour, representing the Ministry, realized that this news would spread swiftly among the Order and the Ministry alike. Thus, they hastened to the Potter residence, eager to glimpse the Savior or, ideally, to care for him. Naturally, it was also imperative to arrive at the scene of the Dark Lord's demise to gather the first whispers of the tale. Yet, upon their arrival at the Potter Manor, the Savior had vanished. Dumbledore proclaimed that he had already taken Harry to an absolutely safe location, allowing him to grow freely. In the wizarding world, the fleeing extremist Death Eaters posed a threat to the life of the Savior. Millicent's expression darkened. Dumbledore had once again defeated the Dark Lord, without so much as consulting her, and had whisked away the Savior. Indeed, it was Harry Potter who had vanquished the Dark Lord, possibly aided by the ancient magic employed by the now-deceased Potter couple. However, the Potters were Gryffindors, members of the Order of the Phoenix. With the adult wizards of the Potter family extinct and the remaining Savior boy unaccounted for, Dumbledore would reap all the rewards from the Dark Lord's demise. Regardless of his intentions, his reputation would soar to unparalleled heights due to the Dark Lord's death. Even more daunting was the fact that Dumbledore possessed the formidable magic to uphold such renown. Under such neglect from Dumbledore, how could Millicent's countenance remain anything but grim? The Savior had become an overnight sensation, and ordinary wizards across Britain, freed from the shadows of war, rejoiced in the name of Harry Potter. They hailed him as the boy who lived. Meanwhile, on that very day, numerous wizards transgressed the International Secrecy Act in their revelry. Yet, Millicent Bulstrode boldly proclaimed before the likes of Shacklebolt and Weasley, "I staunchly uphold everyone's right to indulge in unbridled celebration." Undoubtedly, this was Millicent's subtle challenge to Dumbledore. Scrimgeour resolutely stood behind Millicent, while Barty Crouch remained noncommittal. The high-ranking Deputy Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, lavished sycophantic praise upon Millicent. Though his heart was suddenly filled with treachery, perhaps he could seek allegiance with Dumbledore? Millicent was flanked by Snape and Scrimgeour, and no arrangement would afford him the opportunity to shine. Dumbledore, the esteemed white wizard, appeared to lack a loyal following within the Ministry of Magic. Weasley was merely a lowly employee, while Shacklebolt, an Auror, was firmly kept under Scrimgeour's heel. More importantly, this dark-skinned Auror seemed excessively confident. Perhaps only Shacklebolt and the foolish Weasley believed their performance to be flawless? Among those present, who did not recognize that Kingsley Shacklebolt was unequivocally Dumbledore's man. The more Fudge pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Indeed, the greatest white wizard of the century was his golden path to the pinnacle of power within the Ministry. To ascend to the position of Minister of Magic, Fudge would recite the entire list of Honeyduck's confections and even serve tea to Dumbledore, akin to a house elf. Power resembled a delectable poison, capable of ensnaring any power-hungry political broker. It seemed that Fudge would willingly sell his soul for the ministerial seat, let alone adopt a temporary posture of humility. Such is the allure of ambition. For some, its power eclipses even that of love, far surpassing it. Chapter 94, Severus returns home. Lucius activated the intercontinental portkey, arriving at Severus's residence in America. Following the sound, Lucius beheld his beloved Severus, clad in a pristine white robe adorned with dark golden peony embroidery. Such a sanctified attire was a rare sight on Severus. Lucius's eyes sparkled, he widened them slightly. Gazing greedily upon the beloved, he yearned for day and night, sighing nostalgically. He whispered softly, "Severus." Observing Lucius's tranquil demeanor, Severus finally felt a sense of relief. After the Dark Lord decided to target the Potter household, Lucius had conveyed this matter to Severus via the two-way mirror. At that time, Severus had felt a pang of melancholy. Ultimately, Lily and Harry Potter had embarked upon their destined paths. However, before he could dwell on this for long, Draco's youthful voice rang out, "Papa." Severus's heart softened at the sound of the little one's voice, and the untimely sorrow dissipated instantly. "Voldemort is dead, Severus. We can return to England with little Draco." Lucius kissed Severus's forehead and lifted Draco from the small carriage beside Severus. "Time is of the essence. We must leave immediately. As for the luggage, Dory, Bobo." Two house elves promptly appeared before their master. "We shall take young master back to England. Once you have packed, seek out Severus's mute subordinate and have them arrange your return. Do you understand?" Dory and Bobo chorused, "Understood, Master Lucius." Severus too recognized the value of time. He nodded, grasped Lucius's arm, and together they activated another intercontinental port key. This was high-grade merchandise from the Department of Mysteries, and there was not much stock available. Lucius had spent a fortune to acquire 3, and with this round trip, 2/3 of the port keys would be gone. However, spending galleons wisely was always a prudent investment. Exchanging money for time has always been the most advantageous transaction. Severus and Lucius desired, or rather, the resurgence of the Prince family and the rise of the Malfoys necessitated the acquisition of the Death Eater legacy. The issue, however, lay in the chaotic nature of the Death Eaters. Effective purging was required to transform this rusted blade into a lethal weapon. They needed to complete this task with utmost urgency. Should they delay too long, the Death Eaters would find themselves on the executioner's block. At that point, the effects of the Dark Mark dissolution potion would be rendered moot. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic was keenly eyeing the assets of the pure-blood aristocracy. The members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters shared a history steeped in bloodshed. They would not easily forgive those bearing the Dark Mark. Severus understood well that once the princes and Malfoys inherited the Dark Lord's legacy, they would stand opposed to Dumbledore. Yet, there was nothing to fear. Neither Severus nor Lucius bore the Dark Mark, and Abraxas had rid himself of it as well. When tasked with murders, Abraxas and Lucius donned masks. Who could confirm that Abraxas was indeed a Death Eater? Their acceptance of the Dark Lord's legacy was merely a result of the profound heritage of the princes and Malfoys, as the purebloods of Slytherin in the post-Voldemort era lacked a leader and thus sought their allegiance. Even if a Death Eater identified Abraxas, it would merely be a lie, as the noble Malfoys refused to rescue war criminals, only to be bitten back by those very criminals. Was that not a perfectly reasonable expectation? As for others' belief, it mattered little. They were Slytherins, after all. Furthermore, Lucius and Severus also sought to strategize within the Muggle realm. They were inherently at odds with Dumbledore. When debts accumulate, one does not fret. When lice multiply, one does not itch. They were ambitious, not timid rabbits frightened by every shadow. Their fear of the Dark Lord stemmed solely from his unparalleled magical prowess coupled with an unpredictable temperament. Moreover, Dumbledore was undoubtedly aware of the Horcruxes, even if unaware. He certainly knew that the Dark Lord had not been entirely vanquished. With such concerns in mind, Dumbledore would likely refrain from completely severing ties with them. Severus and Lucius returned to England under the cover of night. Upon seeing Draco clad in a sky-blue outfit, Abraxas was utterly enamored, smiling benevolently, displaying none of the ruthlessness he had shown when dispatching Bellatrix not long prior. Not yet 50, with few wrinkles, the former Death Eater could still captivate a throng, instantly transforming into the doting grandfather to his cherished grandson. Grandfather adores little Draco. Before Draco fell asleep, Abraxas kissed his small face, beaming at the little one. Lucius quipped, "All right, understood. I am no longer Daddy's favorite." Abraxas replied, "Are you truly so oblivious, my Lucius? I had thought you were well aware of this upon little Draco's birth." After settling Draco, Abraxas led the little one back to the study. The guests should all be arriving shortly. Abraxas was not greedy enough to wish to engulf all Death Eater families. The Ministry's hounds would not relent until they had their fill, and the Order of the Phoenix, a band of scattered remnants, posed little threat. Their only concern was Dumbledore. However, they possessed the Dark Mark dissolution potion. With it, they could significantly cleanse their tarnished identities. Regrettably, the stock of this potion was limited. Yet, this was of little consequence. The dark marks on all Death Eaters' arms mysteriously vanished overnight, a most bizarre occurrence. Even if they had ample potions, Abraxas could not possibly administer it to every Death Eater. The devoted followers of the Dark Lord, the fanatical purists, and those who possess an excessive cunning, let them be delivered to the Ministry of Magic. If the families of Lestrange, Rookwood, Mulciber, and Dolohov remain insatiable for the Ministry's indulgences, Severus and Lucius shall employ the tactics they gleaned from the capitalists of the Muggle world within the wizarding realm, allowing these economically ignorant wizards to witness firsthand the specter of an economic crisis. Severus perceives no cruelty in his actions. Everything is for the benefit of the Prince and Malfoy, or rather, for a greater good. After all, a significant goal shared by him and Lucius is to safeguard the wizarding world from Muggle incursions while revitalizing its economy. Is that not a cause of greater merit? That evening, 10 heads of families, meticulously chosen by Abraxas, convened in the study of Malfoy Manor. 6 potions, 10 patriarchs. Abraxas's intentions were abundantly clear. He aimed to inflate the price and hold out for the best offer. Those absent from today's assembly would have their interests attended to by agents of the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix, sparing the trio any burden. Naturally, Abraxas would find ways to divulge the hiding places of those deluded zealots seeking vengeance for the Dark Lord to the members of the Order and the Ministry. The Malfoys were adept at employing others as instruments of their ambitions. Severus and Lucius occupied positions flanking Abraxas. as they surveyed their fellow Death Eater associates. Memories of their fundamental details began to resurface. This negotiation was an opportunity to seize maximum advantage and thoroughly dismantle the pride of these families, rendering them loyal subordinates. Severus was acutely aware that there had never been a more opportune moment for the resurgence of Prince and the ascendance of Malfoy. In the wake of the Dark Lord's demise, with the Order in disarray and Hogwarts lacking its usual vitality, the individuals present represented invaluable assets. The other family heads scrutinized Abraxas, Lucius, and Severus, recognizing the former two, but questioning the identity of the young man clad in white robes, with dark hair and eyes. Who was he, and why did he enjoy such proximity to the Malfoys? Furthermore, Abraxas had hinted in his correspondence of a method to absolve them of the dark mark. Was there any truth in this assertion? Parkinson, Rowell, and Bach engaged in hushed exchanges, while the young Regulus seated at the back gazed adoringly at Severus, elated that his senior had returned and the Dark Lord had fallen. For the first time since his father's passing, Regulus felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Severus could hardly ignore the intensity of Regulus's gaze, nor could he overlook Lucius's furtive glances. Dreadful Malfoy, this is a negotiation, an exceedingly formal occasion. Avert your gaze. Severus offered Regulus a reassuring smile and subtly tugged at Abraxas's sleeve to direct his attention to Lucius. After receiving a mild reprimand from his father, Lucius reluctantly withdrew his gaze, though he had been exceedingly discreet. Aside from Severus's heightened sensitivity to his scrutiny, others would hardly detect his behavior. Moreover, even if discovered, what of it? He and Severus would undoubtedly announce their union to the entire wizarding world. His father and Severus were simply too serious. Chapter 95. Internal Negotiations of the Death Eaters. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce, Abraxas began. The two individuals beside me are my children and significant forces among the pure-blood wizards of Slytherin. Lucius Malfoy, my son, is well known to you all, and Severus Prince, the head of the Prince family, my son-in-law and Lucius's partner. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal his robust, pale forearm, prompting astonished glances from several seated heads of families. Abraxas smiled. The dark mark upon my arm was eradicated by a potion developed by Severus. This potion can dissolve the soul bond and curses associated with the dark mark. I believe it is common knowledge that the Dark Lord has perished. Even if those lunatics outside refuse to accept this truth, the esteemed individuals present are rational enough not to genuinely believe that the Dark Lord surpassed Merlin, possessing omniscience and omnipotence, correct? The assembly fell into contemplation, some exchanging glances, and even whispering amongst themselves. Unperturbed, Abraxas regarded the particularly cunning among them with a knowing expression. You ought to be aware of the Ministry's insatiable greed. Bach, Rowell, do you truly believe you can escape the Ministry's guillotine unscathed? Bach donned a sycophantic smile. Certainly not. My dear Mr. Malfoy, I believe you are correct, and some of our members are absent from today's meeting. Do you intend to cast them aside? Let us not phrase it so harshly. Mr. Malfoy has never been the leader of the Death Eaters, nor does he bear any obligation to them. Moreover, the potion is in limited supply. Mr. Parkinson, the most cautious and timid among them, became flustered upon hearing Abraxas mention the potion's scarcity. Mr. Malfoy, may I inquire as to the total quantity of potions available? 6. We possess only 6 potions. 6 potions. Yet 10 patriarchs had been summoned. Lucius's intent to inflate the price was glaringly apparent. What do you desire? I can offer a maximum of 30% of my estate. Beyond that, we need not discuss further. The Ministry will only greedily take so much, and I am not among the upper echelons of the Death Eaters. This sum suffices for my absolution from the Ministry. Rowell murmured. Do you think this is a marketplace where you can haggle? The head of the Adams family, hailing from a moderate pure-blood lineage, lacked the advantages of the potion enjoyed by the likes of Parkinson and Bach. Thus, he did not possess their arrogance. He quickly discerned that Abraxas Malfoy had summoned them not for riches, but for their allegiance. At a time when the Ministry was poised to cast them into Azkaban, this potion capable of erasing the dark mark was indeed a lifeline, far superior to merely purchasing a pardon. It appeared the Ministry had learned the tactics of their old adversaries. Malfoy and Prince undoubtedly sought to recruit them to expand their own power. Aspiring to become the true leaders of Slytherin, Adams swiftly resolved to make the most advantageous decision for himself. If he wished to acquire the potion, he could not maintain an aloof demeanor. He needed to be the first to pledge fealty. You have all heard Mr. Malfoy. The potion developed by Mr. Prince not only removes the dark mark, but can also dissolve soul bonds and even mitigate the effects of dark magic and curses. Such a potion is inherently valuable, not to mention its potential to aid us in our absolution. I am willing to submit to the governance of Mr. Prince and Mr. Malfoy. No. I believe you have misconstrued the matter slightly, Mr. Adams. There is no need for you to submit to Malfoy. You need only pledge your loyalty to my child, the esteemed Severus Prince. The potion is the meticulous creation of Severus, and Abraxas believes that it would be quite sufficient for him to utilize it without incurring any costs. How could he even contemplate encroaching upon Severus's interests? Moreover, the prince family has long been dormant within the wizarding community. If Severus wishes to ascend to prominence upon his emergence, he will require additional advantages. Abraxas perceives no detriment in toiling away while relinquishing a substantial portion of the benefits to Severus. It is through Severus's potions that the Malfoy family was able to convene these families immediately following Voldemort's demise. This assembly itself could solidify the Malfoys' position and enhance their influence within the pure blood circles of Slytherin. Furthermore, Severus and Lucius's second child shall bear the prince surname. Assisting Severus in the pursuit of gains is also an investment in the future fortune of his grandson. We shall enter into a soul bond, but unlike the Dark Lord, we shall forge an ancient wizard's oath of allegiance, rather than a slave contract masquerading as such. I shall not brand you with a mark, nor shall I affix curses or dark magic upon your souls. At Abraxas's behest, Severus delineated his terms. Those unwilling to enter into a contract may withdraw, while the remaining individuals can inscribe their pledges of loyalty upon the parchment before you. The highest bidder shall prevail. Those who do not obtain the potion may escape to America via the last intercontinental key preserved by the Malfoy family. In America, my and Lucius's associates will ensure your comfort. Lucius added with a smile, as a toll for utilizing our family's key. Your assets must be entrusted to Malfoy and Prince in a fiduciary capacity, from which we shall extract a 20% commission as remuneration. The first batch of the Black Mark Dissolution Potion, once Severus acquires the materials next year, can be delivered to you at the earliest opportunity. The Prince and Malfoy families shall also look after your wives and children. None of the attendees chose to withdraw, including the previously probing Bach and the resentful Raoul. Before long, Severus had gathered their submitted bids. All expressed a willingness to pledge their loyalty, with Bach and Adams presenting alarmingly high offers. Others, while willing to express allegiance, were only prepared to contribute a maximum of 20% of their estates. The two of them, however, were willing to forfeit 30% of their wealth, a sum equivalent to the price Raoul mentioned for procuring a pardon from the Ministry of Magic. Of course, the more formidable contender was Bach. The Adams family is not particularly large, nor are their riches extraordinarily vast, but the Bach family, known for producing cunning merchants, possesses wealth that rivals the Malfoys. Even if the wealth promised by the head of the Bach family excluded real estate and the family's closely guarded core inheritance, it would still yield substantial profits. Raoul, on the other hand, merely offered a price in keeping with his earlier demeanor, seemingly following the crowd. It was unclear what had transpired between Bach and Raoul, as they appeared to have arrived together. Severus swiftly drafted a list of the chosen ones: Bach, Black, Parkinson, Luke, Adams, and White. I am willing to accept your loyalty. Severus's wand emitted a gentle blue light, and those whose names were called felt a momentary disorientation, a subtle soul bond forming within them. They did not resist Severus's soul contract. Soon, this bond nestled within their very beings. Following the establishment of the soul bond, these 6 heads of families were escorted by Lucius to the lounge, where they each ingested the Black Mark Dissolution Potion, thereby erasing the dark marks from their arms. Meanwhile, the 4 heads of families who were not named had no choice but to accompany the heads of the Malfoy family's affiliated families, the Gauls and the Crabs, to activate the Intercontinental Key and flee to America. The heads of the Gaul and Crab families, as affiliates of the Malfoy family, would also see their suspicions vanish upon Abraxas's exoneration. Even if someone were to pursue them, it would be futile, as both would escape to America to evade scrutiny. Thus, the heads of the Gaul and Crab families could await the next batch of Black Mark Dissolution Potions without concern. Their journey to America would be devoid of hardship. For Lucius and Severus have established numerous enterprises within the Muggle realm, and upon their arrival, they would find support. Severus's discreet subordinates would ensure the welfare of these refugees. The 4 heads of families had just witnessed these details in the magical contract, which alleviated their underlying doubts. Before activating the key to depart, these 4 heads of families first signed a property agency contract with Severus and Abraxas, then utilized a two-way mirror to contact their families, informing them of their current circumstances. They instructed their families to immediately dispose of all items related to Death Eaters. Only in this manner could they evade the Ministry of Magic's pretext for confiscating their assets, allowing their wives and children to lead a comparatively tranquil life. Only Raoul, after notifying his wife, silently seethed with frustration. The greedy pest Bach had dared to deceive him. He was indeed foolish to have placed his trust in Bach, that old trickster. He deserved to lose the opportunity to acquire the Black Mark Dissolution Potion. Meanwhile, Bach could swiftly clear his name in the aftermath of the conflict and seize the initiative during the division of post-war profits. claiming a larger share of the spoils. Cursed be it, upon his return, he would undoubtedly challenge that old fellow Bach to a duel. Chapter 96. Master. Regulus was the first to emerge from the lounge. Having shed the black mark, he appeared markedly lighter, his eyes sparkling as he approached Severus, unexpectedly addressing him with deference. Master. Severus raised an eyebrow in surprise. Adams, who followed Regulus shortly thereafter, ground his teeth in frustration. When had this scion of the Black family become so adept at ingratiation? Master. Lord. These two terms both signify a master. By uttering this appellation, Regulus evidently acknowledged that, although young prince may not yet rival the Dark Lord in power, he still regards this prince as his master, not merely as a superior. Adams inwardly cursed Regulus' sycophancy, while outwardly donning a smile, filled with creases as he approached. He stepped forward to flatter Severus, exclaiming, Master, I am grateful for your precious potion. I feel as though my soul has been purified and cleansed. In the future, I am willing to serve you devotedly, even at the cost of my life. Severus accepted his loyalty, and after a few exchanges, Adams felt assured that Severus regarded him as the most favored among their ranks. Adams, brimming with self-satisfaction, raised his chin. Abraxas observed with pride as Severus effortlessly ensnared the ever-cunning Adams in a web of flattery. Over the years, both Lucius and Severus had made significant strides, evolving into talents that would make any parent proud. Abraxas mused that this must surely be attributed to his skillful guidance. The wizarding temperament of the Malfoy family is laced with a hint of narcissism, and Abraxas Malfoy is no exception to this trait. As Severus navigated the conversation with the newly emerged Regulus and the approaching Adams, he took note of the changes in Regulus. This younger brother was markedly different from the one he had known in a previous life, though his graceful visage and gentle demeanor remained unchanged. He was no longer the pitiful outcast in Slytherin as he had been in his previous life. Rather, he had matured into a competent head of the Black family. The subtle guidance he offered to Regulus at school, coupled with Narcissa's meticulous tutelage, bore fruit. The Black family finally had a worthy heir. Furthermore, according to Lucius, Narcissa had also attained her desires. Defying the opposition of Walburga and even Druella, Regulus divided all the Black family's properties, save for the ancestral home at 12, Grimmauld Place in London, into 2 equal parts, granting half to Narcissa. He boldly proclaimed that as long as Narcissa's husband was neither a Muggle nor a Muggle-born, even if he were a half-blood, he would ensure that Narcissa's children were included in the Black family tree. Walburga was incensed by Regulus's audacity. Already weary from the despair following the death of Orion, she was on the brink of madness and had to gather her wits to outmaneuver Regulus, while also hastening to find Narcissa a pure-blood suitor. It was unfathomable to her that her little angel, Rael, could utter such words. Maternal opposition was futile. The mother who would one day become a portrait could not impede the living head of the Black family's decisions. This wretched boy, learning nothing of value, only emulating that rebellious Sirius. Walburga was beside herself with rage at Regulus, fearing even more that Narcissa and Regulus might wed Muggle-borns, or even Muggles, thus adding a host of half-blood names to the Black family tapestry. She would be driven to rise from the Black family tomb in fury. Thus, at a time when she had previously been heartbroken over the deaths of Orion Black and Regulus Black, and driven to madness by Sirius Black, teetering on the brink of death, Walburga Black was, as of now, very much alive and full of vigor. She even had the energy to select handsome pure-blood suitors for Narcissa and arrange blind dates for Regulus, fervently visiting Orion's grave each day to curse Sirius Black for corrupting her little Rael. It was quite surreal. Indeed, after Orion's passing, Regulus's position as head of the family was precarious. A young man of gentle temperament, he had offended the Dark Lord, and with wealth and deep-rooted lineage backing him, many coveted his position. During that period, the Black family was akin to a fish on a chopping block in the eyes of others. To deter the ambitions of the aspiring young aristocrats, Narcissa and Regulus made substantial political contributions to seasoned Death Eater families such as the Malfoys, Lestranges, and Knots, thus quelling their covetous inclinations. And then there was the Dark Lord. To prove the Black family's loyalty, Regulus willingly became Voldemort's pawn, his soul long since consigned to the depths of hell. However, for the sake of family, a Slytherin would sacrifice anything. Regulus, wishing for Narcissa and Walburga to live well, would sell his conscience to Voldemort without hesitation. Of course, he could extend that to anyone else. Severus felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that his junior had truly matured into a man. Regulus remained ever gentle. Yet, this Black, often overlooked by many, could now shield his sister from the storm. As for Sirius Black, it was perhaps best left unmentioned. Severus felt a sense of relief. For Narcissa, for the ever-admiring Regulus, and most importantly, Sirius would not lay claim to a single canute from the Black family. That was indeed splendid news. The heads of the Parkinson, Burke, White, and Lockwood families emerged from the lounge in succession. Upon witnessing Adams's shameless flattery, they immediately encircled him, subtly pushing him aside to pledge their loyalty to the new master. Adams, however, would not permit such exclusion. He quickly maneuvered back to the forefront with his audacious demeanor. Severus had been managing these wizards until Lucius stepped out from the lounge. After assisting 7 individuals in dispelling the dark mark, Lucius was utterly drained of magical energy, rendering his complexion pale. Severus approached with concern, supporting Lucius's arm as he retrieved a vial of magical replenisher from his ring, slowly administering it to Lucius. Apart from Regulus, the heads of the other families were advanced in years. Observing their intimate exchange, an air of discomfort settled among them. Although they indulged in clandestine affairs with lovers more openly than anyone else, they rarely displayed such affection with their legal partners in public. Was the bond between Lucius Malfoy and Severus Prince truly so profound? The worried gaze from Prince suggested Lucius had sustained some grave injury. In reality, he had merely overexerted himself. A good night's sleep would suffice. And what of Malfoy's smile? Did Prince feed him some rare delicacy worthy of such joyous consumption? Was it merely a magical replenisher, yet he smiled as if it were priceless? Moreover, had their prior friendship merely served as a facade to conceal their true relationship? Their affection appeared so steadfast. From this perspective, the union of Prince and Malfoy seemed unwavering, impervious to any attempts at discord. Little did they know, this young couple had a child over a year old. Had they been aware of Draco's existence, they would have been utterly astonished. Nevertheless, until the Ministry of Magic's trial concluded, neither Abraxas nor Severus and Lucius had any intention of revealing Draco's existence. At that moment, Abraxas had shed the sharp demeanor he had displayed during negotiations with the other heads of families. A gentle smile graced his lips as he regarded Lucius and Severus, 2 promising youths. How delightful it was to see them so enamored. Regulus secretly scoffed. Well, it was what it was. Although Lucius had a penchant for flamboyance and narcissism, he was indeed among the most distinguished young wizards of their generation, deserving of his elders' regard. The devoted Black consoled his wounded spirit in silence. Unbeknownst to Lucius, who was blissfully accepting Severus's concern, he openly showcased his affection before their future subordinates. Together, he and Severus then approached the crowd, engaging in dialogue with the cunning heads of the pureblood families. These individuals addressed Severus as master and Lucius as sir. As both young men received oaths of loyalty from their new subordinates, Abraxas smiled with satisfaction. He refrained from interjecting, recognizing that this was the stage for the young ones. He had no desire to steal their thunder. When no one was watching, he poured himself a glass of iced champagne and quietly retreated to the window, concealing himself behind the drapery. Gazing out into the deepening night, Abraxas mused, I shall help them become the new kings of Slytherin. The moon cast its gaze upon him as he raised his glass in a toast to it, his voice hoarse yet tender. Cheers. This toast was to the radiant crescent moon, a tribute to the deceased Tom, and a celebration of their family's bright and resplendent future. Chapter 97. Preparations before the trial. Gentlemen, I believe we have discussed all pertinent matters. You may take your leave. Let us await the Ministry of Magic's summons. I trust that during these days, you will devise sufficient testimonies in your favor. Under Severus's watchful gaze, Burke, Parkinson, and others nodded and bowed in unison, declaring, Your command is our obedience. Through the mastery displayed by Severus Snape in both potions and spells, one can effortlessly deduce an exceedingly accurate conclusion. The future of this scion of the Prince lineage is boundless. Abraxas Malfoy, ever the shrewd strategist, has orchestrated the escape of Malfoy from the clutches of the Death Eaters, ensuring that the prince, renowned for their ancestral integrity, will undoubtedly soar to great heights in the post-war era. Such a vessel, brimming with promise, would leave no room for those who arrive tardily. How could Bach and his compatriots refrain from fervently vying for their favor? Slytherins are indeed individuals who would go to any lengths for their own benefit. Thus, even if it meant humbling themselves before the younger generation, they would feel no discomfort, nor perceive any sense of injustice. Everything they do is for the sake of the family's interests. After bidding farewell, Regulus, Parkinson, and Bach departed from Malfoy Manor. Abraxas regarded Severus and Lucius with a knowing smile, suggesting, Go on, I sense your longing for one another. There is no need to linger with me. Severus felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks, yet he followed Lucius back to their chamber. They first visited Draco. Before Severus's return, Lucius had arranged for a small children's room to be connected to their bedroom, allowing them to see Draco through a private door. The children's room was adorned with whimsical decor, sky blue wallpaper, various dragon models, charming pumpkin lanterns, and a walnut-crafted bed. The house elf caring for Draco, named Elf, was exceedingly diligent. As for the disloyal house elf Dobby, Lucius had cast off a glove to grant him the long-desired freedom. Whether he would find refuge in another wizarding household was left to the whims of Merlin. Lucius's mercy in sparing Dobby's life stemmed from the elf's remarkable fortune. Prior to Severus's pregnancy, Dobby had worked on the periphery of Malfoy Manor, but after Severus's pregnancy, he was promoted within the estate due to his diligent service, prompting Lucius to recall him. When Lucius discovered him, Severus was in America, nurturing the child, and Lucius spared Dobby's life. Although Dobby had not yet developed a yearning for freedom, he was tearfully reluctant to depart. However, upon receiving clothing from his master, he had no choice but to leave the Malfoy family, his face awash with tears. The other house elves, witnessing Dobby's fate, became even more diligent, which was an unexpected boon. After tucking Draco back into bed, Lucius led Severus back to their own chamber. As soon as they closed the door to the children's room, they could not resist embracing and kissing one another. They had longed for the sensation of skin against skin for safety and for their future. It had been far too long since they had last met. Lucius tore open Severus's white robe, while Severus deftly unfastened the exquisite buttons at Lucius's neck. In their tender kisses, Severus's delicate lips became rosy and moist, igniting a fervor in Lucius's mind, as though he wished to devour him. Severus felt his face grow warm under Lucius's intense gaze. His robe haphazardly strewn over his arm, revealing a generous expanse of his chest. Lucius's kisses trailed from his throat to just above his navel. His voice husky as he inquired, "Severus, is it permissible?" Severus's long fingers had already entwined in Lucius's platinum locks, gently pushing his head away as his body leaned back slightly. "Do hurry," he urged. Lucius complied with his lover's entreaty. While Severus and Lucius reveled in a delightful evening together, Bach and the other heads of the Death Eater families hastened back to their own homes. They swiftly disposed of all items associated with the Death Eaters, packing away their dark artifacts before using the door key provided by Severus to journey to Severus and Lucius's residence in the Muggle world. Indeed, Mr. Prince was correct. Hiding their belongings in the Muggle realm was the safest course of action. However, the pure-blood heads of families who had ventured to Severus and Lucius's Muggle villa for a midnight excursion were left in a daze on their return. Could such a pristine, immaculate, and opulent house truly have been constructed by Muggles? And those Muggles serving as guards, each exuding an air of bloodlust, appeared remarkably formidable. Mr. Bach, the most notorious killer among them, could assure the others that those Muggle guards had all taken lives. Without a doubt, each of them had killed. Moreover, Mr. Bach astutely noted that even when they employed the disillusionment charm, the chief guards still detected their presence. The guards were among the earliest Muggle confidants of Severus, bound by a magical contract, ensuring they would not betray his secrets. They were aware that their master, Count P, possessed peculiar abilities and associated with others of similar peculiarities. Yet what of it? If Severus were an envoy of God, then those among his subordinates who had achieved social mobility through him would gladly sing hallelujah alongside him. If Severus were a follower of Satan, so be it. In this day and age, who would not bow for a few shillings? Selling one's soul to a capitalist is no different than selling it to Satan. One might even fetch a higher price from Satan. Yet, these matters were beyond the comprehension of Bach and his fellow wizarding heads of families. They were indeed shaken by this brief foray into the Muggle world. How did those powerless Muggles detect the wizard's presence? Furthermore, had Muggles become even more resilient than before? Just a single villa housed over 100 Muggle guards. An impossibility in the wizarding world. One could only imagine the number of Muggles in reality. How did they sustain such a multitude? Was Lucius Malfoy's earlier rhetoric regarding the Muggle threat indeed true? They had previously dismissed it as a mere fabrication of Lucius, a fear-mongering ploy aimed at dividing Muggle-born wizards, purebloods, and half-bloods to curry favor with the Dark Lord. In retrospect, perhaps Lucius had never spoken a falsehood. Perhaps their own views were outdated and ill-timed. Nevertheless, currently, the affairs of the Muggle world were not of paramount importance. Their foremost task was to prepare their defense for the impending judgment, as well as to hastily study mental defense spells. Removing the Dark Mark could indeed serve to a degree as proof of their non-Death Eater status. However, in the past, they had not always donned Death Eater masks when dispatched by the Dark Lord to instigate terror. Furthermore, those who would rather enter Azkaban than seek ways to absolve themselves would surely leap at the chance to savage them after witnessing their betrayal of the Dark Lord. It was clear that Abraxas sought out their collaboration, rather than that of those who would not yield to anyone outside the Dark Lord. Otherwise, wouldn't he Lestrange and not possess equal depth of heritage and magical prowess? Moreover, it was evident that the Ministry's specters and the members of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix would not allow them to pass through unscathed. The Ministry's specters could be appeased with meat, provided one played their cards right, but the members of the Order harbored a genuine desire for their demise. Therefore, to guard against the potential use of the soul-sucking curse against them, they must prepare in advance. To master the art of crafting false memories within one's mind is essential for adeptly portraying the roles assigned by their new masters, Severus Prince and Lucius Malfoy. Chapter 98. In the courtroom. The news of the Dark Lord's defeat at the hands of the savior, Harry Potter, spread like wildfire throughout the British wizarding community overnight. Ordinary wizards rejoiced, eager to catch a glimpse of their hero, only to be informed that the savior had been whisked away by Dumbledore. The venerable wizard had sent the hero to the safest sanctuary for protection. Most wizards understood this rationale, considering that many malevolent Death Eaters remained at large, undoubtedly plotting revenge against their fallen master. It was not improbable that some were currently lurking in the shadows, devising disgraceful schemes to eliminate the savior. Naturally, conspiracy theories emerged, suggesting that Dumbledore's actions to sequester the savior were driven by ulterior motives. Such sentiments were to be expected. After all, it is impossible to please everyone. Even the Galleon is subject to disparagement, let alone a living figure like Dumbledore. Particularly in this timeline, Dumbledore was not as unblemished as he had been in a previous existence. The incidents involving Hagrid's acromantula and Lupin's lycanthropy had marred the reputation of the greatest white wizard. Now, with the Dark Lord deceased, Dumbledore regained his stature as the all-powerful great white wizard in the eyes of the common wizards. While the wizarding community reveled in the celebration of the Dark Lord's demise, many were ensnared in profound sorrow. Madame Longbottom gazed upon her son and daughter-in-law, both in a coma at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, along with the infant Neville Longbottom, feeling her strength wane. Yet, she had no choice but to persevere. She must raise Neville. Muriel Pruitt had also become increasingly agitated, for the last two male heirs of the Pruitt family, Fabian and Gideon, had perished in the turmoil of war. With their deaths, the Pruitt line faced extinction. How could she not grieve for her two beloved nephews who had not yet established families before meeting Merlin? The toll of war was immense, and countless individuals like Madame Longbottom and Muriel Pruitt were engulfed in heartache. On the side of the Death Eaters, conditions varied significantly. Aside from the pureblood families under the command of Prince and Malfoy, others faced disparate fates. Some Death Eaters lived in constant dread, fearing that they would be cast into Azkaban the following day, lacking the resolve to take action, merely awaiting the judgment of fate. Others recalled the methods employed by Lucius Malfoy in a past life, attempting to bribe their way to freedom with galleons, feigning that they were under the influence of the Imperius curse to procure that intangible absolution from the Ministry of Magic. A few had succumbed to madness, their master's demise causing them immense anguish. Consequently, following Voldemort's death, they resorted to acts of terror, murdering Muggle-born wizards and breaching the statute of secrecy. The Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, along with the surviving members of the Order of the Phoenix, formed a temporary task force to apprehend these Death Eaters. However, those valiant souls laboring on the front lines gained little beyond their heroic titles. Instead, the Ministry, along with the pureblood families aligned with the victors and other neutral families that had remained uninvolved in the conflict, seized the opportunity to plunder wealth and resources. Yet, they soon encountered resistance. While the smaller, unprotected families were easily overwhelmed, the established, venerable families proved far more formidable. Questions arose regarding the Dark Lord's wealth. Why was he so impoverished? Aside from a single manor, what else did he possess? Where was the money? The jewels? The shops and enterprises? Why was there no valuable alchemical apparatus or magical tomes? Abraxas Malfoy, who had once employed a Muggle economics professor to teach him accounting, held his secrets close. The Dark Lord's riches, alchemical artifacts, and tomes of dark magic lay hidden within the underground vaults of Prince Manor. Even if the Ministry were to search Malfoy Manor, they would find not a single canute or scrap of parchment. Unable to seize the Dark Lord's legacy and facing countless obstacles in absorbing his enterprises, the Ministry of Magic swiftly enhanced their operational efficiency. They resolved to immediately commence hearings for all Death Eaters. It was evident that post-interrogation, the Ministry would have the pretext to confiscate the properties of the Death Eater families. First came Lestrange, followed by Nott, Mulciber, Dolohov, and Rosier. However, the Lestrange family vault was under the stewardship of Bellatrix, who was now deceased. The Ministry employed various means to interrogate Rodolphius and Rabaston, but could not ascertain the means to unlock the vault. Nevertheless, they could seize other properties belonging to the Lestrange family. Rodolphius and Rabaston did not shy away from their identities as Death Eaters, even boldly proclaiming that the great Dark Lord would surely return. Who else could they target if not them? Among those subsequently interrogated, some remained defiant, only to be cast into Azkaban by Ministry officials. Others, however, proved more cunning, claiming they were under the Imperius curse when they served the Dark Lord, and through substantial political donations, They secured pardons and were released without charge. It was only when the ministry began to interrogate Abraxas Malfoy that the situation took a remarkable turn. Abraxas appeared at the trial accompanied by his innocent son, Lucius Malfoy, a professor at Hogwarts. This was not unusual. It was common for the families of suspects to attend hearings out of concern for their loved ones. However, the individual standing beside Lucius, clad in black robes, with black hair and eyes, and adorned with a ring engraved with an iridescent moonflower, raised questions. Unrelated parties. Do not disturb the court, admonished the presiding judge, Susan Burns, as she rapped her gavel. Your Honor, I am Severus Prince, the new head of the Prince family, and I have every right to be present. A murmur rippled through the courtroom. In truth, a small faction of wizards associated with the field of potion making or engaged in the potion and herb business had already recognized Severus's identity. Additionally, some knowledgeable in heraldry had discerned the moonflower emblem on Severus's ring, the family crest of the Prince family, which had been worn by Edward Prince decades prior. At this juncture, Severus Prince publicly declared his betrothal to Malfoy, appearing alongside the Malfoys in court to lend them support. Could it be that he and Lucius Malfoy truly shared a deep bond? With the esteemed reputation of the Prince family in the wizarding world, exonerating Lucius would pose no problem. After all, Lucius Malfoy had not joined the Death Eaters. He was still a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin House. Some judges and ministry officials present had even inquired with Dumbledore, confirming that Lucius Malfoy bore no dark mark. With this realization, certain ministry officials began to entertain ulterior motives. If Abraxas were willing to contribute politically, they could consider casting votes to affirm his innocence. After all, one never knows when they might need to seek the favor of a master potion maker. Investing in advance was prudent. When the time came to seek assistance, it would be too late to act. Should they help Abraxas Malfoy, the young head of the Prince family, the youngest potion master in the wizarding world, would owe them a significant favor. Many judges and jurors held this opinion. However, Abraxas removed his wizarding robes and slowly unfastened the cufflinks of his shirt sleeves. Lucius caught his robes, while Severus seized the sapphire cufflinks. All the wizards in the courtroom were utterly perplexed. What on earth were Malfoy and his associates doing? Chapter 99. The Immaculate Malfoy and His Innocent Friends. Abraxas was, of course, intent on demonstrating to everyone that he bore no dark mark, and thus was not a Death Eater. He rolled up his shirt sleeves to his elbows and, akin to revealing priceless jewels, displayed his immaculate forearms to the judges and jurors encircling the gallery. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, I understand you are to adjudicate the instigators of the vile war. The Death Eaters? Abraxas's tone was as if he had never been a Death Eater, his demeanor entirely relaxed. He even mournfully declared, "It is those who have endured the ravages of war who truly appreciate the value of peace. I am the most vehement opponent of war. The Malfoy family has suffered greatly due to this conflict, and we detest the wizarding war with a passion. Gentlemen and ladies, you may not yet be aware that my two children, Severus Prince and Lucius Malfoy, have long been secretly betrothed, and they even have children of their own. Yet, due to this damned war, they dare not hold a public wedding. Everyone knows of that prophecy concerning the Savior. Although my grandson was born in June, no one can predict the unforeseen consequences. It is not unheard of in the wizarding world for expectant mothers to experience a gestation period exceeding 10 months. I willingly confess my selfishness. The Savior is magnificent, having bestowed upon us the invaluable gift of peace. However, I do not wish my descendants to be the chosen child of destiny. Thus, the marriage of Lucius and Severus has remained a closely guarded secret. When the next generation arrives, I, as their grandfather, will be unable to be by their side, a regret I shall carry for a lifetime." At this point, the fair-haired beauty began to choke on his words, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed down his face like pearls, while the two young men beside him offered support to their distressed father. Reporters, long in the employ of Malfoy and Prince, frantically captured Abraxas's tearful visage. Rita Skeeter swore that any witch who beheld this photograph of Malfoy would surely feel compelled to send impassioned letters to the Ministry of Magic. How could they force such a pitiable grandfather? No, that term would not resonate with the young witches, nor evoke their empathy. Widower. Yes, widower would grant readers a broader canvas for imagination. Rita mused that perhaps she could pen the romantic tale of Abraxas Malfoy and his deceased wife. Her enchanted quill danced across the parchment, recording her inspiration. She was now an ally of Lucius Malfoy and Severus Prince. Surely, they would not hesitate to share Abraxas's love story with her. She pondered uncertainly. Abraxas continued his paternal performance. Wizards have experienced the turmoil of war and endured untold hardships. Within these few decades, first Grindelwald, then Voldemort, everyone has lost their dearest or most beloved due to conflict. I sincerely mourn for their losses. He boldly spoke the name Voldemort. a name that many in attendance still dared not utter. Indeed, apart from Dumbledore and the Malfoy family, the majority of those present referred to the Dark Lord as he who must not be named. Even in death, they feared him. Now that Voldemort is no more, we have finally ushered in an era of peace. It is imperative that the Ministry of Magic holds trials for the Death Eaters to comfort those who have suffered due to the war. Yet the Ministry must not violate the tenets of justice to ensnare an innocent like myself. I bear no dark mark. You may come forth and use the revealing contract or the counter curse for the ignorance charm. Anything will suffice. I assure you, I do not possess that abhorrent mark. The judges exchanged bewildered glances, unsure why the most valued of Voldemort's inner circle bore no dark mark. Several Aurors inspected Abraxas's arms, confirming the absence of the mark. How is this possible? Malfoy, have you devised a means to remove the mark from your arm? I have never possessed a dark mark, sir. Why do you ask me such a question? If I were truly a Death Eater, why would Lucius and I both be devoid of the mark? Lucius, too, showcased his own arm, free from any blemish. Indeed, I believe my choice of nomenclature can attest to my innocence. I refer to him as Voldemort, while you call him he who must not be named. Honorable Judge, to demonstrate your resolve against dark forces, would you dare to utter his name directly? Abraxas slightly lifted his chin and retorted to the questioning judge. Humph, they all aim to gnaw a piece of flesh from the Malfoy family. Why should he grant them any courtesy? I would also consent to the use of the soul-reading charm to verify my innocence. However, ladies and gentlemen, the law dictates that such malevolent curses and potions, like Veritaserum, must only be employed once the guilt of the suspect has been established. And I, Abraxas Malfoy, bear no dark mark. This hearing today is a farce, unjustly accusing an innocent and blameless wizard. Are you truly prepared to trample upon the sanctity of the law and insist on probing my mind? Following Abraxas's declaration, the courtroom erupted in commotion. Yet, Abraxas emanated an aura of magical authority. While his power could not rival Dumbledore or Voldemort, among those present, he stood out as a formidable presence. This was a warning. Unless Dumbledore chose to coerce him into confession, none present could subdue him. And would Dumbledore capitulate for the sake of the Ministry's interests? Clearly not. Even without the throng of reporters snapping photos, Dumbledore would not engage in such folly. Not to mention the courtroom was teeming with eager journalists. How do you explain your close association with the Dark Lord? Many claim you were his most trusted confidant. Mrs. Burns inquired sternly of Abraxas. Perhaps our esteemed headmaster should be aware that the Death Eaters originated from the Knights of Walpurgis. I, too, was once a member of that student organization, and I was an upperclassman to Voldemort during his school days. I remained his friend until he adopted an extremist ideology, at which point we parted ways. While the Malfoys uphold the purity of blood, we do not advocate for murder. As for my close association, I had to engage in subterfuge with my former junior, providing him with funds to safeguard my friends. Abraxas placed particular emphasis on the term funds, leaving ambiguity as to whether he was referring to the Death Eaters or mocking the Ministry. Regardless, those who understood were either blushing in shame or fuming with anger. Parkinson, Bach, Adams, Lucan, White, and Young Black. These individuals were all pure-blood Slytherins, easily marked by the Dark Lord and coerced into joining the Death Eaters. In order to preserve their purity, I have unknowingly expended immeasurable effort over the years. Though my fundamental aim has always been to safeguard my friends, the outcome suggests that this may inadvertently be my contribution to the peace of the wizarding world. Yet now, astonishingly, has all this toil become evidence against me? I refuse to accept such an indignity. This should not be the conduct of the judicial system within the English wizarding community. Abraxas's gaze swept across Dumbledore, then to Millicent Bagnold, and finally to Cornelius Fudge and Susan Bones. To my knowledge, each of these individuals bears suspicion of being Death Eaters. After Susan Bones fell silent, Millicent Bagnold boldly stepped forward to challenge Abraxas. Madam, none of them bear the dark mark upon their arms. You may examine them. The absence of the dark mark does not necessarily prove they are not Death Eaters. Abraxas had been waiting for such a retort. Then what, pray tell, can substantiate that? Madam, is it a document from the Ministry of Magic? Would that not imply that whoever you declare to be a Death Eater is indeed one? If the Ministry were to consume the properties of pure blood families in this manner, what recourse would we ordinary wizards have? The testimonies of Death Eaters such as Lestrange are hardly credible. Who can discern the truth behind soul-sucking or Veritaserum? How can we know whether the Ministry has made any promises to them or employed the Cruciatus curse upon them? Esteemed jurors, only the dark mark stands as an objective measure. It is the sole element that cannot be fabricated. A murmur of agitation rippled through the courtroom, and Millicent finally recognized the tenacity of the middle-aged beauty before her. Among the jury members sat many wizards hailing from pure-blood families. Upon hearing Abraxas's insidious provocations, how could they not question the integrity of the Ministry? In the reporters section, Rita Skeeter's quill was nearly smoking with the intensity of her writing. A radiant smile graced her face, for the day's revelations were indeed sensational and thrilling. She had already conceived a compelling new article on the Ministry's conspiracies. As for the Malfoy family's romantic escapades, that intriguing story could wait for the next edition. Perhaps it could even tie in with this one, given that the protagonists were all Abracax Malfoy. Chapter 100, Public Revelation. Amidst the uproar, Severus spoke. In fact, your honors, esteemed jurors, Mr. Malfoy's companions have pledged their loyalty to me. Within their very beings lies the soul contract forged between us. A soul contract. This is the highest form of allegiance. In the wizarding world, only those utterly devoted to a wizard are permitted to have a soul contract inscribed within their bodies. Moreover, each wizard may only pledge such loyalty to one individual. The Dark Mark, bestowed by the Dark Lord, is a malevolent variant of the soul contract. Imbued with dark magic and curses, transforming a contract meant to summon the bound and ensure confidentiality into a slave contract that allows for punishment and corruption of the soul at all times. Thus, under the allegiance of these pure-blood heads to Severus, they cannot possibly accept the Dark Lord's mark. The judges and jurors exchanged glances, deciding to summon the pure-blood wizard heads to verify whether they bore Severus Prince's soul contract within them. Just as Millicent dispatched an auror to summon the wizards Abracax had just named, a commotion erupted outside the courtroom. Visitors from the Ministry of Magic had arrived. The aurors went to investigate, only to discover that those summoned by the minister were all waiting outside the door. Upon opening it, these pure-blood wizard heads, having anticipated the summons, approached Severus and respectfully stood behind him. However, they were discreet enough not to address him as master in public. Severus's wand flicked toward them, and a gentle blue light enveloped the six. The ministry's inspectors observed closely, hoping to uncover any discrepancies, but ultimately had to concede that this was indeed a soul contract. Dumbledore's blue eyes fell upon the young prince standing there. He suddenly realized that this young prince was not the future scholar he had envisioned, lost in potions. He bore little resemblance to the prince he had encountered decades ago at the Merlin Society's annual gathering. In Dumbledore's memory, Edward Prince had been disheveled, collaborating with other potion masters to explore their craft. On the day he met the elder prince, the latter was enthusiastically debating with Madame Bohan about the optimal amount of powdered African snake bark to achieve the finest potion. Yet the young prince before him wore a well-tailored black robe, adorned with shimmering dark embroidery, with dark hair and eyes. His slightly longer locks were tied back in a small bun, embellished with exquisite gray-blue gemstones. This style was reminiscent of the Malfoys. He was so young, yet so ambitious. Just observe the flickering light in his eyes and the confidence and ambition etched upon his face. He resembled Abracax Malfoy, Voldemort, and Gellert. Dumbledore felt a momentary disorientation. He hesitated, pondering whether he should continue to stand idly by while the ministry faced its predicament. The acquittal of Malfoy, along with the alliance and support of the princes in absolving a host of Death Eater families, represented vastly different concepts. Merlin, how would they resolve the issue of the Dark Mark? Did the Prince family possess some long-hidden purification potion, or had this prodigious young prince made a new invention? No. The reality was that even if he wished to assist, he found himself powerless to do so. Those present bore no dark marks, and any connections to Death Eaters in their households should have been eradicated. Furthermore, there was the sole contract of Severus Prince to attest to their innocence. Abracax had asserted with conviction that the ministry sought to label them as Death Eaters in order to seize their assets, and the reporters had documented it all. They even claimed they would submit to soul-sucking examinations. Such confidence surely stemmed from some underlying assurance. Following Abracax Malfoy's impassioned address, anyone daring to label them as Death Eaters would be branded by these reporters as engaging in political persecution. This was their brazen stratagem. Abracax Malfoy was indeed an exceedingly dangerous individual. And young prince, did he possess such capabilities? At such a tender age, he had already amassed such a considerable following. Initially, Dumbledore had believed that the boy's tactics against the Potter family were taught by Malfoy, but now it appeared that perhaps all of it had been the boy's own design. Dumbledore felt a twinge of apprehension, yet ultimately chose not to intervene on behalf of the ministry. The ministry's intention to send these pure-blood heads to Azkaban was not a pursuit of justice, but merely a means to profit. Stepping forward would not guarantee a complete conviction against Abracax and the others. Thus, he saw no need to jeopardize his reputation for the sake of the ministry's avaricious minions, merely to procure a pittance. His influence was better spent on matters of greater significance. The countenance of Millicent and her companions was notably grim. Upon witnessing Dumbledore's indifference, their expressions darkened further, akin to ink. They were acutely aware that they had been outmaneuvered by Malfoy and Prince. The lady, who had reclaimed her position at the Ministry of Magic after the demise of the Dark Lord, cast a glance at Severus Prince, who stood beside Abraxas Malfoy. She recalled having personally awarded this young wizard the Order of Merlin. At that time, she had been filled with confidence, believing that this scion of Prince was a veritable talisman bestowed by Merlin to enhance the ministry's reputation. A few minor favors would suffice to showcase the benevolence of the ministry to the electorate. Yet, who could have anticipated that within just a few short years, this young wizard would stand here, defying the ministry? Meanwhile, the moderate pureblood wizard stood submissively at his side. Millicent would stake her very soul that these individuals would never exhibit such deference and loyalty in her presence. However, despite her indignation, for the sake of her political standing, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Alongside Susan Bones, she announced the complete exoneration of these individuals and ordered their immediate release. Abraxas elegantly lowered his sleeves and donned his sapphire cufflinks. Lucius draped a voluminous wizarding robe over him, and Abraxas smoothed the folds of the robe. Addressing the assembly with a gentle voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my gratitude for your invitation today. Since we are deemed innocent, we shall take our leave. Farewell." Abraxas was released on the spot, and even the other pureblood heads were absolved of their charges. They exited the Ministry of Magic, their jet-black robes adorned with the crests of their respective families. Upon stepping outside, they were immediately surrounded by journalists who had not secured access to the courtroom. The Slytherins instantly donned benevolent smiles. "Indeed, sir, we are wholly innocent. Miss, I cherish peace. I have never been a Death Eater. I can show you my arm. I bear no dark mark." Severus, addressing a reporter's microphone, extolled the ministry. Minister Millicent would never wrongfully convict an innocent, nor would she allow a guilty party to escape. "Are you Mr. Prince? What brings you to Mr. Malfoy's trial?" A reporter from Potions Weekly suddenly recognized Severus and eagerly inquired. "Indeed, I am. Lucius Malfoy and I are partners, which is why I am here." "Wow, this is monumental news." The reporters swarmed like sharks sensing blood, and Lucius was more than willing to recount the tale of his and Severus's romance. "We fell in love during our school years, due to the turmoil of war. We chose to marry in secret. Yes, we do have a child. To ensure his safety, we have kept his existence a secret." "Are you jesting? How could we possibly forego a wedding? To make amends for the regrets between Severus and myself, we shall host a grand ceremony. Would you like an invitation?" "Certainly. The Malfoy family will send you one. My father fully supports our union, and the portraits of the prince ancestors are quite pleased with me. Surely, you understand what it means to have a soulmate? Abraxas, Severus. Lucius, have you been under so much pressure while lurking beneath the Dark Lord that you are now so liberated? Your image, the very image you value most. What of your elegance, the elegance you cherish?" Abraxas and Severus exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's exasperation. If they could, they would certainly proclaim that they were unacquainted with the loquacious wizard before them. However, the prospect of publicly acknowledging their bond with Severus brought Lucius immense joy. Severus, too, could not suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upward. Chapter 101. The Confusion of Sirius. Malfoy and Prince, in a near arrogant manner, managed to cleanse themselves and their subordinates of all accusations without spending a single canute. Within the ministry, Millicent and Fudge seethed with anger. Regardless of their differing styles or political ideologies, they unanimously agreed on the prosecution of Death Eaters. Those guilty of heinous crimes should be sent to Azkaban, while those with lesser charges could be exploited for profit. Yet, Abraxas and his cohorts seemed to have employed some method to erase the dark mark from their arms. Delivering a lengthy and righteous speech in court, journalists snapped photographs, initially invited to capture the dignified officials of the ministry. Abraxas and his associates had effectively put the ministry in a precarious position. According to Abraxas's muddled reasoning, should the ministry apprehend him or any of his subordinates who bore no dark mark, it would be tantamount to corruption, coercing innocent wizards to provide political contributions to the ministry. Who would be willing to bear such a charge? Reluctantly, they allowed Abraxas and his entourage to slip away, redirecting their pent-up frustration onto other Death Eaters. The ministry's Aurors and the Order of the Phoenix continued their pursuit of the remnants of the Death Eaters. The ministry's trials did not cease. Unable to extract funds from families like the Malfoys and the Box, they sought ways to recuperate their losses from other families. Those brought before the court either clamored that the Dark Lord would return or resorted to selling their assets to bribe officials for their own survival. Some wept profusely, betraying comrades in hopes of leniency, while others vehemently denounced Malfoy and his allies as traitors. The ministry officials, upon hearing the latter, could barely suppress their disdain. If only they could cast that wretched Abraxas into Azkaban. Abraxas and his companions had narrowly escaped the ministry's judgment. However, many Death Eaters found themselves imprisoned in Azkaban, including several wrongfully accused. Greed outweighed conscience, at least within the ministry, where this notion reigned as an unassailable truth. The moderate pureblood families among the Death Eaters were divided. Some allied with Prince and Malfoy, such as Bach, Parkinson, and Lucan, while others sought to absolve themselves through political contributions, yet remained under suspicion, like the Selwyn family. The extreme pureblood extremists, such as Lestrange and Rosier, were summarily cast into Azkaban by ministry officials. There is an art to financial gain. If a sufficient number of prominent culprits are not addressed, how could the ministry convey its commitment to justice to the wizarding public? Of course, some extreme pureblood Death Eaters had already fled, eluding capture by the ministry, who could only dispatch Aurors in a futile effort to locate them. Furthermore, among those imprisoned in Azkaban were many innocent wizards. Yet, to seize their family estates, it was deemed trivial to label them as Death Eaters. Even if they were blameless, they lacked the collective strength and channels for advocacy that Abraxas and his companions possessed. Thus, during those few trials held in Dumbledore's absence, ministry officials swiftly convicted these innocent souls and cast them into Azkaban, thereby acquiring their coveted properties. Such as the darkness of politics, power and wealth possess an enchanting allure, capable of transforming the guilty into the innocent, and vice versa. Even upon humanity's demise, when the soul meets death, it may still be weighed and measured by his ancient hand. Such is the reality of our world. In the aftermath of war, as various factions vie for power and carve up the spoils of the post-Voldemort era, Sirius Black finally encounters the shadow of Peter Pettigrew. In the outskirts of Surrey, Sirius, in a frenzied state, cast the Animagus reversal spell upon the large gray rat. Struck by Sirius's incantation, Peter instantly reverted from rodent to a short, plump wizard. Peter Pettigrew, why have you betrayed us? Since James's death, Sirius's mind had spiraled into disarray. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, bore into Peter. You ask me? He spat. Peter, whose magical prowess paled in comparison to that of Sirius Black, soon found himself on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly erupted into laughter. Who among you ever regarded me as a friend, as a fellow human? I stood behind you, merely a lackey, a jester. You see me as you would my Animagus, as nothing more than a drab rat. The decision to conceal the news of Oliver's death was a collective one made by the Order. Yet you reserve your deepest hatred for me. What sense does that make? You all deserve to be betrayed by me. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought the illustrious Black Heir would witness such a sorrowful mad day? Sirius seethed at Peter's words, his teeth grinding with rage. It was for such trivial grievances that James had perished, that Hagrid and Pettigrew had been poisoned. All of this stemmed from his unkindness towards Peter. Once, James had taken pity on Peter, who was so unwelcomed within Gryffindor, ridiculed by other wizards, and had extended a hand in kindness. Had that kindness birthed an enemy instead? A tumult of emotions surged within Sirius: guilt, regret, confusion, and fury, all intertwining to create a mind both aching and feverish. Gradually, coherent thought eluded him. The only image that occupied his mind was that of James's lifeless body. He pointed his wand at Peter. Avada Kedavra. A green light surged towards Peter, who, despite his desperate attempts to evade it, was struck nonetheless. He felt the vitality draining from him, and as he gazed at the deranged Sirius, a chilling premonition washed over him. He would not survive this day. If death awaited him, then Sirius would not escape unscathed either. In a sudden burst of resolve, Peter cast the sprinting spell at his feet and dashed towards the Muggle station. Seeing Peter attempt to flee, Sirius hurried after him. Upon reaching the station, Peter abruptly halted. He turned, a wicked smile spreading across his face, and summoned all his life force to unleash a curse that rivaled the effects of an enhanced thunderclap explosion. Boom. The conflagration wrought by Peter Pettigrew's sacrificial magic scorched the air, and the anguished cries of countless Muggles echoed in the station. Had it been anything but a suburban station, those wails would have been magnified many times over. Sirius, I am dead, and you shall not fare well either. Though this explosion was my doing and not your fault, the deaths of these Muggles shall forever be intertwined with you. From this moment on, you will be marked as an impulsive wizard responsible for the deaths of dozens, rather than a celebrated war hero. The accolades you earned through war will inevitably be tainted. Peter thought, if I must die, at least it will be worth something. Sirius Black watched as Peter's body crumpled to the ground, dissolving into dust. He beheld the inferno raging before him and the Muggles, stricken by the blast, weeping in despair. Strangely, he realized he felt no pity for these Muggles, whom James had deemed worthy of protection. It dawned on him that he did not embody the essence of Gryffindor. The tremendous explosion had transpired, instigated by magic. The Ministry of Magic was soon alerted, and the Reverse Magical Incident Team, alongside Aurors and representatives from the Department of Muggle Affairs, hastened to the scene. They quickly identified Sirius Black as the perpetrator of this magical calamity. Merlin, who could have committed such an act? Why, Of all people, was it Sirius Black? They rushed in, eager to rectify the incident, believing the culprit to be a remnant of Voldemort's followers. Who could have anticipated that the matter would involve Sirius Black of the Order of the Phoenix? Standing behind Sirius was Dumbledore, and he had earned his place as a war hero. Sirius, what on earth transpired? Finally, Arthur Weasley, an acquaintance of Sirius, stepped forward to inquire. It was Peter. Sirius's voice was distant. Peter betrayed James, killed Hagrid, and exposed James's home. I nearly killed him, yet he had the strength to come here and detonate himself. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Thankfully, it was Peter who had committed this act, not Sirius. Yet, to confirm that Sirius was indeed innocent, they would need to inspect his wand. However, before they could celebrate for long, Sirius threw a wrench into the proceedings. Convict me, Arthur. Arrest me. Peter sought revenge on James out of hatred for me. I am guilty. The root of all this evil is I. I am the one who caused James's death. He clutched Arthur's arm tightly, leaving the latter uncomfortable as Sirius spewed forth a torrent of incoherent ramblings. Still, Arthur forced a smile, gently attempting to soothe Sirius Black. This is not your fault, Sirius. Do not speak such nonsense. I believe Dumbledore has tasks for you. You must protect the child James left behind, yes? With the reassurances from those around him, Sirius gradually regained his composure. Yet, upon returning to the Order's headquarters, he soon erupted once more. You have entrusted me with Harry's care, but where is he? Why is he missing? Sirius, Harry requires the protection of blood magic. So Professor Dumbledore has sent him to live with his aunt. I left her a stipend for Harry's upbringing. She should not mistreat him, Remus Lupin explained. If you're still concerned, we can discreetly check on Harry. Sirius responded with a sullen acknowledgement. He felt despondent. James was gone. Peter had betrayed him. And now Harry was sent away. Moreover, there was another matter that puzzled him. Why had Malfoy and his ilk escaped unscathed? While he felt a modicum of relief that Regulus and Narcissa had evaded Azkaban, he remained perplexed. Was this the justice he had sought? The Dark Lord was dead. Yet those in power had merely shifted from selfish, pure-blood aristocrats to a coalition of selfish, pure-blood aristocrats and ministry officials. The sacrifices of so many young lives had resulted in little more than a pool of blood, a Merlin's medal, and a meager pension. Sirius suddenly found the world utterly devoid of meaning. What, then, had been the worth of his past convictions and rebellion? Chapter 102. The moon beneath the sea is the moon in the sky. Severus and Lucius were dispatched by Abraxas to vie for market dominance, to bribe ministry officials, to place loyalists in positions of power, and to divide the post-war spoils. A substantial amount of galleons has been reallocated and circulated, with subordinates and researchers previously dispatched by Severus and Lucius to America and Asia now summoned back, before the other innocent pure-blood families and solitary powerful dark wizards could react. The underground black market in Nocturne Alley had been thoroughly divided between Malfoy and Prince. Additionally, they expanded their influence over the potion and alchemical industries, acquired shares in struggling companies such as broomstick manufacturers and publishing houses, and garnered the allegiance of minor nobles without connections, as well as talented Hogwarts graduates who found themselves without prospects due to their lineage. Engaged in these affairs, the two were as busy as spinning tops, while Abraxas, either indulging his beloved grandson Draco or meeting with staff from magical shops across Europe for grand purchases, remained occupied. I find the cut of this robe rather unsatisfactory, and the embellishments of gems are excessive, he remarked. Severus would not appreciate such a flamboyant wedding gown. Please make the necessary adjustments. As for this crown, it does not complement Lucius's hair color. I suggest you refine it to a matte finish. By the way, has the jewelry I ordered last month been completed? If so, kindly expedite its delivery to Malfoy Manor. Yes, I require 9,000 magical roses. And sir, you heard me correctly. I indeed wish to order 1,000 sets of confectionery gift boxes from Honeydukes. You inquire about the quantity? Ah, my son is to be wed, and these are intended as favors for the guests. Should there be any leftovers, I shall donate them to students and orphans. How generous of you, Mr. Malfoy, the proprietor of Honeydukes exclaimed with delight. Ever since he took over the shop from his father, he had never encountered such a prestigious client. Each complete set of candy gift boxes costs 80 galleons, totaling a staggering 80,000 galleons for 1,000 boxes. The shopkeeper had labored for months, scarcely seeing such profit. After over 2 months of tireless work, Lucius and Severus finally completed their pressing tasks, and the ministry's trials reached a conclusion. Those who could be rated had been, leaving little to extract from the remaining. Consequently, the trials naturally ceased. Once their duties were fulfilled, Lucius and Severus devoted an entire day to playing with Draco, who now over a year old, could articulate simple words and phrases, even calling for his father and grandfather. Lucius was eager to hear his son call him daddy each day, while Severus, though reluctant to admit it, equally cherished the sound of little Draco calling him daddy. They played with their son for 1 day, then 2, then 3. Severus reveled in this time, while Lucius, watching his partner blissfully embracing their son in slumber, shook his head in resignation. Merlin, tonight I must bestow a good night kiss upon Severus, he mused, yet he only permits me to kiss his forehead, insisting on not corrupting Draco. A mischievous thought crossed Lucius's mind. Thus, on the 4th morning of their vacation, upon awakening, Draco found his fathers mysteriously absent, leaving only his grandfather at his bedside. Poor little dragon, his grandfather lamented, lifting him into his arms. Your scoundrel father has absconded with your daddy. I know not where they have gone. It seems you must rely solely on your grandfather. His tone was mournful, though the house elf cleaning nearby wished to remind the old master that his lips were curving upward ever so slightly. Meanwhile, in a villa in France, Severus awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar place, seemingly far from Malfoy Manor. Draco and Lucius appeared to be absent as well. Grasping his wand, he surveyed his surroundings with caution. Had he been kidnapped, or had he, like before, inexplicably traversed to another time and space? He hoped for the former, for if it were the latter, Severus felt utterly powerless. He could not bear to part with his partner, his child, his career, and his home. Just then, Lucius entered, resplendent in a flamboyant ensemble, clad in casual white attire that was both relaxed and comfortable, his platinum hair elegantly tied back with a silver blue ribbon. He approached Severus, bestowing upon him an intimate and lingering good morning kiss. My dear Mr. Prince, I have decided to punish you for your neglect, and your punishment entails accompanying me on a delightful excursion through France. Realizing he had not inexplicably transitioned to another time, Severus exhaled in relief. However, once the tension dissipated, he felt a flicker of annoyance. He glared at Lucius. You insufferable fool. Do you comprehend the terror of awakening in an unfamiliar place, fearing I had once again traversed time and space? Lucius, I challenge you to a duel. My apologies, Severus. I merely wished to surprise you. Lucius held him close, exerting considerable effort to restrain Severus's struggles. Do not be vexed. We shall visit the Louvre. You have recently expressed an affinity for Muggle artists' works, have you not? Severus scoffed. I am indifferent. I shall go wherever you please, as long as you refrain from dragging me along the Champs-Élysées all day, purchasing a myriad of Muggle luxuries you once derided. Prior to the clash between the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix, he had succumbed to Lucius's birthday wish, accompanying him on a shopping trip in London. At that time, he had been utterly desperate to escape. Lucius not only indulged in trying on clothes for himself, but insisted on buying items for Severus to try as well. This was far more dreadful than shopping for wizarding robes at Diagon Alley, as the Muggle shops offered an endless array of clothing options. Lucius would lavishly spend galleons on trivial items, which was inconsequential as they were quite affluent and could afford the bills. Yet, Severus Prince absolutely did not wish for those trinkets to adorn him. After delivering his declaration, Severus shrugged off Lucius's ridiculous suggestion to assist him with washing, brushing his teeth, and feeding him. He was not incapacitated, so why lie in bed awaiting service? He promptly made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon exiting, he donned the outfit Lucius had prepared for him, a black casual ensemble, identical to Lucius's except for the color. After visiting several renowned landmarks in Paris, they ultimately found themselves on the Champs-Élysées. As the saying goes, since we are here, we might as well enjoy it. In the luxury store, the salesgirl beheld the two men entering with their cards in hand, her eyes shimmering with dreams of francs transforming into little stars. She regarded the handsome duo with the fervor of a father watching his daughter in gold, her eyes ablaze with ambition. Sales, sales. Commissions, commissions. Completing this transaction could afford her a new car. With their extravagant spending, Lucius and Severus reveled in the exquisite service that only a deity, or perhaps Merlin, might experience. After a delightful tour of Paris, they proceeded to Nice. The gentle breeze, azure waves, and sun-kissed beaches graced Nice, located along the French Mediterranean coast, boasting beautiful sunlit shores and a delightful climate. The city itself was as enchanting as a fairy tale, adorned with fragrant flowers and elegant French architecture. Severus and Lucius, both possessing fine physiques and distinct charisma, drew the attention of numerous bikini-clad beauties upon reaching the seaside. Lucius casually draped his arm over the shoulder of the oblivious Severus and guided him to a sun lounger beneath the vast parasol. He then adorned Severus with a pair of sunglasses. Only then did Severus belatedly grasp Lucius's intentions. However, as he observed Lucius putting on his own sunglasses and making a trip to the refreshment stand to procure a chilled drink, he conceded that if it pleased Lucius, then so be it. A mere pair of sunglasses could be worn for a while. Upon Lucius's return with a bottle of orange-flavored sparkling water, Severus's favorite, he didn't immediately indulge in the beverage. Instead, he retrieved a bottle of sunscreen. A peacock, after all. would certainly not appreciate the prospect of their skin being tanned. Lucius leaned closer as Severus squeezed the sunscreen onto his pale back, applying it evenly. As Severus gazed at Lucius's waist and the delicate contours of his shoulder blades, he suddenly felt a thirst. Yet, before he could sip the sparkling water Lucius had brought, he insisted that Lucius apply sunscreen on him first, for the sun outside was rather fierce. However, as the application progressed, Lucius's hands ventured to places they ought not to have gone. Well, it seemed Severus would likely not be enjoying his orange sparkling water after all. We can see the sea from our room. I think looking out at the ocean from the floor-to-ceiling windows is no different than being here, Severus remarked to Lucius. Thus, two entwined figures appeared upon the carpet before the expansive windows. When they finally emerged from the room, our Mr. Prince and Mr. Malfoy could not only relish the seaside view, but also the starry sky, a truly joyous occasion. As they dined on the candlelit dinner Lucius had arranged by the sea, they admired the stunning starlit sky, a scene undeniably romantic. The sea and sky melded into one. The distant fishing lights twinkled. The bright moon cast a silvery glow, its reflection dancing upon the gentle waves. And this moonlight from the sea was indeed the moonlight from the heavens, with the person before him being the one he cherished. Their love was eternal. Chapter 103, Harry from the Dursleys. Severus and Lucius's impromptu premarital getaway came to an early conclusion. Through the two-way mirror, Abraxas presented them with Draco, who was in tears from missing his father. Severus's heart softened, prompting him to rush back to Malfoy Manor. Lucius, equally pained for his little darling Draco, could not help but muse that the little dragon was indeed a little imp, capturing Severus's entire attention at such a tender age. If he grew a bit more, running and jumping, who knew how much more he would vie for their affection? The first thing Severus did upon stepping out of the fireplace was to cast a cleaning charm upon himself. The second was to take Draco from Abraxas's arms. He kissed Draco, receiving a tearful papa in return. His heart swelled further as he gently pressed his cheek against the cherubic face of his little darling. Lucius, momentarily entranced, found himself captivated by Severus's recent expression, so tender, so soft, so filled with joy. He understood that Severus, shaped by a tumultuous childhood, harbored a deep yearning for affection. At last, he had provided Severus with a home. Lucius grasped Draco's jubilantly flailing little hand and kissed his chubby cheek, saying, "Little dragon, be good to your father Severus." Draco giggled in delight, while Severus, a touch embarrassed, retorted, "What nonsense are you teaching the child? It should be us caring for little dragon." Well, Lucius thought. Though I adore our precious little dragon, once he turns 4, I must commence his education as an heir, ensuring he learns a great deal. That way, young Mr. Malfoy will have little time to intrude upon the affectionate moments of his two fathers. Meanwhile, Draco innocently kissed his unscrupulous father, blissfully unaware of the future his father had orchestrated for him. Abraxas urged their return, not only because Draco missed them, but primarily because he had completed the preparations for Lucius and Severus's wedding. Thus, the kidnapped Lucius and the ensnared Severus ought to return to draft the invitations. Golden eagles and owls, raised by the Malfoy family, soared to various corners of the wizarding world, delivering invitations to the wedding of Malfoy and Prince. Those receiving the invitations were largely honored by the gesture, be they ordinary purebloods or officials from the Ministry of Magic. The debates in the Ministry's court had already established the prowess of the Malfoy and Prince families. In the post-Voldemort era, they had undeniably become the vanguards of pureblood wizards from Slytherin. Even purebloods from other houses would look to them as leaders. The union of the Prince and Malfoy families undoubtedly served as a catalyst to solidify their standing. In the realm of mathematics, 1 + 1 equates to 2. Yet, in reality, the sum of Malfoy and Prince yields an outcome greater than 3. It was evident to the discerning that the stability of the union between the Prince and Malfoy families was exceptionally high. The scion of the Prince family, Severus, and the heir of the Malfoy family, Lucius, were in love, and more importantly, they had a child together. While invitations to the wedding of Severus and Lucius fluttered about, Sirius was already urging Remus to lead the way to Petunia's home in Little Whinging. On the night Voldemort perished due to the rebound of the love curse from the Avada Kedavra, Remus, following Dumbledore's directive, placed Harry at Petunia's doorstep. Petunia, startled by the sight of the child resembling her detestable brother-in-law James Potter, crouched down to scrutinize the infant in the basket. She soon noticed a pair of eyes identical to Lily's, along with a note in a pouch. The note detailed that the Potters had perished due to the war in the wizarding world, leaving behind the orphaned Harry Potter, and requested Petunia to care for him. The pouch contained a sum of gold galleons, which, if she recalled correctly, was the currency of the wizarding world. This gold was provided as a form of support by peculiar wizards for Harry, and while Petunia understood that these coins could be exchanged for pounds in the wizarding realm, She was uncertain if they held any value in the world of muggles. Yet, even if they could be spent, Petunia had no desire to accept this burden from Lily. She held a love-hate relationship with Lily. She loved her for their blood connection, but resented her for dragging the Evans family into the wizarding world and not even attending the funerals of her parents. So what if she provided support? Petunia had no intention of raising a child who bore such a striking resemblance to her most despised brother-in-law. Raising a child was never solely a matter of finances. She was unwilling to expend her energy on this child, who looked just like James Potter. With a hardened heart, Petunia left Harry outside, neglecting him. Yet as night fell, no peculiar beings from the wizarding world appeared to take the child away. When Harry cried for the 6th time out of hunger, Petunia finally scowled and brought the basket containing the infant back into her home. Remus Lupin, who had been quietly casting warming charms for Harry, breathed a sigh of relief. Petunia Evans adopted Harry. At last, he would receive the protective embrace of blood magic. He was safe. However, Remus had yet to realize that this was not the moment for him to relax. Over a month later, after returning from pursuing Peter and facing legal troubles, albeit bailed out by Dumbledore, Sirius furiously exclaimed, "Why did you send James's son to Lily's house? Do you truly believe that Muggle woman can raise Harry properly?" This conveys Dumbledore's sentiment. Harry requires the protection of blood magic. Sirius, you are aware that there are numerous Death Eater remnants still at large. They remain fiercely loyal to the fallen Dark Lord and will devise various means to eliminate Harry. The Ministry of Magic is utterly incompetent. They allow these defeated foes to roam free. Despite their ineptitude, they continue to thrive within the wizarding world. Meanwhile, my poor little Harry must endure hardship in the Muggle realm. Blood magic, blood magic. Even if blood magic is involved, Dumbledore must seek my consent before sending Harry away. Correct? After the deaths of James, Lily, and Mrs. Potter, I, as Harry's godfather, am his foremost guardian. Observing the furious Sirius, Lupin endeavored to soothe him. He too felt the weight of betrayal. Peter's treachery was a significant blow to him. Among their group of 4, Peter was the weakest. Yet, Remus Lupin, as a werewolf, harbored his own profound insecurities. At times, he felt a kinship with Peter. James and Sirius were the ostensible protagonists, while he and Peter were the unfortunate shadows. Admiring their radiant glory from the corners, he believed he understood Peter. Though timid, Peter was gentle and dutiful. Apart from his ordinariness, Peter possessed few significant flaws. Yet, Peter had betrayed them, even poisoning Hagrid and Pruitt. To this day, Molly weeps over it. Peter even went to the Dark Lord to disclose their secrets, betraying James and causing the demise of the Potter family. Merlin, there are moments when Lupin dreams of the halcyon days they spent at Hogwarts 5 or 6 years ago. Back then, spring was warm, and the 4 of them were free from worries, sorrow, death, and betrayal. Eventually, they arrived at the Dursleys' home. Remus remained rational. He had preemptively cast a disillusionment charm on himself and Sirius. In this life, due to that bag of gold, Petunia's disdain for Harry was not excessively high. Thus, Harry's circumstances were not too dire, or perhaps, the infant Harry in his previous life also experienced relative comfort. He truly faced the Dursleys' relentless ostracism only after his magical abilities manifested. Of course, one cannot discount the possibility that the Dursleys felt compelled to treat Harry decently due to that bag of gold. After all, in the eyes of Vernon and Petunia, James Potter was merely a penniless scoundrel. It was inconceivable that he could have accumulated such a sum to provide for Harry's upbringing. Hence, another individual must have been responsible for Harry's support. This person, familiar with the Potters, was likely a wizard. Moreover, this benefactor was willing to provide for Harry without sending him to an orphanage, indicating a desire for Harry not to suffer unduly. They, as ordinary people, had no means to confront a wizard. Furthermore, they had little Dudley to consider. They had to contemplate whether the wizard who knew Harry might retaliate against Dudley should Harry's situation be intolerable. Thus, Harry was not relegated to a corner of Dudley's room or confined to a cupboard. Aunt Petunia arranged for him to occupy a small bedroom within the Dursley household. Out of fear of mysterious forces and residual familial affection, Petunia ultimately resolved to raise Harry. However, to expect her to dote on Harry as her own is a mere fantasy. The wizard providing financial support would hardly insist she treat Harry exceptionally well, she mused. If he genuinely cared for Harry, why did he not adopt him and raise him himself? She saw no issue with her actions. Meanwhile, Sirius, upon observing the small room Harry inhabited, felt an overwhelming surge of rage. This was what the newspapers reported. Little Harry living a life akin to that of a prince. The room barely spanned 4 square meters, excruciatingly cramped. The walls were bare cement, lacking even wallpaper. The window was diminutive, approximately 30 centimeters high and 20 centimeters wide, with a layer of dust coating the sill. Furthermore, apart from the second-hand crib where Harry lay, there was no other furniture to be found. I must confront that old fool Dumbledore. I shall teach that woman a lesson. Sirius exclaimed in fury. He had never witnessed such a wretched room in his life. In the Black household, even the quarters of the house elves were far more lavish than this chamber. What nonsense are you uttering, Sirius? Harry requires the protection of blood magic. And look, Harry's complexion is rosy. Mrs. Dursley has not mistreated him. Lupin, facing the unfolding situation, felt a severe headache coming on. Meanwhile, Sirius was entranced. Leaning over the crib, staring intently at the resemblance between Harry and James. After administering the costly magical nourishment potion he had acquired for Harry, Sirius reluctantly took his leave. He understood that he could not visit frequently, otherwise, the roaming Death Eaters would surely follow him. The Dursleys, being muggles, could not contend with such malevolent foes. He needed to inquire with Dumbledore regarding the effectiveness of blood magic. If it proved ineffective, he would take Harry away. His godson should not endure such a life. Chapter 104, The Wedding. Following the divination by the seer, September 27th was deemed an auspicious day for matrimony. On the eve of the wedding, Severus and Lucius conducted a clandestine bonding ceremony at Prince Manor. No guests were invited. The witnesses were Abraxas, Draco, and the portraits of the Prince family. Lucius and Severus pointed their wands toward each other, jointly pledging eternal loyalty and fidelity to Merlin. Severus astonishingly uttered the words, "for better or worse." The portraits of the Prince family gazed in disbelief at their once beloved young prince, just as they wished to intervene in the ceremony. The platinum-haired young Malfoy echoed the same sentiment. He smiled and declared, "Indeed, we shall not part, for better or worse." Abraxas felt a headache coming on, but since the two children had already spoken those words, what could he do? Could he possibly compel them to retract their vows? A pure white light danced upon their wands, forming a mysterious and sacred rune in the air. This was the highest level of marital contract. The lovers capable of achieving such a pact were undeniably soulmates. Their love was profound, not to mention the astonishment of the portraits of the Prince family and Abraxas Malfoy himself. Even Severus and Lucius were taken aback. Although they had felt confident in their ability to forge a soulmate bond before the ceremony, none dared to assert it with absolute certainty. Now, with the contract established, it was evident that they truly loved each other. Under Merlin's blessing, both Lucius and Severus were deeply moved. For the inherently suspicious Slytherins, nothing could stir their emotions more than a marital contract witnessed by Merlin. On September 27th, the weather was remarkably clear, with not a cloud in the azure sky, and the temperature was pleasantly mild, marking an ideal autumn day. Severus and Lucius's wedding was to be held at Malfoy Manor. Prince Manor, concealed behind layers of magical wards, served as their final refuge. Thus, neither Severus nor Lucius intended to reveal its existence. Within Malfoy Manor, the house elves of both the Malfoy and Prince families busily prepared, adorned with clean, neatly embroidered tea towels bearing the crests of both families, striving to ensure that the wedding of their masters was executed to perfection. At the wedding venue, an abundance of platinum roses and moonlit irises harmoniously adorned the space, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lucius and Severus, both resplendent in silver-green ceremonial robes, donned exquisite crowns, a testament to the aesthetic sensibilities of Abraxas, which were undeniably trustworthy. The youthful Slytherins appeared strikingly handsome, a perfect match indeed. Their father, Mr. Abraxas Malfoy, wore an immaculate white robe embroidered with the Malfoy crest, resembling a regal elf. With a flourish of his wand, his voice resonated with the elegance of a cello. "Today, we gather at Malfoy Manor to celebrate the union of Lucius Malfoy and Severus Prince in matrimony. May Merlin bless these two pure and devoted souls with eternal companionship." Upon the conclusion of Abraxas's wedding address, golden magical butterflies burst forth from his wand, fluttering lazily towards Lucius and Severus. With a smile, Abraxas inquired, "Lucius Malfoy, do you take Severus Prince as your partner?" Lucius grasped Severus's hand tightly. "I do. I vow to Merlin that I shall offer my unwavering loyalty to Severus. I pledge my life to ensure his happiness, fortified by the honor of the Malfoy name." "And you, Severus Prince, do you take Lucius Malfoy as your spouse?" Severus, who had never envisioned himself marrying, felt the warmth of Lucius's palm, the corners of his eyes glistening. "Yes, I do. I willingly accept him as my partner." Through thick and thin, this was a promise once spoken by Lucius. "Then I declare you partners," Abraxas announced. "My beloved children, it is time to exchange rings." The angelic ring bearer was none other than their darling Draco. Taliesin, the godfather, presented the rings, crafted from platinum and adorned with vivid green gemstones, engraved with their initials inside. As Severus and Lucius exchanged rings and shared a tender kiss, their embrace was both affectionate and solemn. Abraxas and the portraits representing the Prince family beamed at the newlyweds, with Edward Prince, the emotional grandfather, dabbing his tears with a handkerchief. The heads of the pureblood families who pledged allegiance to Severus and Lucius waved their wands gently, releasing silver mistletoe, silver stardust, and golden lovebirds that danced around the couple. Following their prolonged kiss, the guests transitioned to the banquet hall of Malfoy Manor. In preparation for the wedding, Abraxas had instructed the house elves to lavishly decorate the estate. Inside the banquet hall, immense crystal chandeliers sparkled with brilliance, while the floor was adorned with a soft emerald carpet, embroidered with golden patterns. The magical orchestra, Ignos and the Quirky Sisters, serenaded the attendees with enchanting melodies. An array of exquisite art pieces and delicate flowers were tastefully arranged throughout the hall, lending an air of elegance and opulence. As the guests entered, the orchestra struck up a dance tune, and a lavish spread of delicacies and drinks appeared upon the long tables. The tables were adorned with an assortment of flowers and ornate candelabra, enveloped in enchanting magical effects that created an ambience of dreamy romance. The newlywed couple initiated the first dance, their bodies entwined as they gracefully moved together. Lucius held Severus's waist. "This is the most beautiful day of my life." "Indeed, it is," Severus replied, gazing into his beloved's gray-blue eyes. Other guests soon joined the dance floor, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and celebration. For the newlyweds, this day marked a blissful union, yet for others, it was a gathering of the wizarding elite, a stage for power plays, and a venue for exchanging interests. This was the first grand celebration in the post-Voldemort era, featuring representatives from the Ministry of Magic, the Order of the Phoenix, and the Prince Malfoy Alliance, alongside reformed Death Eaters and pure-blood families from various houses. Amidst the revelry, conversations intertwined with hushed disputes, some forging new agreements while others faced discord, leaving either with laughter or parting ways. Severus and Lucius, after a few dances, discreetly slipped away, and the guests understood without question their newlywed fervor a common occurrence. Regulus, having declined an invitation from a beautiful lady, retreated to the balcony with a glass of champagne, feeling a twinge of melancholy as he watched his idol marry. Just as he became slightly inebriated, he sensed someone touching his forehead. Grasping the hand, he cautiously demanded, "Who goes there?" "It is I, young Barty Crouch," came the reply. As Barty observed Regulus's flushed face and misty eyes, he felt a sudden dryness in his throat. "You've had too much to drink, Black." "Ah, it is you, Crouch," Regulus sighed in relief, leaning against him and dozing off. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of Malfoy Manor, Severus and Lucius had bathed and changed into soft robes, comfortably seated on a plush sofa, sharing the delicacies laid out on the table. Lucius, with a mischievous glint, unveiled a rather scandalous wedding gift from Daniel Zabini, a set of attire Severus found utterly distasteful. "Severus, I believe a touch of ceremony is required for our nuptials, and Zabini's gift is rather amusing." "Well?" Lucius's eyes sparkled at the response. In an instant, a black wand pointed at him as Severus's deep voice resonated, casting a binding spell upon him. The items sent by Zabini soon adorned the initially proposed gentleman. Severus gazed with satisfaction at his beloved, now exhausted and asleep, tenderly kissing his forehead and rabbit ears. Indeed, Zabini's gifts were splendid. No wonder Lucius adored them. Chapter 105. The Awakening of Bloodline Before the Wedding. Severus and Lucius busied themselves with various family affairs, expanding their influence and drafting invitations for their guests. Following the wedding, the division of interests in the post-Voldemort era had largely concluded, allowing them to momentarily escape their hectic schedules. Severus planned to have Lucius consume the pureblood potion, publicly claiming they were off on their honeymoon. A splendid pretext, no doubt. Under Rita Skeeter's exclusive report, all witches and wizards in the realm became aware of the profound love between Lucius Malfoy and Severus Prince. It was hardly surprising that after their grand wedding, the couple ventured off for a honeymoon. Those eager to spy on Severus and Lucius, hoping to glean some advantage, would have no cause for suspicion. After Severus's groundbreaking development of the potion to dissolve the dark mark, he had begun his research on the pureblood potion. However, due to his pregnancy and inability to use magic, the project had been temporarily shelved. Following Draco's birth, Severus resumed his work and, after countless iterations and experiments, had preliminarily concocted 3 variations of the pureblood potion: the Forest Elf, the Ancient Charm, and the Platinum Dragon. These 3 bloodlines have all been documented within the Malfoy family's records, suggesting that Lucius may possess such wizardly blood within his veins. However, Severus remains uncertain whether the potions he has developed will ultimately prove successful. He can only ascertain that they are indeed harmless. While in America, Severus had proactively sought out other wizards to experiment with these potions. Unbeknownst to those wizards, they were consuming pureblood potions. They were merely aware that the concoctions were perilous. Yet, driven by the allure of substantial rewards, they disregarded the potential dangers. Remarkably, none of these wizards experienced any adverse effects after consuming the potions. Of course, their bloodlines were not aligned with the three directions Severus was investigating. It would be unwise for Severus to recruit wizards whose bloodlines matched his research, lest they awaken their powers and create complications for him. After all, during his time in the American wizarding community, he was a stranger, lacking any significant influence. Should the participating wizards purify their bloodlines, Severus could not guarantee that his secrets would remain concealed. Thus, he meticulously selected those involved in the experiments, ensuring they were merely to assess the toxicity of these potions. Consequently, none among them were awakened. Nevertheless, they benefited from the trials, gaining a more stable magical core and receiving generous compensation from Severus. Through these experiments, Severus became convinced that it mattered not if Lucius did not awaken his bloodline. The potions would still confer benefits to the wizards' bodies. Thus, they ventured to the prince family's chamber, where a magical array awaited to replenish magical energy and assist in blood purification. Lucius reclined upon the obsidian slab once occupied by Severus, consuming the first potion, the pure blood concoction targeting the platinum dragon. The ancient dragon differs significantly from the current subdragon breeds. Should Lucius awaken the bloodline of the platinum dragon, his magical capacity would soar to astonishing heights. Blood surged within him, and his mind became a tumultuous haze as he sensed the magical factors within his body pulsating with vigor. Yet, he also felt an emptiness, an insufficiency. The magical factors resonating with the potion were too few. Ultimately, his initial endeavor ended in failure. Just as his gray-blue eyes were on the brink of transforming into slitted pupils, the purifying force of the potion dissipated. Drenched and aching, Lucius found Severus seated beside him, supporting his body while administering a magical energy supplement. "Continue, Severus. If you wish to avoid pain, keep your mouth shut and allow me to rest," he said. Yet, having perused Severus's journals, he was aware that consuming the pure blood potion could enhance the activity of the magical factors within a wizard's body, even if the experiment failed. Thus, the moment was ripe for him to ingest the second potion. In the modern wizarding world, awakening the bloodline of magical creatures is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Therefore, despite the failure of the first experiment, Lucius did not feel disheartened. His desire for success remained fervent. He yearned to stand side by side with Severus, believing that only through strength could he protect him. Severus, gazing into Lucius's determined eyes, ultimately nodded in agreement. He retrieved sustenance from his alchemical kit for Lucius to regain his strength. Then, he administered the second potion, this one purposed for purification through the forest elf. The verdant potion was swiftly consumed by Lucius, igniting his blood once more, his alabaster skin beginning to flush. This time, the duration of the magical factor's activity exceeded that of the previous attempt. Severus observed as a vibrant emerald light radiated from Lucius, enveloping him in a magnificent cocoon of light. In his intent to care for Lucius and closely monitor the transformation, Severus too became ensconced within the verdant glow. The gentle magic soothed his mind, and soon, he succumbed to slumber alongside Lucius. Lucius could feel the agony of purification coursing through him, akin to flesh being carved away by a knife. Despite the torment, he felt no sorrow. He recognized that the impurities were being excised from his body. Moreover, Severus's magical presence provided him immense comfort. In a state of half-consciousness, intricate dark green patterns emerged across Lucius's fair visage, reminiscent of the vine motifs upon the Malfoy family crest, yet akin to a twisted platinum rose. His platinum hair cascaded down to his ankles, its brilliance intensifying, while his ears transformed into the pointed appendages of an elf. On the opposite side of the cocoon, Severus underwent a metamorphosis into a siren, his magical factors surging with vitality. The dark wings, still in their nascent state, behind him matured under the influences of magic, evolving into grand wings that could envelop both him and Lucius. Sirens possess two forms. They can be the enchanting merfolk singing in the deep sea or soar freely through the skies, blessed by the forest elf's gift of soulmates. Severus's magical creature form advanced further, rendering him even more formidable. Meanwhile, Lucius, guided by the presence of his soulmate, discovered his anchor, awakening fully to complete the transformation of his bloodline. As Lucius transitioned entirely into a forest elf, the vast emerald cocoon shattered into fragments, dispersing magical energy into the air. The silver serpent-patterned runes upon the chamber's walls absorbed the magic entirely. Following the cocoon's destruction, a pair of entwined lovers materialized unexpectedly within the prince family's chamber. Their youthful lord, with a tail measuring 2 meters, wrapped securely around the slender, powerful waist of the forest elf, while formidable wings enveloped the elf's form. The elf's platinum locks intertwined with the siren's dark tresses, coalescing as if two unborn twins embraced, attuned to each other's breath and heartbeat. Their bodies were so closely connected, as if bound by the threads of fate, rendering them inseparable. They resembled two trees, their roots deeply entwined beneath the earth, together supporting a lush forest. They clung to one another, finding solace in their embrace. Astonishingly, the silver totem capable of forging the highest level of marital contract, attainable only by soulmates, manifested before them, encircling the lovers and harmonizing the turbulent magic within their beings. This was a blessing bestowed upon them by Merlin. Under the watchful gaze of the omniscient Merlin, they were destined to love eternally, facing together the tempests of life. Chapter 106. Regulus, will you marry me? At the same time that Severus led Lucius to the Prince Manor, Regulus and little Barty lay in bed, exchanging bewildered glances. Specifically, it was Regulus, feeling utterly drained, who was in a daze, while little Barty, after a moment of confusion, reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor. My dear Regulus, what a delightful evening this has been, Barty remarked, a smile dancing upon his lips. Regulus felt an overwhelming urge to rise and mar that smug countenance. Crouch, forget this ever happened, or I shall make you regret it. Regulus's wand pressed firmly against Barty's throat, ready to unleash a lethal curse at any moment. However, little Barty seemed utterly oblivious to any threat. He locked his gaze onto Regulus's jet-black eyes, tauntingly asking, what if I say no? Crouch, must you utter such words to make me uncomfortable? Regulus's face flushed crimson with fury, his eyes glistening as they bore into the man before him. Little Barty fixated on the bite mark adorning Regulus's neck, earnestly stating, I assure you, Regulus, I harbor no intention of embarrassing you. Yet, I cannot possibly forget the events of last night. Would you like me to refresh your memory? It was you who tore my clothing first. Severus is married. As the devoted follower of Voldemort, Regulus donned a sweet mask to offer his congratulations while retreating to a shadowy corner to drown his sorrows and drink. After becoming inebriated, he was discovered by the equally intoxicated little Barty, who was merely there to attend the feast. Though somewhat tipsy, little Barty had no ulterior motives. Had it not been for the disconcerting glances cast by certain wizards and witches towards Regulus, he would not have taken his former roommate away. However, the issue lay in Regulus himself having succumbed to intoxication. A peculiar notion had taken root in the mind of Mr. Black. Was being a wizard truly so splendid? So splendid that an upperclassman could forsake charming ladies to wed Malfoy and even bear his children? The foggy haze of inebriation guided Regulus's actions, leading his hand to reach for little Barty Crouch's buttons. He too wished to experience this. The memories flooding his mind left Regulus in a state of disarray, stripping him of the conviction to argue with little Barty. His wand clattered to the ground in shock. Seizing the opportunity, little Barty extracted the reluctant Regulus from beneath the covers, firmly wrapping his arms around Regulus's shoulders. Regulus, I have a splendid idea. Let us marry, Regulus exclaimed. What nonsense are you spouting, little Barty Crouch? Regulus extricated himself from little Barty's embrace, hastily donned his wizarding robes, retrieved his fallen wand, and disapparated away. Meanwhile, little Barty picked up the fallen bowtie, pondering whether there was anything amiss with his proposal. As little Barty and Regulus engaged in their game of hide and seek, the lovers within the Prince Manor's secret chamber began to awaken from the aftermath of the blood purification. Severus was the first to rouse, retracting his magical creature form and tenderly kissing Lucius's soft lips. He gazed at Lucius's pointed ears and his now even more radiant hair, smiling as he said, Awaken, my forest sprite. Lucius's eyelids fluttered. He opened his gray-blue eyes. Perhaps not merely gray-blue, Severus thought. Lucius, in his forest sprite form, possessed eyes that were nearly silver in hue. Congratulations, you have succeeded, Lucius. Severus beamed a genuine smile before casting several detection spells upon Lucius. A gentle white light enveloped Lucius. He was unharmed. This was splendid. Lucius reciprocated with a detection spell for Severus. As partners, Lucius was already aware that Severus had received the blessing of the forest sprite. The inheritance had informed Lucius that the blessing was entirely beneficial and would not yield any adverse consequences. Yet, one must always be cautious. The white light flared again, this time surrounding Severus. Lucius too retracted his sprite form. The two stepped out of the secret chamber, while the portraits of the Prince family looked upon the young couple with satisfaction. Their young prince had developed the ability to concoct pure blood potions, while his partner had awakened the bloodline of a magical creature. Behold the vibrant magical factors coursing through their beings. Observe the overwhelming magical pressure emanating from them. How heartening this is. Oh, my dear Sev, we have succeeded. Perhaps we should celebrate with a passionate kiss? Lucius suggested languidly as they exited the portrait-laden banquet hall and entered the bedroom. You do realize that at this moment, our priority should be to bathe first, my dear? Indeed, you are quite right. Lucius maintained his smile, tugging at his lover's sleeve and pulling him into the bathroom, whispering in his ear, We can wash together. The emerald green stone bathtub brimmed with warm water as Lucius shed his clothing, revealing his body akin to white jade, and proceeded to untie Severus's black satin robes. He caressed Severus's skin, pressing his lips to Severus's. This was a kiss of celebration. In retaliation, Severus playfully bit Lucius's cheek as he attempted to paint on him. Damn it, aren't sprites supposed to be pure beings? How has this scoundrel become more lewd and shameless after awakening his bloodline? At the Black family manor, Narcissa paced back and forth, exasperatedly observing Regulus sprawled on the armchair, feigning death. If Aunt Walburga were still at home, she would surely have killed you, Regulus. Narcissa complained while fanning herself with a small fan. You ought to be grateful that my mother invited Aunt Walburga abroad for a respite, granting you the opportunity to conceal your traces. The death of Olymp and the downfall of the Dark Lord had greatly affected Walburga. Fortunately, Narcissa and Regulus had left a way out for the Black family, and the princes and Malfoys were willing to assist the Black family in the aftermath of Voldemort's reign. Because of this, Walburga's health had not deteriorated beyond recovery. However, even with her spirits rekindled, her health was not what it once was. During the day, she could still cheerfully arrange blind dates for Narcissa and Regulus, berating Sirius for his lack of filial piety. Yet at night, she suffered from insomnia. With Narcissa's coaxing and Druella's invitation, Walburga had gone abroad for a vacation to recuperate. It was precisely for this reason that Regulus had returned to Grimmauld Place while fleeing from his encounter with little Barty rather than fleeing elsewhere. Oh well, Severus and Lucius are married now. My little Rael's affair with a wizard is hardly scandalous. Yet, you must at least tell me whether that wizard who bedded you is pure blood, right? Regulus, now 20, found himself without a betrothed, a lover, or even a romantic relationship. This was decidedly abnormal. Narcissa was deeply concerned. Regulus stared vacantly, avoiding making eye contact with Narcissa. Observing his demeanor, Narcissa thought, even if he were half-blood, it was imperative he not be muggle-born or a muggle. Narcissa could not endure the emergence of another Sirius or Andromeda in their family. Yes, he is pure blood, Regulus murmured to his sister. Phew, Narcissa sighed with relief. The situation has not yet reached its direst point. So do you love him? Do you wish to marry him? My dear Rael, the Black family requires new members. No. How could I entertain such thoughts? Regulus exclaimed. What transpired yesterday was merely an accident. An accident? Did you happen to Avada that wizard with whom you had the accident? Narcissa retorted. I did not, Regulus mumbled. Ah, so you did not. Narcissa dropped her fan. And Creature, who was closely following her, deftly caught the object she had discarded. He watched as his poor young master Regulus was ensnared by Miss Narcissa in the armchair. Yet Creature could not save the best young master Regulus in the world. Miss Narcissa had declared that she was striving for the happiness of young master Regulus. Regulus beheld his sister, her hands firmly gripping the arms of the armchair upon which he sat, her striking blue eyes fixed intently upon him. Mr. Black, do you truly harbor no feelings for your one-night stand? If that is indeed the case, could you elucidate why the ever-pure you found yourself in bed with a complete stranger? You were even the receptive partner. And yet you did not cast an Avada Kedavra upon him, instead choosing to flee? As Regulus strained to concoct a plausible explanation, the protective wards of 12, Grimmauld Place were breached. A handsome wizard with light blonde hair donned a formal and extravagant robe, disregarding Creature's protests as he advanced towards Regulus. My dear Rael, please do not shun me. I genuinely wish to marry you. This is no jest. You claim to be the new head of the Black family, while I am the sole heir of the Crouch lineage. We are incompatible. However, should you desire marriage, I would be more than willing to join the Black family. You need not fret over societal constraints. Is that truly so? Before Regulus could even contemplate the implications, Narcissa exclaimed with palpable astonishment. The lady of the Black family had retrieved her fan and elegantly addressed young Barty. Mr. Crouch, I believe we ought to discuss this marriage proposal first. During Aunt Walburga's absence abroad, I am effectively young Rael's guardian. Chapter 107. The Infuriated Old Crouch. After a blissful 3-day retreat at Prince Manor, Lucius and Severus returned to Malfoy Manor. Abraxas was delighted that Lucius had successfully awakened. Greater magical prowess, prolonged lifespan. Severus had bestowed upon Lucius all that was best. Their love was profound, and that was exceedingly wonderful. Lucius has succeeded. Would you care to give it a try, father? Severus inquired. Following the wedding, Severus had begun addressing Abraxas as father. Thank you, Severus, but I have surpassed the age most suitable for purifying one's bloodline, Abraxas replied with a smile. If I were to attempt it, it would be after I have optimized my magical capacity. The older wizard found it arduous to transform his bloodline. Abraxas was disinclined to hastily experiment with the pure blood potion Severus had concocted, fearing he would squander the considerable resources and effort Severus had invested in its creation. More importantly, The raw materials for these potions were scarce. Should he fail after consumption, procuring another batch of the primary ingredient would prove exceedingly difficult. Abraxas believed that if he truly wished to attempt it, he would need to wait until he had optimized his magical circulation to avoid wasting Severus's hard work. The atmosphere within Malfoy Manor was harmonious, as all reveled in Lucius's bloodline awakening, including the newly verbal Draco and the house elves. Conversely, the mood within the Crouch household was decidedly grim. The director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement wore an ashen countenance, appearing most intimidating. He looked as though he wished to throttle his son, who spoke so brazenly before him. Old Barty Crouch furiously interrogated, "Barty Jr., what nonsensical drivel are you spouting?" "Father, I assure you my mind is quite lucid. I intend to marry Regulus Black," young Barty replied, languidly reclining on the sofa, a glass of chilled peach juice in hand. "You impertinent fool. The Black family's sullied reputation has yet to be thoroughly cleansed. That deceased Ian Black and Bellatrix Lestrange have been conclusively deemed war criminals. Your union with one of their kin would severely tarnish the Crouch family name. Furthermore, how do you propose to produce an heir when both you and Regulus are wizards? Your mother would be heartbroken, young Barty. Is this how you show filial piety to her?" Old Barty perpetually invoked the memory of his wife as a means to enforce his discipline. Consequently, young Barty had hastily arranged for his mother to travel abroad, thereby escaping the anguish of witnessing her tears. Observing his meticulously coiffed father, he scoffed. "Are you truly concerned that this marriage will tarnish the Crouch family reputation? Or are you more anxious about hindrances to your ambitions within the Ministry of Magic? Everyone is well aware. Spare us the pretense of family and duty. I have never cared for reputation or honor. Perhaps I did once. However, when I presented my achievements to you, only for you to dismiss them with a cold remark about other matters within the ministry, I ceased to care. As for the heir to the Crouch family? My dear father, you care little for your own son. Why would you concern yourself with a grandson whose shadow you cannot even find? It is utterly ludicrous. The Crouch family ought not to have an heir. Whoever becomes one is cursed with misfortune. Is this your way of seeking revenge on me, Barty?" Old Barty lamented painfully. "You should not ruin your life out of spite. The pureblood heads of Slytherin have always prioritized their own interests. Marrying such a person will never bring you true happiness. Mr. Crouch, I must assert that you possess an inflated sense of self-worth. While I cannot profess to love Regulus Black, I certainly do not detest the idea of spending my life with him. I would never destroy my life simply to exact revenge on you," young Barty declared boldly, utterly oblivious to how thoroughly he had been brainwashed in his past life. He laughed maliciously, deriving a sense of vindictive pleasure as he retorted, "Marrying Regulus is not my way of getting back at you, father. I shall join the Black family, so you need not worry about heirs. Should there be no descendants, it shall be the Black family's legacy that ends, not the Crouch lineage." Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Old Barty's expression shifted dramatically. His fingers trembled as he pointed at young Barty, his voice seething with fury akin to a roaring lion. "Barty Crouch, how dare you? How dare you?" He withdrew his wand, aiming it at young Barty. "I would sooner imprison you than witness you disgrace yourself like this." Young Barty discarded his glass of juice and produced a vial of potion from his pocket, shattering it upon the ground. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, searing Old Barty's eyes, leaving him feeling as though they had been stung by a swarm of bees, rendering him unable to open his eyelids. Before Old Barty could summon the house elves to initiate the counter-apparition enchantment, young Barty Crouch had already seized his father's wand and made his hasty escape. Regulus gazed vacantly at young Barty Crouch as he conversed animatedly with Narcissa, their discussion meandering to the varieties of roses to be used for wedding decorations. Regulus timidly interjected, "Aren't you going to consider the opinions of the parties involved? My dear Regulus, you shall find no one more suitable as a marriage partner than I," young Barty declared as he draped an arm around Regulus's shoulders. "After the fall of the Dark Lord, countless pureblood wizards have been cast into Azkaban. Few remain of your age. The Crouch family boasts a lineage of over 1,000 years of pureblood heritage. You see, I despise my father. Regulus, no one will be more aligned with your family, more devoted to your beloved Blacks, than I shall be after our marriage." Looking into Regulus's eyes, which sparkled like polished lacquer, memories of their fleeting romance and shared experiences at Slytherin flooded his mind. With unwavering confidence, young Barty proclaimed, "Regulus, gaze into my eyes. I refuse to believe that you do not harbor feelings for me." He grasped Regulus's delicate wrist tightly, as if intent on melding him into his very being. Regulus endeavored to extricate himself from his hold, yet found that little Barty's grip was akin to a vice, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. He wished to avert his gaze, to avoid the penetrating stare of Barty's eyes. However, unbeknownst to him, Barty would not permit such evasion. Thus, he was compelled to meet Barty's gaze, to behold those eyes that stirred a tempest within him. As for Narcissa, Regulus swore he had just witnessed her activating the two-way mirror. Without a moment's hesitation, he concluded that she must have gone out on a date. It was likely either to flirt with Raoul or to indulge in a shopping excursion with the French doctor, Montmorency. Indeed, Regulus was not mistaken. Narcissa had indeed ventured out for an engagement. She understood Raoul far too well, if she had not felt the slightest flutter of excitement. How could Regulus endure her prolonged banter with Mr. Crouch? Thus, as the atmosphere between Mr. Crouch and young Raoul grew increasingly suggestive, there was no necessity for her to remain at home as an unwelcome third wheel. Naturally, her kind disposition would lead her to afford her brother and future brother-in-law a modicum of privacy to express their heartfelt sentiments. Emerging from the ready-to-wear boutique, Narcissa donned a warm smile. Behind her, the bag-laden Jem Raoul, George Montmorency, and Billy Lestrange exchanged hostile glances. Surely, dear Miss Sissy Black was smiling sweetly because she thought of me. You foolish, mundane wizards, do step aside from our sweet romance. This was the unspoken sentiment shared by the three wizards, enchanted beneath Miss Black's skirts. Poor Jem, George, and Billy played like puppets by my sister's hand. Had Regulus been present, he would have lamented thus, then coldly added, Sister, you play splendidly. You are truly remarkable. Chapter 108. The Destruction of the Diary. Draco's linguistic abilities continued to flourish, his enunciation becoming ever clearer. His vocabulary had expanded significantly, and he was now capable of saying daddy, father, grandfather, dolly, Bobo, and other names. After consuming the fruit puree fed to him by Lucius, Draco stumbled over to Severus, tugging at his robe. What is it, my dear little dragon? Severus inquired, setting aside his potion book to gather the small wizard clad in a robe adorned with a chibi Swiss short-nosed dragon into his embrace. I want to go to the greenhouse, Draco exclaimed. The greenhouse referred to the small greenhouse Severus had arranged at Malfoy Manor, where he cultivated herbs. From the outside, it appeared merely as a quaint glass house, but upon entering, one was greeted by a spacious and enchanting interior, thanks to the extension charm. Lucius and Severus had also employed weather charms to create various terrains within: deserts, plains, hills, Donchal landforms, snow-capped mountains, and glaciers. Draco referred to it as the greenhouse primarily because it was filled with herbs and plants, the predominant color being green, thus rendering it a veritable greenhouse in the eyes of young Draco. Severus gently tousled Draco's small face, removing his soft slippers. Which shoes does our little potion's master wish to wear today? Draco's fair complexion flushed slightly as he shyly buried his face in Severus's chest. Stars. Grandfather. Understood. Abraxas had recently gone out shopping for non-magical items and had commissioned a pair of children's shoes embroidered with the constellation of Draco for Draco. Severus cast a sidelong glance at Lucius. Lucius instantly waved his wand. The star shoes for Draco, come forth. From a distance, a pair of exquisitely adorable shoes, adorned with tiny emeralds and pearls and featuring an embroidered star map, soared into Lucius's hands. Draco, having wriggled free from Severus's embrace, gazed at the shoes with sparkling eyes. Father is amazing. Once Draco had thoroughly mastered the terms father and daddy, they taught him to refer to Lucius as father and Severus as daddy, thus alleviating the awkwardness of both rushing to him whenever he called out daddy. Lucius, observing the admiration in Draco's eyes, remarked nonchalantly, my dear little dragon. This is merely a simple charm. You shall learn it swiftly as you grow. He exuded the authority of a father. Severus would swear to Merlin that Lucius had been utterly enchanted by their little potion's master. He too felt similarly. The platinum-haired wizard and the dark-haired wizard embarked on an adventure to the greenhouse with their precious child, the once aloof and acerbic dark-haired wizard, known for his sharp tongue towards the little wizards of Hogwarts, now smiled tenderly as he explained the properties of the white ginseng to his precious little one. Meanwhile, Lucius gazed at them with warmth, experiencing an unprecedented sense of happiness. At that very moment, Abraxas arrived at the underground chamber of Malfoy Manor. The chamber's walls were composed of gleaming steel, so reflective they could serve as mirrors. Yet, Abraxas had no time to admire his own visage. Instead, he retrieved his wand and directed it toward the diary placed at the center of the magical circle, unleashing one of the most malevolent dark spells. The tip of his brown wand emitted a flickering black-red light as Abraxas intoned in a smooth, deep voice, Inferno. The Inferno charm was a potent and cursed black magic. Upon uttering the incantation, wizards could summon a magical fire that grew increasingly powerful with the passage of time. This flame relentlessly pursued all flammable objects, indiscriminately, and could not be extinguished by water. The only means of quenching it were the universal counterspell and the specific countercharm for the Inferno. More importantly, the Inferno was among the few substances capable of destroying a Horcrux. Abraxas conjured a small flame of Inferno, possessing a strong command over magic. He deftly maneuvered the small black-red fire towards the diary bound within the magical circle, treating it with great ease. Meanwhile, the soul fragment within the diary was nearing its wit's end. As Abraxas entered the chamber, the youthful Tom Riddle pondered how he might persuade his cunning senior to abandon the master soul and pledge allegiance to him. Over the years, Tom Riddle had nearly been driven mad by the suffocating silence of the chamber. He could not fathom why Abraxas remained so loyal to the master soul, which had entrusted him with safeguarding the Dark Lord's treasures, while remaining indifferent to the diary, leaving it abandoned in the chamber. If only Abraxas harbored the slightest desire for the diary, he would have surely escaped long ago. Yet he did not. Tom Riddle felt a mix of elation and vexation. He was pleased that, after all these years, Abraxas remained unwaveringly loyal to Tom Riddle. Yet, he was disheartened that Abraxas's loyalty was directed towards the master soul, not himself. Furthermore, Abraxas not only disregarded his diary, but also concealed it within a sealed room with only 2 vents, forbidding anyone from approaching. Due to Abraxas's stringent vigilance, Tom Riddle found no opportunity to seduce others into granting him life and power. His mindset transformed dramatically over time, akin to the demon contained within a snuff bottle in a fairy tale, shifting from whispering promises of wealth, noble status, and beautiful wives to unbridled despair. In the diary, Tom Riddle initially harbored aspirations, secretly vowing that if Abraxas were to release him, he would bestow upon the Malfoy family a glory second only to that of the Dark Lord himself, even if his release signified Abraxas's betrayal of the primary soul. Another facet of himself, Tom Riddle remained unperturbed. After being confined within the snuffbox for a millennium, the demon within finally succumbed to madness, leading to a new resolution. He would kill the one who set him free and sever their arm, venting the resentment accumulated during his imprisonment. Clearly, Tom Riddle too had been driven to insanity by his confinement, mirroring the demon's newfound determination. Once liberated, he vowed to deliver Abraxas a piercing punishment, a consequence long overdue for years of captivity. However, who could have anticipated that Abraxas would confront him with the fiendfire? Tom Riddle could feel his soul being consumed by the searing flames. During his years trapped within the diary, he had never acquired sufficient life force to bolster his minuscule magical power, rendering him utterly defenseless against the rapidly escalating and increasingly formidable fiendfire. Abraxas stood vigilant, observing the diary's transformation. Suddenly, he perceived a disturbance in the transparent air, followed by a profound spatial distortion. Then, the handsome visage of a youthful specter materialized above the diary, directly opposite Abraxas. "Greetings, Abraxas. Might I inquire what you are up to?" Tom Riddle, already tormented by the flames, maintained an elegant demeanor and a facade of insincerity. Abraxas had once been beguiled by that very smile. He momentarily lost his focus, but quickly regained his composure. Gripping his wand tightly, the platinum aristocrat, now in his 40s, exuded a distinct mature charm as he regarded Tom Riddle and remarked with a smile, "As you can see, Riddle, I am devising a means to eliminate you." "Why? Is this a directive from the primary soul?" "But Abraxas, I implore you not to proceed in this manner. You must realize that I am far easier to control than the primary soul, and that I harbor deeper affections for you. The Malfoy family requires me." Abraxas was not swayed by his enticements. The 16 or 17-year-old Tom Riddle was far too immature, so naive that Abraxas could effortlessly discern the insidious dark magic Tom was attempting to cast upon him. So naive that Abraxas could see the rampant ambition and madness blazing in Tom's eyes. Abraxas loathed the deranged Tom Riddle. He intensified the output of his magical energy, causing the infernal flames to blaze even more fiercely. At last, Tom, trapped within the diary, could no longer contain his cries of anguish. Feeling his soul fragmenting under the onslaught of the demonic fire, Abraxas, with an impassive expression, watched as Tom Riddle's soul shards were incinerated, coldly observing the black blood seeping from the ancient diary, transforming into mere fragments. He thought he ought to feel elated. He had obliterated Tom's Horcrux, eradicating the greatest threat to the Malfoy family. In the aftermath of Voldemort's reign, the Malfoy family would rise to prominence. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a twinge of heartache. He collected the diary's remnants, placing them into a slender box which he tucked beneath his robe before vacating the chamber with a hollow heart. Chapter 109. The elimination of the cup before the commencement of the latter half of the school year at Hogwarts. The engagement between young Barty and Regulus was finalized. While vacationing abroad, Walburga and Mrs. Crouch received letters from their sons. Upon reading Regulus's letter, Walburga erupted in a cacophony of expletives, unable to fathom her son's audacity in proposing marriage to a male wizard. Which shameless wizard had seduced her little Rel? Moreover, Walburga understood Regulus's character all too well, leading her to surmise that her son would likely be overpowered by young Barty Crouch in the bedroom. This realization implied, Merlin forbid, that Regulus was likely to procreate. Walburga had never anticipated encountering such a fantastical scenario in her lifetime. The sole consolation was that the wizard in question was a pure blood, hailing from the Sacred 28, with an exceptionally untainted lineage. Otherwise, she might have wished to cast Regulus into the Muggle world to keep him company with Alpheus. Conversely, Mrs. Crouch was unfazed upon receiving young Barty's letter. She had long suspected his affections for Regulus, despite having never dated a girl. Barty's demeanor transformed upon receiving missives and gifts from the youngest black scion, a smile betraying his feelings. Mrs. Crouch had previously harbored deep concerns regarding the matter. The Black family was closely tied to the Dark Lord, while her husband, Old Barty, advocated for a hardline approach against Death Eaters within the ministry. In certain respects, their families were political adversaries. She could not alter Old Barty Crouch's stance, and the Black family's propensity for disowning rebellious members indicated they were not easily swayed. Perhaps she was mistaken, Mrs. Crouch reassured herself. Perhaps young Barty and young Black were merely ordinary friends, and she was overthinking it. Yet, now the letter had arrived, announcing Barty's intention to wed Regulus, with the Black family's consent. Narcissa was a staunch supporter, while Regulus feigned reluctance. Walburga? Well, she was abroad, and any dissenting opinions could be conveniently ignored, allowing for the pretense that Walburga acquiesced. Mrs. Crouch gazed at the pristine waves outside, recalling Barty's words as he had seen her off on her travels. Mother, you should first be John Plank, then Mrs. Crouch. You ought to have your own life. Old Crouch would not overreach if he wished to safeguard his electoral prospects. After all, a harmonious family would bolster the candidacy of the Minister of Magic. Once, Old Crouch had compelled her into submission under the guise of love. Now, it was her turn to leverage votes in pursuit of personal freedom. Thus, she had departed, leaving behind a brief note for her husband. During her time abroad, she experienced a profound sense of tranquility. She observed wildebeests, fed seagulls, strolled along the beach under the stars, and reveled in their brilliant luminescence. As the wind rustled through the wheat fields, John Plank Crouch felt a sense of liberation in her heart for the first time. Therefore, as long as the Black family refrained from obstructing young Barty and young Black's union, that would suffice. She would not concern herself with Old Barty's approval. They had only one son, and even if Old Barty despised him, he would still rely on Barty to provide a little Crouch as an heir. Feeling the moist sea breeze, Mrs. Crouch mused that as long as Barty could find happiness, what did it matter if he were to live with them? What difference would it make between a wizard and a witch? The arrival of Severus Snape interrupted young Barty's teasing of Regulus. Young Barty regarded his employer, Severus, and the significant contributor to his and Regulus's union, Lucius Malfoy, with an involuntary smile. Regulus pinched the soft flesh at his waist, reminding him to temper his enthusiasm. So, Regulus, young Barty, are you two together now? Lucius observed their flirtatious exchanges, finding the scene remarkably familiar. Of course, it seems familiar, Mr. Malfoy. For this is precisely how you and Severus typically interact. Indeed, Mr. Malfoy, young Barty Crouch replied nonchalantly. He bore the piercing gaze of Regulus, which seemed capable of slaying, as he drew his companion into an embrace. As you can see, we are indeed partners. Soon, we shall be wed. Lucius, unwilling to be outdone, clasped Severus's slender hand, managing to force a smile. Congratulations. Severus and I will certainly attend the wedding. Regulus rolled his eyes inwardly, dismissing the ostentatious peacock and the bothersome hound. He pushed aside little Barty and warmly addressed Severus. Senior, have you come looking for me? Severus also pried Lucius's hand away and nodded at Regulus. Let us proceed to the study. Then, Regulus suggested with a smile. Excellent. I wholeheartedly concur with young Mr. Black's proposal. The Slytherin seniors and juniors departed, engaged in lively conversation, hand in hand, while the two men left behind exchanged glances of hostility. Lucius observed Barty's light yellow hair and inwardly scoffed at the notion that Merlin's dye had run short at the time of Barty Crouch's birth. Barty, at a loss for words, glared at Lucius's sleek platinum locks, indignantly thinking how this Malfoy ought to gather his hair into a bun and venture forth in a dress, so daintily like a girl. How could the esteemed Severus Snape be enamored with such a person? In the study, the similarly dark-haired and dark-eyed senior and junior settled into the armchairs by the window, while Creature, the Black family's house elf, served them exquisite refreshments. The Dark Lord, in his quest for immortality, had created Horcruxes during his lifetime. He had severed his soul into several fragments, encasing them within particular objects. After the removal of the Dark Mark, Severus had entered into a new soul contract with the former Death Eater heads who qualified for its removal, with Regulus being among them. Thus, Severus had no fear of Regulus betraying him. Moreover, on a fundamental level, he trusted Regulus. As long as the Horcruxes existed, Voldemort could not die. What? He hasn't perished. Regulus was taken aback and somewhat flustered. Yet, the depth of Severus's dark eyes brought him calm. There is nothing to fear, Regulus. A cowardly Dark Lord, a wizard so audacious as to slice his soul for the sake of longevity, is hardly a commendable leader. Yes, he hasn't died. But he is exceedingly weakened. Once we destroy his Horcruxes, he shall become even more feeble. Severus was quite pleased with Regulus's demeanor. Upon hearing the news of the Dark Lord's continued existence, Regulus quickly regained his composure from his earlier panic. Such an unflappable demeanor is not something just anyone can possess. As far as I know, one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes is the Hufflepuff cup, which he bequeathed to Bellatrix Lestrange. I need you to inherit Bellatrix's vault and retrieve the cup. I possess the key to the Lestrange family vault, which I acquired from Abraxas after he took it from her corpse. Regulus, you shall inherit this property in the name of your blood relation to Bella. All treasures within the vault shall belong to you and Narcissa, while Lucius and I shall claim the cup and the spellbook as our rightful reward. Does that sound agreeable? But that seems too disadvantageous for you, Senior. It is of no consequence. He truly does not care. Severus, having plundered vast wealth within the Muggle world, is not lacking in funds. If he wished, he could fill 10 Gringotts at any time. What truly captivates him is the destruction of the cup Horcrux and the magical treasures of the Lestranges. If I am not mistaken, due to Sirius S. foolishness, the Black family must have provided considerable contributions to the Dark Lord, have they not? Over the years, Severus has also learned the art of persuasion that elicits gratitude from subordinates. I believe, in this post-war period, the Blacks could greatly benefit from such a sum to address their immediate needs. With that, Severus patted Regulus on the shoulder. Among the pure-blood Slytherin wizards who have pledged their allegiance to me, you are the one I trust the most. Regulus, take this money and revitalize the Black family. You know I require your assistance. The Senior's most trusted individual. Revitalize the Black family. The Senior needs his help. Although Regulus was no longer the naive little wizard he once was, hearing these words from Severus filled him with excitement and vigor. Severus found it somewhat unbearable to endure the sincerity reflected in Regulus's gaze. Well, perhaps he would gift Regulus and little Barty his improved fertility potion, bloodline purification elixir, and magic enhancement potion as a wedding present. Consider it a form of compensation for the brainwashing he had subjected Regulus to. That evening, after kicking away little Barty, who was intent on lingering in his home, Regulus followed Severus and Lucius to the White Building, Gringotts. The goblins at Gringotts were exceedingly astute. Upon seeing Lucius, Severus, and Regulus arrive together, and noticing the golden key in Regulus's hand, they wasted no time in leading them to Bellatrix Black, Lestrange's vault. Upon entering the vault, they were greeted by a dazzling display of gold. Mounds of golden galleons and various treasures towered before them. However, Severus' gaze was firmly fixed on the golden cup at the very back, the Hufflepuff cup. After deciphering the enchantments left by Bellatrix, Lucius and Severus finally laid claim to the cup. They refrained from immediately reaching for the artifact that harbored a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Instead, they cast numerous silencing and banishing spells upon the door and meticulously searched the vault. Upon discovering 2 tiny portraits of goblins, Severus incinerated them amidst their shrieks. Having no idea how they had come to be discarded in Bellatrix's vault, Lucius, meanwhile, raised his wand towards the distant cup. Devil's fire. Dark crimson flames erupted from the tip of his wand, directly scorching a gaping hole into the cup. The whispers emanating from the cup morphed into pleas and screams. Yet Severus and the others remained unfazed. It was not until a cloud of black smoke billowed from the cup, dispersing into dust and the dark red. Foul blood began to flow from the gaping hole that Severus uttered an incantation to extinguish the ever-growing flames. Lucius then conjured a pure water spell to cleanse the damaged cup. Upon confirming that the cup bore no remnants of soul fragments or dark magic, he stowed away the cup, now riddled with holes. Compared to the diary, which had been shattered into fragments, the damage to the Hufflepuff cup was relatively minor. It seemed that this alchemical item might still be reparable. After all, alchemical masters would undoubtedly be interested in the treasures of the Lady Hufflepuff. Thus, it would be a waste to let it go to ruin. Chapter 110. The Opening of Hogwarts and the 107th Educational Decree. Due to the Wizarding War, many underage wizards suffered from post-war trauma. As of now, they have yet to emerge from the shadows of war. Some young wizards sustained severe injuries during the conflict and still lie in St. Mungo's hospital. Furthermore, some young wizards have become orphans, with all the adult wizards and their families perishing. Therefore, they must hold funerals for their relatives at home. Hogwarts, in light of these circumstances, was compelled to postpone the start of the school year. It was not until mid-October that the school released owls to send letters to the young wizards, reminding them that school would soon commence. After school resumed, Lucius had to bid farewell to Severus and Draco as he made his way to Hogwarts. However, with the vanishing cabinet at his disposal, he could return home daily, so he did not feel overly sorrowful. In truth, Lucius had never harbored a desire to become a potions professor. His performance in potions had always been commendable, and due to Severus's influence, he had developed an unprecedented interest in the subject. Through his diligent efforts, his prowess in potion making has reached an extraordinary level. However, Lucius harbors little interest in teaching. In truth, Severus lacks any inclination to instruct the young wizards, or perhaps it is more accurate to say, he has no desire to educate those clumsy little trolls. In his previous life, each time Severus witnessed those young wizards misplacing herbs into cauldrons or handling materials with a roughness that was almost unbearable, he often wished to toss them into the cauldron alongside the ingredients to brew a potion. Of course, should a cauldron explode, his agitation would only escalate. Yet, during his lessons for the advanced potion class, Severus's mood would significantly improve. The young wizards adept in potion making were always delightful. Lucius, too, did not possess a passion for the role of professor, yet he steadfastly maintained his position at Hogwarts. The young wizards at Hogwarts left their homes during their formative years to reside at the school. Their values and beliefs were fundamentally shaped in this crucial environment. How could Lucius possibly abandon them to be left to Dumbledore as a mere talent reserve? Moreover, he felt a duty to protect the young wizards of Slytherin, the potential future strength of their faction. Thanks to his and Severus's unblemished reputations, Slytherin's young wizards did not suffer as they had in his previous life during the tumultuous aftermath of the war at Hogwarts. However, given that most Death Eaters hailed from Slytherin, they remained susceptible to ostracism, particularly from Gryffindor. Naturally, Lucius would act in his capacity as a professor to shield them during such times. This endeavor not only safeguarded the burgeoning talents of Slytherin, but also garnered the favor of their parents, yielding multiple benefits. Additionally, the student organizations established by him and Severus at Hogwarts could not be neglected. Whether it was his Wizarding Advancement Society or Severus's Progressive Society, both served vital purposes. The former bridged pure-blood wizards, while the latter was a formidable instrument for talent acquisition. Lucius would not squander the foundation painstakingly built during their student years. The young wizards would become valuable assets in the future. Lucius was far too astute to relinquish these advantages to Dumbledore. However, following Voldemort's demise, Lucius found little reason to remain at Hogwarts, evading the Dark Lord to ensure his safety. There were numerous matters outside Hogwarts that required his attention. The clandestine trips home via the vanishing cabinet were hardly ideal. Lucius yearned for outings with his family. Thus, through his efforts, he swiftly secured the position of director of the Department of Sports and Education at the Ministry of Magic. Subsequently, he persuaded Millicent Bagnold to advance Educational Order No. 107, instigating educational reform. Indeed, it was Millicent Bagnold. Although she harbored indignation over Abraxas's manipulation of trials and mockery of the ministry, she was particularly furious about Severus's actions that severed her Ravenclaw pureblood base through his close collaboration with members of the Progressive Society. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, no obstacle is insurmountable. Self-interest reigns supreme. Despite their previous tensions, their relationship thawed as Fudge shamelessly sought to curry favor with the old headmaster, becoming Dumbledore's honored guest, while old Barty Crouch attempted to elevate young Aurors to undermine Scrimgeour's authority. The political arena is indeed wondrous. Erstwhile adversaries can quickly become allies. Their initial meeting was framed as Severus's gratitude towards Minister Bagnold, the lady who had once bestowed upon him the third-class Merlin medal. Following their discussion, a new agreement was forged, uniting them as close comrades. Minister Bagnold received the unwavering support of the Malfoys and the princes, and in return, she would facilitate their demands. A foundation for cooperation was thus established. After all, Millicent's stance on the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy and Muggles was not solely protective. She was also wary of Muggles and harbored a profound desire to achieve political success, aspiring to rejuvenate the wizarding economy and foster a prosperous wizarding community in Britain. These views resonated with certain ideas held by Severus and Lucius. Sharing similar political ideologies naturally laid the groundwork for extensive collaboration. To solidify this partnership, they even arranged a union. The eldest daughter of Millicent Bagnold's confidant, Piers Thickness, had just turned 18, having graduated from Hogwarts a year prior, making her of marriageable age. Lucius sifted through the ranks of the pure-blood Slytherin families loyal to the princes and Malfoys, presenting several young wizards for Miss Thickness to consider. Both parties expressed satisfaction with the negotiations. Before long, the Daily Prophet reported the engagement of Georgiana Thickness and Wiles Adams. Thus, Lucius's educational reforms proceeded without impediment. The content of Educational Order No. 107 was not overly complex. His reforms merely called for Hogwarts to recruit more faculty, alleviate the workload of current teachers, and permit them to return home daily. The ultimate aim was to facilitate his own convenience. Dumbledore raised no objections to this educational decree. He was fully aware that Lucius's motivation for advancing this order was to free up time for managing family matters outside Hogwarts. Nevertheless, this was ultimately beneficial for Hogwarts. The Malfoys, Blacks, and Parkinsons were willing to cover the additional salaries for the new teachers. In fact, upon realizing Lucius's intent to address external affairs, Dumbledore had contemplated seizing the opportunity to persuade him to leave Hogwarts. However, Dumbledore understood well that such an endeavor would be utterly futile. The Malfoys were not inclined to relinquish their influence within Hogwarts. Should he broach the subject, Lucius would undoubtedly counter with the matter of Lupin. And Dumbledore himself was the one most eager to see the Lupin incident forgotten. After the educational order was implemented, Lucius hastily hired 3 potion assistants to instruct the young wizards in grades 1 through 5. He also frequently invited Severus to Hogwarts to teach the advanced potion class. Dumbledore did not oppose this. Who would refuse the opportunity for students to benefit from the expertise of a master potioneer? Dumbledore recognized that as long as Lucius Malfoy and Severus Prince possessed the requisite wisdom, they would not harm the young wizards. To encourage Severus's frequent attendance, Dumbledore even suggested that Lucius extend an invitation to his husband in the capacity of a guest lecturer. The last word was emphasized. Yet, Lucius remained entirely unfazed. He smiled even more joyfully and reiterated to Dumbledore his desire to assume the role of Muggle Studies professor. However, Dumbledore continued to decline Lucius's application. Even with 3 potion assistants now engaged, leaving him with idle time and the desire to venture outside the school daily, Dumbledore did not acquiesce to Lucius's request. Merlin knew what Lucius might promote. The earlier unrest at Hogwarts, incited by the threat of Muggles, was still vividly etched in Dumbledore's memory. As for Severus, he was not particularly enthusiastic about teaching little trolls how to brew potions. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of nostalgia for his teaching role at Hogwarts. Therefore, he did not refuse Lucius's invitation, even though he was aware that the Platinum Peacock was merely seeking an excuse for a date with him. Draco indeed possesses a somewhat clingy demeanor, particularly relishing the moments spent sleeping alongside his father, Severus. Severus finds great delight in his son's affectionate presence, yet he is acutely aware of Lucius's burgeoning resentment stemming from this attachment. This realization serves as a significant reason for his acceptance of Lucius's invitation. When the students of the Advanced Potions class witnessed Professor Malfoy entering the classroom with the youngest potion master in the wizarding world, they could not suppress their cheers. Is this truly the husband of Professor Malfoy? They certainly appear well suited for one another. Observe the matching adornments adorning Mr. Prince, mirroring those of Professor Malfoy. Their affection is unmistakable. However, Mr. Prince exudes an air of aloofness, which is, of course, to be expected, as potion masters often carry an air of superiority. Severus regarded the young wizards with a somewhat frigid tone. You are here to delve into the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. I do not anticipate that you will fully grasp the exquisite beauty of a cauldron simmering gently, emanating fragrant aromas, nor will you truly comprehend the enchanting magic of a liquid coursing through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the will. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death. Such is the allure of potions. Lucius smiled inwardly. Indeed, his Severus had an unwavering passion for potion making. The rivalry with Lily Evans had long become a relic of the past, while the true adversary of his life remained that damnable potion. Chapter 111. The Quest for Slytherin's Chamber. After Severus had attended several classes at Hogwarts, they commenced their search for Slytherin's Chamber and Ravenclaw's diadem. During their time in America, Severus had generously hired 2 Greek wizards fluent in Parseltongue to teach him the language of serpents. Certain exceptional wizards, such as Dumbledore, have mastered this bloodline language, being capable not only of understanding it, but also of speaking it. His pursuit of Parseltongue was, of course, driven by the desire to locate Slytherin's chamber. Severus had witnessed the entire confrontation between the Savior and the Dark Lord at this magical school in his past life, and he was well aware that the entrance to Slytherin's chamber resided in the abandoned girls' restroom, while Ravenclaw's diadem lay hidden within the room of requirement. However, prior to Voldemort's demise, neither he nor Lucius had taken any action. Although their research indicated that the primary soul and the Horcruxes were typically not connected, the possibility of unforeseen circumstances lingered. After all, hadn't the Dark Lord managed to influence his living Horcrux, Harry Potter, through dreams? Furthermore, Lucius and Severus could not guarantee that the Dark Lord would not suddenly feel inclined to revisit familiar grounds upon their entry into the chamber or the room of requirement. They were equally uncertain whether the basilisk lurking within the chamber bore any enchantments that might alert Riddle. Yet, The circumstances had changed. The weakened primary soul of the Dark Lord had fled to the Albanian wilderness. Even if Voldemort could sense their actions, he would find himself powerless to intervene. Moreover, during the interval before Lucius's return to school, following their destruction of the Cup Horcrux, they had ventured into the Muggle world. Their purpose was to cremate and scatter the ashes of Old Riddle. Indeed, their quest to explore Slytherin's chamber was driven by a genuine curiosity to discover whether any magical tomes left by Slytherin himself resided within. To prepare for this adventure, Severus had diligently studied Parseltongue. He was, without a doubt, a prodigious wizard, initially. The two Parselmouths he had engaged from ancient Greek wizarding families were skeptical of his ability to master this divine skill. Their willingness to instruct him stemmed solely from the allure of gold galleons. However, Severus swiftly grasped several foundational pronunciations of Parseltongue, albeit with an accent that may have sounded peculiar to the two Parselmouths. The difficulty of learning Parseltongue lies in its dual nature as both a language and a form of magic. With the awakening of his siren bloodline, his aptitude for dark magic had surged, allowing him to learn at an accelerated pace. Severus glanced helplessly at Lucius, who was eager to inquire about the phrases in Parseltongue. I presume you recall that your awakened bloodline is that of the Forest Elf? The enhancement of magical talent in wizards of Forest Elf descent leans towards white magic. Does this imply that the Malfoy family, historically known for producing dark wizards, is poised to welcome its first white magic master? Lucius replied, I have no desire to become a master of white magic. Lucius, I dare say that should Dumbledore behold your current Patronus, he would be utterly astounded, Severus countered. I speculate that the size of a Patronus bears no relation to the direction of one's magical talent. Severus, Lucius retorted. My Patronus has grown merely because my desire to protect you has intensified. This is a testament to my love for you. Well, I do not believe that is the primary reason that your foolish silver serpent has swollen to the size of a house, Severus remarked with a bemused smile, crossing his arms as he regarded him. Or are you suggesting that when you first learned to conjure a Patronus, the small serpent you produced, measuring only 15 inches, was due to your insufficient resolve to protect me? Upon hearing this, Lucius could only raise the white flag in surrender. How could that be? You may call me a white wizard, but you cannot question my love for you. Basilisks are most terrified by the crowing of a rooster. Thus, prior to their expedition to Slytherin's chamber, Severus and Lucius took care to procure several roosters. Lucius found it intolerable to confine the roosters within his everyday storage ring. Severus, concerned that the roosters might nibble on the herbs stored in his ring, also refused to place them there. Consequently, they prepared a separate space bag for the roosters. To protect themselves from being petrified by the basilisk's gaze, they donned protective alchemical goggles. These contraptions, inspired by Muggle infrared technology, allowed the wearer to perceive their surroundings even with closed eyes. Everything was in readiness, save for the final stroke of fortune. On a day shortly before Christmas, Severus was once again invited by Lucius to provide supplementary instruction for the Advanced Potions class. That evening, Severus and Lucius stayed overnight at Hogwarts, residing in their dormitory from their student days. In the stillness of the night, with silence enveloping the surroundings, Severus and Lucius, cloaked in invisibility and adorned with alchemical items that masked their presence, carefully navigated past all portraits and statues, entering the abandoned girls' restroom where Moaning Myrtle spent her days. Severus stepped inside and quickly located Slytherin's emblem on a brass faucet, a small silver-green serpent. Addressing the serpent in Parseltongue, Severus commanded, "Open." The serpent stirred to life, and with a brilliant flash of light, the sink split in two, revealing a dark, gaping void where the sink had once stood. As Severus and Lucius prepared to descend, they were startled by Myrtle's piercing scream. "Merlin, what is happening?" The ghost, clad in Ravenclaw robes and adorned with a face covered in blemishes, flitted about, her eyes scanning the restroom in search of the culprit behind the fractured sink. Lucius exchanged a glance with Severus, and they instinctively raised their wands in unison. Lucius cast a Obliviate spell upon Myrtle, while Severus sent her into a deep slumber with a Stupefy charm. The ethereal specter collapsed within the girls' restroom, and the two cloaked wizards leaped into the inky darkness of the tunnel. Outside, the sink, now restored to its original state, resumed its unbroken form after their entry. The pipeline was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, stretching forth as though it were endless. Its vastness was both distorted and serpentine, steep and slick. In the obscurity, Severus and Lucius ignited their wands, casting a flickering glow that pierced the inky blackness. After approximately 20 minutes, the conduit leveled out, and Lucius and Severus tumbled into a damp underground passage. The walls of the passage were shrouded in shadow, and Lucius, with a look of disdain, shook his cloak, casting several cleaning charms upon himself and Severus before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. continuing onward amidst the shimmering glow. Their footsteps echoed ominously in the eerily tranquil environment. The passage was choked with filthy water, and in the corners lay the remnants of rodent bones and the carcasses of insects, eliciting a grimace of distaste from Lucius. Severus, however, remained unfazed. His excitement was palpable as he beheld a verdant treasure. The shed skin of the basilisk lay desolately upon the floor of the passage. This was the skin of the basilisk, an exquisite potion ingredient, rare and valuable. Severus cherished it as he stowed it away. After securing the potion material, Lucius summoned a small stream of fresh water to cleanse Severus's soiled hands. They pressed on, following the path etched in Severus's memory. Indeed, Severus was acutely aware of the chamber's precise location. In a previous life, after Harry Potter had vanquished the fragment of the diary within Slytherin's chamber, Dumbledore had escorted Severus there to retrieve the basilisk's carcass. This was of utmost importance to a master potion maker. The Order of the Phoenix had a significant demand for potions, and it was fortuitous that Severus could replenish his supply of potion ingredients. They turned at several junctures, navigating through numerous bends. As they ventured further, Lucius felt as though they had traversed beyond the bounds of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Upon reaching the end of the passage, a formidable wall abruptly confronted them. Adorning the wall were intricately carved serpents entwined with one another. Within the serpents' eyes were set two gleaming, lifelike emeralds. Severus stepped forward, the emerald's gaze coldly scrutinizing him. He spoke in Parseltongue. Open. The wall cleaved apart, and the entwined serpents split into two smaller snakes as the wall parted. The two have slid away, vanishing from sight. And Severus and Lucius reinforced their alchemical glasses with a spell before stepping inside hand in hand. Chapter 112, Basilisk Heir. Upon entering, they beheld a spacious yet dimly lit chamber. Within, numerous stone pillars, intricately carved with coiling serpents, rose majestically, supporting a ceiling that melded into the darkness, casting enigmatic shadows. The room was silent, the emerald eyes embedded in the stone serpents surveying them as if watching over their dominion. Together, Severus and Lucius approached the far end of the chamber, where a statue loomed against the wall. This statue, towering like the room itself, depicted Salazar Slytherin. Severus tightened his grip on his wand and, alongside Lucius, activated his alchemical glasses before closing his eyes. He addressed the statue. Speak to me. The greatest of the four founders of Hogwarts. The colossal stone visage of Salazar Slytherin stirred, its mouth widening until it formed a gaping black void. From within the statue emerged the basilisk that Salazar had concealed, slithering forth from the inky abyss. Lucius clutched the treasured key tightly. One misstep, and they would flee in haste. Severus, however, tightened his grip on his wand, attempting to establish communication with the creature. Those who spoke Parseltongue could converse with the basilisk, yet only Parselmouths could exert control over it. Is Tom Riddle, or Voldemort as he is now known, your master? Is there a legacy left behind by the esteemed Salazar Slytherin within this chamber? The basilisk was immense, its verdant form shimmering with a serpent's distinctive luster. Its girth rivaled that of an oak trunk, and its maw revealed dagger-like fangs. As Severus posed his inquiries, the creature reared its upper body high, its flat head weaving drunkenly between the stone pillars. My master is none other than the great Salazar himself. Little ones, do you have any food? Heir of Slytherin is nearly starving. For years, I have feasted on nothing but rats. The basilisk shared its name with the dark wizard who originally conjured such creatures. Perhaps a tribute to Salazar? I am sick of eating vermin. Bring me something delectable, or I shall feast upon you instead. Its gaze shifted toward Lucius, hissing ominously. It had no desire to harm one who spoke the serpent's tongue, but now set its sights upon the other, fragrant wizard. Severus discerned the basilisk's intent to target Lucius and swiftly shielded him with his own body, subtly nudging Lucius's arm with his fingers. Lucius promptly produced a spatial bag filled with roosters. Should the basilisk prove uncommunicative, he would unleash the prepared roosters to confront it. However, Lucius believed that the key was a more reliable solution than the cacophony of clucking. The wizarding world had not encountered a basilisk in ages, and the accounts in magical beast tomes were likely unreliable. If Severus failed to communicate with the creature, the rooster's cries would be futile. Yet they still had the key to escape. Though Lucius held no doubt that Severus could vanquish the basilisk, even if it was a formidable 5x magical creature. I can offer you a delectable meal, Mr. Heir of Slytherin. Please tell me, does the chamber house any legacy left by Slytherin? Severus and Lucius were uncertain whether any legacy truly resided within the chamber, and even more so if such a legacy could only be claimed by Slytherin's descendants. Yet, how could they ascertain its existence without inquiry? Prepared for any eventuality, attempting to engage was never a folly. Even in failure, exchanging some venom or slaying the creature for its venom would yield excellent rewards. Moreover, The basilisk shed skin they had recently acquired was already a considerable boon. Severus poured forth a bounty of food from his ring. These provisions were a bribe prepared by Lucius, who had devised a plan with Severus to communicate with the basilisk rather than resort to violence. The basilisk fixated on the fragrant mound of beef, hastily slithering over to devour the sumptuous feast. The horrifying sounds of ingestion echoed through the chamber, and once sated, the creature's demeanor softened. Parseltongue. There is no legacy of Salazar in the chamber, but there is a laboratory of his. A laboratory. This was indeed promising news. However, before Severus could revel in his delight, ominous tidings followed swiftly. Yet all that Salazar left behind has been taken by a little wizard named Tom Riddle, who is a parselmouth and possesses a trace of Slytherin-esque blood. The basilisk flicked its tail. Having satisfied its hunger, it abandoned the notion of attacking Lucius. The Parseltongue's companion. You may open your eyes now, do not fear. I can control my magical eyes. When they are green, they will not petrify anyone. Only when they turn yellow can they cause petrification or death. Severus, remembering he still wore his alchemical glasses, opened his eyes without trepidation. Even if the serpent monster deceived him, the gaze of the creature, reflected through the glasses, could at most petrify him. However, the antidote derived from mandrake would remedy such a state of petrification. Lucius possessed a key, ensuring their safety was unequivocally guaranteed. He opened his eyes and gazed towards the serpent monster. Its eyes shimmered a vibrant green, and after locking eyes with the beast, he found himself untouched by its petrifying power. This serpent monster appeared to be quite faithful to its promises. Pray tell, why do you linger in this chamber? Is it also the command of Lord Slytherin? Indeed, Parselmouth, the serpent hissed in reply. Salazar said he was departing and instructed me to remain here to protect Hogwarts, forbidding me from causing any mischief. The young wizard Tom Riddle, who came later, also spoke Parseltongue and could command me to perform tasks. Ah, now it makes sense. Lucius mused. No wonder the diary Horcrux was able to command the serpent in my previous life. So, Mr. Heir, can you lead us to Lord Slytherin's laboratory? We are most eager to visit. The serpent flicked its tail, its eyes gleaming with cunning. I shall, but you must bring me food. I desire much of the beef I recently consumed, and lamb chops, which I have not tasted in ages. The last time I had lamb chops was when Salazar fed them to me. Very well, I can certainly oblige, Severus replied. Knowing that food was an inexpensive concession he was more than willing to make. However, prior to that, I would like to establish a contract. Mr. Heir, you assure us that you will not harm me or my companion, and we likewise assure you that we will not harm you and will provide you with sustenance. The serpent pondered this humane proposal for a moment before concluding that such an agreement posed no detriment to itself. After consideration, it added, it seems that Salazar's belongings were taken by that young wizard many years ago. Should you find nothing upon entering, you must still provide me with delectable food. Severus nodded in agreement. Then, a silvery green luminescence emanated from the tip of Heir's tail, merging with the azure glow of Severus's silver limewood wand, signifying the establishment of their magical contract. Before long, the magical agreement was finalized. Severus ceased his hissing Parseltongue and informed Lucius, Luke, you may now open your eyes. I have just signed a magical contract with the serpent. It will no longer harm you. Lucius discreetly stowed away the space bag filled with roosters before gradually opening his gray-blue eyes. His companion remarked, this serpent is left behind by Lord Salazar Slytherin, named Heir, sharing its name with that nefarious wizard who first created Horcruxes. It will guide us to Lord Slytherin's laboratory. Lord Salazar Slytherin's laboratory. A spark of excitement flickered in Lucius's eyes. Severus chuckled inwardly, knowing well that Lucius idolized Salazar. Indeed, it seemed that no Slytherin wizard could escape the reverence for Salazar. In a sense, he was fulfilling Lucius's dream. Chapter 113. The meditative images on the walls. Lucius opened his eyes. Although he could not comprehend Parseltongue, he placed his trust in Severus. At last, he beheld the living serpent monster. Its bulbous green eyes were not the orange-yellow described in tomes, nor did they petrify him. He looked to Severus, who explained that the serpent could control its gaze and only possessed the capacity for murder or petrification when its eyes turned orange-yellow. Severus guided Lucius to sit atop the serpent's body, as the creature slithered up to the mouth of the statue, and then fell, plummeting downwards. Together, Severus and Lucius descended into the inner chamber of the statue. It resembled a serpent's nest, damp, cold, and suffused with a pungent odor. The serpent continued to crawl deeper, followed closely by Severus and Lucius. As they ventured further in, they encountered a tarnished bronze door, eroded by time. Upon the door was a lifelike relief of an Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail. The Mobius, the serpent of infinity. Severus immediately recognized its significance. The serpent of infinity represented immortality and the epitome of biological form. According to the annals of magical history, the Serpent of Infinity required neither eyes. As nothing in this world required its observation, nor ears, as no sound demanded its listening, it required no breath, nor any form of digestion, devoid of organs. It rendered organs unnecessary. It possessed supreme wisdom, eternally spinning, more complete than any other creature. Hiss, the serpent uttered in Parseltongue. Lucius turned to Severus. It says, "Place your hand upon the door, and we may enter." This is how Lord Salazar's Slytherin apprentices gained entrance a millennium ago. Lucius nodded and placed his hand against the door, eager to be the first to take the plunge, to bear the greater risk, and scout a path for Severus. "Lucius, you reckless behemoth, how could you act so impulsively?" Severus, noticing Lucius's small movement, hastily placed his own hand upon the door as well. The serpent heir had signed a contract, rendering it incapable of harming him, so the door was assuredly safe. Yet, who could determine the safety that lay beyond? He understood Lucius's intent to mitigate risk for him, but Lucius's current impulsiveness bore a striking resemblance to Gryffindor's. Fortunately, no danger awaited them beyond the door. Neither he nor Lucius were separated by spatial distortions, though regrettably, the serpent could not accompany them. Had it come, perhaps it could have provided them with further clues. After all, Mr. Heir was the only pet of Lord Salazar Slytherin. However, our Mr. Prince was now overwhelmed by fury. Upon landing, he seized Lucius by the collar, exclaiming, "Lucius Malfoy, has your mind devolved into that of a lion? My foolish sir, how can you resemble a Gryffindor, so brash and monstrous?" Lucius struggled to articulate an apology to Severus in his mind, but the sights within the chamber captivated his entire attention. He was awestruck by the vivid stone carvings adorning the walls. From these depictions, Lucius sensed a blend of mystery and terror. The Grim Reaper in a dark robe bore a cold, sharp scythe. A raven of ebony soared over a long lake amidst gnarled branches, ghostly shadows, webs spun by spiders. And the totem of the Ouroboros. The Ouroboros carved upon the stone was vastly larger than the one upon the door, embodying both light and darkness, melding together. Lucius sensed its perfection. "Look, Severus." Severus followed Lucius's pointing direction, his hand slipping from Lucius's collar involuntarily. He too beheld the stone carvings and the Ouroboros. Yet, he saw neither the Reaper, nor the Raven, nor the Spider, nor the twisted branches and phantoms. In his eyes, there existed only an immense Ouroboros. Above it hung a resplendent, blazing sun, beneath it, tranquil, flowing waves. Countless plants thrived upon the earth, with the free wind weaving through the foliage and soaring aloft. The serpent writhed, devouring its own tail, rebirthing itself in the act of self-consumption. This embodied the infinite cycle, the oscillation between creation and destruction, the perpetual dance of life and death. Severus suddenly recalled the manuscripts of the alchemist Brown, treasured within Prince Manor. On the first day, the final day was determined. The serpent's tail should return to its own mouth. In the moment of self-destruction, life would once more flourish. No wonder Voldemort believed in the existence of immortality. After witnessing this peculiar serpent, who would not succumb to delusions, Severus pinched the flesh of his palm to steady himself. Consider Voldemort's fate. Those who mock death shall not meet a favorable end. Severus, do you understand the magical significance of the spider that weaves its web? Lucius suddenly interjected. He was aware of the infinite serpent, the Grim Reaper, and knew that the raven, branches, and specters were the Reaper's kin. Yet, he was entirely ignorant of the spider's unique meaning. A spider? But I do not see any depiction of a spider on the stone carvings. Not possible. It is plainly evident, right beneath the raven. I cannot see the raven either. How can that be? It is right there. Lucius seemed to suddenly grasp something. A look of immense joy spreading across his face. Severus, what do you see? The ceaseless cycle of death and rebirth, the gentle breeze caressing the flora, along with the sun and rippling waters. Severus replied to Lucius. Merlin, this must be a meditation diagram. Lucius exclaimed with excitement. I have heard from the portraits of the Malfoy family that in ancient times, great wizards would depict their entire magical experiences as meditation diagrams after their passing, leaving them as a legacy for future generations. Our ancestors lamented that this method had unfortunately been lost during the Middle Ages. What a tremendous pity. Had this method not been lost, they could have left an immeasurable wealth to the Malfoy family. Who would have thought that this technique still endures within the Slytherin lineage? I beheld the black-robed Grim Reaper, the inky raven, twisted branches, eerie specters, a weaving spider, and the Ouroboros, a serpent with both light and darkness. Each wizard perceives a distinct pattern when gazing upon the meditation diagram. Naturally, those of insufficient talent see nothing at all. Lucius could feel the vivid images he had just witnessed firmly imprinted in his mind. This must be the meditation diagram, which can enhance a wizard's aptitude, accelerate their magical growth, and impart unique techniques as their power increases. An extraordinary meditation diagram. Severus also sensed the patterns within his mind. He could even feel the magical essence within him pulsating vigorously. His parcel tongue seemed to flow more smoothly. Hissus. He attempted to call Lucius's name in parcel tongue. Indeed. It was quite fluid. Previously, his parcel tongue had been acquired through arduous imitation of the Greek dialect, and he had barely managed to articulate clearly. It was certainly not as effortless as it was now. Just as Severus was assessing how much his ability in parcel tongue had improved, Lucius inquired, Severus, why do you call my name? Severus looked at Lucius. Is this the power of the meditation diagram? Lucius could comprehend parcel tongue without any systematic study. Severus cast a glance at the empty wooden rack, which should have been filled with Salazar Slytherin's relics. However, those items had been taken by Tom Riddle. He should have felt disappointment, but with the surprise of the meditation diagram, the treasures they had both overlooked seemed to pale in comparison. Moreover, those manuscripts were likely related to experiments on Horcruxes. If that were the case, then those manuscripts held little value. After all, in his past life, Voldemort had already conducted experiments on them, and creating Horcruxes did not guarantee immortality, but certainly led to madness. Such things were best left untouched. Chapter 114, Departing the Chamber. Thanks to the meditation diagram, Severus and Lucius reaped significant benefits. They deliberated in the chamber for a considerable time, discovering that the images they had seen were etched in their minds by an unseen force, and as they could no longer glean anything new from the stone carvings, they averted their gaze. They ceased their observations of the carvings, turning instead to search the room. Although the tables and shelves were bare, likely stripped by Tom Riddle, Severus and Lucius resolved to inspect for any overlooked treasures. None. There was nothing at all. They had to concede that Tom Riddle's proficiency in searching was no less than their own. However, just as they were about to depart, Severus suddenly detected dark magical fluctuations emanating from a stone pillar in the room. Approaching it, he cast the spell's revealing charm, and all spell end. The magic unleashed by his silver linden wand surged toward the pillar, swiftly dispelling the disguise, revealing a line of inconspicuous small text on the mottled surface. 7 is the most potent number, from 1 to 7, and then from 7 back to 1. Perhaps this is the secret of immortality, but the subsequent text was so faded that it was impossible to discern what Salazar had inscribed. Indeed, it was Salazar, for this line of text was not penned by Voldemort. Thus, was this the unwavering reason behind Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes? This makes sense. A forbidden tome in the restricted section, The Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic, would not so easily entice the astute and composed Riddle of his student years to audaciously tamper with his own soul. Only Salazar, the ancestor of Slytherin, could instill such conviction in Riddle, who was exceedingly proud of the great wizarding blood coursing through his veins. Yet, within this small line of text, the word however had emerged. Of course, another possibility existed. The fading of the text might not be due to the ravages of time, but rather the result of Voldemort's erasure. However, Severus and Lucius had no intention of delving into these secrets. For the Voldemort who had conducted experiments based on this passage had already embarked on the path to death. Furthermore, be it in this life or the next, Voldemort had lost his sanity and rationality due to the Horcruxes. The lessons of history are not far. How could they possibly emulate him? The awakening of their magical bloodlines granted them prolonged lifespans, allowing them to live for at least 6 or 7 centuries, and with diligent cultivation of their magical powers, they could live even longer. Thus, they were not in such desperate pursuit of immortality. Moreover, compared to eternal life, a different form of immortality was far more desirable to Severus and Lucius, to be remembered and revered, like Merlin or Salazar. If they truly feared death, it would be wiser to investigate these potentially maddening matters only when they approached their final moments. After exchanging a glance, Severus and Lucius together cast a powerful ignorance charm upon the pillar and placed a locatable and monitorable alchemical item in the corner of the room. Only after this did they leave the chamber. According to the basilisk, heir of Slytherin, when they wished to exit, they simply needed to place their hands upon the door, just as they had when entering. Severus and Lucius were hurled from the laboratory by the distorted forces of space, and outside, the infinite serpent, the Mobius, continued to shimmer brilliantly upon the door. Hissus. The basilisk reminded Severus not to forget to bring it food afterwards. It had fulfilled its duty. I shall send a house elf to deliver food, but house elves cannot eat, you know? I know. Salazar had many house elves at his service. Oh, it seems your parcel tongue has suddenly lost its accent? Severus. He exasperatedly patted the snake that sought to coil around him, asking it to usher them out. And if it could provide him with a bit of venom, that would be even better. I desire more sustenance. The flavor of the food you provided this time was exquisite, and I wish for thrice the amount. I also wish to partake in magical spiders, regardless of the variety. The basilisk deemed this a fair exchange. For the basilisk, aside from nourishment, nothing else held any value. Moreover, when it was confined to the Chamber of Secrets by Salazar, it was during the Middle Ages, a time marked by scarcity where delectable food was indeed a luxury beyond compare. Very well, Severus replied. Food is easily procured. With a few pounds or galleons, one can acquire an abundance. As for the magical spiders, that is even simpler. We can instruct the house elves to capture them. Lucius, who had been eavesdropping on the exchange between the serpent and the man, could not restrain a chuckle. Was this fearsome basilisk truly so amusing? Even Severus joined in the laughter. It was indeed humorous that the basilisk claimed Severus had an accent in Parseltongue. Severus, noticing the mirth on Lucius's face, stepped on his foot in embarrassment, but Lucius felt no pain. The warning was utterly ineffective. After reaching an agreement, the basilisk secreted some venom into the crystal vial provided by Severus, then allowed both Severus and Lucius to sit atop its back. Before long, the basilisk transported them to the exit of the statue. Exiting required a password. You must say, "Let me out, Slytherin, the greatest of the four founders," hearing the basilisk's reminder. Severus and Lucius exchanged glances. Is Salazar Slytherin truly so narcissistic that the password in the chamber is always this? Severus recited the phrase. Finally, the statue's mouth opened, and the basilisk declared, "You may depart now. Farewell, Parselmouth." Severus, aware of the mission that Slytherin had entrusted to him, did not inquire whether the creature wished to accompany them. The two retraced their steps, arriving at the stone door, where they again uttered in Parseltongue, "Open." They returned to the underground passage, navigating a convoluted route until they finally reached the place from whence they had entered. Severus opened his arms, and Lucius embraced his waist. They soared into the air. To be candid, Lucius harbored doubts about whether Severus was, in fact, Voldemort's illegitimate son. It was well known that Voldemort had taught Severus the art of flight, imparting this unique magic solely to him. Of course, this was merely a fanciful notion. Nevertheless, Lucius sometimes pondered whether Voldemort had ulterior motives. However, this concern was now moot, for Voldemort was deceased, and although a remnant of his essence lingered, the end was nigh. Thus, he felt no need to fret over this matter any longer. They ascended to the uppermost part of the tunnel, where a black circular stone slab loomed above. Severus spoke once more in Parseltongue, commanding, "Open." In the female lavatory outside, the circular sink split in two, and the massive circular pipe was once again revealed. Severus and Lucius emerged from the pipe. Severus released Lucius, and as they regained their footing, they immediately cast a cleansing charm upon each other. The chamber, particularly the pipes, was horrendously filthy. While Severus could tolerate it, Lucius longed to incinerate his garments and soak in the bath for hours to rid himself of the grime. As they employed the cleansing charm to eliminate the dirt from their bodies, the sink reverted to its original state. Once the sink returned to its position, the lavatory appeared as if nothing had transpired. Severus and Lucius donned their invisibility cloak, preparing to depart. Just then, they were startled by the sound of weeping. It was Moaning Myrtle. Chapter 115. The Diadem of Ravenclaw. Severus and Lucius had not anticipated that Myrtle, the ghost, would awaken so swiftly. However, since they were cloaked in invisibility, Myrtle, sobbing in a stall, remained oblivious to their presence, allowing them to proceed without concern. They exited the abandoned lavatory. A chill breeze ruffled their hair as, under the cloak's cover, Severus and Lucius erased all traces of their visit. Severus cast the ignoring charm upon the serpent on the tap before they stealthily departed. Few would suspect that the entrance to the Slytherin chamber lay concealed within an abandoned lavatory, save for Tom Riddle, who had not yet adopted the moniker of Voldemort. However, it was unsurprising that Tom Riddle discovered the chamber's entrance, for he spoke Parseltongue, and the basilisk relished traversing the pipes of Hogwarts. Having spent 7 years at Hogwarts, he would have often heard the serpent's voice. After exiting the forsaken lavatory, Severus and Lucius ascended the stairs until they reached the tapestry adorning the 8th floor corridor, depicting the giant wielding a club against the hapless Barnabas. They paced back and forth before the tapestry 3 times, silently reciting, "I seek a place to conceal items." Suddenly, an ancient bronze door materialized before them. Lucius pushed it open, and together with Severus, they entered. As they stepped through, the bronze door vanished, and the tapestry depicting the giant reverted to its original state. Upon entering the room of requirement, they found it in utter disarray, with heaps of discarded items cluttering the space. The Dark Lord had hidden the diadem of Ravenclaw amidst the refuse, a truly brilliant choice. The term brilliant was hardly a compliment in Severus's lexicon. Yet, Lucius wore a tolerant smile. "Perhaps you are correct, Severus. Concealing it here certainly ensures its obscurity. Well, the Dark Lord's Horcrux cannot be devoid of protective measures. I suspect the summoning charm will prove ineffective." After articulating his assessment, Severus brandished his wand and declared, "Diadem of Ravenclaw, come forth." The Dark Lord's Horcrux did not respond to his summons. Indeed, the summoning charm failed to draw the diadem to him. Lucius produced a crystal ball, within which swirled black smoke, rising and falling. He aimed his wand at the crystal ball and recited an intricate incantation in ancient runic. This spell required considerable magical energy, and beads of sweat formed on his brow from the exertion. As Lucius completed the incantation, Severus promptly administered a magical energy supplement to him. Within the crystal ball, the smoke's hue began to lighten in response to Lucius's spell. As the smoke transitioned from deep black to a pale blue, it abruptly coalesced into a beam of light, piercing the crystal wall and swiftly darting towards a location within the room of requirement. Severus and Lucius fortified themselves with multiple protective charms and immediately activated the mental shielding spell before pursuing the luminous trail. This was an ancient tracking spell, allowing the caster to trace their desired individual or lingering spirit through fragments of soul, blood, or bone. Most pureblood families possessed tomes detailing this spell in their libraries. After all, during the medieval conflicts between witches and wizards, and later the Wizarding Wars, many magical families experienced inexplicable disappearances among their members. Wizards devised this tracking magic to locate their missing kin or identify the killers of their loved ones for retribution. The diminutive fragment of soul that dissipated after Lucius cast his spell was, in fact, a remnant intercepted by Abraxas during the disposal of the diary. A shard of azure light pierced through the mountainous heap in the far left corner of the room of requirement, pinpointing the location of Ravenclaw's diadem. Following the awakening of his forest elf lineage, Lucius's talents in potion-making and transfiguration had been significantly enhanced. With a flick of his wand, several dilapidated chairs transformed into agile little robots. Indeed, this was the inspiration drawn by our noble pureblood heir, Lucius Malfoy, from Muggle cinema. I dare say, if Father were to witness your conjurations, he would surely scream in astonishment. Severus asserted with unwavering certainty. He was aware of our dealings in the Muggle realm, yet had never inquired further about our activities there. He undoubtedly remained oblivious to our excursions to watch Muggle films, which sparked your newfound fascination. Oh, spare me the details. I know that an affinity for robots is hardly Malfoy-esque. However, Severus, do you not agree that robots possess a dignity far surpassing that of house elves? Furthermore, they are significantly more reliable. Though house elves are undeniably loyal, the potential for aberrant behavior exists. In contrast, robots lack sentience. At that moment, the azure light weaving through the cluttered refuse came to an abrupt halt, becoming exceedingly bright. Severus promptly ceased his jesting, his attention riveted on the luminous blue glow. He gripped his wand tightly, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Lucius, meanwhile, directed the little robots he had just conjured to sift through the vast pile of junk in search of Rowena Ravenclaw's legacy. The small robots obediently scurried off to their task. They began to hurl a variety of discarded items aside with a cacophony of noise. A veritable treasure trove of antiquities emerged from the debris, certain to broaden the horizons of any wizard. Broken wands, tattered tomes, shattered glass vials, defective cauldrons, worn magical creature models, and desiccated bird eggs were but a few examples. Even more absurdly, among the detritus were mismatched crimson and gold socks and a Ravenclaw uniform fit only for a 3-year-old. One could only wonder how such items had come to reside in this chamber. Was it possible that the clutter was not the result of young wizard's negligence, but rather that the room itself had absorbed these various discarded relics? Otherwise, how could the accumulation have reached the height of several small hills? Severus's deductions were entirely accurate. This room had originally been designed by Godric Gryffindor for the purpose of cleanliness. Before Helga Hufflepuff took in the house elves, Hogwarts maintained its tidiness through this very chamber. However, after adopting the house elves, the room's function had shifted to clearing away the remnants abandoned by young wizards, which had not been addressed by the house elves. The little robots worked diligently, their fingers remarkably nimble. Severus observed them, contemplating the significant improvement in Lucius's transfiguration skills. Lucius noticed Severus's scrutiny of the small robots and, with a hint of pride, subtly lifted his chin, though the gesture was so slight that Severus would hardly have noticed had he not been attentive. Yet, like a peacock preening before its beloved, such vanity was enough to bring him joy. Just then, one of the little robots came to a sudden halt, cradling a diadem embellished with sapphires, Ravenclaw's diadem. To wear it is to possess boundless knowledge. To don it is to master the most profound magics. To adorn oneself with it is to attain everything. No, that cannot be right. Perhaps it was the awakening of his bloodline that conferred an extraordinary resistance to dark magic. Or perhaps it was the fact that the diadem was being handled by a small robot, or maybe they had instinctively employed a mental defense charm. Whatever the reason, Lucius and Severus quickly emerged from the allure of dark magic's temptation. Severus approached the little robot, disregarding the enticing soul fragment that emerged from the diadem, which cunningly fabricated an identity as a favored pupil of Ravenclaw. However, both he and Lucius were acutely aware that the diadem was tainted by the Dark Lord. Without hesitation, Severus produced a glass vial containing basilisk venom and poured it directly onto the diadem. The abundance of flammable materials in the room of requirement made the use of fire far too perilous. With a horrifying shriek, a viscous black-red liquid streamed from the diadem, resembling a grotesque pool of foul blood. Lucius beheld the diadem, its surface contorting in agony, reminiscent of his waxen visage upon returning from Albania to England. The soul fragments shattered into ash, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Lucius retrieved the damaged diadem and placed it in a designated box, reflecting that this was the third Horcrux they had destroyed. Chapter 116, The Miraculous Little Dragon and Her Royal Highness. After disposing of the soul fragments from Ravenclaw's diadem, Lucius and Severus returned quietly to the Slytherin dungeon. They shed their invisibility cloak and soiled garments, reducing the latter to ashes that were washed away down the drain. Before immersing themselves in the warmth of a soothing bath, they were utterly fatigued and had expended considerable magical energy. Thus, after their ablutions, they swiftly succumbed to slumber. When they awakened, it was already Saturday afternoon. Lucius, nestled behind Severus, wrapped his arms around his waist, sleepily joining him in their morning routine. Afterward, Lucius summoned a house elf from Hogwarts to bring them a scone. Once their hunger was satiated, they departed from Malfoy Manor. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Abraxas, who was holding an adorable little princess dress. Abraxas, noticing the two figures emerging from the fireplace, hastily concealed the dress behind him. Severus's gaze shifted to the sofa, which was occupied by a small dragon clad in a pristine, voluminous gown, surrounded by a heap of clothing. The dress in Abraxas's possession was, astonishingly, pink. The house elf, holding a magical camera, was capturing images of Draco, oblivious to his grandfather's nefarious antics and the embarrassing history being recorded. Abraxas, somewhat sheepishly, said, "Severus, allow me to explain." Severus picked up the little princess dragon and, smiling at Abraxas, inquired, "Father, may I be so bold as to ask if Luke has any photographs from this series?" Severus had not forgotten about young Lucius. Lucius, who had just been laughing at Abraxas and Draco's antics, retorted, "Even if you call me Luke, I would never willingly allow you to see my embarrassing history, Severus. Surely, such photographs do not exist? Merlin forbid." "Of course they do, Severus. I must say, you have exquisite taste. They are part of my treasured collection. Hurry and return the little dragon to me. Those photographs are locked in the left drawer of my desk, and the incantation to open it is Morning Star." The more Lucius listened, the more he felt his toes curling in embarrassment, wishing he could simply vanish on the spot. "Blast it. Father, why must your hobbies be so peculiar? Severus, I implore you. You cannot possibly intend to view those wretched photographs, can you?" Lucius lowered his gaze, a melancholic aura enveloping him. "Well, I shall not peruse the esteemed collection of old Malfoy, my prin-husband." Severus, mid-sentence, suddenly altered his wording, substituting princess for husband. Lucius, of course, recognized the intended term but refrained from scolding his beloved, instead casting a disgruntled glare at the instigator of this blunder. Abraxas cast a nonchalant glance at his exasperated son. Severus had forsaken the opportunity to admire his precious collection and would undoubtedly come to regret it. The young Lucius had been rather charming before, sweetly calling daddy. A far cry from the serious demeanor he exhibited now. His drawer contained not only photographs, but also the recorded moments of little Lucius's first utterance of daddy, his tantrums, and even the enchanting scenes of him plucking peacock feathers. He would never divulge such treasured memories to Severus, who so easily capitulated to Lucius. Meanwhile, Severus pondered the absurdity of it all. It was indeed a peculiar tale in the wizarding world that Malfoy could be driven to glare at his father. "Oh, my poor little dragon, this is how your Severus father treats you." Severus heard Lucius's lament in his ear. What had he done? Severus wondered, glancing down to find Draco clad in the princess gown Abraxas had just held. "Excellent. Brain, I would never engage in such antics. Hands, I am a free hand with my own ideas." Draco, however, was thoroughly enjoying himself. In his small mind, he believed that grandfather and father were merely playing with him. After all, he was only 3 years old. Indeed, Abraxas and Severus were playing with Draco, but still, "Draco, you will accumulate quite the scandalous history." Ultimately, our valiant Lucius Malfoy severed his conscience and joined the whimsical game of the little dragon. There was no sense of "do not do unto others what you do not wish done unto yourself," perhaps due to the verbal offense during the day. Severus was exceedingly gentle with Lucius that night, even allowing him to tie his wrists with a necktie. In the stillness of the night, Severus suddenly sat up in bed. Bathed in the dim light of the bedside lamp, he surveyed his surroundings. Lucius slept soundly, and Severus breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Lucius had not discovered his feigned slumber. He gently moved Lucius's arm from around his waist, quietly rose from the bed, and downed a vial of calming draught. Lucius's little tricks always left his back in need of escape. Once he felt his back return to normal, Severus departed the bedroom, heading towards Abraxas's study. Before the desk, Severus softly uttered the command Abraxas had imparted, "Morning Star." His voice, somewhat hoarse, took on a tender lilt. Upon completing the incantation, the locked drawer sprang open. The drawer had been enchanted with a seamless extension charm, filled to the brim with photographs and memory stones. After admiring images of little Lucius in a dress and as a tiny wizard in robes, Severus reached for a memory stone. As magic flowed into the stone, a softly glowing image materialized in the air. 3-year-old Lucius mischievously plucked a peacock feather, and upon being discovered, he implored Abraxas for mercy with tear-filled eyes, calling out Daddy. Severus thought, adorable. He retrieved a memory stone from his ring, preparing to engage in his nefarious copying act. Just as Severus reached for another memory stone, a spell echoed from outside the study. Lucius was using Alohomora. Severus quickly concealed his hand behind his back, swiftly closing the drawer. Lucius, I came to retrieve a document. You know I am currently applying for the position of Vice President of the International Potion Association. He spoke with unwavering composure. Do you truly believe I would buy your words, my dear Severus? I have been listening outside for quite some time. Your voice is quite melodious. Severus lowered his head in contrition, confessing, I apologize, I deceived you. I permit you to cherish these precious memories, Severus. Severus gazed at Lucius in disbelief. Lucius directed his wand at himself, transforming his silk nightgown into a beautiful French gown, then embraced his wayward lover. Come, let us return to the bedroom, so our esteemed potion master can properly appreciate his princess. Surely, it must be my lack of diligence that leaves you with the energy to roam at night, my dear Severus. Severus ultimately acquired all the photographs and memory stones, while Lucius, that peculiar one, exploited Severus's guilt to coax him into calling him princess, brother, and daddy in bed. They both achieved their desires, did they not? In winter, Severus received the appointment letter for the vice presidency from the International Potion Association. His attainment of this position was a natural progression. Following the tumultuous period after Voldemort's demise, he had published numerous high-quality papers in Introduction to Potions, with a significant portion dedicated to research on wolfsbane. These papers encompassed 3 main areas. The first involved improving the wolfsbane potion based on the Damcos Machus variant, which enhanced a werewolf's rationality during transformation. The second focused on the freezing potion. After Severus's paper on the freezing potion was published, St. Mungo's included it on their procurement list for controlling unresolved dark magic curses. Villaraden's father benefited from the freezing potion while waiting for the newly developed curse-clearing array from South American wizards, thus gaining a new lease on life. Severus concluded that a wizard bitten by a werewolf would not have the wolfsbane spread throughout their body within half an hour. During this window, werewolves could use the freezing potion to contain the wolfsbane at the wound and subsequently excise it. This discovery was undoubtedly a boon for wizards, even if the freezing potion was prohibitively expensive, leading many to bankruptcy. The final area of research focused on purging toxins from a werewolf's body. This idea had sparked during Severus's attendance at the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association annual conference in Russia. Over the years, he had made significant strides in this area, developing a new wolfsbane potion capable of partially cleansing the wolfsbane from a werewolf's blood, thus reducing the frequency of their transformations. As of now, the probability had shifted from transforming every full moon to only during the last month of each season, specifically on the full moon of that month when the moonlight was at its peak. These achievements greatly contributed to the wizarding community, benefiting both ordinary wizards and werewolves alike, earning Severus a number of werewolf followers. Naturally, he did not seek to recruit bloodthirsty scoundrels like Greyback. Due to these accomplishments, Severus was awarded a second-class Merlin Medal, solidifying his position as vice president of the International Potion Association. The appointment letter, sealed with doves and cauldrons, would inevitably arrive at Malfoy Manor. They would not shy away from welcoming a vice president of the association bearing the prince surname. Chapter 117. The Wedding of Regulus and Little Barty. Regulus and Little Barty's wedding was scheduled for after Christmas. Severus and Lucius were to officiate the ceremony. Despite their youth, Severus and Lucius were indeed qualified to preside over Regulus and Little Barty's nuptials. After all, Severus was the youngest master of potions, and Lucius was the youngest head of Slytherin house. In terms of status and power, few among the elder pureblood family heads could rival the two of them. Moreover, Lucius had recently joined the Ministry of Magic, serving as the director of the Department of Magical Education and Sports. It was evident to discerning eyes that this position was merely the beginning for young Malfoy. Prince Malfoy and Barnard have forged a formidable alliance, exemplified by the union of the pureblood families of Slytherin and Ravenclaw. With Malfoy's ascension into the Ministry of Magic, his future knows no bounds. The Deputy Minister, Cornelius Fudge, is thoroughly intimidated by their collaboration. He finds himself plagued by nightmares of Millicent Barnard and Lucius Malfoy standing at the ministry's entrance, disdainfully regarding him before casting him out. Furthermore, young Barty and Regulus are indeed subordinates of Severus, with Barty continuing to serve him post-graduation. During his student years, Barty procured numerous precious potions from Severus to use against his father. Limited by the meager financial support from old Barty, young Barty is compelled to work to repay his debts. Even after settling his dues, he remains in Severus's employ, aspiring to become the emperor of the wizarding workforce. With Lucius's entry into the ministry and his evident ambition for advancement, they have even formed a new alliance with Barnard. Merlin, he shall undoubtedly labor earnestly for senior prince. He aims to bolster the political alliance of Prince, Malfoy, and Barnard, helping to topple the steadfast old Barty from his position as director of the Department of Law Enforcement. Returning to the matter at hand, it is most fitting for Severus and Lucius to officiate their union. In the post-war Slytherin, this can even be regarded as a mark of honor. After all, Severus has garnered the allegiance of many pureblood families from Slytherin, while Malfoy, having been at the pinnacle of Slytherin before the war, has since consolidated many neutral purebloods. They are the new Serpent Kings of Slytherin. Moreover, Walburga, Druella, and Mrs. Crouch have returned to celebrate their son's wedding. Old Barty Crouch, upon seeing Mrs. Crouch, who had been away for 2 or 3 months, experiences a particularly complex array of emotions, especially as he notices her appearing much more cheerful. Is he truly such a failed husband? Narcissa is quite taken with the idea of young Barty marrying into the Black family, yet she is uncertain whether the news of his betrothal would send old Barty Crouch, the director of law enforcement, into a frenzy. Thus, she refrains from mentioning anything about marriage to outsiders. The wedding is set to take place at the ancestral Black Manor, which pleases Walburga immensely, though she has discerned that her little Regulus is likely no match for Crouch in bed. The ceremony will indeed be held at number 12 Grimmauld Place. She can pretend that young Barty Crouch is a daughter-in-law of the Black family. Old Barty's displeasure over this matter is palpable, yet Mrs. Crouch is largely unconcerned. Her sole focus is on whether young Barty is happy. When young Barty brings Regulus to meet her, she sees genuine joy reflected on his face. Regulus is gentle and kind, and that is more than sufficient. As for old Barty's various demands, she feels no obligation to heed them. After all, old Barty is hardly a competent father, thus lacking the standing to expect young Barty to embody the perfection of the Crouch family. Regulus is even willing to let their second child bear the Crouch surname, which should suffice, should it not? During their school days, Regulus and young Barty harbored a certain hazy fondness for each other. Consequently, even when Regulus found the union, born of a one-night affair, rather absurd, he easily acquiesced to the prospect of marrying young Barty under the fervent pursuit of his affection. Their wedding was grand, with Severus and Lucius officiating, thus adding luster to their union. Although this was not what old Barty had envisioned, considering that Millicent was his rival and Lucius had recently allied with her. Alas, his son is indeed a vexing debtor. Not only does he select a partner to his disapproval, but he also entangles himself with individuals he dislikes. Prior to the wedding, he even threatened to marry into the Black family, infuriating old Barty to no end. Little did he know, young Barty genuinely wished to change his surname from Crouch to Black, yet Regulus, concerned for his dignity, forbade him from doing so. Thus, his married surname became Crouch Black. Merlin, could he not simply be called young Barty Crouch Black? He could omit the middle name when signing documents. Walburga fervently supports young Barty's choice. However, the current head of the Black family, Mr. Regulus, casually opposed this notion, thwarting young Barty's plans. Such is the lamentable fate. The Black family's hospitality is extended by Lady Narcissa. In the realm of social gatherings, Lady Narcissa of the Black family and Lady Daisy of the Zabini family are indeed 2 shining jewels of Slytherin. No one fails to admire their cunning and commend their grace, as they set the trends within the social sphere. Narcissa, being the one among them who wields power without being married, garners the admiration of many wizards. Yet, despite her multitude of suitors, none can pluck this thorny rose. It is only natural, for a powerful witch, there is no need to hasten into matrimony. Remaining unmarried signifies freedom. As long as there are galleons, their future partners remain in their first year at Hogwarts. Sirius did not attend Regulus's wedding, as Narcissa did not extend an invitation to him. She harbors resentment towards Sirius for his absence at Olim's funeral, and Regulus does not oppose Narcissa's decision. Whenever Sirius and their mother, Walburga, cross paths, they engage in heated arguments. Since their father's passing, their mother's physical and mental health has deteriorated significantly. Now that she has finally regained some semblance of vitality, she cannot allow it to be jeopardized because of Sirius. Moreover, the pureblood wizards of Slytherin present may not be inclined to welcome Sirius. The war may have ended, but the rifts and divisions persist. Numerous Gryffindor families and Slytherin families have become bitter enemies due to this conflict. These blood feuds will not be mitigated without several generations of reconciliation. Lady Longbottom also attends the wedding. Although Gryffindor and Slytherin harbor mutual animosity, the Blacks are also related to the Longbottoms. She is a shrewd, old woman, well aware of how to navigate these intricate issues. On the day of Regulus's wedding, Sirius finds himself in a drunken stupor at the Three Broomsticks. He scoffs bitterly. James is dead, Regulus has disowned him, and he truly has nowhere to call home. He has heard that Regulus's betrothed is none other than young Barty Crouch. This does not come as a surprise, as during their time at Hogwarts, young Barty had often clashed with them due to Regulus. Sirius had initially assumed young Barty's actions were motivated by friendship or the rivalry between their houses. Unbeknownst to him, it stemmed from young Barty's affection for Regulus. However, at the time, Crouch had not recognized this sentiment, nor had he realized it within himself. Best left unspoken. He takes another large swig of fire whiskey. It is astonishing that Regulus's officiants are Prince and Malfoy. Merlin, the severest prince, whom he so despises, happens to be the person Regulus admires most. Regulus's admiration for Prince is akin to Bellatrix's reverence for the Dark Lord. Must the members of the Black family always bow to others? Yet he has never contemplated the myriad grievances Regulus endured in his quest for freedom. In those moments, it was not he, the elder brother, who sheltered Regulus, but rather the loathed Severus. Such is the nature of humanity. One seldom cherishes what they possess until it is lost. In the initial pursuit of freedom, Sirius felt a sense of exhilaration in forsaking his family. Yet now, the realization that he possesses no home weighs heavily upon his heart. However, Sirius's sentiments have become inconsequential to the Black family. When the war had just concluded, Sirius was still basking in the glory of being a war hero. Narcissa contemplated whether persistently disowning Sirius might cast a shadow on the Black family's reputation. Nevertheless, following the tragic demise of a multitude of Muggles, caught in the crossfire of Sirius and Peter's skirmish, the valor associated with Sirius's name diminished considerably. Narcissa no longer needed to grapple with this dilemma. Severus and Lucius, as the officiants, smiled as they witnessed Regulus and little Barty's wands intertwining, solemnly binding their vows in the presence of witnesses, exchanging rings, and sharing a tender kiss. This evening, they are the protagonists, blessed by the god of love as they soar together like harmonious lovebirds. Both Regulus and Barty wore radiant smiles, their gazes filled with gentle affection, clearly enamored with one another. They have indeed conjured a miracle, as Barty successfully won Regulus's heart, transforming their fleeting encounter into a genuine romance. Severus sincerely wished for the happiness of his junior. Over the years, Severus had sensed Regulus's sincere admiration, akin to that of a devoted acolyte. He was not like Voldemort. Bellatrix's loyalty to Voldemort was unwavering, yet he ruthlessly exploited her infatuation for his own gain, draining the Lestrange family. Such cruelty is devoid of gratitude, merciless and unfeeling. Severus would never deplete the resources of his subordinates in such a manner. Of course, individuals like Bella, who are inherently unstable, likely never perceive themselves as victims of injustice. Even if Voldemort were to inflict the most grievous harm upon her, she would still smile, embracing his bestowed graces. Chapter 118. An analysis of the conflicts in the wizarding world. Educational reform has liberated Lucius from the burdensome responsibilities of teaching. He not only had time to collaborate with Severus on matters concerning both the wizarding and Muggle communities, but also to enjoy romantic outings with him. Lucius found great joy in this newfound freedom. Under their diligent efforts, the economic landscape of the wizarding world underwent a remarkable transformation. After Voldemort's demise, Lucius and Severus seized the opportunity presented by Abraxas, acquiring the lion's share of the spoils. After all, during Voldemort's reign, Abraxas had served as his chief steward. If Voldemort was the king, Abraxas was undoubtedly his right hand. The exploitation of his position for personal gain was alarmingly effortless. The greatest profits were realized in Knockturn Alley, a haven for dark wizards, while Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade had to share their profits with the Ministry of Magic in the shadowy realm of Knockturn Alley. All benefits belonged to the Malfoys and the princes. They commanded 68% of the shares within the entire underground black market, while the remaining 31% was divided among other pure-blood Slytherin families and powerful independent dark wizards. The meager remainder of 1% was allocated for the ministry's stamp duty. After establishing a new order in Nocturne Alley, Severus and Lucius turned their attention to Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. The products from their magical research institute were now ready to be exchanged for galleons. The currencies of the Muggle world and the Wizarding world remained distinct, with only freshly enrolled Muggle-born students able to navigate between both. Other wizards could only trade galleons for pounds, not the reverse. Severus and his associates were understandably reluctant to exchange their gold for discounted galleons, thus benefiting the Ministry. Indeed, the Ministry of Magic had triumphed over the goblins, who, despite their financial prowess, were merely permitted to work in Gringotts due to their signed agreement with the Ministry, pledging never to betray the wizarding community. Their ability to mint galleons, a unique skill, was not merely a matter of financial acumen. It was their craftsmanship. The galleon, a magically secure currency, is crafted almost exclusively by goblins. These goblins were astute enough to ensure that during times of financial windfall, they maintained good relations with the Ministry. This explains why this defeated race did not retreat into obscurity like giants or werewolves, but instead boldly occupied positions of power at Gringotts. However, should a significant influx of gold flood the wizarding world, an economic crisis would inevitably ensue. Such an outcome was far from what Severus and his associates desired. Their goal was to seize control of the economic lifeblood of the wizarding world before anyone could react, rather than obliterating their foundational foothold. Controlling the economic pulse of the wizarding community was straightforward, as many wizards lacked even basic financial knowledge. Moreover, if one could provide employment and sustenance for all wizards, one would become an indispensable part of the wizarding community. From the insights Severus and Lucius gleaned from the Muggle world, the current discord within the wizarding realm stemmed from the concentration of production resources in the hands of pureblood wizards, while common wizards struggled to acquire the galleons necessary for survival. Ironically, the Muggle world, despite its own hardships, allowed for greater employment opportunities for its citizens. In contrast, many common wizards in the wizarding realm found themselves unable to even sell their labor. Those affluent enough to open shops, yet not excessively wealthy, could manage their businesses independently, thanks to magic. The efficiency of magical work meant that unless business was exceptionally booming, hiring additional help was unnecessary. Wealthy purebloods could employ house elves to handle mundane tasks, while positions that house elves could not fill would be filled by talented half-bloods or used to accommodate loyal servants and destitute relatives. After arranging for these individuals, little room remained for ordinary wizards seeking employment. To survive, many struggling half-blood and Muggle-born wizards were compelled to return to the Muggle world for sustenance. However, the current economic downturn in Europe made it exceedingly difficult for these wizards, lacking any Muggle qualifications, to find satisfactory employment in the Muggle realm. The struggle was merely to secure a meager existence. The sole path to altering their fortunes lay in diligent study, achieving at least 5 OS in their OWLS and Newts, which could open doors to public organizations like the Ministry of Magic or St. Mungo's for these common wizards. Yet, the Ministry of Magic bore no distinction from the bureaucracies of the Muggle world. Without connections or the ability to navigate the system, attaining high-ranking positions was challenging. This circumstance led to the rich growing richer while the poor sank deeper into poverty. During Voldemort's dark reign, the predations of the Death Eaters exacerbated the wealth gap. Certainly, some fallen pureblood families managed to restore their fortunes through plunder. Nevertheless, Lucius and Severus understood that violence could not sustain a regime indefinitely. To return to the main point, the motivations behind many Muggle-born wizards joining the Order of the Phoenix were largely driven by the desire to dismantle pureblood supremacy in pursuit of broader opportunities for survival. While Dumbledore may not have harbored overtly biased intentions against Slytherin, his aversion to the house was evident to all. With Voldemort's resurgence, Dumbledore's opposition to extreme pureblood ideology naturally attracted those wizards eager for revolution or personal gain, regardless of whether Dumbledore himself intended such an outcome. For instance, take the thief Montague Fleck. Did he join the Order of the Phoenix out of disdain for the nefariousness of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters? Certainly not. His motivation for joining stemmed from his unwavering faith in Dumbledore's impending victory. And with victory comes an abundance of resources, accolades, and all manner of rewards. Thus, the resolve of these mundane wizards and purebloods to resist was not as fervent as one might expect. A decent job would swiftly dissipate all inclinations for defiance. In Severus's eyes, the Muggle-born wizards, whom the purebloods scorned, represented a valuable labor force. After all, Severus's ventures within the Muggle realm, particularly in the pharmaceutical conglomerate and the PM Corporation's special effects division, greatly required their expertise. Unlike Lucius, Severus was more inclined to extend opportunities to these ordinary wizards, having faced his own share of obstacles in the wizarding world in his previous life. However, such matters would need to be addressed in due course. Everything had to progress step by step. Their preliminary plan was to establish a factory to produce the civilian magical goods developed in their research institute, subsequently selling them to seize market share in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, thus generating galleons. Simultaneously, this would provide employment to those Muggle-born wizards who had lost loved ones due to the war, thereby enhancing the reputations of the Prince and Malfoy families. The researchers who had been sent abroad during the war by Severus and Lucius had returned, and with the demise of the Dark Lord, Lucius and Severus no longer had to fear that their institute would attract his attention. Consequently, the institute no longer operated in secrecy but was thrust into the limelight by Lucius and Severus, formally designated as the PM Institute. The achievements of these researchers were also registered with the Ministry of Magic for patent protection. Once patented, these inventions would be transformed into products, displayed in shops to yield even greater galleon profits, while simultaneously bestowing fame and fortune upon the researchers, igniting a significant wave in the British wizarding community. Chapter 119, Shops and Wealth. Through Lucius's tireless efforts, the commercial landscape of the wizarding world underwent a remarkable transformation. Overnight, Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade witnessed the emergence of alchemical establishments owned by the Malfoy and Prince families. This 5-story alchemical edifice stood out distinctly amidst its surroundings, surrounded by a formidable magical aura, clearly fortified by powerful protective enchantments, effectively dispelling any malicious intentions. Above the entrance, a sign bearing the initials PM hung prominently. Upon entering the building, one would encounter an array of bright and tidy counters, offering everything from food and potions to clothing, materials, and alchemical products, a veritable cornucopia of goods. Most importantly, this department store also featured rare and precious items such as bloodline purification potions and enhanced wolfsbane potions, crafted by the renowned potion master Prince. Moreover, numerous shops had established branches within this complex, undoubtedly providing convenience and facilitating one-stop shopping that conserved both time and energy. The department store also stocked magical items previously unseen by these wizards, including magical radios, telephones, bicycles, and household robots. As for larger magical inventions like enchanted cars and televisions, Severus and Lucius planned to introduce them to the market only after the wizards had acclimated to these new alchemical innovations. Regarding the Ministry of Magic's potential obstruction, questioning their compliance with the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, Millicent Bagnold was one of their own. What could they possibly say about legality? Furthermore, in preparation for a sufficient product output, their magical factory in Edinburgh had already employed numerous Muggle-born wizards, significantly alleviating employment concerns for the ministry. Indeed, the ministry was also troubled by the issue of unemployment. Wealthy pureblood wizards returned home to inherit their family legacies post-Hogwarts, largely indifferent to the employment struggles faced by the wizarding community. However, purebloods were but a minority. Should Muggle-born wizards find themselves without work, dissatisfaction towards the ministry would inevitably arise. A small fraction of half-blood wizards, unable to secure positions in the wizarding world yet unwilling to return to Muggle life, would resort to the back alleys and black markets, engaging in activities that contravened ministry regulations, thereby severely undermining societal order. No Minister of Magic had ever been free of worry over this issue. The factories established by Severus and Lucius, employing numerous Muggle-born wizards, provided a significant solution for the ministry while also bolstering Millicent Bagnold's political standing. Thus, even if they were merely testing the waters on the edge of violating the statute, most politicians would likely turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. Moreover, Millicent herself was not particularly devoted to or reverent of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. After providing ample employment opportunities and amassing a wealth of talent, Rita Skeeter finally secured an exclusive interview, with Lucius as her subject. Indeed, Severus and I are deeply concerned about the welfare of Muggle-born wizards. We established a wizarding orphanage during our school years. Is that so? What motivated you and Mr. Prince to undertake such an endeavor? Rita expressed surprise at Lucius's statement. In her initial perceptions, Lucius and Severus were merely the wicked wizards who had captured her in her animagus form and relentlessly tormented her. However, due to their substantial support for her journalism career and her admiration for their grand aspirations to dominate the wizarding world, Rita had transitioned from reluctance to willingly becoming their spokesperson. Yet, she had never anticipated that Prince and Malfoy possessed a compassionate heart. The platinum-haired wizard, clad in a pristine white robe adorned with intricate golden irises, lowered his gray-blue eyes with a sympathetic demeanor. My beloved is an orphan, having never known his parents throughout his life. He grew up resiliently and is eager to assist those unfortunate little wizards who, unlike him, lack substantial inheritances. I too wish to aid him in this endeavor. I empathize with the plight of those little wizards who have lost their parents. For my beloved endured a similarly lonely childhood. Rita's enchanted quill danced across the parchment, while the photographer captured an image of Lucius, resembling a saint. Although the wizarding world had no concept of a saint, this title was a creation of their medieval adversaries. The ecclesiastical clergy, what which would not adore the benevolence of the master potion maker and the compassionate young Malfoy, transformed by love? Especially as their families began to find employment within the factories owned by Prince and Malfoy, their sentiments towards Severus and Lucius grew increasingly favorable. This was undoubtedly advantageous news for Lucius, who worked within the Ministry of Magic. Even Millicent Bagnold could not help but marvel at how well-suited Malfoy was for public office. What Minister of Magic does not require public support on their ascent to power? Lucius Malfoy indeed displayed remarkable talent in this regard, far surpassing Bletchley. Of course, in addition to the compassion and kindness exhibited by Mr. Prince and Mr. Malfoy, their romantic relationship was also a topic of great interest. Rita would not overlook this angle, and Lucius cooperatively answered all her inquiries. Severus and I admired each other since our youth at Hogwarts. I was the one to confess first. Initially, we refrained from disclosing that Severus was apprehensive of being accused of pedophilia. Subsequently, we concealed this information to prevent drawing the Dark Lord's attention to the pregnant Severus. During the tumultuous era of war, I found it imperative to devise means to safeguard my partner and our child. For their sake, I shall never err to the extent of jeopardizing my family's safety. You see, my Severus is a master of potions. I cannot allow him to be exploited due to my own failings, which is why I have maintained my composure. Under Rita's eloquent pen, their business flourished remarkably. Gradually, some shops succumbed to financial ruin, such as certain enterprises associated with Gryffindor, including those families of former Death Eaters who falsely claimed to have been cursed by the Cruciatus Curse, managing to absolve themselves through gold. These establishments fell into bankruptcy under Lucius's meticulous campaign. In contrast, those who aligned with the neutral families of Prince or Malfoy through the Advancement Society or Wizarding Promotion Association, as well as the pure-blood Slytherin families identified by Abraxas, thrived, capitalizing on this favorable windfall. The shifts in economic foundations inevitably influenced political stances. The once haughty reputation of the Malfoy family transformed into one more approachable. The esteemed head of the Prince family garnered an even more illustrious reputation. As for the pure-blood families of Slytherin, it is needless to say that the likes of Bach and Parkinson had already submitted to Prince's leadership. Even those who had not were willing to offer certain job positions and gold to cleanse themselves of their tarnished reputations. Moreover, Mr. Prince was correct. Class conflicts precipitate wars, and war heralds trouble and peril. For the sake of family legacy, a little gold is hardly a concern. Furthermore, it is the Prince and Malfoy families that provide the most charitable funds and job opportunities. To speak candidly, they themselves are quite astonished. Have the Princes and Malfoys pilfered the treasury of ancient dragons or uncovered Solomon's treasures? Merlin, they must have been kissed by the goddess of ancient wealth even before their birth to possess such lavishness and unending gold. Chapter 120, Birthday Cake. Following his triumph in the magical shop, Severus devoted his energy to potion research and initiating Draco into the art of potion making. Little Draco, donned in an apron, sat in his potions laboratory, and Severus felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Each day brimmed with joy, causing him to entirely forget that his birthday, a day traditionally filled with well wishes, was approaching. On the day of his birthday, when Severus awoke, he found himself not in the silver-green themed bedroom of the manor, but upon a vast, silver-purple shell bed. Was this beneath a lake or under the sea? Severus approached the edge of the small room, gazing at the flowing waters outside, uncertain. He touched the crystal walls, and before he could withdraw his hand, a small silver-red fish swam over and nuzzled him. This was a freshwater ornamental fish, suggesting they must be at the bottom of a lake. The azure waters, the enchanting little fish, the vibrant corals, and the crystal-constructed abode. These must all be the handiwork of his beloved. Severus waved his wand, eager to discern the date. Was it the anniversary of their first physical contact, or the day he concocted a delectable beauty potion for Lucius? January 9th, his birthday. Severus chuckled in astonishment, realizing he had forgotten this day entirely. At that moment, the alchemical dolls, little Lucius and little Severus, scampered over, one presenting him with a moonlight iris, the other a platinum rose, before dashing away again. Severus accepted the flowers, which instantly transformed into a robe of white silk, embroidered with platinum roses and moonlight irises. Uncertain of what charm Lucius had modified, Severus found the silk robe replacing his garments in an instant. Just then, a beautiful moonlight iris crown descended upon his head. It was truly exquisite. The hidden Lucius felt his blood surge with fervor. Suddenly, rare potion ingredients appeared on the path. The first was African snake tree bark. The second was the venom of a bagheera, and the third was a dodo's feather. Severus, captivated by the potions, followed the route Lucius had laid out for him, gathering until he reached the 99th potion ingredient before pausing. Cloaked in invisibility, Lucius revealed himself and warmly embraced his lover. A smile graced Severus's lips. Was this Lucius's surprise for him? His striking gray-blue eyes, platinum fishtail, the pendant box bearing the Prince family crest, along with the ardent embrace and sweet kiss. Lucius had consumed a polyjuice potion. He was quite enamored. Happy birthday, Severus. Transform into a siren, my dear. Thus, Severus assumed the form of a siren, his silver-green tail intertwining with Lucius's. Lucius pushed open the door of the crystal house, and the lake's waters surged in. As he and Severus swam out, I constructed a lake in the woodland near Prince Manor. When we return for short stays or experiments, you may soak your tail here. Is that what you've been preoccupied with of late? Severus felt the water flowing over his body while beautiful little fish danced around him. It was indeed a splendid performance. Do you enjoy this little surprise? Lucius, with his legs transformed into a fish tail by the polyjuice potion, swam around Severus, his platinum strands brushing against him with a cool yet suggestive touch. They frolicked in the cerulean waters, appreciating every detail of Lucius's arrangements, splashing playfully. However, in the end, Severus embraced the tired Lucius, supporting his fish tail with gentle arms, softly kissing his throat, and finally murmuring, I still favor this grander surprise, Lucius. This lake pales in comparison to your beauty. Lucius lifted his chin in pride, and Severus suddenly found him utterly adorable, more so than Draco. More delightful than the images of little Lucius, even more enchanting than potions. Nay, perhaps just a tad more charming than potions. The master of potions internally made a judgment that defied the prince's ancestors, and then kissed his lover's chin, playfully pinching his ear. I believe I ought to indulge in my birthday cake. I've prepared a birthday cake for you, a strawberry hazelnut chocolate one. You shall surely adore it. Lucius enthusiastically introduced the cake he had meticulously chosen. However, I dare say that little mermaid Lucius's piece might be even more delectable. Of course, I refer to the mermaid from Muggle fairy tales, not the one from the Black Lake at Hogwarts. His voice carried an enchanting allure. Sirens excelled at such magic. Lucius gently pushed away Severus's head as it leaned close to his ear, feeling his ears flush. My dear, please refrain from speaking near my ear or using charm magic on me, all right? But you enjoy it, Lucius. Siren Severus caressed the disingenuous Lucius's honest fishtail. Oh, Merlin. Lucius's face burned. He turned to kiss Severus, gently savoring his tongue and nibbling his lips. Do not speak. Simply do as you wish, my dear. You possess a mouth that never spares. Severus tenderly pressed a kiss to Lucius's forehead, his obsidian eyes sparkling with a luminous brilliance. They entwined amidst the cerulean waters of the lake, shadows flickering playfully around them. The water glided over their skin, eliciting a soft whimper from Lucius, who tilted his head back, exposing his alabaster neck. Severus kissed him again. It was no wonder Lucius had prepared such a simple robe. It was clearly to facilitate the transformation into a mermaid's tail. He relished this birthday surprise. By the time they left the lake, Lucius had succumbed to unconsciousness, and Severus carried him back to the master bedroom of Prince Manor. He bathed Lucius in warm water and then laid him gently on the bed, bestowing delicate kisses upon his fingers. He adored him, as one cherishes a precious treasure. Lucius was the unexpected joy of his life, the fervent flame of his love, and the last rose blooming upon his barren land. Before dinner, Lucius finally awakened, sipping the potion Severus had prepared for him, his mouth complaining about the strength of Severus's tail, though a smile graced his face. The couple returned to Malfoy Manor through the fireplace, and upon their arrival, they were greeted by an abundance of magical decorations celebrating Lucius's birthday, with gift boxes piled high, tokens from their subordinates, partners, and the masters of potions from the Potion Association. Draco, deceived by Abraxas into believing his fathers were merely out working, released his grip on his grandfather's robe and ran forward, looking up with adoration. Daddy and father. You've worked hard. Happy birthday, Daddy. Draco loves you. Severus strategically cleared his throat, his ears flushed as he thanked his little potion master. Lucius could not help but chuckle. Had he not been meticulously controlling his expression, he surely would have burst into laughter. Oh, my dear little dragon. Your father has indeed toiled greatly. Chapter 121. The New Educational Decree and Horcruxes. Abraxas enjoyed his long-desired semi-retirement. After delegating family affairs to his two children, he relished sleeping until 10 each morning. Following a leisurely brunch, he would play for hours with his delightful grandson before venturing out to embrace the nightlife. Occasionally, he would indulge in splendid dates, as lovely ladies eagerly accompanied him to stargaze and moonwatch. If he lacked such inclinations, he would return home to dine with Lucius, Severus, and the charming little dragon. Beyond obligatory appearances, Abraxas refrained from engaging in any work whatsoever, unlike certain pure-blood patriarchs who clung stubbornly to their power, such as the Bach family, which, despite having only 2 sons, incited them to duel for sport. Abraxas was not inclined to burden his beloved Lucius. Yet, Abraxas felt a pang of sorrow as his precious little dragon approached his 3rd birthday, drawing nearer to the commencement of heir education. While he basked in leisure, Draco was burdened with arduous studies, which tugged at his heartstrings. Perhaps this is what they call grandparental favoritism? When Lucius underwent heir education, Abraxas had never felt such heartache. However, with his grandson, Abraxas transformed into a grandfather whose heart ached at merely the thought. Unbeknownst to him, Draco sat atop the child-sized Nimbus broom gifted by his fathers, chasing the snitch around the house, carefree and utterly delighted. After the new term commenced at Hogwarts, Lucius, then the director of the Department of Education and Sports at the Ministry of Magic, proposed a reform initiative. He suggested separating management from teaching at Hogwarts, expanding the administrative team, and assigning the duties of patrolling to specialized staff. Furthermore, he sought to abolish the tradition of decorating the school based on house rankings, prohibiting the sorting hat from composing lyrics with discriminatory connotations, thereby reducing the rifts and divisions among the 4 houses. Additionally, he advocated for the recruitment of superior teachers for Hogwarts. After all, Professor Binz's monotonous recitation of the curriculum and history of magic hardly captivated young witches and wizards, while Sybil Trelawney, despite her seer abilities, was ineffectual in imparting any knowledge to the students. Ultimately, he proposed the establishment of a scholarship system to be instituted by the ministry, rewarding academically gifted young witches and wizards while assisting impoverished students in overcoming their hardships. The annual operating expenses of Hogwarts were derived solely from donations from its Board of Governors, signifying that the scholarships awarded to needy students also stemmed from that funding. The Slytherin pureblood families held the majority of the board seats and contributed the most, yet in the end, those who received their financial aid, particularly from Gryffindor, regarded them as adversaries. It was rather laughable, was it not? Dumbledore would not publicly acknowledge their contributions, and Lucius was determined to put an end to this situation. He wished for all to recognize that under the leadership of the Malfoys and the princes, the pureblood Slytherins were indeed performing good deeds, sustaining the financial needs of Hogwarts. Wizards were not as astute as Muggles. Muggles performed good deeds and made certain to proclaim them. Yet pureblood wizards discarded their galleons into the shadows. And if board seats and substantial galleons merely resulted in slight preferential treatment for their children at Hogwarts, then the transaction was decidedly inequitable. Moreover, under Dumbledore's headmastership, even that scant favor had diminished substantially. Lucius was resolute in making this matter public. To perform good deeds without acknowledgement was akin to failing to do good at all. Outside of Hogwarts, Lucius proposed that the ministry should establish a primary school for young witches and wizards. Children aged 8 and above would enter this institution to learn grammar, mathematics, and the fundamental knowledge of the wizarding world. To accommodate these young witches and wizards, the primary school would be free of charge. The Slytherin pureblood families were willing to donate funds to ensure the operation of the wizarding primary school. This proposal sparked considerable discussion. Dumbledore expressed disdain for the reform, arguing that house divisions and the sorting hat were traditions of Hogwarts, questioning the need for change. Additionally, Sybil Trelawney, as a descendant of the Trelawneys with her seer heritage, was reluctant to see her domain encroached upon. Naturally, there were also some wizards within the community who opposed the final proposal, claiming that young witches and wizards should enjoy their freedom until the age of 11. Why should they be confined to the constraints of school? However, they were swiftly countered by the parents of young witches and wizards. After all, not every wizarding family possessed the means to educate their children through portraits or had sufficient galleons to hire private tutors. Indeed, not every household had a knowledgeable matron capable of imparting basic education. Many young witches and wizards entered Hogwarts lagging behind in their studies and performing poorly due to a lack of foundational education, resulting in mispronounced spells and papers riddled with grammatical errors and misspellings. Furthermore, there were families where both parents worked, leaving no one to care for the children. For them, having a place to entrust their children was undeniably a blessing. Thus, those espousing the freedom argument were regarded as impractical fools by those who desperately required the primary school for young witches and wizards. Through the quills of Rita and Richard, Lucius's proposal quickly made headlines, garnering swift support from the common wizarding populace under their polished presentation. With the backing of Millicent Bagnold, the new proposal was soon passed. The establishment of a wizarding primary school would be a commendable achievement. If the school could be realized during her tenure, her popularity and reputation would undoubtedly soar. In addition to scholarship programs, the Ministry of Magic also attracts exceptional young wizards, encouraging them to choose a career within its ranks post-graduation. The Ministry of Education has introduced a new educational decree, and the 12 members of Hogwarts Board of Governors have insisted at a meeting that Dumbledore must not pay mere lip service to Educational Decree number 108. Their insistence stems from Dumbledore's previous experiences, as he has learned from the past. Lucius has also made concessions, agreeing to Dumbledore's request to retain Sybil Trelawney in her position. Dumbledore ultimately acquiesced, not wanting to engage in further disputes, primarily because he had more pressing matters at hand. Following Voldemort's demise, Dumbledore gradually uncovered several leads concerning the Horcruxes. However, these clues were elusive and vague, rendering them difficult to grasp. It was inevitable that he would find himself perplexed, as these leads were intentionally cast before him by Lucius and Severus. Given Dumbledore's inherent suspicion, it would be folly to present the Horcrux leads to him directly. Only by making Dumbledore believe that these clues were of his own discovery could they ensure his unwavering conviction, thus diverting any suspicion away from themselves. The Horcrux lead they provided was the Resurrection Stone Ring from the Gaunt Manor, the most perilous of all Voldemort's Horcruxes. It was this very object that compelled the not-so-long-lived Dumbledore to wager his life, orchestrating a scheme that would ultimately ensnare Voldemort. Now, Lucius proposes to utilize this Horcrux to set a trap. Should Dumbledore don the ring, he would face two choices: to preserve his current power and endure a year of torment, or to sever his arm before the curse could spread, thereby destroying the tainted magical circuits within his body. Though this action would allow Dumbledore to preserve his life, it would inevitably diminish his strength. At that point, the old headmaster would no longer be a significant threat to them. Severus, despite his complex emotions, still supports Lucius's plan. Their ideological conflict with Dumbledore brooks no softness or hesitation. Moreover, he never considered himself to be a wholly virtuous individual. Chapter 122, Professor Slughorn. The educational reforms at Hogwarts continue to progress. After securing Sybil Trelawney's position, Dumbledore devoted all his attention to the Horcruxes. Malfoy does not pose the same danger as Voldemort. Furthermore, the changes they bring are not exclusively detrimental. For instance, the establishment of a wizarding primary school is indeed a commendable initiative. Thus, Dumbledore channels all his energies into the Horcrux investigation. These leads are sporadic and fragile. Any misstep could sever them entirely. Should these clues vanish, he would be unable to locate Voldemort's Horcruxes. Dumbledore is acutely aware that this is the key to Voldemort's immortality. No one, apart from Voldemort, who possesses the Horcruxes, can withstand the killing curse unleashed by Voldemort himself and remain unscathed. Therefore, should the leads falter, it would be too late for regret. Consequently, he lacks the capacity to focus on other trivial matters. Lucius's reforms have not encroached upon his fundamental principles, and Dumbledore feels he can endure them. After all, Lucius has not filled Hogwarts with his pureblood followers. Due to the separation of administration and teaching, Minerva, Flitwick, and Sprout have all resigned from their head positions and recommended candidates for new heads. They prefer instructing young wizards to managing administrative affairs and titles. The candidates for the new heads have been approved by the Board of Governors. Minerva has proposed Trius Wood, a Gryffindor alumnus. Dumbledore holds a favorable impression of Trius, who once played as a chaser for the Chudley Cannons and is a cheerful and dependable Gryffindor. Flitwick has recommended Montmorency, a scion of a Ravenclaw pureblood family, whose ancestor once invented the Confundus charm. This individual exudes a hint of dark wizardry, yet one soon discovers his amiable nature upon prolonged acquaintance. Sprout's candidate is Georgiana, a lady who graduated from Hufflepuff and previously held an executive position at the Broomstick Company. She fled abroad to avoid the war and has only recently returned to England. Upon Sprout's invitation, Georgiana promptly arrived at Hogwarts. During Dumbledore's interview with her, he found her demeanor exceedingly gentle, her speech soft and delicate. It is no wonder she has formed a close friendship with Miss Sprout. As for Slytherin, the head of this house remains Lucius Malfoy. Lucius has resigned from his position as potions master and has invited Slughorn back to teach potions. He frequently departs Hogwarts to manage family affairs and matters concerning the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore mused that perhaps Lucius has orchestrated so many changes merely to free up time for external pursuits and power plays. It seems Lucius has no intention of embedding his influence within Hogwarts. After all, the newly appointed heads and teachers appear to have no direct ties to him. But is this truly the case? Lucius could unequivocally inform you that it is not. While these individuals may seem unrelated on the surface, their close relatives are all members of Severus's Advancement Society. Every wizard, with the exception of Trius, is connected to them, including the new heads Montmorency and Georgiana, as well as the teachers hired to instruct the younger students. Lucius has concluded his teaching duties, yet Severus has not ended his tenure as a visiting professor. Professor Slughorn is both a magnanimous elder and an exceptionally skilled potions master. Severus enjoys collaborating with him on new topics of research. Moreover, meeting Lucius at Hogwarts evokes a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of their school days. Undeniably, this is rather exhilarating. Furthermore, the professor's bewildering knowledge of troll potions can be a source of frustration, but teaching the clever young wizards in the advanced potions class is indeed a pleasure. Severus is passionate about potions and relishes observing the young wizards captivated by the enchantment of the craft. These young wizards are valuable resources. Spotting promising talent allows him to sign them on early, securing their post-graduation employment at his and Lucius's research facility. Should he encounter exceptionally gifted students, he would not hesitate to accept a few apprentices. Lucius's reforms at Hogwarts have progressed at a remarkable pace. All professors, including Minerva, view the separation of administration and teaching as a positive development. After spending an entire day teaching, having to patrol the grounds is far from a delightful task. If they encounter mischievous students during their rounds, their mood can only worsen. This duty has now been transferred to the Hogwarts administrative staff, established a few years prior. Originally intended to oversee Dumbledore's actions, the werewolf incident led many to question the headmaster's reliability, necessitating oversight. In addition to supervising Dumbledore's work, these administrative personnel also manage the school's finances and procurement. Since their arrival, the brooms for flying lessons have been rejuvenated. Sprout has received a subsidy for magical plant procurement. And even Madame Pomfrey no longer needs to laboriously brew potions herself, a truly commendable change. However, they still find themselves quite idle. Except for the busy period at the start of each school year when they are tasked with welcoming young wizards, they mostly find themselves languishing within the school. Cleaning and managing internal affairs are taken care of by house elves, relieving them of any concerns. The increased workload following the reforms has infused a certain vitality into their lives. Yet this is not the primary source of their elation. A lack of employment can breed tedium, while an abundance of tasks may lead to exhaustion. Thus, absent any tangible benefits, these administrative personnel might not necessarily support the educational reforms that have substantially augmented their responsibilities. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Lucius provides substantial advantages. From a career perspective, Lucius Malfoy has paved the way for their advancement. Positions such as assistant, supervisor, deputy head, and headmaster are now within reach. With exemplary performance, the role of Hogwarts headmaster is not merely a dream. In terms of remuneration, their previous salaries have now become their base pay. Post-reform, they receive additional allowances during their night shifts. And those who exhibit high efficiency and quality in their work can earn bonuses. With ample financial rewards and a comprehensive promotion pathway, who wouldn't relish such employment? Even if it entails an increase in workload, what of it? Professor Slughorn's willingness to accept Lucius's invitation to return to Hogwarts, rather than remain in seclusion, is primarily motivated by the Order of Merlin. Lucius has assured that should Professor Slughorn agree to teach at Hogwarts and assist in safeguarding the young Slytherins, he and Severus will discreetly facilitate Slughorn's induction into the Order of Merlin, granting him membership in this esteemed circle. Merlin, that is an honor Slughorn has long coveted. He is acutely aware that Lucius and Severus possess the means to accomplish this. The Malfoy family, with its formidable influence, has remarkably evaded the stigma of being Death Eaters following the demise of the Dark Lord. Having proven their innocence in court, the Malfoys have ascended to the pinnacle of Slytherin's pureblood families. As for Severus, the student who once filled him with pride has now evolved into a figure of even greater pride. It is astonishing how Severus managed to command the allegiance of those haughty pureblood families during the chaotic post-war period. He has remarkably restored the Prince family to a status comparable to that of the Malfoys, if not surpassing it, attracting even some Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff purebloods to align with him. Moreover, Severus and Lucius have surprisingly become partners. They have even welcomed a child into their lives. Merlin. How could he, as their teacher, have failed to notice their romantic entanglement during their school days? The notion of them being merely close friends is indeed a far-fetched lie. He muses internally. Even more incredulous to Slughorn is the respect that those pureblood heads, once under Severus's influence, now bestow upon him. Akin to the reverence they once held for the Dark Lord. Just observe the degree of bowing from Mr. Bach. Listen to Mr. Parkinson address him as master. Accompanying Severus to Diagon Alley to procure potion ingredients, Slughorn finds himself in a daze, utterly disbelieving that Severus's influence blossomed in the year following their graduation. After all, during that time, Severus was preoccupied with nurturing a child. So, Severus Prince, how many surprises are you concealing from your teacher? What clandestine endeavors did you and Lucius engage in during your school years? This professor, who has always prided himself on his understanding of his students, has finally encountered his first defeat in life. Severus merely places a box containing African snake tree bark into Professor Slughorn's hands. Professor, the quality of this ingredient is quite exceptional. If you are willing, it may serve as a gift upon your return to Hogwarts. Slughorn instinctively responds with a warm smile. It is my honor, dear Severus. Chapter 123, The Emerald Ring. After concluding their shopping in Diagon Alley, Severus extends an invitation to Professor Slughorn. Severus, you invite me to your son's birthday celebration? Indeed, Professor. Lucius and I wish to host a somewhat formal affair for Draco's 3rd birthday. However, as Draco is still quite young, we shall limit the guest list to our closest friends. Closest friends. Professor Slughorn delights in this phrase. He beams. How splendid, Severus. I have already begun to miss the Malfoy family's candied jackfruit. It will be prepared for you, my old friend. The decision to invite Professor Slughorn was a mutual agreement between Lucius and Severus, intended to convey to Slughorn that the Malfoys and the princes regard him as a friend, allowing him to feel at ease. Furthermore, Slughorn's involvement is essential for Slytherin's affairs, whether in this life or the previous one. The power of the Ministry of Magic has been steadily rising in the aftermath of the Wizarding War. The assets confiscated by the Ministry post-war have rendered it economically self-sufficient. In light of this, pureblood families relying on donations to secure special status must strategize accordingly. Lucius's choice, naturally, is to collaborate with Millicent and personally vie for influence within the Ministry. Severus, too, is preoccupied with the International Potion Association, the Progressive Society, and various research initiatives. Both must also manage their Muggle business ventures. This implies that neither Severus nor Lucius can devote additional energy to Hogwarts. Thus, Professor Slughorn's enthusiasm for his role remains paramount, necessitating a closer bond between them. The Wizarding Primary School is situated in Wiltshire, in proximity to Malfoy Manor. Here, instructors impart essential subjects such as reading, grammar, writing, mathematics, wizarding history, and general knowledge to young witches and wizards. In the year preceding their enrollment at Hogwarts, students are taught some basic spells, such as the Lumos Charm. The educators at this institution are primarily Hogwarts graduates, predominantly from Hufflepuff, known for their gentleness, kindness, and patience, making them well-suited for teaching young children. Many wizarding families have sent their children to this school, as its minimal fees afford them knowledge while providing childcare. Although only witches and wizards aged 8 and above are permitted to attend, it has proven beneficial for ordinary wizarding families. As for the rationale behind establishing the school so close to Malfoy Manor, it is purely for Draco's convenience. This is fundamentally a matter of socialization, as a private tutor could easily fulfill the educational aspect. Draco's birthday falls on June 5th. On the day of the celebration, their friends gather at Malfoy Manor. Avery, the Zabinus, young Parkinson, the son of the elder Parkinson, a classmate and friend of Lucius, the newlyweds Regulus and young Barty, Narcissa, Professor Slughorn, and a young wizard from the Americas, rumored to be Abraxas's lover. The Goyle and Crabbe families are also in attendance, as both clans have historically been vassals of the Malfoys. Lucius finds the American wizard vaguely familiar, though he cannot place him at the moment. In contrast, Professor Slughorn recognizes him immediately. Merlin, how does he resemble a youthful Riddle so closely? Slughorn contemplates, certain he cannot be mistaken. Riddle had once been his most cherished student, only to later metamorphose into the Dark Lord. At times, he would find himself haunted by nightmares featuring Riddle. How could he possibly fail to recognize the new romantic partner of the Malfoy patriarch? Draco was in a particularly exuberant mood today, having received affectionate kisses from both his father and dad that very morning. His father even granted him the liberty to indulge in desserts at will today. His favorite treats were the chocolate strawberry cake and apple pie crafted by the house elves. However, for the sake of his dental health, his father typically forbade him from overindulging. But today was an exception. Moreover, his father had prepared a green apple-flavored dental potion specifically for him. The standard version of the potion was notoriously bitter. Yet his father was simply wonderful. He was even more magnificent than Salazar. Goyle and Crabbe were practically green with envy. As soon as their father returned from America, he would confiscate their little cakes, insisting they go on a diet. How utterly dreadful. Draco's father, on the other hand, not only permitted him to savor sweets, but also provided him with a delightful dental potion to accompany them. Little did they know that Draco usually could only enjoy half a slice of cake each day, with an extra bite strictly forbidden. Today's indulgence was merely due to his birthday exemption. Of course, under Draco's artful diversion, none of the children present, including the astute Blaise Zabini, uncovered his ruse. They all believed that with the aid of the green apple-flavored dental potion, Draco could feast on whatever his heart desired every day. Envying gazes were cast in his direction. Draco proudly lifted his chin, reveling in the attention. Yes, this was the way of things. Envy me. My father is simply extraordinary. As for Pansy, in addition to her envy of Draco, she found him particularly endearing. The sight of Draco sitting obediently, delicately wielding a small spoon to excavate his cake, was undeniably charming. And Miss Pansy, holding her cup of grape juice, thought to herself. She dashed over to Draco, lifting her skirt, and from her small silver-lined bag, she produced a magnificent emerald ring to present to Draco as a birthday gift. Although quite young, Draco, raised by Abraxas, was already well-versed in various luxury goods. With his knowledge, he could easily discern that the gem Pansy held was as large as a pigeon's egg, certainly beyond the means of children like themselves to purchase with their pocket money. Pansy, are you giving me something that belongs to your mother? Surely she won't allow you to gift it to me without punishment? The little peacock's eyes sparkled. Yet she forced herself not to gaze at the alluring gem that tempted him so. Indeed, Draco had perfectly inherited the aesthetic sensibilities of both his grandfather and father. He was inherently drawn to all things that shimmered. Even when visiting Professor Snape's potion laboratory, he preferred to sit beside the exquisite cauldrons gifted to his father, rather than the various dark-hued cauldrons his father had purchased himself. However, if accepting this gift meant that Pansy would face punishment, he would rather decline. This is not my mother's property. Pansy, with a whimsical spirit, tucked the ring into the pocket of Draco's robes. My grandfather told me, Pansy darling, this ring is a family heirloom from your grandmother's side. She always intended to pass it down to her future granddaughter. When you grow up, you can wear this ring to attend balls. But I don't like dancing. She wrinkled her nose, a proud smile gracing her face. The color of this ring is your favorite, so of course, I must give it to you. After all, it's mine, and I can gift it as I please. Draco, just tell me if you like it. Wow, really, Pansy? Draco inquired, pinching the rigid corner of the ring in his pocket. I truly adore it. Then it's yours, my little Malfoy. Chapter 124, Pregnant Regulus. Draco and the other children were frolicking in the game room on the first floor, while Severus and the adults engaged in conversation in the living room. However, Abraxas only conversed with Professor Slughorn. He hardly believed that the younger children would find pleasure in chatting with an elder like himself, except for Thompson. Lucius held no objections to Thompson. He found that this gentleman brought passion and excitement to his father. That was splendid. Meanwhile, Slughorn was nearly petrified by Abraxas. Was Malfoy truly so audacious? He not only admired the Dark Lord, but also dared to raise a child who bore a striking resemblance to the Dark Lord in his youth. Did Abraxas know that the Dark Lord possessed Horcruxes, perhaps even the potential for resurrection? Oh, he was aware. Lucius and Severus had even inquired about Horcruxes with him. These two young men had plans to eliminate the Dark Lord's Horcruxes, to eradicate the remnants of Tom Riddle's soul, lest the resurrected Dark Lord jeopardize their esteemed positions post-war. Horace dared to return to Hogwarts, re-entering the magical realm, precisely because of Lucius and Severus' Horcrux clearing initiative. Were it not for that, even with the coveted membership of the Order of Merlin dangling before him, he would not have acquiesced to Lucius' suggestion. After all, he was of considerable age, possessing both wealth and honor. While he longed to bestow medals upon others, without that position, he would not be inclined to do so. Would he not continue to relish candied jackfruit? As a father to the two young men, how could Abraxas remain oblivious to this? It was no wonder he had been so supportive of Tom during their school days. Slughorn had found it peculiar at the time, no matter how exceptional Tom was. It could not justify the heir of the Malfoy family so humbly lowering himself. After all, the Malfoy patriarch at that time, Abraxas's father, wielded immense influence over the Minister of Magic and could even significantly sway Headmaster Dippet. As the pampered young master of the Malfoy family, when had Abraxas needed to concern himself with the opinions of a half-blood living in the Muggle world, even if Tom were extraordinary? The true reason was thus. Professor Slughorn absent-mindedly responded to Abraxas' inquiries. Meanwhile, the young Mr. Thompson poured champagne for Abraxas and discreetly grasped his hand. He vaguely sensed that Mr. Malfoy had someone in his heart, but what did it matter? A wizard as beautiful and powerful as Mr. Malfoy had the privilege to be capricious. He adored Abraxas Malfoy. This middle-aged wizard was like a sweet poppy, utterly intoxicating, even if he was rife with toxins. When dinner time arrived, Draco's birthday banquet commenced in earnest. The dining hall was adorned anew, filled with an array of dragon figurines, including the Norwegian Ridgeback, the Welsh Green, and the Chinese Fireball, among others. A grand cake stood majestically at the center of the table, accompanied by Draco's favorite French and Chinese dishes, all looking utterly delectable. Abraxas waved his wand, dimming the lights, while the edible candles shaped like the constellation of Draco twinkled to life. Lucius and Severus embraced Draco, guiding him to blow out the candles. Little Draco puffed out his cheeks, closed his eyes, and made a wish to Merlin before blowing out the candles in one breath. The guests erupted into applause, and Draco proudly puffed out his chest. The next step was to cut the cake, ensuring large slices for his grandfather, father, dad, godfather, godmother, Pansy, and Blaze. However, his father and dad still held him, refusing to set him down to cut the cake. Hadn't the candles been extinguished already? He opened his eyes, glancing to the left, but could not see his dad. He looked to the right, but his father was nowhere in sight. Was it perhaps the darkness of the room that obscured his view of his father and dad? He cautiously reached out to the left, finding nothing. Then he gingerly extended his hand to the right. Yet again, nothing. Had his father and the others vanished? Draco was taken aback. Meanwhile, his grandfather and the others erupted into laughter. What was happening? Narcissa, with an exasperated sigh, remarked, "Lucius, your son is on the verge of tears." Avery tenderly took away the frightened little dragon who was shouting about his father and the disappearance of his dad's head. Lucius, at last, halted his affectionate gestures towards Severus under the mortified gaze of the latter. Oh, what a thrill! The unabashed Lucius nonchalantly seated himself with Severus, justifying. I simply couldn't contain myself. The thought of Draco celebrating his birthday reminded me of the hardships Severus endured while giving birth to him, and I was overwhelmed with the impulse to kiss him. The tip of Severus's wand pressed against Lucius's neck. Lucius finally fell silent. Abraxas waved his wand, illuminating the room. To spare Lucius some dignity, Severus lowered his wand from Lucius's neck before Abraxas brightened the space. The adult wizards had already witnessed the comical scene between him and Lucius through their night vision spells. But Severus could not bear the thought of allowing those 3- and 4-year-old little wizards to witness their antics. Severus cradled the poor Draco in his arms, conjuring his Patronus, a silver serpent, to play with him, which finally elicited a joyful laugh from Draco. Narcissa fanned herself, contemplating how fortunate Lucius truly was. Not only was Severus remarkably capable, but he also possessed such a paternal side. Observing him comforting children was incredibly charming. It truly was a stroke of luck for the Malfoys. The flavors of both Chinese and French cuisines were delightful, much to the guests' admiration. The taste of crab orange and sweet and sour ribs resonated well with Western palates, while the bourguignon beef and bouillabaisse were equally commendable. Of course, the classic English dish of fish and chips was indispensable, even if few cared for it. Young Barty Crouch served a bowl of soup to Regulus. Regulus took a sip of the fish soup and was immediately struck by a pungent taste. He tried to suppress the urge to retch to avoid causing a scene at his senior's house, but ultimately, he could not hold it in. Young Barty looked at Regulus with concern, gazing imploringly at Severus and Slughorn. The 2 potion masters approached, casting several detection spells on Regulus. The result was astonishing. "Regulus, you are pregnant," Severus declared. Slughorn nodded in affirmation. Young Barty's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment, he regained his composure and looked at Regulus with excitement. Was Severus's improved potion truly that effective? To think that one sip could lead to pregnancy. This was unlike any childbirth potion they had previously encountered. Until now, Regulus had shown no reaction, and both Barty and he had assumed they had failed. Back then, Barty had reassured Regulus that there was no need to worry. He had even mentioned that if they failed, it was not a great concern, given that Narcissa had plans for childbirth, and the Black family would always have an heir. However, now, upon hearing the news of Regulus's pregnancy, the typically astute and somewhat sardonic young Crouch had transformed into a giddy fool. He squatted down to affectionately kiss Regulus's belly. Regulus, unable to endure any longer, kicked Barty. Indeed, he finally understood why his senior had been so mortified earlier. To engage in such intimate behavior in front of others was genuinely embarrassing. Were all light-haired men so shameless? For instance, Lucius Malfoy, or young Barty Crouch. Upon hearing Lucius explain that Regulus was pregnant, Draco beamed with joy, just as his father had when he was conceived. He swapped the medium piece of cake originally designated for Regulus with a larger one, and, holding the cake plate, rushed over to present it to Regulus. Regulus accepted the cake, gratefully stroking Draco's soft little face. "Thank you, little dragon. I truly appreciate the cake you brought me." A charming smile spread across Draco's face. His father had said that it was a challenging endeavor to carry him, so he ought to treat his father well and show kindness to pregnant wizards. Draco was indeed a good boy today. Chapter 125, Mr. Fox and the Little Prince. Draco felt his birthday was splendid. Aside from the peculiar disappearance of his father and dad's heads, everything was perfect. Pansy gifted him a stunning emerald. His grandfather presented him with the latest children's broom and wand. His dad gave him a dragon-shaped alchemical dragon, and his father bestowed upon him a real baby dragon. Alas, the little dragon named William was raised in a dragon farm across the Atlantic, and Draco could only visit it occasionally. To make amends for the earlier oversight during the cake cutting, Severus once again whisked Draco away to their bedroom to sleep together. Faced with the eager eyes of both the large and small, Lucius could do nothing but nod in agreement. While Severus took a bath, Lucius attempted to regale Draco with a story to lull him to sleep. However, after finishing The Wizard and the Jumping Cauldron, Draco remained wide awake, despite it being the last tale from the tales of Beetle the Bard that he had yet to recount. Lucius pondered for a moment and began to fabricate a new story inspired by the Muggle fairy tales he had read. Once upon a time, there was a little prince. Kind and adorable, with black hair and eyes like your father. He adored a fairy transformed from a lily flower. A fairy, Draco exclaimed. What could be admirable about a magical creature that grows jealous upon seeing others more beautiful than themselves? Father only loves Draco. Indeed, your father loves you dearly. But he adores me even more. Lucius gently caressed his son's little face. So let's say she is not a fairy. The little prince, this kind-hearted lad, fell in love with a girl transformed from a lily flower. He cherished her, finding her soft and gentle. Yet, Miss Lily fell for a scoundrel who bullied the little prince. What a wicked girl she was. Mr. Fox was delighted. For only a heartbroken little prince would choose to adopt a stray fox from the roadside. Mr. Fox was exceedingly clever during the process of the little prince rescuing him. He trained the prince. Finally, Draco drifted off to sleep. Lucius sighed in relief. But why did he feel a chilling sensation at his back? Turning around, he noticed the magical aura emanating from Severus. An invisibility charm. Merlin, how long had Severus been listening? Have you finally realized I am here, Lucius? Severus revealed a chilling smile. The tip of his wand emitted a soft silver glow, and suddenly, Lucius felt an itch atop his head and at the base of his spine. Just as he was about to scratch, Severus grasped his hand. Severus removed Lucius's silver-green hairband and bound his wrists with it, admiring the newly sprouted fox ears and tail adorning Lucius. Very well, the fox who tamed the little prince. Lucius, too, became aware of the additional appendages at his back. That large tail seemed to possess a will of its own, shamelessly entwining itself around Severus's wrist. Sev, what are you planning to do? Lucius feigned fear, to which Severus shot him a wordless glance. Lucius Malfoy, I could discern the thrill in your tone. He planted a gentle kiss on Draco's cherubic face, igniting a sleep-inducing aroma at the bedside, and with a snap of his fingers summoned Dobby, the house elf, to assist with the child, while he levitated Lucius away. Casually kicking open a bedroom door, he cast a cleaning charm upon the bed before tenderly depositing the precious Mr. Malfoy onto the sheets. A veil of mist clouded Lucius's gray-blue eyes. Severus was acutely aware of his seduction. Yet, indeed, he had fallen for it. The gray nightgown was discarded upon the floor, revealing Lucius's alabaster skin before Severus's gaze. Thus, roses bloomed upon the pristine flesh. The continuous kisses left both men breathless. Yet they were imbued with a sweetness, a beauty, a comfort that was unparalleled. But Severus, what are you doing? Lucius shrieked in horror. Severus, with an impassive expression, seized a part of Lucius. My dear, do you now believe it is the prince who has tamed the little fox? Or is it the fox who has tamed the young prince? A blush crept upon the cold white skin, as the fox's tail playfully entwined around Severus's arm, transforming into a spring stream, leaning against his prince. What do you think, my Severus? Do you not see in my current state that I have been tamed by you? Severus relentlessly lavished kisses upon this obstinate creature. It matters little, my dear little fox, even if you weave your tall tails. What of it if you have tamed me? You still find yourself dependent on me. Lucius captured that infuriatingly endearing mouth in a kiss, unwilling to let him utter the final word. Yet Severus had already released his grip, relinquishing the fate of the fox to him. The prince had tamed the little fox, and the fox had also tamed his young prince. In truth, they were mutually taming one another. Lucius recalled that in the Muggle fairy tales, the fox once told the little prince, "To me, you are merely a boy, like millions of other boys. I do not need you, and you do not need me. To you, I am just a fox, like countless other foxes. However, if you tame me, we shall become indispensable to one another. To me, you shall be the only one in the world, and I, to you, shall also be the only one." Thus, the little prince was persuaded by the fox to tame him, but he himself was tamed by the lone rose upon his planet. Just as in the wizarding world, there once existed a flower that tamed the prince of the wizarding realm, for that flower was the first lily encountered by the solitary little wizard. The little prince bid farewell to the rose and the fox, leaving behind only a fleeting memory, so that whenever the wind rustled the wheat, it would remind the rose of the little prince's golden hair. Ultimately, Severus and he were favored by Merlin. Just as they were on the brink of losing everything, Merlin granted them a second chance, allowing them to cultivate fragrant blooms upon barren land. Thus, the prince tamed his little fox, and the fox, in turn, tamed his little prince. They had become each other's unique and irreplaceable beings in this world. The tale conjured by Severus flicked playfully, filling Lucius with pride. As Severus nestled against his fox and drifted into slumber, in his dreams, he envisioned Lucius transformed into a platinum-hued, sleek-furred fox, his tail flicking as he said, "If you were to tame me, my life would undoubtedly be filled with joy. I would recognize a unique footfall. Other footsteps would send me scurrying underground, while yours would resonate like music, coaxing me from my burrow. Suddenly, the fox transformed into a man. He too became a siren. And they kissed passionately in the forest amidst the ocean waves. At last, Lucius's rich, sonorous voice whispered in his ear, "Severus, you have utterly tamed me." He selected the most exquisite rose from the garden, meticulously removing all thorns before placing it by Lucius's ear. Beauty in bloom, such a splendid sight. Chapter 126, The Search for the Locket. With Professor Slughorn's return, Lucius found himself with an abundance of leisure time. Not only could he return home daily, but he also had the opportunity to attend to his responsibilities within the Department of Magical Sports and Education. He could even frequently take Severus out on dates. Upon learning of this, Slughorn harbored serious suspicions that Lucius was indulging in self-serving behavior. The busy affairs of the ministry, the protection of young Slytherin wizards, surely were not the foremost reasons for his haste in inviting Slughorn back. Malfoy was eager to create time to be with Severus. How unexpected it was to discover this side of Malfoy. In the blink of an eye, Hogwarts was on summer break. Lucius and Severus planned to tackle the final Horcrux of Voldemort, excluding the Resurrection Stone ring, during this summer, the Slytherin Locket. Based on the information revealed to Severus by Dumbledore in a past life, Severus and Lucius deduced that the Slytherin Locket was likely concealed by Voldemort in a cave near the orphanage. This location held a unique significance for Voldemort. If all went according to plan, it was unlikely that Voldemort would change the location of the Locket Horcrux in this lifetime. Severus and his companions had refrained from addressing the Slytherin Locket immediately after dealing with Ravenclaw's diadem, because they were aware that the cave housing the Locket was guarded by Inferi. Inferi were creatures that gained strength in cold weather, but were weakened in warm temperatures. Hence, they had chosen to wait until summer to confront this Horcrux. Before heading to the cave, Lucius and Severus made extensive preparations. In addition to the essential potions and various alchemical products, they brought along 2 Death Eater assassins controlled by potions. Malfoy's betrayal of the Death Eaters had tarnished his reputation, and in the post-Voldemort era, he had consumed the Dark Lord's legacy, which irked many of Voldemort's staunch followers. Among these individuals were those fortunate enough to escape the Ministry's capture and avoid imprisonment in Azkaban. Naturally, they would seek revenge against the traitors within the Death Eater ranks. Abraxas, Lucius, and Severus had all encountered assassination attempts by these fanatics, yet they emerged unscathed. Conversely, those audacious enough to attempt assassination were imprisoned in the dungeons of the Malfoy estate. According to Dumbledore's past account, Voldemort had placed poison in the stone basin containing the locket within the cave. This poison, when consumed, would force the drinker to experience their most harrowing memories. Wizards arriving at this location could not obtain the Horcrux without drinking the poison, yet, those who did would find themselves trapped in a cycle of despair. The Inferi lurking in the lake would seize this opportunity to grasp the ankles of the disoriented wizards, dragging them into the unfathomable depths, transforming them into Inferi as well. Of course, the Locket Horcrux that Dumbledore retrieved after drinking the poison was a mere counterfeit. When Rita interviewed the Savior post-war, he recounted the circumstances of that time. The true Horcrux had been swapped out by Regulus. This little black, once viewed as a coward in his past life, had outwitted the cold and ruthless Dark Lord. Perhaps this was the essence of true courage. He was far braver than his brother. Alas, the shadowy hero remained unknown to the world. How many would believe RAB's declaration against the Dark Lord? In his previous life, Regulus's elder brother never considered retrieving his brother's body. However, in this incarnation, Regulus, influenced by Severus during his time at Hogwarts, did not fanatically venerate the Dark Lord. Consequently, after graduation, he did not rely on loyalty to escape the detrimental repercussions brought by Sirius, thus failing to gain the Dark Lord's trust as he had in his former existence. The presence of Sirius and Andromeda rendered Regulus less favored by the Dark Lord. Thus, it was not Regulus Black who offered the house elf as a tribute to Voldemort in this life. This turn of events proved beneficial for Regulus. Otherwise, given his character, he might have sacrificed himself for his sister, his mentor, or the Black family. Where would he find the happiness he now shares with Barty Crouch? Culminating in the fruit of their love? For Severus and Lucius, the issue of the poison left by Voldemort posed no insurmountable challenge. They lacked lofty moral standards and would not risk their lives by consuming the Dark Lord's poison. They had nurtured those assassins for this very moment. Naturally, in addition to those wizards willing to ingest the poison, they would also bring along house elves. The location Voldemort designated for concealing his Horcruxes would undoubtedly be fortified with anti-disapparition and anti-portkey enchantments. However, such wards could not thwart house elves. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they could rely on the house elves for a swift escape. In the early hours, Severus and Lucius, with their magically enhanced luggage and accompanied by house elves Dobby and Winky, set forth on their journey. After achieving notoriety, the Dark Lord had erased all traces of Tom Riddle's existence. Nonetheless, Abraxas, being Voldemort's former senior and once enamored with his junior, was well aware of the address of the orphanage where Tom had resided, the Wolves Orphanage in London. Severus and Lucius swiftly located a cave in the suburbs near the orphanage. This cave, once used by Tom Riddle to intimidate other orphans who sought to ostracize him, later became the hideout for the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. Situated in the desolate area where Lady Cole had absconded with donations meant for the young ladies on a trip with the children decades ago. Upon arriving at this barren locale, they were greeted by an expansive sea. Indeed, there was magic here that obscured human senses. Lucius flicked his wand, and pure white magic surged forth, directly impacting the coastal waters. After awakening the magical lineage of forest sprites, his power transformed into a key for breaching dark magical defenses. As expected, a plume of black smoke rose from the sea, clearly indicating the path ahead. Severus conjured a transparent magical sphere around Lucius, while he himself morphed into a magical creature. The adult siren towered over 2 meters, its silvery blue tail exuding an aura of strength. He propelled the sphere containing Lucius along the path indicated by the black smoke. Gradually, they reached a dark fissure, through which lay a narrow passage. Lucius's luminescent charm illuminated the way for Severus. After swimming for over 10 minutes, they arrived at the sealed cave. Severus reverted to his wizard form and released Lucius from the magical sphere. Lucius, reluctant to part, mused on how beautiful Severus appeared in his siren form. He longed to groom Severus's tail every day. Alas, Severus was not particularly inclined to reveal his tail, which was a pity. Severus remarked, "The reason I don't let you accompany me is that you can't help but think of inappropriate things upon seeing my tail. Have some dignity, you infatuated fool Lucius. I am genuinely astonished you are a sprite." The cave was barren. According to the fragmented memories Severus had gleaned from the Savior's recollections, he had indeed seen this cave when teaching Harry Potter the mind-blocking spell in his past life. Had he not glimpsed those memories, Dumbledore may not have divulged the Horcrux information to him. However, that was no longer significant. The pressing concern was singular. In Harry's memories from his previous life, Voldemort had set protective enchantments within the cave, accessible solely by the blood of a wizard. Thus, the assassin's brat could be put to use. Lucius opened the suitcase, and Dobby and Winky extracted the 2 assassin wizards. Once Severus identified the magical nodes within the cave and confirmed their status as the entrance, Lucius transformed a stone on the ground into a knife and sliced the arm of the assassin who had attempted to kill Severus. A copious stream of crimson blood flowed from the Selwyn branch wizard, soaking the gray stone and turning it a dark red. Only when the assassin's face turned deathly pale did the stone emit a phosphorescent green glow. Lucius disdainfully discarded the assassin's wrist and instructed Dobby, "Dress his wound and administer a vial of blood-replenishing potion. This fellow is still of use. He cannot perish yet." Dobby accepted the limp Selwyn, exclaiming, "Dobby understands. Dobby will fulfill Master Lucius's command." Chapter 127, The Slytherin Locket Box 1. After absorbing a sufficient quantity of blood, the magical nodes within the cave radiated a blinding white light. Before long, the white glow dissipated, revealing an exceedingly narrow opening in the wall. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, obscuring its depths, as Lucius and Severus, wands aloft, entered with the 2 house elves. At first, the cave's passage was exceptionally constricted. However, as they advanced, a hidden expanse unfolded before them. Yet, within this vast area lay a cold, pitch-black lake obstructing their path. Only by crossing it could they locate the Horcrux. Beneath the seemingly bottomless waters of this lake lurked countless wraiths. It was uncertain what insights Tom Riddle gleaned from Salazar Slytherin's meditative image. In their previous lives, Severus and Lucius had assumed that Voldemort's command over the Dementors and the creation of wraiths stemmed from discoveries made in magical ruins. Yet, upon reflection, it was equally plausible that these abilities were derived from that extraordinary meditative image. Of course, these phenomena might also have originated from Slytherin's manuscripts. However, those texts had long since been appropriated by Voldemort, rendering Severus and Lucius unable to investigate further. As Severus and Lucius approached, the wraiths at the lake's bottom sensed the wizard's magic and warmth. Their arms gradually emerged from the water, pale and adorned with decaying flesh, eliciting profound revulsion. Lucius could not suppress a gag. The sight was utterly grotesque. Severus retrieved a pure goldbird perfume pouch from his ring and handed it to Lucius. When your beloved is a delicate pureblood scion, your storage ring is always well stocked. Lucius cast a grateful glance at Severus. He inhaled the scent from the pouch for an extended period, then covered his mouth and nose with a cloth, managing to quell the wave of nausea. The surface of the lake was a veritable sea of hands, dizzying to behold. The number of wraiths was undoubtedly vast. One could only wonder how many muggles Voldemort had slain to amass such a legion. Severus retrieved magical timing bombs and magically modified alchemical flash bombs from the suitcase held by the house elves. Lucius donned a complete set of protective gear, securing it on both himself and his beloved, before tossing the two house elves and the recently bled assassin back into the suitcase. Subsequently, they hurled the bombs into the obsidian waters of the lake. Wraiths were most vulnerable to fire and light. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, its echoes relentless, as a brilliant light spread across the surface of the lake. The wretched undead beneath the water writhed in agony, their shattered bones scattering in all directions. Occasionally, one or two powerful undead would drag themselves ashore, only to be incinerated by Severus and Lucius with their fierce fire spells. Of course, once they had reduced the undead to ash, they would extinguish the treacherous flames with counterspells. For this diabolical fire was not only highly flammable, but also notoriously difficult to quell. If their sole intention had been to eliminate the soul fragments within the Horcrux, they would have had no need to dispose of these undead. However, their fundamental objective was to diminish Voldemort's threat, thus making the destruction of these creatures, manipulable by Voldemort yet beyond their control, imperative. As for why they did not simply incinerate all the undead with raging flames or fierce fire, the answer lay in the potential noise that could attract the Ministry of Magic's attention. Moreover, fierce fire was prone to uncontrollable surges, making extinguishing it a formidable task. It was far more prudent to employ Muggle weaponry, which was both simple and efficient. Even if a wizard were to discover the unusual happenings here, they would be utterly perplexed. Voldemort had deployed so many undead to guard against the discovery of his Horcruxes. Yet, this posed no challenge for the prescient Severus and Lucius, who efficiently reduced the undead to mere dust. However, in doing so, they depleted a significant portion of their magically modified Muggle explosives. Nonetheless, the endeavor was worthwhile. Wizards could apparate, and ordinary magically enhanced Muggle weapons posed little threat to them. After all, these weapons were merely stronger and easier to use. They lacked the ability to track wizards or counter apparition. Under the onslaught of these weapons, the undead shrieked and moaned. Yet, a misty fog began to materialize in the sky, whether it was an illusion or not. Severus and his companions seemed to hear the cawing of crows and a hauntingly beautiful song. They were not mistaken. The undead were a form of half-life, capable of movement, yet bereft of reason. Their souls were ensnared within their corporeal forms, reduced to mindless automatons, unable to return to the realm of death. Severus and Lucius appeared to slay them, yet in truth, they were granting these imprisoned souls freedom and release. The cawing of the crows was the call of the realm of death beckoning its lost children, while the melodious song was the blessing bestowed by these trapped souls. Amidst this bizarre and enchanting cacophony, countless undead dissolved into dust, even causing significant fissures in the anti-levitation enchantments left by Voldemort. Both Severus and Lucius sensed the peculiar magical fluctuations upon the lake's surface. It was only natural, first bombarded by innumerable magically enhanced projectiles, then worn down by the will of the liberated souls. Even a magical array left by Voldemort would struggle to maintain its integrity. As the undead dissipated and the magical array crumbled, the dilapidated vessels and verdigris chains that Voldemort had hidden within the lake emerged before Lucius and Severus. However, upon attempting a flying spell, Severus discovered the damage to Voldemort's anti-levitation array. With the ability to fly over the lake now available to them, Severus discarded the small boat left by Voldemort. Who knew what dark magic the Dark Lord might have infused into it? Even if he hadn't, there was no reason to board his vessel. If they could fly, why risk the trepidation of relying on another's craft? Yet, curiosity lingered in Severus. Lucius, noticing his lover's gaze fixated on the small boat, opened the luggage once more, instructing Dobby and Winky to bring forth another unwounded wizard to grasp the ropes of that vessel. Spare me, it's siphoning my magic. This must be a trap left by the devil. Let me go, and I shall do anything for you. The wizard, far more compliant than the previous one, was spared from the soul-draining curse. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this wizard had been sent to assassinate Lucius himself rather than Severus. He screamed in terror as his magic dwindled, and the small boat trembled to life. It turned out that the vessel operated by absorbing the magic of wizards. Voldemort had indeed shown some cunning. Should an unprepared wizard approach, they would first be bled of their magic, then have their essence siphoned, ultimately forced to ingest a potion that would unveil their deepest fears. After such torment, how could they possibly escape the grasp of the undead and avoid becoming one of them? Very well, Winky, let him go, Severus instructed as his curiosity was satisfied. Winky released her grip, and the pale-faced assassin collapsed to the ground. Following Lucius's command, the house elves rudely tossed the man back into the luggage before climbing in themselves. As Lucius lifted the suitcase, Severus extended his arms toward him. "Let us fly together," with one hand grasping the luggage and the other around his slender, powerful waist. Lucius replied, "Fly on, Severus, we shall soon succeed." Chapter 128, The Slytherin Locket Box 2. Upon awakening his magical bloodline, Severus found himself brimming with power. Thus, even though the lake was vast, carrying Lucius with him, crossing to the opposite shore would only consume a fraction of his magical reserves. They soared over the dark expanse of the lake, ignoring the peculiar, albeit dilapidated, vessel that seemed to draw their gaze, heading towards the island at the lake's center. The wind rushed past their ears, and Lucius suddenly remarked to Severus, "Once we return, I wish to learn to fly. I adore this feeling of freedom." Severus indulgently nodded at Lucius, "Of course." Lucius waved his wand, and a pure white light emanated from it, encircling them both. This was a protective charm effective against dark curses and corruption. Before long, they descended upon the small island. Severus released his hold on Lucius's waist and began to survey the island. The island was minuscule, scarcely larger than a cabin on a ship. Its surface was strewn with black rocks, the soil so barren that no thriving vegetation could be found, save for a few withered trunks lying at odd angles. As if lamenting something, at the center of the island stood a stone pedestal over a meter high, dark and foreboding, clearly not an object of benevolence. Upon this base rested a stone basin, from which a dim greenish light emanated. Within it lay the Slytherin locket and a potion capable of revealing one's most terrifying fears. Lucius opened the suitcase once more, instructing Dobby and Winky to extract the two assassins they had brought along. Before them lay the stone basin containing both the potion and the Horcrux, and these two assassins would soon prove useful. Severus raised his wand, casting multiple layers of protection upon himself as he approached the basin, with Lucius following suit. The house elves, Winky and Dobby, hastily trailed behind them. Upon reaching the basin, Severus leaned in to sniff the emerald liquid. Despair potion, misfortune draught, curse of Eris. Severus could only identify these components. The rest remained a mystery to him. He pondered how many strange poisons Voldemort had concealed within, and whether those two assassins could withstand them. The two assassin wizards had already come to the realization of the impending dread they faced. With trepidation, they cast fearful glances at the stone basin emanating an eerie green luminescence, as Severus introduced to Lucius an array of poison names. Surely, Prince and Malfoy would not compel them to ingest those toxins, they despaired. Their fears were ultimately justified. Severus and Lucius had brought them here with the singular intent of forcing them to consume these poisons, in pursuit of the Horcrux concealed within. They had not even deemed it necessary to inform the two assassin wizards, instead employing the Imperius curse to manipulate them into drinking every last drop from the basin. Naturally, there was no intention to provide prior warning or engage in negotiations. These individuals had come to assassinate them, and having been outmatched and subsequently captured, they had forfeited any right to bargain. Their continued existence, spared from the lethal Avada Kedavra and gunfire, was merely a testament to the fact that they could still serve a purpose in this moment. Under the control of the Imperius curse, each assassin consumed half of the poison within the stone basin. Suddenly, a torrent of excruciating memories surged through their minds, memories that were decidedly tormenting rather than blissful. One of the assassins recalled the harrowing experience of being abandoned by his mother as a child, scrounging for scraps alongside wild dogs. The other witnessed the resurrection of all those he had slain, now seeking vengeance against him. Their spirits endured unparalleled torment, yearning for release from this world. Their bodies throbbed with pain, as if pricked by countless fine, sharp needles, and their magical energy dissipated rapidly. In that moment, should someone have offered to end their lives, they would have eagerly accepted, for their existence had become a living hell. Yet, no one paid them heed. Lucius instructed the house elves to keep a watchful eye on the assassin wizards, ensuring they did not perish. Meanwhile, Severus raised his wand, lifting the locket box and casting it onto the ground strewn with black shards. The sole fragment within the box sensed the fluctuations of magic from the outside world. It intended to use soul magic to manipulate the external forces into offering a sacrifice. It could discern that the beings outside were not the primary soul. Since they were not the primary soul, they were merely fodder for its sustenance. In a swift motion, Severus doused the locket box with the venom of a basilisk. The soul fragment was instantly corroded by the poison, emitting a piercing, anguished wail. The delectable food that Severus had sent for received high praise from the basilisk, and in return, Severus acquired a substantial amount of its venom. The quantity of venom in his possession was ample, rendering the destruction of a Slytherin locket box a trivial matter. The locket's ambition to consume the life force of outsiders was thwarted. Under the venom's corrosive influence, it dissipated into black smoke. Until its final moments, the Horcrux remained oblivious to the identity of its slayer. It could only surmise that such a clean and decisive execution could not have been the work of Dumbledore. Had it been Dumbledore, he might have attempted to engage in some grandiloquent discourse about love being the greatest magic in the world, perhaps even seeking to extract the locations of other Horcruxes from its lips. How unlike the merciless executioner who had obliterated it without hesitation. After the soul fragment vanished, Severus retrieved the now tattered locket box and cast it into a container inscribed with an anti-magic sigil. In turn, Lucius tossed a counterfeit locket into the stone basin. Let it remain here, whether it deceives Voldemort or Dumbledore. One success is better than none. Following the securing of the locket box, Severus raised his wand towards the two assassins and uttered, "Obliviate." A wizard skilled in memory concealment and soul extraction, Severus wielded the forgetting charm with remarkable finesse, effortlessly erasing all memories of the two wizards since their graduation from Hogwarts, before abandoning them on this desolate island. Their survival and ability to escape this isolated isle would rest solely upon their own capabilities. No one would show leniency towards those who sought their demise. The decision not to eliminate the two assassins stemmed solely from the acknowledgement of their prior assistance. Furthermore, the poison had inflicted irreversible damage upon their will and bodies. Dumbledore's survival after consuming the poison was attributed to his profound magical prowess and indomitable will, but this did not imply that Voldemort's poison would be equally benign. For these reasons, Severus chose to grant them a reprieve, offering them a chance at life. Yet, whether they could seize this opportunity to survive would depend entirely on their own resourcefulness. He and Lucius would erase all traces of their presence here and return to Malfoy Manor, feigning that all remained undisturbed. Chapter 129, Thompson Stewart. After dealing with the two assassins, Severus and Lucius soared across the lake once more. Lucius had just expressed his fondness for the liberating sensation of flight. With the Dark Lord now deceased, they no longer needed to fear that their mastery of flight would provoke any detrimental suspicions from him. Thus, if Lucius truly cherished it, he could teach him how to fly upon their return home. Lucius indeed held a deep affection for flying. During his student days in his previous life, he had delighted in Quidditch and the thrill of broomsticks. As the heir of a pure-blood family, burdened with immense pressure since childhood, moments of relaxation were scarce. To soar through the skies provided him with a profound sense of spiritual liberation. Hence, he preferred flying over Quidditch. Upon their return to Malfoy Manor, Severus commenced Lucius's flight training. The dark-haired, dark-eyed Thompson observed the playful couple soaring through the air, a pang of longing stirring within him. Abraxas had never displayed such public affection towards him. Yet, why did he feel as if he could wield the same magic that Abraxas's son-in-law was currently employing? It was as if he could take flight at any moment, should he wish to. However, Thompson pondered deeply and found no trace of memory related to flight magic. His head throbbed painfully. "Tommy, what are you gazing at?" Abraxas suddenly appeared beside Thompson, cradling Draco in his arms. The striking duo, one large and one small, softened Thompson's heart considerably. "Abraxas, I was watching Lucius and Severus. They truly are in love, are they not?" Abraxas stroked his face. "Are you envious of them?" Thompson nodded honestly. Yet, he quickly flashed an enchanting smile at Abraxas. "However, if you would accompany me to practice magic, I would feel quite content. That way, I would not envy others." The magic he referred to was all dark magic. Abraxas indulgently replied, "Of course, Tommy, it is my honor to bring you happiness." The small black serpent coiled around Thompson's calf, happily flicking its tongue. Under Severus's patient guidance, Lucius also mastered the art of flight. They harnessed their magical energy to hover and glide through the air, descending only when they had sufficiently enjoyed their time aloft. After receiving Draco from Abraxas and exchanging a few words, Lucius inquired, "Father, are you going on a date with Mr. Stewart?" Abraxas lazily nodded, confirming Lucius's accurate assumption. Thompson's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint upward arc. He departed alongside Abraxas. After spending some time playing with Draco on the broomstick, Lucius suddenly asked Severus, "Severus, do you sense that something is amiss with Thompson? He reminds me of someone, a bit like the Dark Lord." As Draco chased the white peacock in the distance, Severus spoke with conviction, "You ought to remember that the diary Horcrux was personally destroyed by my father. How could he possibly resurrect the diary? We have scattered Tom Riddle's ashes into the sea." "Luke, calm down. I suspect you have not thoroughly examined the secrets of the Dark Lord hidden in the underground chamber at Prince Manor, which were discarded by my father. The resurrection magic of bone, blood, and flesh does not solely rely on the combination of a father's bones, an enemy's blood, and a servant's flesh. It merely ensures that the resurrected wizard retains formidable magical power." Lucius, astonished, inquired, "Are there other methods?" "Indeed," Severus replied, "the bones of a lover, the blood willingly offered by a unicorn, and the sacrifice of a wizard's magic." You should recall my father's request for my assistance in exchanging some blood from a unicorn at Hogwarts. At the time, he mentioned it was for the study of ancient magic. I thought little of it until I later encountered that tome of spells. Could he pose a threat to my father's safety? Lucius exclaimed, visibly agitated. Do not worry, Severus reassured him. Look at how Mr. Stewart is practically tethered to my father. How could he possibly endanger him? It is likely my father would have to pay him to count the money. The magic of resurrection through a lover's bones can only succeed if both the resurrector and the resurrected share mutual affection. Furthermore, the one brought back to life, due to the sacrifice of their lover's bones, will forever be bound to obey the commands of the one who revived them. However, it is quite astonishing that my father once harbored feelings for that individual. Lucius was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. So, my father once had feelings for the Dark Lord? That is not unusual. Upon reflection, my father and the Dark Lord were once senior and junior at Hogwarts, much like he and Severus. Moreover, the Dark Lord was strikingly handsome and exceptionally talented in his youth. My father's admiration for Riddle during that time only attests to his discerning taste. But how could the Dark Lord possibly have been fond of my father? If he held affection for him, why would he treat the Malfoy family so poorly? That is understandable. The Dark Lord, having transformed himself into a madman through the creation of Horcruxes, would hardly remember whom he once loved. Recollecting, I recall that the young Dark Lord once held him when he was 5 or 6. The way he gazed at my father was anything but innocent. Yet if Thompson is indeed the Dark Lord, why does he lack memories? Lucius questioned, perplexed. If he is a fragment of the diary's soul, he should be Tom Riddle, not Thompson Stewart. All can be forgotten and false memories fabricated. What advantage is there in being Tom Riddle? Is it disgraceful to be a descendant of the American Ilvermorny founder? Being a half-blood Gaunt, being Stewart is far preferable to being the son of Merope. I apologize, Luke, for revealing this to you only now, Severus said, his fingers gently weaving through Lucius's hair as he placed a soft kiss on his ear. My father implored me to keep this secret after I discovered it. He feared that your joy upon witnessing his newfound happiness would be overshadowed by your concern for Thompson's true identity. He requested that I wait until you uncovered the truth yourself before disclosing all the facts. In the meantime, you will find Thompson to be entirely harmless. Lucius, enchanted by his affectionate gestures, could hardly bring himself to blame Severus. The true culprit in this matter was undoubtedly his father, not Severus. However, I believe that even the deeply devoted Mr. Thompson Stewart must be a perilous wizard, having once been a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. Do not fret. He is no match for my father, Severus assured Lucius. After burning the diary with fiendfire, my father discovered a small fragment of the soul that had not been completely incinerated. He believed it to be fate, which compelled him to take a gamble. If Riddle did not love him, he would merely dissipate. Moreover, the small size of the soul fragment means that while Thompson Stewart possesses considerable talent in dark magic, his magical power is not particularly strong. Lucius understood the implications of his lover's words. In a few decades, the magical lineage of Severus and himself would reach a period of explosive power. At that time, they would face even the peak Dark Lord without fear. So why worry about the potential threat posed by Thompson Stewart? Very well, I believe you have persuaded me. My father has labored his entire life and deserves to enjoy himself. However, if that is the case, we must ensure that someone keeps a close watch on matters in Albania, lest Thompson, that little fragment of my father's joy, be consumed by the Dark Lord, leaving my father heartbroken once again. Chapter 130, Little Prince. Once they confirmed Thompson's harmlessness, Lucius entrusted Draco to Abraxas and Thompson for a vacation. Of course, the vacation was secondary. The primary concern was the Little Prince. Lucius would not be as awkward as Severus had been. He even extended his fair, elongated hand, proactively stating, "Please hand me the potion you prepared in advance, dear Severus." The blond man kissed his lover. "I trust you wouldn't wish for anything less than a little prince." "Give me a baby, darling," Severus replied, producing the pale pink potion he had kept in his ring. Lucius drank the potion, and they both collapsed onto the soft bed. Outside, the waves continued to roar, while the atmosphere indoors was filled with warmth and intimacy. Severus's deep, dark eyes gazed upon Lucius's radiant beauty. The following day, bright sunlight flooded the villa, and the cheerful chirping of birds created a captivating melody. Lucius descended the stairs with weary steps. He searched the bedroom, then the study, and finally the living room, but could not find Severus. It was only when he caught a whiff of something delightful in the air that he traced the scent to the kitchen. There he found Severus, a house elf, with tear-filled eyes, cowered in the corner, while his Severus diligently prepared a meal, wand in hand, and cookbook open. His long hair was tied back in a small bun, and he wore a light brown loungewear ensemble complemented by a dark blue apron. The dappled sunlight cast a gentle glow on Severus's features, making even his thin lips appear enchanting. Severus had prepared 2 kinds of salad and wrapped shrimp dumplings. Lucius admitted he had a particular fondness for this Chinese cuisine, though its preparation was indeed tedious. He approached, affectionately embracing Severus from behind, resting his head against his neck, and gently brushing his ear with his breath. "My dear Mr. Malfoy," Severus sighed, "if you wish to enjoy breakfast on time, please spare your poor husband. Am I your beloved husband? I would gladly refer to you as my cherished wife, my Luke," Severus replied, finishing the last dumpling. He raised his wand, directing the white dumplings to the steamer, and used household magic to cook them, while a nearby pot bubbled away. With a flick of his wand, he extinguished the fire and levitated the pot to the dining table. Why not let the house elf handle these tasks? The platinum aristocrat, pulled to wash his hands by Severus, completely forgot that he had insisted the previous day that Severus cook for him, even demanding that Severus act as his servant in penance. However, Lucius had fainted shortly thereafter, leaving all those thoughts to be forgotten in the realm of Merlin. Severus, with an air of resignation, remarked, "Has young Master Malfoy forgotten that you intended for your humble husband to serve as your manservant, compensating for his offense against you?" Lucius, after a prolonged moment of reflection, recalled that rather blush-inducing memory. How delightful it was that his beloved was a man of his word. "I adore you, Severus," Lucius murmured, leaning to place a tender kiss on Severus's cheek, his lips weaving sweet nothings. "Would you be inclined to wear?" "No," Severus bluntly declined Lucius's suggestion, swearing by the name of potions that Lucius would never permit him to don any fine attire. Lucius suppressed his shameless desire to see him in a maid's outfit, and, with a hint of petulance, stated, "I merely wish to inquire if you would be willing to serve me breakfast. I was utterly exhausted yesterday." Severus, had it been anyone else, would have mercilessly retorted that they had arms of their own. Yet, facing Lucius, what could he do? He placed the freshly steamed shrimp dumplings on the table, prepared the dipping sauce for his esteemed gentleman, and then proceeded to feed him. A profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Good boy, Lucius. Though Lucius lacked the strength to feed himself, he possessed ample energy to feed Severus in return. After the two sweetly completed their breakfast, they entrusted the aftermath to the house elf, and, after rinsing their mouths, succumbed once more to their kisses. The refreshing lemon-mint flavor of their mouthwash was utterly delightful. Their lips and teeth intertwined, they lost themselves in soft, sweet embraces. It seemed they would forego lunch altogether. "Lucius, Severus," they whispered with hushed voices, deeply enamored and infatuated with each other's names. Lost in the moment, they reveled in an endless euphoria. Severus felt as though his soul was tightly entwined with Lucius's. "Lucius. Luke. My husband." Severus repeated these names, sighing contentedly in the end. Lucius, too, felt a sweetness envelop him. He cherished Severus's indulgence, his madness, and the way his eyes seemed to lose themselves in adoration. And he, too, was deeply ensnared. He found himself unable to resist gently pecking Severus's lips. In the end, Lucius had indeed acquired his very own devoted manservant. When they returned to England, they already welcomed little Prince into their lives. Abraxas surveyed Lucius from all angles, failing to discern any changes in him. Lucius, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "What do you expect to see at this moment? If you are curious, perhaps you should consider having a child of your own." Abraxas affectionately, yet somewhat vexedly patted Lucius on the head. Draco, however, leaned in and planted a kiss on Lucius. Given that Severus and Lucius had long since devised plans concerning little Prince, they had already laid the groundwork with Draco. Draco understood that his parents' love for him would not diminish with the arrival of siblings, thus he eagerly anticipated the new family members. So, when Abraxas inquired whether he would like a brother or sister, he earnestly replied, Draco would like that. He even added, Draco is willing to gift the Swedish short-snout alarm clock to his siblings. It was clear he genuinely loved the idea of having siblings, rather than merely uttering empty words. After all, that blue Swedish short-snout alchemical clock was Draco's new favorite. Thompson, observing the scene before him, could not help but smile. Although he sensed that Abraxas was concealing something from him, he felt blissful at that moment, and that was enough. Why delve into the past? Into the intricacies of right and wrong, when there was no need to uncover a definitive conclusion. Chapter 131, The Heartbroken Abraxas with the Lost Mirror. As Lucius needed to focus on nurturing the unborn child, Severus and Abraxas busied themselves. Severus took charge of matters concerning the Muggle world and Hogwarts, while Abraxas assumed responsibility for all affairs within the wizarding realm. Thompson felt quite discontented about Abraxas's lack of time to spend with him. Yet, in the end, he reluctantly accepted the situation, secretly taking pleasure in feeding his little black snake the unfortunate rabbits, which alleviated his pent-up frustration. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he harbored a deep disdain for rabbits. Each time he dispatched one, his mood noticeably brightened. Abraxas had not anticipated Thompson's clinginess. He harbored grave doubts that Tom Riddle had abandoned all his emotions while crafting Horcruxes, discarding them into the fragments of his soul. Otherwise, Abraxas could not fathom why Thompson was so needy while the Dark Lord's demeanor towards him was so harsh. Is this a form of compensation for me? Thompson gently stroked Abraxas's platinum hair, inquiring softly. If you wish to perceive it as compensation, then it shall be so, my dear Tommy. Abraxas recalled the promise he had made, his ears turning a shade of pink. Thompson's lips curled into a subtle smile. He dutifully sat beside Abraxas, assisting him in handling documents that rightfully belonged to Lucius. Only after finishing these tasks could Abraxas venture out for leisure. Due to the restrictions on using excessive magic during pregnancy, Lucius confined himself to the home. Yet, being a restless individual, he initiated early education for Draco. Severus longed to remind Lucius that he had originally intended for Draco to commence heir education at the age of 4. However, as Draco was only 3, he chose to swallow his words upon witnessing Lucius's enthusiastic demeanor and Draco's blissful ignorance of the impending prison of learning, relishing the time spent with his father. Indeed, formidable wizards must be nurtured from a young age. Initiating heir education did not imply Draco would be burdened with daily studies. Blending education with enjoyment was a commendable method of teaching. The professors at Hogwarts were quite curious about Lucius's absence. Over the past 6 months, the Slytherin head had transformed from Lucius Malfoy into Severus Prince. Though the new colleagues were amiable, they were concerned about Mr. Malfoy's whereabouts. Severus did not conceal the news of Lucius's pregnancy from them. This matter was hardly a secret and merited no concealment. After all, the birth of new life was a joyous occasion, and both he and Lucius were immensely pleased. Dumbledore raised no objections regarding Severus stepping in for Lucius. The arrival of a new wizard was indeed a positive development, and a pregnant wizard required proper care. Moreover, Dumbledore perceived Lucius Malfoy as a potential danger to the young wizards. Their peril did not stem from power, but rather from their persuasive words. The deceitful tactics of the Malfoy family and their ability to incite emotions were formidable forces. Abraxas's conduct during the trial had already confirmed this notion. Most importantly, Lucius had previously incited fears of Muggle threats during his time at school, although Lucius's advocacy of Muggle threat theory might have been at Riddle's behest. If Malfoy himself did not hold such beliefs, he could not have passionately expounded on them within their little society known as the Wizard Promotion Association. Reducing Lucius Malfoy's interactions with young wizards was indeed a prudent idea. This was also a significant reason why Dumbledore had no objections to Lucius Malfoy simultaneously serving as Slytherin head and the director of the Department of Education and Sports at the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, as he sought clues regarding the Horcruxes, Lucius Malfoy's focus on nurturing the unborn child alleviated many of his concerns. Little did Dumbledore know. The clues he had obtained regarding the Horcrux of the Resurrection Stone Ring came from Severus Prince and Lucius Malfoy. In terms of scheming and strategizing, they were not necessarily outmatched by Dumbledore. However, with the advantage of prophetic insight and an intimate understanding of Dumbledore's character, it is only natural that one could draw Dumbledore into the fray without arousing his suspicions. During Lucius's pregnancy, the clues Dumbledore received increased significantly. No one would suspect that Lucius, who was incapacitated from using powerful magic due to his condition, still had the energy to engage in nefarious activities. Of course, he was not involved in any wrongdoing. Would Dumbledore have neglected the search for Voldemort's Horcruxes had Lucius Malfoy not existed? Similarly, the likelihood of Dumbledore suspecting Severus, a wizard preoccupied with his pregnant partner, had diminished greatly. However, for Severus, the true source of his distress was not these busy matters nor Dumbledore. Compared to his previous life of juggling 3 jobs, the current workload seemed trivial. Moreover, he had the formidable young Barty Crouch and other orphan wizards from Hogwarts to assist him. Young Barty Crouch, invigorated by the prospect of Regulus's pregnancy, had developed an endless enthusiasm for work. In the pure-blood circles of Slytherin, wealth and power were the jewels that adorned a wizard's life. Young Barty Crouch diligently endeavored to ensure that Regulus donned the most exquisite gems, thus engaging earnestly in his role as the head of the Progressive Society, even to the point of overexertion. In his quest to elevate the Blacks above the Parkinsons and the Adamses, Barty Crouch exerted considerable effort. Walburga grew increasingly fond of young Barty, even affectionately referring to him as my dear child, astonishing both Narcissa and Regulus. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Abraxas had left home with Thompson and Draco. After Christmas, Lucius's belly began to swell. To prevent Lucius from witnessing his own burgeoning form, Severus had disposed of all ordinary mirrors and those enchanted mirrors that praised the appearance of wizards, relegating them to storage. Abraxas understood this situation well. Yet he could not accept a life devoid of mirrors. After all, he had to choose his ties or bow ties each morning while admiring his own reflection. Now, he was left with no mirrors at all. The vain peacock, Mr. Abraxas, decisively took Thompson and Draco to stay at Prince Manor. Naturally, the true reason for his departure from Malfoy Manor was the impending Hogwarts holiday. Severus was no longer required to frequently attend to the duties of the headmaster at Hogwarts. Thus, Abraxas need not worry about Lucius lacking care. In the late stages of his pregnancy, Lucius felt a touch of melancholy. Abraxas's departure was primarily to create a private world for the two children. He had consulted with a healer from St. Mungo's, who indicated that Lucius's despondency stemmed from an excess of hormones in his body, necessitating relief. As for young Draco, the little dragon accompanying his father in his studies was overjoyed to be running off with his grandfather and Mr. Thompson Stewart. Although he delighted in his father's company and cherished the little dragon models and alchemical toys he received for completing his homework, the complexities of NEWTs were undeniably challenging. Thompson was quite pleased with Abraxas's departure. Within Malfoy Manor, Abraxas's thoughts were entirely consumed by his pregnant partner. After leaving the manor, he finally had the time for intimate moments with Lucius. Although they had a small child, Draco, to entertain, children were easily amused. A peacock, a little snake, or a child-sized broomstick could keep him occupied for quite some time. Once Draco had fallen asleep, he could indulge in tender moments with his beloved Abraxas until dawn. Chapter 132, I Knew You Loved Me. Malfoy Manor. After his father left with Mr. Stewart and little Draco, Lucius's prenatal melancholy was thoroughly soothed by Severus. Lucius had no time for sadness. His partner seemed intent on carrying him in his pocket wherever he went. The desires he found difficult to articulate were entirely fulfilled by Severus. Lucius pinched the ends of his hair, harboring serious doubts that the doctor his father had summoned last month had discovered his shameful cravings. After all, why else would his father flee merely because of a mirror? Severus, in an unusual departure from his norm, not only satisfied Lucius's desires but also catered to his every whim, even granting him the wish to venture onto the terrace. Lucius kicked the thick blanket that Severus had laid out on the terrace the previous night and drank the magical nourishing potion crafted by Severus. He realized he should be stronger. Severus had endured alone in America while pregnant with Draco, far more resilient than he felt now. With family by his side, he was in a much better situation than Severus had been then. Yet, at times, he could not restrain his temper or the impulse to make unreasonable demands. Unbeknownst to him, Severus actually relished some of Lucius's little tantrums. When this peacock was feeling down, he did not unleash his anger or engage in quarrels. Instead, he transformed into a fastidious, delicate creature. Perhaps some wizards could not accept their partner's whims for seedless strawberries, potions flavored like champagne, or the white noise produced by tearing the finest parchment from the literary elite, along with requests for their partners to don muggle attire, such as the barista version of a sheer white shirt paired with low-rise jeans. However, Severus was willing to indulge his partner and found joy in being needed. Although Lucius's insistence that he wear such scandalous clothing outside the bedroom was somewhat difficult for him to accept, Severus ultimately persuaded himself to don the muggle attire. Look, he was indeed wearing this damned outfit. As Lucius descended the stairs, he immediately spotted Severus clad in his new outfit. The pale skin peeked out from the neckline and lower back, the firm and handsome chest subtly revealed. Lucius's mind buzzed into a stupor. When he had suggested this to Severus, he had merely been jesting. He never anticipated that Severus would take him seriously. Severus, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window and reading, turned at the sound. His dark eyes appeared utterly innocent. Lucius approached slowly, gently placing his hand atop Severus's head. Severus set aside his spell book, grasped Lucius's hand, and reverently kissed his rounded belly. Suddenly, Lucius asked, Severus, do I look very unattractive? Of course not, my dear. You are simply exquisite. Severus's other hand caressed Lucius's belly. My beloved, you need not worry about such matters and may indulge your whims even further. You are fulfilling one of the most sacred missions of marriage. You deserve to be cherished. But you have endured such times as well, and you are far stronger than I, Severus. Not everyone must be strong, Lucius. I am willing to let you be proud. They were soulmates. How could they not understand each other's meanings? Lucius felt his heart soften further. But he found it difficult to bend down, so he gestured for Severus to rise, then kissed his earlobe. I love you, Severus. I love you too, forever and always. By March, Regulus had given birth to a baby boy, naming him Arcturus Black. Under Severus's attentive care, Lucius had shed the melancholy brought on by pregnancy hormones. He even found the energy to consider becoming little Arcturus's godfather. Young Barty, who bore a striking resemblance to the little darling, beamed like a fool weighing 130 pounds, and Regulus adored their precious child. At the invitation of the young couple, Severus and Lucius became the godfathers of little Acheron. Perhaps the children were all queuing for their reincarnation, as Narcissa surprisingly found herself pregnant. What nearly caused Mrs. Druella, Narcissa's mother, To faint was the shocking revelation that her darling Sissy was unaware of the identity of the child's father. Meanwhile, several pure-blood young wizards were vying for the role of the child's progenitor. "Have you all forgotten the existence of bloodline magic, my dear Miss Black?" Severus inquired of Narcissa, casting a glance at Lucius, who was stirring up mischief among the boys, seemingly wishing the commotion would escalate. Narcissa shrugged indifferently. "Severus, I am utterly unconcerned about the identity of the child's father. By the way, how is it that Lucius shows no signs of pregnancy at all? It's an ignorance charm. If you cannot perceive it, it merely indicates that your energy is squandered on trivial matters. If possible, you should redirect your focus from that pretty little face of his and invest it in enhancing your own magical prowess. If you don't wish for your child to think of their mother as a fool in the future, you ought to heed my advice." Narcissa waved her fan. "Do not mock me, Severus. It is entirely normal for me not to recognize it. Do you dare swear on Merlin that you Haven Tea enhanced the ignorance charm due to Lucius's vanity? I must admit, your devotion to Lucius is rather enviable. Yet, there are no two individuals in this world more enamored than the two of you. Well, little Barty is acceptable too, but he belongs to Rail. Thus, I have no desire to learn of the child's father. Among those young wizards, there are indeed purebloods knowledgeable in bloodline magic. Yet I would never consent to a bloodline magic test. The child is mine. No one shall claim the rose of the Black family." "Well, that is satisfactory." Severus pushed a bottle of pregnancy-specific magical nourishment toward Narcissa. "Drink this. It will be beneficial for both you and the child. Consider it a celebratory gift from me. And I must take our peacock away, as he has exceeded his exercise limit today and is far too excitable." Narcissa blinked and gestured for him to proceed. In her view, Lucius was simply too pampered and leisurely during his pregnancy, which was why he indulged in creating his own distractions. He was not excited. He was clearly intent on stirring chaos. After bidding farewell to Narcissa, Severus left the Black Manor's drawing room and proceeded to the balcony, where he found Lucius engaged in a lively conversation with Mr. Rowell. He draped a fluffy cardigan over Lucius and informed Rowell, "Narcissa is feeling a tad unwell." Rowell, upon hearing this, immediately rushed off to find his beloved Rose. Severus then asked Lucius, "Are you enjoying yourself, my little Malfoy who thrives on chaos?" "You dare not call me dear Lucius and instead refer to me as little Malfoy. You must not love me anymore," Lucius pouted, fastening the horn buttons of his cashmere coat, a hint of irritation in his tone. Severus, exasperated, pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead. "My precious Lucius, I shall love you eternally. The hour grows late, and we have already seen little Acheron. I believe you should accompany me home for your magical nourishment, yes?" Lucius, hearing himself addressed in such a manner, beamed. "Very well, my dear Severus, I knew you loved me." Chapter 133, Courage. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor from number 12 Grimmauld Place, Lucius began to peruse financial reports. This had become a new hobby for him during the pregnancy. Each time he witnessed the growth of their wealth, a genuine joy surged within him. Even the little baby in his womb seemed to thrive as a result. Severus longed to inquire whether this was a fabrication Lucius had concocted to justify the financial reports. But upon seeing Lucius's healthy physical assessments and the joy dancing in his eyes, he swallowed his words. As long as it did not impact his health, Lucius was free to pursue whatever pleased him. Lucius's happiness was paramount. Rita Skeeter, the once renowned journalist infamous for her coverage of the Malfoy ministry trials, was particularly eager to obtain first-hand accounts of Lucius's pregnancy to seize the limelight. However, due to Severus's opposition, their plans fell flat. Not a single word appeared in the newspapers. Severus had no intention of allowing those gossip-mongers to discuss his pregnant partner daily. Even the Quibbler refrained from publishing any related news. Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor, had a brilliant Ravenclaw wife, Pandora, who had once been a member of Severus's Advancement Society and later worked in his research institute. She possessed considerable talent in spell research and had improved several spells. Thanks to the ample defensive measures and healing potions within Severus's institute, Mrs. Pandora had not succumbed to experimental mishaps. To this day, she was thriving. In fact, due to her exceptional research capabilities, Severus had even granted her a pay raise. Consequently, Luna Lovegood became a fortunate little witch with both parents. Perhaps a positive outcome of the butterfly effect. The inability to report on Lucius's pregnancy left Rita Skeeter in deep distress. In an effort to soothe her heart, she transformed into her animagus form and infiltrated the Zabini residence. The young Zabini couple appeared quite affectionate, seemingly having broken the Zabini family's curse of infidelity. However, the Zabinis themselves were not so. The surviving couple quickly returned to their hedonistic, revelrous lifestyle post-war. If she could uncover the identity of Mrs. Zabini's new lover, her report would likely achieve remarkable sales. Meanwhile, the burgeoning industries swept through the wizarding world. The magical appliances developed at the Institute were exceedingly convenient. capturing the entire market of the English wizarding community and even exporting to other nations: France, America, Germany, Italy, Romania. Magical communication notebooks, magical telephones, magical televisions, magical motorcycles, and an array of modified products found their way into the homes of wizards. The researchers within the institute became wealthy through profit sharing. Having attained wealth and fame, they swiftly ascended to the ranks of the nouveau riche, gaining the status they rightfully deserved with Severus's support. Conversely, some pureblood families began to decline due to their adherence to outdated traditions. If the wizarding world of yore resembled a stagnant pond, the current wizarding world surged like a rushing river. The fruits of this transformation would become the jewels adorning the crowns of Severus and Lucius. Lucius was thoroughly satisfied with this state of affairs, and Severus, witnessing such a scene, could not help but feel a sense of elation. Economic infiltration was occurring in every corner of the European wizarding community. Larger nations retained the capacity to resist the influx of products from the Malfoy Prince alliance. Smaller nations, however, were being entirely eroded by the new industries. As Lucius and Severus had once discussed, unemployed civilian wizards required the jobs they provided. This was their most potent weapon. Everyone needed galleons and bread to survive, yet the wizarding world offered too few job opportunities. Even in larger wizarding communities such as England, France, Germany, and America, they could not guarantee employment rates for wizards, let alone in impoverished small nations. In those unseen corners, many ordinary wizards sold themselves to dark wizards for galleons to partake in nefarious magical experiments. For these individuals, the employment opportunities provided by the Malfoy Prince alliance were akin to a lifeline. Anyone attempting to seize that opportunity would ultimately be torn asunder. The scattered common wizards may seem inconsequential, yet when united, they transform into a formidable force. Is this not how the downfall of the purebloods transpired in a past life? Furthermore, given that the economic foundation dictates the superstructure, the authority and power of the magical departments in those small nations are inherently limited. Thus, how could they dare to oppose the surging tide of public opinion? In truth, many within the wizarding circles of these smaller nations welcome the economic encroachment of the Malfoy Prince alliance. Merlin knows they have become so impoverished that they can barely afford to pay the salaries of their ministry employees. Even though the taxes levied by the shops established by the Malfoy Prince alliance are negligible, those galleons still equate to half a year's worth of their previous tax income. Additionally, officials are granted membership cards for their magical shops and department stores, allowing them to enjoy a generous 25% discount on all goods, an enticing perk indeed. A profound transformation unfolds in every corner of the wizarding world. Naturally, certain pureblood wizards have heard their half-blood friends mention that these products are adaptations of Muggle inventions. Their initial reaction is one of disbelief. However, upon venturing into the Muggle realm, they soon realize their half-blood friends were not lying. So, are Muggles truly as weak as they had imagined? Various ideologies flourish in the fertile ground of economic development. While the programs aired on Severus's magical television subtly guide the mainstream opinions within the wizarding community, fostering a more favorable public discourse. This marks a new battlefield. Conservative wizards, overwhelmed by these unprecedented trends, find themselves at a loss, and by the time they gather their wits, the dust has already settled. The absence of a mirror is merely Abraxas's excuse to create a private space for the young couple. Once the healer from St. Mungo S provides proof that Lucius's hormone levels have returned to normal, Abraxas gracefully escorts Thompson and Draco back to Malfoy Manor. A family should be together. The lack of a mirror is of little consequence. Moreover, Thompson can conjure a disposable mirror using water and freezing spells. Tommy has exquisite taste. The mirror even bears the Malfoy family crest adorned with lifelike frosted roses. At last, on a bright morning in July, Lucius finally feels the onset of labor pains. Severus immediately realizes that Lucius is about to give birth. He retrieves his magical communication notebook to promptly inform the Street Mungo's medical team they had arranged beforehand. Then carries Lucius into the prepared delivery room. His worry is palpable. Although Lucius has always been well cared for, and despite having secured the best obstetrician, Severus cannot shake his anxiety as he hears Lucius's soft moans and observes his platinum hair, slick with sweat, and pale visage. Meanwhile, Lucius touches his belly, filled with anticipation for the arrival of young Prince. He reaches out, wiping away the tears from Severus's eyes. "Do not fear, Severus. Be brave, we shall be all right." "Fool. It is you who must be brave now, my Luke." Severus gently lays Lucius upon the bed, firmly grasping his hand, wishing to accompany him through childbirth. However, when the healers from Street Mungo arrive, Lucius insists on sending Severus out. He does not wish for Severus to witness his most vulnerable moments. Moreover, as he prepares to ingest the potion of life and death, He knows that even with Severus by his side, he will not feel his presence. Thus, he instructs the house elf to keep watch over the healers while Severus waits outside, anticipating the moment they will emerge together with young Prince. Chapter 134, The Birth of Angus. Severus and the hastily arrived Abraxas anxiously await Lucius outside the delivery room. Draco has already been taken away by Thompson. He is too small, and they fear he might be frightened. As for whether Abraxas is concerned about Thompson's treatment of Draco, that is certainly not the case. Under the influence of his beloved S-Bond, Thompson cannot possibly defy Abraxas's orders and thus poses no threat to Draco. Although Thompson harbors a disdain for children, his affection for Draco, owing to Abraxas, renders him surprisingly kind. Despite his dark wizard background, love for Abraxas keeps him relatively sane, devoid of extreme antisocial tendencies. Outside the delivery room, the two wizards pace anxiously like ants on a hot pan, their faces etched with deep worry. At the sound of Lucius's groans, Severus and Abraxas feel as though their hearts have been sliced. After a tense afternoon, the child is finally born amidst the twilight, a boy with dark hair and deep blue eyes. Severus catches a glimpse of the child being cradled by the healer before swiftly rushing into the delivery room. Lucius's lips appear pallid, causing Severus's heart to ache. He produces his meticulously brewed restorative and nourishing potions to administer to Lucius, tenderly stroking his hair before planting a gentle kiss on his dry lips. Meanwhile, outside the delivery room, Abraxas cradles the bundled young prince, inquiring about Lucius's condition. The healer, removing their mask, reassures Abraxas. Rest assured, Mr. Malfoy. Young Mr. Malfoy thrived throughout the pregnancy, and the delivery was remarkably smooth. The potions provided by Mr. Prince are of the highest quality. In all my years of practice, I have never encountered such premium potions. Abraxas breathes a sigh of relief and further inquires about the health of young Prince. Is the child healthy? Indeed. We have conducted tests, and the little one is very healthy, with vibrant magical energy. Congratulations, Mr. Malfoy. Your family will soon welcome a member of remarkable magical prowess. A smile finally graces Abraxas's face. Thank you for your assistance. The Malfoy and Prince families shall forever consider you friends. The members of the healer team also smile. For in the wizarding world, who does not recognize the value of such a friendship? With the help of house elves, the healers enjoy a comfortable bath at Malfoy Manor and partake in a sumptuous dinner before departing with generous gratuities. Merlin, with the commission prepaid to St. Mungo by the Malfoy family, coupled with the travel allowances granted to healers, they had made quite a fortune this month. They hope for such rewarding work to become a regular occurrence. Under Severus's care, Lucius in the delivery room sleeps until the following morning. When he awakens, he finds himself in the bedroom, where a tiny being with black hair lies in a walnut cradle, while Severus holds Draco and gazes at the sleeping infant. Severus seems to possess an uncanny awareness. Even with his back turned to Lucius, he instinctively knows when Lucius awakens. He approaches, placing a pillow behind Lucius for support, and rings for the house elf to bring breakfast. Bring the child to me, Lucius requests. Severus obediently complies, with Draco trailing closely behind. Lucius cradles the soft little life, gazing at the child's face, reminiscent of Severus's, with hair as dark as ink, and finds himself profoundly moved. Well, now we not only have a young Malfoy resembling my childhood self, but also a young prince who mirrors yours. Severus, have you chosen a name for our child? It should be your privilege to name him, my dear. It is only fair, Severus. The name of our precious little dragon resonates perfectly with me. Now it is your turn to bestow a name upon our little one that you cherish. Draco looked approvingly at his father, Severus. Severus gazed upon the three of them, his heart swelling with tenderness. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, Angus Lucius Prince, what do you think of this name? Angus, the deity of love and youth in Celtic mythology, is also the most powerful wizard among the gods. Moreover, the first head of the Prince family to invent the pure blood potion was named Angus. This name embodies Severus's most splendid hopes for this child. Lucius expressed his satisfaction with the name, nodding in agreement, before turning to Draco and saying, let our little brother have a nickname chosen by you. Draco, somewhat surprised by this sudden responsibility, eagerly accepted the task, even racing off to seek his grandfather's assistance. He intended to scour the dictionary for the most endearing nickname for his brother. Meanwhile, in the midst of stealing kisses from the slumbering Abraxas, Thompson muttered, damn little imp. What are you doing here again? After Draco dashed off, Severus contentedly fed Lucius the food brought by their house elf. Watching with relief as he drank his nourishing potion for the day, Lucius gazed at little Angus with adoration. It was hard to fathom that this tiny being had spent 10 months within him, and he bore such a striking resemblance to Severus. He longed to see him grow. For a 6 or 7-year-old Severus would undoubtedly be quite charming. Soon, Draco returned, having successfully pestered his grandfather and Mr. Thompson. His cheeks flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Father, Daddy, let us call him Angus Little Moon. Grandfather says the Prince family crest features the moonlit iris, and nothing suits our brother better than the moon." This was grandfather's idea, but what does Little Dragon think? Draco embraced Severus, allowing him to cradle him at the edge of his father's bed, beaming as he added, "Little Dragon also adores the name Little Moon. It sounds so delightful." Lucius declared, "Then Angus's nickname shall be Little Moon." In Abraxas's chamber, Thompson seized the pale leg of the middle-aged beauty, leaving his mark upon it. The silver-blue drapes fluttered in the breeze as Abraxas pushed Thompson's head away, his voice tender yet languorous. "Ah, my little Tommy, you are far from well-behaved." Yet Thompson swiftly ensnared the god of love in his embrace, sealing it with a kiss. "Last time in bed, you called me the beautiful moon, my dear Abraxas. Now you bestow that title upon another. How shall you make amends?" Abraxas's languid voice responded, "Forgive me, my little friend. Perhaps you would prefer I call you Brother Tommy?" "Thompson," he viciously bit the flesh at Abraxas's neck. "Speak it, and do not retract." "Of course, Malfoy never lied. Unfaithful scoundrel, if I believed your words. Even death himself would drown in folly. I still wish to see you donned in Slytherin's robes. Such greed, my little sir." Chapter 135, The Christmas Feast. After the birth of little Angus, Lucius was finally able to leave home and resume his duties. He could work alongside Severus or fulfill his responsibilities as the head of the Department of Education and Sports at the Ministry of Magic, and manage affairs in the Muggle world. He also discovered a delightful revelation. During his time of gestation, the educational reforms he spearheaded yielded remarkable results. He garnered considerable favor from many voters, and his support ratings significantly rose. This was not without the contributions of Miss Skitter, whose praises of Lucius and Severus as a couple captured the attention of the wizarding populace. Thanks to the efforts of these scribes. Although Lucius had been absent from the ministry and public eye for much of the past half-year due to his pregnancy, his presence remained substantial. With public support and the assistance of Millicent Bagnold, Lucius soon attained the position of Director of International Magical Affairs upon his return to the ministry. Everyone remarked that Malfoy was inching closer to the role of Minister of Magic. The International Magical Affairs Department is a more central entity than the Department of Sports and Education. Remarkably, Lucius achieved this directorship before even reaching the age of 30. However, for Lucius himself, there was little distinction between being the Minister of Magic and being the Shadow Minister. His desire for the position stemmed from a wish to wield influence that could expand the power of both the Malfoy and Prince families throughout the entire wizarding community of Europe. Lucius sought to showcase his talents at the ministry, while Severus occasionally ventured to Hogwarts to fulfill his obligations. Thanks to Lucius's educational reforms within the English wizarding community, Severus was not required to reside at Hogwarts, nor instruct those lower years devoid of potion-making aptitude. Furthermore, Professor Slughorn, lacking children of his own, willingly assisted Severus in shouldering some responsibilities, allowing Severus to frequently return home. Their little Angus was far too young to be apart from his father and daddy. Lucius felt similarly. Millicent served as their ally, facilitating matters for Lucius. Draco was quite fond of his little brother, Little Moon. This was only natural, as Angus was as well-behaved as Severus had been in his youth. He seldom cried, and his eyes were bright and round, mirroring Draco's. Draco's favorite pastime was to sneak kisses from his brother when the adults were distracted. His affection for his sibling could be attributed not only to the family-centric values ingrained in the Malfoy bloodline, but also to the abundant love Severus and Lucius bestowed upon him. He sensed that even with a brother, father and daddy would continue to love him as they always had. Angus was not a monstrous creature stealing his paternal affection. Rather, he was a delightful sibling bringing love into his life. Abraxas and the others never made excessive jokes at Draco's expense, such as suggesting that his parents would love him less now that they had a brother. Draco felt profoundly happy, enveloped in love. Even though in this life, Lucius and Severus had begun Draco's education as an heir early on, preventing him from being as naive as in his previous life, he still felt content. For all his family loved him dearly. Furthermore, maturing early was not without its merits. In his past life, Draco had been forced to grow amidst hardship and thorns. During that time, he had personally torn away his soft fur and adorned himself with scales. How could that have been pleasant? After the Second Wizarding War, Lucius had little desire to continue living. He persisted only to guide Draco through the final stretch of life. Watching Draco grow swiftly, he felt he could finally release his hold on life. Thus, in this life, they chose to be resolute and allow Draco to cultivate an indomitable armor in his youth. Draco did not perceive his circumstances as burdensome. Firstly, the academic tasks and responsibilities assigned by Lucius and Severus were not overwhelming for him. They placed significant importance on his mental well-being. Secondly, Draco enjoyed the affection of his father, daddy, grandfather, and Mr. Thompson. along with the duty of protecting his adorable little moon. They are the forces that encourage him to forge ahead, urging him to grit his teeth and persevere in completing his heir's education. He is destined to blossom into an exceptional Malfoy, becoming a source of pride for his family. Before one realizes it, the Christmas season has once again arrived. Last year, in consideration of Lucius's need for rest during his pregnancy, Abraxas refrained from hosting a Christmas banquet. However, this year, with the addition of the new family member, Little Angus, it was only fitting for the Malfoy and Prince families to celebrate their heirs. Early in December, Abraxas began selecting elegant attire for himself, Tommy, Lucius, Severus, Little Draco, and Little Luna. On Christmas Day, the family appeared at the banquet adorned in splendidly elegant gowns, each distinctive, yet sharing a common element of grace. The decorations of Malfoy Manor had also become more refined and opulent, with the estate itself expanded considerably. Indeed, following the birth of Angus, Abraxas had once more undertaken renovations of Malfoy Manor. As Draco gazed at the charming hat adorned with cat ears perched atop little Angus's head, he felt an immense relief at no longer being an infant. Merlin, that hat is undeniably adorable, yet, donning it at the banquet for all to admire feels rather embarrassing. But little Luna is so young, she knows nothing of such matters. Draco couldn't help but reach out to touch the ears atop his brother's hat. Wondering why a hat with bunny ears wasn't chosen instead, it would surely have been even cuter. After all, Lucius had once worn bunny ears. Specifically magical empathic bunny ears, quite tasteful, but he advised Draco to avoid such sophistication, lest his extracurricular assignments multiply significantly. Thompson, who harbored a disdain for rabbits, wholeheartedly concurred with Lucius's sentiment. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the guests gradually assembled. Abraxas and Thompson, as hosts, welcomed their visitors. Several surviving pure-blood Slytherin wizards were taken aback upon encountering Thompson, astonished by how reminiscent he was of the young Dark Lord. "This is my beloved, Thompson Stewart." A descendant of the Gaunt family that ventured to America, Abraxas introduced with a smile. In the entire wizarding community, aside from a select few, who would suspect that Tom Riddle's striking visage derived from his Muggle father's handsome features, rather than from the bloodline of Slytherin? Upon hearing Abraxas's words, the elderly wizards exhaled in relief. So that was the case. Perhaps due to familial ties, this young Mr. Stewart bore a resemblance to the Dark Lord, who had not been disfigured by dark magic. Of course, there was another possibility. This young Mr. Stewart might very well be a hidden gem of the Dark Lord. The cunning old Malfoy had ensnared this young gentleman with love, perhaps to ensure a contingency for his family. Should the Dark Lord indeed resurrect, perhaps he would show leniency. Considering the blood connection, although in their minds, the Dark Lord was certainly not known for his amiability, Abraxas was entirely unfazed by their speculations, greeting the guests with a warm smile, akin to a radiant goddess fluttering about. "Madam Baum, I am truly delighted that you could attend. My old friend Parkinson. Draco, Mrs. Pansy, has she been busy lately? Ah, Mrs. Zabini, do not cast such glances at me. My little Tommy may become jealous. Druella, you look radiant. How is Narcissa faring post-delivery?" To which Abraxas's former classmate replied with a gentle smile. "Narcissa is recovering well, and our little Lucius is thriving." "Abraxas, you still look so youthful and handsome," he continued. Abraxas affectionately squeezed Thompson's hand, his smile broadening. "That is due to the nourishment of love. Druella, you remain so youthful. Seeking a second spring would not be amiss. I doubt Cygnus would hold it against you." Abraxas mingled with the pure-blood Slytherin wizards. Meanwhile, Severus and Lucius engaged with pure-blood, half-blood, and Muggle-born wizards from the other 3 houses, as well as officials from the Ministry of Magic. These guests, observing the family, silently acknowledged a shared thought: 3 with platinum hair, 3 with raven locks. They bore a striking resemblance, indeed, were one unaware of the circumstances. They might assume that Severus and Lucius were the progenitors of Abraxas and the young Stewart. During this soiree, Severus and Lucius also finalized the selection of godparents for little Angus. His godfather would be Regulus Black, and his godmother, Millicent Bagnold. From that moment forth, this ambitious and exceptionally talented half-blood witch from Ravenclaw would unequivocally stand with them. Chapter 136, The Speech. Minister Bagnold held a deep affection for her godchild, Angus. Having no children of her own, she was acutely aware that had her husband, Mr. Bagnold, not succumbed to illness, they might have divorced. Mr. Bagnold wished to raise several young wizards, while she had no desire to bear even one child for the sake of her career. This was the greatest conflict they had faced in their youth. During pregnancy, the use of excessive magic was prohibited, which meant she could not continue her work at the ministry. However, for a young official, the ages of 20 to 30 represented a prime opportunity for advancement. Millicent could not accept sacrificing her finest youth to the trifles of pregnancy, bottles, and diapers. The Bagnold family was merely of common stock, lacking house elves to care for children. Her husband, Ethan Bagnold, was not Severus, unable to provide the finest restorative potions for his partner, nor could he assume her duties, thus preserving her position within the ministry. Consequently, she could not agree to bear a young Mr. or Miss Bagnold. Ethan had quarreled with her over this matter on numerous occasions, but ultimately, he lost the will to argue, for he had contracted a highly contagious virus. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was unable to save Ethan's life. Before the eyes of St. Mungo's healers and Bagnold's colleagues, Millicent wept bitterly. Yet, she knew she was not particularly heartbroken, at least not as devastated as she appeared. Upon learning of Ethan's passing, she even felt a sense of relief. While managing Ethan's funeral, she contemplated that Bagnold's Auror colleagues might very well be the invisible legacy he left for her. Moreover, she would no longer need to quarrel with her husband over the decision of whether to have children. She had once believed she detested children, that she would never come to love the existence of little wizards. Yet, as it turned out, she was mistaken. When she gazed into Angus's clear eyes, her heart softened. Severus found it unsurprising. When Draco was born, the adults were enamored with him due to his partial siren lineage. Angus, possessing both siren and forest elf bloodlines, would undoubtedly attract the affection of adults as well. This was also a means by which those magically potent younglings safeguarded themselves. Severus adjusted the position of the six-pointed star pendant around Angus's neck and kissed his forehead. Little Luna, adorable. Following the conclusion of the opening dance, Severus and Lucius announced to the esteemed guests the identities of Draco and Angus, Severus and Lucius' sons, the first heirs of the Malfoy and Prince families. The guests erupted into applause, while Abraxas smiled, encouraging everyone to enjoy themselves. Amidst the fragrant ambience and the intoxicating revelry, there was no banquet in the wizarding world more extravagant and delightful than that of the Malfoy family. The orchestra performed pieces by Beethoven, Mozart, and others, while the majority of these wizards could scarcely fathom that such beautiful music originated from muggles. Everyone was dancing, and Lucius and Severus partook in a waltz. After introducing Angus's identity, the little darling, who had once again drifted off to sleep, was sent to rest by the house elf. Draco then entered the small banquet hall to entertain his peers. The collaboration between Lucius and Millicent had grown increasingly intimate. As the interests of the Prince Malfoy faction expanded across the European wizarding community, thereby elevating the status of the British Ministry of Magic. With Millicent as the minister, her power had naturally been further augmented, a fact she relished. She was even pleased to assign Synicus and Scrimgeour to assist the young head of the Malfoy family in vanquishing the highly esteemed old Barty Crouch, in a bid to ascend to the position of Minister of Magic. At that moment, as she observed Lucius dancing with Severus, she suddenly inquired of Synicus, "Has Slughorn and Prince been recommended to the Order of Sir Merlin by the International Potion Association?" Synicus nodded, replying, "Perhaps you are unaware of another matter. The International Confederation of Wizards wishes to invite Mr. Prince to join, as does Wisingamot." Millicent found this somewhat perplexing. While it was understandable that the Order of Merlin appreciated Slughorn and Prince's potion-making abilities, she pondered the motives of the International Confederation of Wizards and Wisingamot. "Madam, I believe you may not yet know that both Malfoy and Prince lead their own factions, which can even be termed parties. The former is called the Wizard Advancement Society, while the latter is known as the Progressive Society. These two groups have now extended their reach abroad alongside their shops." "Ah, so that is how it stands." As the night deepened, the music began to wane. After delivering his farewell address, Lucius suddenly remarked with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if you have found today's music particularly enchanting, yet strangely unfamiliar?" A cacophony of chatter erupted below, as many innocently assumed that Lucius Malfoy was merely boasting about the excellent band they had hired. There was also the possibility that this piece was composed by Lucius himself. They had all heard of Lucius Malfoy's prowess in orchestral music. If that were the case, such exquisite melodies and unique talent would indeed be worthy of sharing and showcasing. However, they were mistaken. The truth was far from their assumptions. Lucius continued his speech. Over 1,000 years ago, the great Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor united to create Hogwarts, thereby safeguarding the young wizards of our world. Yet, I fear you may have forgotten the very reason for Hogwarts' establishment. The Muggle Church stands as our sworn enemy, burning those young wizards who exhibit magical surges. It was for this reason that the four illustrious wizards founded a sanctuary for young witches and wizards. History books are replete with accounts of those remarkable wizards who toyed with muggles. However, I must assert that they were merely the fortunate few endowed with extraordinary magical talent, allowing them such liberties. Conversely, those who could wield only rudimentary spells and were incapable even of apparition would meet a grim fate at the hands of muggles. Many may scoff at my words, but do you realize how many wizards inhabit the entirety of the English wizarding community? I suspect it does not exceed 30,000, even accounting for those dark wizards who have not registered with the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, Muggles number in the billions across all nations worldwide, even in England. With over 56 million inhabitants, one Muggle cannot contend with a wizard. Can 1,000 Muggles truly overcome a single wizard, especially when they possess modern weaponry? With a flick of his wand, a massive light screen materialized in the hall. On this screen, a documentary showcasing modern weaponry in warfare appeared. Tanks, aircraft, artillery, firearms. These were concepts wizards had only vaguely heard of, yet they had never sought to comprehend. But as they witnessed thousands of lives lost and bodies reduced to mere pulp by shellfire, they suddenly realized that Muggles were not as feeble as they had presumed. And at the end of it all, there were Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Atomic bombs rained down, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose above the cities, reducing everything to ash and toxic gas. Severus cast a sonorous charm upon himself. Lucius and I can swear to Merlin that all of this is rooted in reality. Muggles can inflict damage with their modern weaponry that previously could only be wrought by magic, and even surpassing what magic could achieve. The notion of protecting Muggles is an utterly ludicrous concept. The International Protection Act was initially established to safeguard our kind, and it remains so. If we do not remain vigilant, the prospect of a Muggle retaliation could very well become a grim reality. You may have heard of the Purifiers within the American wizarding community. They were once an organization steeped in profound hatred for wizards. Over time, the original Purifiers have dwindled to just a few. The remaining second and even third-generation Purifiers have become a mixed bag, often assisting certain wealthy Muggles in abducting wizards for cruel experiments, thereby aiding those Muggles in acquiring the longevity genes of wizards. Severus observed the chaos below, unperturbed, and continued. Of course, the majority of those abducted are Muggle-born wizards, for only they would so readily believe those Muggles and their hollow threats. However, we need not succumb to panic. Only by recognizing our past misconceptions, heightening our vigilance, and advancing our magical barriers can we ensure that Muggles do not discover our whereabouts. Most importantly, we have already discovered methods to render wizards utterly safe, even to manipulate Muggles. The audience turned their gaze towards Severus and Lucius. Given Lucius's persistent advocacy of the Muggle threat over the years, the wizards present did not perceive them as deceitful. After all, these matters could be easily verified by venturing into the Muggle world. Previously, they had never ventured into Muggle territory, having looked down upon them for so long. Lucius smiled, saying, "We are the favored children of Merlin. We possess magic that Muggles can never attain. We can concoct potions for Muggles, develop magical energy sources for them, and create magical weapons as powerful as their modern counterparts. When we infiltrate every sector of Muggle society, when their very lives become intertwined with wizards, and when our might surpasses that of their atomic bombs, how then can they sever their ties with wizards or pose a threat to us? Just as the Jewish manipulate the Muggle world's finance, economy, public opinion, and even politics, so too can we wizards. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the elite of the English wizarding community. Our future rests in your hands. I earnestly invite you to join our cause, all for the benefit of the wizarding world. I am unwaveringly confident that Merlin and the four founders will bless our endeavors." The banquet hall erupted in thunderous applause, as all present resolved to take action. Following the conclusion of the feast, they intended to venture into the Muggle world. Chapter 137, Dumbledore's Meeting. After the conclusion of the Malfoy family's Christmas banquet, numerous wizards discreetly made their way into the Muggle world. Some donned invisibility cloaks, while others cast disillusionment charms upon themselves, or consulted Muggle-born friends to ascertain how to present themselves in order not to be recognized in the Muggle realm. In any case, regardless of the wizard, they embarked on a journey that would profoundly shake their worldview. What Malfoy and Prince had asserted was indeed true. The Muggle population was several thousand times greater than that of wizards, and the immensely powerful weapon known as the atomic bomb was indeed real. More importantly, while only a limited number of countries possessed such weaponry, England happened to be one of those nations. Along with Prince and Malfoy, the PM Consortium, and LS Bank, it is abundantly clear that the British wizards, particularly the pureblood Slytherin wizards, have established a firm foothold in the Muggle world. Evident through the enterprises of Severus Prince and Lucius Malfoy, have they truly begun to lay their plans in the Muggle realm at such an early stage? Their financial resources and influence in the Muggle world appear to be substantial enough to manipulate elections and control prices. No wonder Lucius confidently asserts their ability to orchestrate Muggle affairs from the shadows. Upon returning from the Muggle world to the wizarding realm, Minister Millicent promptly initiated the Emergency Act 1. This legislation encompasses the fortification of magical barriers, the systematic alteration of the memories of Muggle elites, the obliteration of all Muggle texts and audiovisual materials pertaining to wizards, and an intensified ideological education for Muggle-born wizards. Meanwhile, those wizards yearning for greater wealth have eagerly boarded the ship of Prince Malfoy, offering their families invaluable magical knowledge or other treasured possessions in exchange for lucrative opportunities in the Muggle world. The wizarding community is on the brink of an unprecedented transformation. In this upheaval, some advance while others falter. Yet Lucius and Severus have harvested the sweetest fruits of victory, reaping the most benefits. As time flows gently amid the transformation of the Muggle-wizard barrier, the commencement of the new academic year at Hogwarts swiftly approaches. As the head of Slytherin House, Severus attended the opening ceremony. However, as he had no classes the following day, he intended to return home after dinner. Yet, just as he reached the threshold of his office, poised to return to Malfoy Manor through the fireplace, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. "Severus, would you mind if I intruded for a moment? Perhaps we could share a cup of coffee?" It was Dumbledore. What business did Dumbledore have in seeking him out? Oh, they had not invited Dumbledore to their soiree. Yet it was inconceivable that Dumbledore was oblivious to the wizard's incursions into the Muggle realm. Surely, he must have recognized the perils posed by the Muggle world. So why call out to him? Did Dumbledore still perceive Muggles as feeble? Such a notion would be utterly ludicrous. "I dare say I have no inclination for coffee this evening, Headmaster," Severus replied, opening the office door and gesturing for Dumbledore to enter. He snapped his fingers to summon tea and coffee from the house elf, then inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, Professor Dumbledore?" "Severus, do you also subscribe to the theory of Muggle threat?" "Indeed, sir. My views are in complete accord with Lucius's." Severus lifted the warm cup of tea delivered by the house elf, gazing at Dumbledore as he continued, "Muggles are undeniably perilous. Should wizards maintain their haughty disposition, they are bound to suffer a significant downfall. But will public sentiment ensnare the young wizards? To my mind, Muggle-born wizards are no different from pureblood or half-blood wizards. Hogwarts is home to all young wizards. Safeguarding every young wizard is your obligation. As the head of Slytherin, my duty is merely to protect my Slytherin students, Headmaster." Severus asserted, "I am under no such obligation. After the Wizarding War, I did not witness any action on your part when certain young Slytherins faced ostracism." "Severus, you harbor a misunderstanding of my intentions. However, the wizarding population is exceedingly small, and Muggles serve as a beneficial supplement to our numbers, without question. Moreover, ordinary Muggles remain quite weak. Even with their governments wielding such formidable weapons, this reality does not change. Muggles would struggle to locate the wizarding world, and even if they did, they would not resort to deploying atomic weapons merely to threaten a few tens of thousands of wizards. The Ministry of Magic is concealed beneath London, is it not? Inciting hatred inevitably leads to war, a fate I have experienced firsthand. I too was once exceedingly radical. But ultimately, Dumbledore removed his glasses, wearied by his recent endeavors in sifting through research and tracing leads in search of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He turned to Severus and said, "Perhaps you would care to heed the counsel of this old man? Headmaster, the current circumstances are dictated by the tides of fate. Lucius has never harbored intentions of inciting war. Our aim is to shroud the wizarding world in obscurity. Seizing Muggle capitalists' profits through economic means to enhance the living conditions of wizards and ensure that every wizard enjoys a life of comfort. Naturally, it is imperative that wizards possess the power to defend themselves and even surpass Muggles in wielding dangerous weapons. This is an extraordinary undertaking. In pursuit of our goal to bring prosperity to the wizarding community, I am willing to give my all." Severus cast a sidelong glance at the concealed memory crystal on Dumbledore's person, feigning a smile as he remarked, "Headmaster Dumbledore, all our endeavors are for the future of the wizarding world. It is all for a greater good." Undeniably, his final words struck a chord with Dumbledore, evoking distant memories for the venerable headmaster. Meanwhile, Severus seized the flue powder and made his way toward the fireplace, saying, "Headmaster, my little Moon is too small to be without her father. Thus, I must beg your pardon for my rudeness. May you have sweet dreams tonight. Farewell." As Dumbledore watched Severus's retreating figure, he sighed softly. He himself was uncertain whether Severus Prince's actions were right or wrong. Furthermore, the methods of Prince and Malfoy were far more measured than those of Gellert Grindelwald. Of course, this could be attributed to the existence of atomic weapons in the Muggle realm. Muggles were not nearly as weak as he had once imagined. Yet, the ordinary Muggle individual remained precisely as he envisioned. Well, while Slytherins often harbor ambition, their strategic endeavors aimed at advancing the wizarding world might not be entirely detrimental. He required only to observe these events from a distance. Should they be mistaken, he could always recalibrate the course of events. For now, he must continue his quest to locate Voldemort's Horcruxes. If he could eradicate Voldemort's Horcruxes entirely, he would eliminate the threat of another wizarding war in Britain. Preventing the wizards from turning against one another remained an imperative task. As for Thompson, Dumbledore held no suspicions regarding his potential allegiance to Voldemort. After all, how could the Dark Lord's first act upon his resurrection be to pursue a romantic relationship with Abraxas Malfoy? Tom was utterly ignorant of love. Chapter 138, The Resurrection Stone Ring. In the Summer Valley, the trees flourished with extraordinary vigor. Dumbledore traversed the dense forest, navigating the winding, rocky dirt path until he arrived at the Gunter Manor in Godric's Hollow. The walls of the house were cloaked in moss, and many of the roof tiles had fallen away, exposing the underlying rafters. Surrounding the house were thick patches of nettles, towering high enough to obscure the small windows, which were caked in a thick layer of grime. A peculiar dead snake was nailed to the door. The desolate ancient trees cast dark shadows over the dilapidated abode, rendering the scene particularly bleak and forlorn, reminiscent of the Gunter Manor he had seen many years prior. Under the guidance of Severus and Lucius, Dumbledore had, over the years, painstakingly tracked down Bob Ogden, piecing together clues about the Horcruxes and deducing that Voldemort had concealed a Horcrux within the Gunter Manor in Little Hangleton. Thus, he had come here, as the bloody cleansing instigated by Voldemort posed a far greater danger than Lucius Malfoy's Muggle threat theory. We must acknowledge that Dumbledore indeed prioritized the public good over personal gain, despite having, to some extent, transformed Hogwarts into a battleground and displayed undue favoritism toward Gryffindor. The rifts between the houses existed long before Dumbledore's time, a fact that remains indisputable. Some of his actions merely exacerbated these divisions. His heart, dedicated to the guardianship of peace, is undeniably sincere. First came Grindelwald, followed by Voldemort. He has indeed exerted his utmost efforts. Otherwise, why would he pursue Voldemort's Horcruxes? After all, at his age, even if he wished to retire and live in tranquility, no one would dare to question him. Dumbledore, grasping the Elder Wand and accompanied by the Phoenix Fox, cautiously entered the Gaunt residence. With his acute sensitivity to magic, he could certainly perceive the oppressive aura of dark magic within the abode, indicating that Voldemort had taken considerable measures to safeguard his Horcrux. Encased in a protective barrier of white light against dark magic, Dumbledore felt reassured against its corrosive influence and began to search for traces of Voldemort's Resurrection Stone Ring. The Horcrux, within the Gaunt house. Voldemort had established an array of intricate magical defenses to protect this Horcrux, with his power drawn from darkness, saturating the magical formations with countless curses and dark spells. Dumbledore even sensed the potent forces of darkness and death. Indeed, Voldemort had delved deeply into the study of immortality. Given Dumbledore's unparalleled mastery of magic and his stature as a distinguished master of light magic, he adeptly navigated these dark forces. Nevertheless, no matter how proficient he was, dismantling these magical traps and deciphering the dark-infused magical formations required a significant expenditure of magical energy. Perhaps this was Voldemort's true intent. The convoluted and malevolent magical formations and traps were not designed to harm Dumbledore, but rather to sap his strength. The genuine countermeasure against Dumbledore lay in the lethal strike Voldemort had embedded in the Horcrux itself. It took Dumbledore half a day to unravel the magical formations and traps set by Voldemort, leading him to the innermost recess of the Gaunt residence, where he discovered a magical node within a niche. The Elder Wand unleashed a beam of white magic, shattering the node and breaking the protective barrier that had concealed a silver-blue box, which materialized before Dumbledore. Within it lay Voldemort's Horcrux. Dumbledore pointed the Elder Wand at the box and cast a spell to shatter it, causing its contents to spill forth. It was a ring, featuring a golden band adorned with a black gemstone, upon which the crest of Peveril was engraved. Dumbledore instantly recognized its significance. The gemstone embedded in the ring was the Resurrection Stone, also known as the Stone of Resurrection. This artifact belonged to Cadmus Peveril, the second of the three brothers. Suddenly, Dumbledore recalled the rumors regarding the Gaunt family he had encountered while investigating Voldemort's ancestry, noting that a descendant of Peveril had indeed married into the Slytherin line. According to legend, after the three brothers crossed a river and evaded Death's grasp, Death feigned congratulations for their magic and rewarded each with a gift. Cadmus, proud and arrogant, expressed his desire for the power to summon others back from death. Death, picking up a stone from the riverbank, presented it to Cadmus, informing him that it possessed the power to resurrect the dead. Upon returning home, Cadmus took the stone and turned it in his hand 3 times. To his astonishment, the girl he had once wished to marry but who had met an untimely demise appeared before him. However, she was both sorrowful and detached. Separated from him by a veil, though she had returned to the land of the living, she did not truly belong there and was tormented by her existence. Ultimately, in his boundless despair, Cadmus succumbed to madness and took his own life, yearning to truly join her in her realm. As Dumbledore contemplated this tale, he cautioned himself against being swayed by the allure of the Deathly Hallows. yet he had already borne witness to the Elder Wand's marvels. And he possessed the invisibility cloak entrusted to him by the Potter family. According to legend, the one who wields all 3 Deathly Hallows shall become the Master of Death. Ariana, you could bring her back, Dumbledore. The death of your sister was the inception of all tragedy, and now you have the opportunity to rectify it all. Consider Aberforth. Consider Gellert. Do you not feel remorse? Even if you were to be deceived by death as Cadmus was, what of it? At worst, it would only lead to another grand adventure. Should you succeed, you could mend everything. Albus, do you not miss Ariana? Do you not wish for an absence of barriers between you and Gellert? Under the influence of the potent curse and the inherent allure of the Resurrection Stone, Dumbledore was ensnared, extending his hand to adorn the ring upon his finger. It became evident that Tom Riddle's ascension from a half-blood orphan to the leader of all pure-blood Slytherins was a testament to his extraordinary magical prowess. The curses he devised were undeniably formidable, steeped in darkness, and capable of inflicting great harm. Of course, a mere curse alone would not suffice to beguile someone of Dumbledore's caliber. However, once the curse Voldemort had placed upon the Horcrux amalgamated with the Resurrection Stone, an enigmatic artifact that had claimed the life of Cadmus Peverell a millennium ago, Dumbledore fell under its spell. He slipped the ring onto his right hand, entranced by the black gemstone. In the end, he used the Elder Wand to pry the Resurrection Stone from the ring, holding it in his hand and spinning it. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Ariana. Simultaneously, dark smoke and curses slithered through Dumbledore's fingers and infiltrated his body, eroding his magical essence like a parasite. The soul fragment within the Resurrection Stone hissed with excitement, for Merlin knows how feeble he had become. Other magical artifacts could replenish the soul fragment's magical or life force, but the Gaunt family's Resurrection Stone ring would siphon the very essence of the soul. If it did not receive sustenance, that fragment of soul would likely fade away. Now, with the timely arrival of Voldemort's soul fragment, how could it not rejoice? Moreover, this life force and magical energy reservoir happened to be Albus Dumbledore. The soul fragment within the Resurrection Stone ring bizarrely felt a sense of vindictive glee. Dumbledore. Who would have thought you would encounter such a fate? Chapter 139, The Design. Severus and the others intended for Dumbledore to handle the Resurrection Stone ring Horcrux, primarily due to its lethal allure for him. In his past life, Dumbledore had already fallen prey to the temptations of the Resurrection Stone ring. It was likely that history would repeat itself. During Severus's assistance with Dumbledore's ailments in the previous life, Dumbledore had conveyed to Severus the manner in which the Resurrection Stone ring ensnared wizards. Once a wizard entered the Gaunt residence, they would be ensnared by the concealed magical formations laid out by Voldemort, clouding their minds and rendering them dazed, leading to the infinite allure of the Resurrection Stone ring upon their souls. Ensnared wizards would experience immense pain and an urgent desire, witnessing the very things they longed for yet could not attain, and the most significant aspects of their lives slipping away. It would tempt them to don it, whispering that by doing so, they would possess everything they desired. Only by wearing it could they reverse all tragedies. However, once adorned, the dark curse left by the Dark Lord would burrow into their bodies, like a parasite. The soul fragment within the Resurrection Stone would seize the opportunity to ravenously absorb the wizard's life force in its quest for resurrection. This meant that merely setting a fire outside the Gaunt residence would prove futile against the Horcrux. The fortunate incident that led to the destruction of the Ravenclaw diadem by Crabbe in a moment of misfortune could not be transposed onto the Resurrection Stone ring. Severus and Lucius did not harbor the delusion that they could fully contend with the dark curses left behind by the Dark Lord. It is widely acknowledged that a wizard's magical prowess intensifies with age. The older the wizard, the more profound their magical abilities. Those endowed with exceptional talent and formidable power can, with proper care, extend their lives to around 2 centuries. Albus Dumbledore falls within this category. At over 100 years of age, Dumbledore was still in the zenith of his magical prowess, yet he could not withstand the contingency left behind by Voldemort. Thus, how could Severus and Lucius dare to entertain the notion that they might simultaneously obliterate the Horcrux within the Resurrection Stone ring and ensure their own safety? Severus suspected that the curse affixed to the Resurrection Stone might be knowledge gleaned by Voldemort from the meditations preserved within the Slytherin chamber. Otherwise, such a curse would not have proven so insidious, nor would it have ensnared one of the greatest wizards of the past 2 centuries, Dumbledore. The title of the greatest wizard was not merely a reflection of Dumbledore's esteemed reputation. It was earned through his triumph over Grindelwald and his unparalleled mastery of white magic. Thus, the task of eliminating the ring Horcrux should rightfully fall to Dumbledore, who was already intent on its destruction. They had provided him with critical leads regarding the Resurrection Stone ring, rendering significant assistance. Whether their actions would inadvertently lead Dumbledore to his demise was a matter of little concern for them. After all, were they not merely two men of ambition? If Voldemort's Horcrux could be destroyed, then Dumbledore's strategy should not be beyond their capacity to influence. Moreover, they were merely responding to the currents of fate. In a previous life devoid of their involvement, Dumbledore had still managed to uncover the lead to the Resurrection Stone ring, traveled to Little Hangleton, and was ultimately persuaded to don that accursed ring. They were simply executing their rightful role in the grand scheme of things. Additionally, Severus had previously shown Dumbledore the curse. As a master of potions, he could assure that if Dumbledore were willing to disrupt his own magical flow to nullify the dark curse by severing the arm that bore the ring, he could preserve his life, albeit at the cost of his exceptional powers. This was precisely why Severus and Lucius had meticulously guided Dumbledore towards seeking the Resurrection Stone ring. They feared that Dumbledore might, due to the butterfly effect of their rebirth, fortuitously evade the Horcrux. That was a scenario they wished to avoid at all costs. In their reborn forms, they possessed foresight that exceeded Dumbledore's in both strategy and vision. Their influence within the wizarding world was formidable, particularly in Britain, where they nearly wielded absolute power. Yet, their talents lay in concealment and subterfuge, rendering them imperceptible to others. Many organizations, which appeared independent to outsiders, were, in truth, connected by different surnames, either Prince or Malfoy. Moreover, due to the awakening of their magical creature lineage, Severus and Lucius experienced a rapid amplification of their magical abilities. Even before reaching 30, their magical power rivaled that of exceptionally gifted wizards at the age of 40 or 50. Yet, this was still insufficient. Faced with Dumbledore, a wizard of immense power, they remained acutely aware of their limitations. Thus, they hoped Dumbledore would lose his extraordinary strength. The Horcrux of the Resurrection Stone presented them with the singular opportunity to achieve the greatest outcome at the least cost. They could not forfeit any chance to eradicate threats. Just as Dumbledore remained wary of Lucius's ambition, so too did Lucius and Severus regard Dumbledore's uncontrollable might with trepidation. Indeed, Dumbledore would not resort to the crude annihilation favored by Voldemort. He preferred strategy, manipulation, and design. However, one cannot dismiss the unpredictable nature of human thought. Who could predict whether Dumbledore's intentions might suddenly shift? In his youth, he had aspired to overturn the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, once a close ally of Grindelwald. Yet now, he championed the protection of Muggles. Human perspectives invariably evolve with the passage of time, and Dumbledore's formidable trait lay in his capacity, akin to Voldemort's, to upend the table and reshuffle the stakes. This was precisely why Severus and Lucius felt compelled to devise a scheme against Dumbledore. Severus bore little remorse for such machinations. Those who manipulate the hearts of others are often subject to the same fate, a universal truth. In this grand chess match of survival and power, the outcome merely hinges on who can outmaneuver the other. Severus sought to eliminate all threats, even if that threat bore the name Dumbledore. Thus, when his animagus subordinate reported through the two-way mirror that Dumbledore had entered the Gaunt residence, he took up his wand and tapped his magical communication notebook. Within the private communication channel he had devised, his trusted subordinates received orders from the chief. The target, Little Hangleton. Chapter 140. Precautions against Grindelwald. The dark curse upon the Resurrection Stone ring is triggered by touch, evoking the most profound desires of the wizard who encounters it. For Dumbledore, the death of Ariana had stripped him of familial bonds and companionship, a devastating blow he could scarcely endure. He found himself ensnared, unable to suppress the yearning to resurrect Ariana. Furthermore, the Deathly Hallows held profound significance for Dumbledore. During a summer in Godric's Hollow, he and Grindelwald had shared countless dreams of grandeur, with the Deathly Hallows even embodying the mark of a saint. Perhaps fate was weaving its threads, mocking humanity in its designs. Voldemort, in crafting the Horcrux from the Resurrection Stone, had not foreseen that it would absorb the very essence of souls, thereby weakening his fragment. This was undeniably dire news for Voldemort. Yet, as fortune would have it, the Resurrection Stone, with its alluring power to deceive the soul, combined with the dark magical curse Voldemort had inscribed upon the ring, ensnared Dumbledore. He had fallen into the trap. The curse, a remnant of Voldemort's malice, entwined itself around Dumbledore. The Resurrection Stone itself became Dumbledore's greatest vulnerability. Upon encountering it, he found himself irresistibly drawn, helplessly reminded of Ariana. The black tendrils of the curse spread from Dumbledore's palm to encompass his entire being, coiling around him like a vine. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as the curse seared and corroded his flesh, yet a look of rapture graced his features. A girl with golden hair and blue eyes appeared within the Gaunt residence, her figure slightly ethereal. She spoke softly, "Albus, my brother, it has been so long." Dumbledore gazed at the gentle, silent girl with longing, dreamily responding, "My dear sister, my Ariana." He willingly succumbed to this enchanting vision. Outside the Gaunt residence, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air broke the stillness. Severus exchanged a glance with Lucius. Dumbledore had just entered. As Severus had gathered his forces, the one they were on guard against was, of course, the potential arrival of Gellert Grindelwald. In a previous life, after Severus's demise, Voldemort had sought to unearth Dumbledore's grave in pursuit of the Elder Wand. It was then that Gellert had escaped from Nurmengard to protect Dumbledore's tomb. How had Gellert, imprisoned far away in Austria, come to know of Voldemort's intentions? The answer lay in prophecy. Grindelwald possessed prophetic abilities, allowing him to glimpse certain fragments of the future. According to records uncovered by Lucius, Grindelwald indeed bore a modicum of prophetic insight. He occasionally glimpses fragments of the future. Therefore, no one can guarantee that, within this altered timeline, Grindelwald might not witness the scene of Dumbledore's treachery and rush to his rescue. If that were to happen, the Resurrection Stone Ring would be incapable of inflicting harm upon Dumbledore, would it not? Dumbledore is not entirely mistaken in his assertions. Love is indeed the most potent force in this world. Otherwise, how could Severus and Lucius have been reborn? Perhaps Grindelwald's love could create miracles, preventing Dumbledore from donning the Resurrection Stone Ring. While this would bode well for Dumbledore, it would not align with the desires of Severus and Lucius. Ultimately, it is a matter of perspective. From Severus's viewpoint, although Dumbledore shows favoritism towards Gryffindor, harbors prejudice against Slytherin, has committed some misdeeds, and fails to recognize the threat posed by the Muggle world to the wizarding realm, he has nonetheless made contributions to the wizarding community. Conversely, there are aspects of Grindelwald's ideology of wizard supremacy that merit acknowledgement. However, acknowledgement does not equate to alignment. The interests of the princes and Malfoys are fundamentally opposed to those of Dumbledore, thereby designating them as adversaries rather than allies. Those unable to discern their loyalties are fated to fail. His past life serves as a stark example. In fact, Lucius had even contemplated poisoning Grindelwald directly, eliminating him in Nurmengard to preclude any future threats. The issue, however, lies in the protective enchantments surrounding Nurmengard, which would alert Dumbledore. If they wished to remain undetected, it would be prudent to refrain from such actions. According to legend, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were once lovers. Who knows what madness might befall Dumbledore should Grindelwald perish? Most importantly, the risks involved do not proportionately align with the potential rewards. As for Grindelwald's followers, there is little cause for excessive concern. Grindelwald's zenith occurred in the 1920s to 1940s, yet now it is the 1980s. Over the course of 4 to 5 decades, how many disloyal or fickle followers have defected to others, and how many loyal adherents have departed for the realm of death? The remaining few cannot possibly rival the elite under their command. Which Slytherin dark wizard lacks formidable power? Which one is not adept in potent offensive and dark magic? The failure of Voldemort should not relegate these dark wizards to the ranks of the inept. If their burgeoning power fails to contend against the scattered remnants of Grindelwald's erstwhile followers, then Lucius and Severus may as well resign themselves to slumber, no longer needing to vie for power and expand their influence within the European wizarding world. Moreover, they possess Muggle weaponry enhanced by magic, a trump card that would surely catch the antiquated minds of the old wizards off guard. Cloaked in invisibility, Severus and Lucius had cast a silencing charm outside the Gunter Manor to prevent Dumbledore from perceiving any external sounds. Should Grindelwald arrive, a confrontation would be inevitable. If he chose not to come, all the better. Their firearms and wands could be directed straight at Dumbledore. Regulus, young Barty, Bach, Lucius, and dozens of other pure-blood Slytherins recruited by the Prince Malfoy alliance in recent years, similarly cloaked in invisibility, gripped their wands and magical weapons, silently lying in wait. At Severus and Lucius's command, they would launch an immediate assault. History proved that their preemptive measures were not in vain. Grindelwald indeed arrived. The elder, his hair now entirely white and face lined with numerous wrinkles, donned nothing but a plain gray cotton robe and held a wand of unknown origin. Outside, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze rustled the branches, and the weavers sang their melodious tunes. It seemed utterly deserted. However, within the future glimpses seen by Grindelwald, there lay a frail Albus and scenes of combat. Grindelwald could not believe that no one lay in ambush. "Gentlemen, will you continue to scurry like rats in the sewers?" As his words echoed, blue flames erupted from his wand, swirling and consuming all in their path, as if to devour everything. Yet, though Severus and Lucius were young, they had awakened their magical creature bloodlines, granting them formidable power. From their wands surged powerful spells of deep blue and emerald green, spells that could extinguish any magic. In an instant, the blue flames dissipated, and the hidden Slytherins aimed their magical weapons at Grindelwald. Throughout the encounter, none uttered a word, nor did any remove their cloaks of invisibility, even as Grindelwald derided them as sewer rats, employing an enchantment of persuasion to ensnare them. Not a single individual chose to disrobe their cloaks. Chapter 141, The Captured Grindelwald. Under the barrage of magical weaponry, Grindelwald collapsed to the ground. Indeed, he once reigned over the European wizarding community, instigating a monumental wave of transformation. In his prime, his power rivaled that of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Yet now, Grindelwald's strength had waned significantly. Nurmengard was fortified with Dumbledore's anti-magic and alert charms. The former barred Grindelwald from wielding magic, while the latter informed Dumbledore of Grindelwald's movements and any potential threats against him. Of course, during his decades of confinement, Grindelwald had discovered methods to bypass the alert charms and escape Nurmengard. However, disheartened and resigned, he had no intention of acting upon this knowledge. Had his prophetic abilities not revealed Dumbledore's peril, he likely would not have departed Austria for the sorrowful and melancholic land of Britain. Due to the anti-magic charms, Grindelwald's magical growth had slowed drastically since 1945. In contrast, Severus and Lucius, having awakened their magical creature bloodlines, experienced rapid increases in their power each year. In this ebb and flow, even a direct confrontation would yield a low probability of victory for Grindelwald. Just as Severus and Lucius effortlessly extinguished Grindelwald's blue flames mere moments ago. Furthermore, they had yet to engage in a direct clash, instead launching their assault from beneath their cloaks, wielding silenced magical weaponry unbeknownst to Grindelwald. Even if he wished to evade, he would be utterly confounded. Fortune did not favor this leader of the pureblood movement. As Severus's and Lucius's magical weapons unleashed their wave bullets, Grindelwald's prophetic abilities proved futile. Thus, when the attacks from Severus, Lucius, and their subordinates descended from all directions, Grindelwald could only muster enough time to cast a thick layer of shield charm upon himself. The light wave bullets devised by the Research Institute could easily penetrate his shield charm. Regrettably, this remarkable invention lacked lethal potency. At most, it could sap a wizard's magical core, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness and fever, but it did not possess the fatal efficacy of a muggle bullet. Moreover, its production was exceedingly limited. After this volley, the Institute's stock would dwindle significantly. Grindelwald fell, and Severus approached with his wand to assess the situation. Meanwhile, the other Slytherin wizards continued to keep their weapons trained upon the fallen Grindelwald. Given the formidable power of their magical weaponry, it was reasonable to assume that Grindelwald had truly succumbed to unconsciousness. However, the question remains, who can predict the occurrence of unforeseen events? What if he is merely masquerading? As for why Severus was the one to investigate, it was only natural, for Severus was the most formidable wizard among their ranks, possessing unparalleled magical prowess. Even if something were amiss, he could conjure the wings of a siren and ascend into the heavens. Severus approached Grindelwald and prodded him with his wand. Grindelwald displayed no response. Severus discerned the damage to his magical core. Although it would be challenging for an ordinary wizard to ascertain this swiftly, a master of potions like Severus could effortlessly unveil such a secret. Indeed, Grindelwald was unconscious. His current state was not an act. Nevertheless, Severus remained vigilant. He raised his silver lindenwood wand and cast a dozen or so spells to render Grindelwald unconscious, then retrieved a peculiar silvery gray potion from his ring to administer to him. This was a nullifying potion, an ancient formula of the Prince family. A wizard who ingests this elixir cannot wield magic until they have obtained the antidote, rendering them no different than a muggle. After administering the potion to Grindelwald, Severus informed his subordinates through their soul bond that they could proceed. Regulus, Parkinson, Adams, and others advanced upon receiving the command. They bound Grindelwald with ropes, draped an invisibility cloak over him, erased any magical traces they had left behind, and confiscated his wand. Lucius personally collected the magical array they had just set up. Excellent. They had resolved everything before Dumbledore's arrival. Fortune favored them once more. After clearing the battlefield, Severus and Lucius departed from Hogsmeade with their captive. Meanwhile, affixed to the door of the Gunter estate, which bore a dead snake, was a note magically adhered to the surface. The first line of the note was elegantly inscribed, "To Dumbledore." Severus and his companions did not execute Grindelwald. Their reluctance to do so was certainly not born from any fondness for him. They respected their elder, yet personal sentiments were trivial in comparison to their allegiances. In certain respects, Severus harbored admiration for Dumbledore. However, they were still at odds with him. Compared to Dumbledore, there existed no bond between Grindelwald and Severus. If Dumbledore could be so heartless as to scheme against him, what of Grindelwald? Their decision to spare Grindelwald's life was merely a strategic move to negotiate with Dumbledore. Should Dumbledore, unlike in the previous timeline, avoid the curse left by Voldemort on the Resurrection Stone ring, a powerless Grindelwald would become a crucial bargaining chip against the venerable headmaster. In the previous life, who could have imagined that Rita Skeeter's fabrications contained grains of truth? Grindelwald and Dumbledore had once been lovers. Were it not so, Grindelwald would not have escaped Nurmengard to confront Voldemort in order to protect Dumbledore's grave. Friends and foes alike are but embellishments of love. Severus and Lucius were no different in this regard. If Dumbledore were to fall victim to the curse, a living Grindelwald would still hold value. After all, in the previous life, Dumbledore continued to thrive for over a year even after succumbing to the curse. During that time, he was still capable of wielding formidable white magic. The current Dumbledore possessed similar abilities. Lucius and Severus, having awakened their magical creature heritage, had deep-rooted magical foundations. Yet they were still quite young. When it came to purging the fanatical Death Eaters, particularly those audacious enough to attempt their assassination, they executed their tasks with precision, easily capturing all dissenters. The decision to spare lives was even simpler for them. Avada Kedavra, Sectum Sempra, Bonebreaker, Shatterbone, so long as one possessed sufficient power. Even the purest water could become lethal, let alone the spell specifically designed for combat and murder. However, in comparison to Dumbledore, they still fell slightly short. The age gap of 60 to 70 years could not merely be compensated for by their magical creature bloodlines. Moreover, the Dumbledore family had always been accompanied by phoenixes. Who could say for certain that their adversary lacked magical creature heritage? If that were the case, they would only just have reached an equal footing. For the wizards of Slytherin, the presence of a failsafe meant they would never court danger unnecessarily. Thus, rather than engage in a direct duel with Dumbledore, it was far more prudent to negotiate with him using Grindelwald as leverage. After all, none among them could predict whether Dumbledore might go mad should Grindelwald be killed. Lucius and Severus imagined themselves in his position. If someone were to slay a person dear to them, they would undoubtedly descend into madness. Hence, they chose not to eliminate Grindelwald, opting instead to utilize the half-muggle he had become through the nullifying potion as a significant bargaining chip. When negotiating with Dumbledore, they might leverage Grindelwald to achieve their desired outcomes. Lucius mused that perhaps, once all was said and done, Grindelwald might even express his gratitude to them. After all, without their intervention, how could Mr. Grindelwald possibly find an excuse to emerge and meet his beloved Albus Dumbledore?